Chapter 001, A Blind Eye to the Great Sage. Su Qingfeng from Class 1 of the Senior 3rd Grade has awakened the martial soul of the beautiful Monkey King. Martial Soul Star Level, Unknown. On the makeshift awakening platform in the playground of Lingzhou No. 2 High School, the Education Department Commissioner, representing the official will of the Xian Nation, coldly announced the results of the awakening. Below, the thousands of teachers and students present erupted into chaos upon hearing the announcement. What? Su Qingfeng just activated a 9-star divine martial soul? And he didn't choose it. He is the student representative. How could he choose such a pathetic martial soul? This is ridiculous. Oh no, the first 9-star divine martial soul in a century has gone to waste. The leaders of the neighboring First High School must be laughing to death. Look, the class teacher's face has turned green. The discussion surged like a tidal wave, but the young man in white, standing alone in the center of the awakening array, remained unfazed. In this world, humanity relied on martial souls to traverse the void, cross the starry seas, and contend with myriad races. Only martial souls of high quality, above 9 stars, were deemed worthy of the title divine, signifying their strength akin to that of deities. Just moments ago, Su Qingfeng had entered the awakening array as a representative of the new students, simultaneously activating an 8-star beast martial soul, a 9-star divine martial soul, and an unknown martial soul. While everyone believed he would choose the 9-star divine martial soul and were filled with excitement, he instead forsook it. Forsaking a 9-star divine martial soul is akin to committing a crime. The benefits of the unknown martial soul are equivalent to the most inferior 1-star martial soul. Su Qingfeng. With an enraged shout, a figure darted up from the audience, abruptly halting before Su Qingfeng. It was a tall, middle-aged man with thinning hair. Wu Tian, the class teacher of Senior 3rd Grade Class 1. Wu Tian glared at Su Qingfeng, his eyes blazing. Have you lost your mind? Why would you willingly fall into decline? Do you think you are deserving of your parents? You are dragging down the entire school. You are holding humanity back. Answer me. Wu Tian's martial soul was the 4-star martial soul, the Shadow Leopard, and he was destined to never become a powerful main battle soul master. He had devoted his life to teaching, with his greatest aspiration being to nurture a 9-star soul master. Earlier, Wu Tian had seen the powerful martial soul phantoms rising from the awakening array, and thought his dream was about to come true. Yet, he never expected that fate would play such a cruel joke on him. The most brutal thing in the world is not a constant despair, but the flickering of hope only to have it snuffed out. What Wu Tian could not endure the most was that the one who shattered his dreams was Su Qingfeng. This student, who had always brought him flowers and applause, had betrayed him at such a crucial moment. In that instant, Wu Tian regarded Su Qingfeng as a nemesis. In the face of Wu Tian's verbal assault, Su Qingfeng remained calm and composed. Who says an unknown martial soul must be inferior to a 9-star divine martial soul? While others were oblivious to the origins of the beautiful Monkey King, he, as a traveler from Earth, was well aware. The 9-star divine martial soul he activated earlier was named the Giant Spirit God. The Giant Spirit God martial soul might be powerful, but could it compare to the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong? These people truly had eyes, but failed to recognize the great sage. View martial soul information. With a thought, lines of green text appeared before Su Qingfeng's eyes, visible only to him. Martial soul name, Beautiful Monkey King. Martial soul description. A stone monkey born from a primordial stone created during the opening of the heavens. Abilities unknown. Martial soul star level, unknown. Fusion degree, 0.01. First soul skill, divine ability law of heaven and earth effect. Upon activation, gain a towering martial soul true form, significantly enhancing attack power and speed. Consumption, all mana. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown none. Note, unlocks the second soul skill when the fusion degree reaches 10. As Su Qingfeng's gaze fixated on the description of the first soul skill, a shocking image emerged in his mind. a terrifying giant ape exuding an aura of primordial chaos howling at the heavens, its massive form towering above, shattering the vast world with its bare hands, transforming it into a sky full of stars. The first soul skill is the law of heaven and earth, and it doesn't even have a cooldown period. You dare to tell me the beautiful Monkey King is a useless martial soul? Su Qingfeng found it utterly absurd. Moreover, aside from the powerful soul skill, Su Qingfeng's physical attributes constitution, strength, perception, and agility had all undergone a remarkable transformation. Though the fusion degree was merely 0.01, Su Qingfeng's arm strength alone had surged by several thousand pounds. Based on the existing values, Su Qingfeng realized that the true quality of the great sage martial soul undoubtedly exceeded 9 stars. One cannot possess the great sage martial soul and harbor feelings of inferiority simultaneously. So why would he not choose it? The choice of martial soul is my business. It has nothing to do with you. As Wu Tian's expression shifted from rage to astonishment and then to resentment, Su Qingfeng felt a sense of vindictive pleasure. He was not someone who would passively endure. What does it matter if he is the class teacher? He is still a traveler, even when insulted to his face. He would not coddle him. You are simply beyond redemption. Wu Tian gritted his teeth in anger. Su Qingfeng had once been his most prized student, yet now he felt nothing but disgust and aversion. Choosing a useless martial soul meant he had no value. Any talent was merely a fleeting illusion. Enough. This is the sacred ground of the awakening array. If you keep arguing, I will have to take action. The Education Department Commissioner, responsible for maintaining the array, sternly expressed his dissatisfaction. Su Qingfeng immediately turned and descended from the platform, leaving behind a slender silhouette for Wu Tian. Wu Tian's expression was complex, wanting to call Su Qingfeng back. He suddenly heard a thunderous, authoritative voice reverberate in his mind. Wu Tian, get to my office immediately. It was the principal's voice. What would he possibly want from me? A flicker of panic crossed Wu Tian's eyes. However, he dared not defy the principal's command and swiftly employed the Shadow Leopard's soul skill to leave. Su Qingfeng returned to the lineup of class 1 of the senior 3rd grade. Many classmates regarded him as a pariah, avoiding him, while others mockingly teased. TSK, not even interested in a 9-star divine martial soul. Some people's standards are indeed high. Exactly. To give up such an opportunity to rise to the top. Simply unfathomable. You don't understand. This is called individuality. I am who I am, a different kind of firework. The act cannot continue. Ha. In response to such narrow-minded individuals, Su Qingfeng could scarcely be bothered. At that moment, a stunning girl in a flowing white dress, exuding an air of cold elegance, pushed through the crowd and approached Su Qingfeng. Her starry eyes met his, and she coldly inquired, "Why?" Su Qingfeng turned slightly to regard the girl who spoke. Nangong Liyue, the class monitor and school beauty. Another seed player from Lingzhou No. 2 High School with the potential to become a 9-star soul master. The perfect goddess in the hearts of countless boys. In his recollection, Su Qingfeng was not well acquainted with Nangong Liyue. They had never spoken before. He casually crushed a small stone underfoot, responding indifferently. I chose what I liked. Why should there be so many reasons? Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among the surrounding classmates, with some directly mocking Su Qingfeng for his shamelessness. Having become a laughingstock, he still dared to put on airs in front of the school beauty? If Su Qingfeng had chosen the 9-star divine martial soul, even if he had kissed Nangong Liyue in front of everyone, no one would have dared to say a word. But now, they all found him amusing. This world is exceedingly realistic. Do they think good looks alone can get them by? Everyone expected Nangong Liyue to ridicule Su Qingfeng as well, but to their surprise, she merely glanced at the small stone beneath Su Qingfeng's feet and revealed a look of sudden realization. I see. You make a compelling point. I understand now. Nangong Liyue spoke gently, stunning all the onlookers. Wait, can good looks truly suffice? After uttering this, Nangong Liyue ascended the platform to awaken her martial soul. Su Qingfeng was not surprised. There are always perceptive individuals who could discern that he did not randomly choose his martial soul. At least Nangong Liyue's eyes were not blind. Not long after, Nangong Liue stepped into the awakening array, her figure vanishing from sight. She had entered the array's space. A few minutes later, the awakening array shimmered with dazzling light, and three towering martial soul phantoms, each 100 meters high, ascended. A 7-star Swanee, an 8-star white fox, and an 8-star red-scaled giant python emerged, exuding an awe-inspiring presence that shook the surroundings. Soon, the excited voice of the Education Department Commissioner rang out. Class 1 of the senior 3rd grade, Nangong Liue, has awakened the martial soul of the 9-tailed heavenly fox. Martial soul star level, 8 stars. Although Nangong Liue did not successfully activate a 9-star divine martial soul, an 8-star martial soul is still a rare and formidable entity. If all goes as expected, Nangong Liue should be the undisputed strongest among this year's cohort at Lingzhou No. 2 High School. With her stunning beauty and perfect demeanor, coupled with such a powerful martial soul, her number of admirers would undoubtedly increase several-fold. As Su Qingfeng watched Nangong Liue bask in the adoration of her peers, he felt a twinge of surprise. She actually chose the fox? That red-scaled giant python martial soul is clearly stronger. Before Su Qingfeng could ponder further, he heard Wu Tian's voice beside him. Do you regret it? If you had chosen the 9-star divine martial soul, you would have been worthy of her. Now, she shines brilliantly on the stage, while you can only remain a nameless spectator below. There will be no intersection in this lifetime. Su Qingfeng turned to see Wu Tian's face, which bore a hint of schadenfreude. Why does old Wu persist in haunting me? Su Qingfeng no longer wished to squander his breath on him. Yet, Wu Tian showed no intention of letting Su Qingfeng off the hook. Do you think I am particularly eager to engage with you? Wu Tian scoffed lightly, continuing with a tone laced with irritation. Come with me to the principal's office. The principal has specifically requested to see you. The deputy director in charge of our school's education is also present, so refrain from speaking out of turn. Chapter 002. No regrets. Su Qingfeng's decision to forego the 9-star divine martial soul has created quite a stir, leaving the concerned leaders restless. They fear that Su Qingfeng may have been coerced or misled into making such an unwise choice. Given the gravity of the situation, it is imperative that they confront him directly. Su Qingfeng, however, is unperturbed by the prospect of questioning from the school authorities, for he is confident in his integrity. Moments later, under the guidance of Wu Tian, Su Qingfeng steps into the principal's office of Lingzhou No. 2 Middle School. Principal Duanmu Ji, in his early 50s and portly, sits behind his desk with a rather grim expression. On the adjacent sofa, a middle-aged man dressed in black, whose features are somewhat effeminate, presumably the deputy director of the Education Bureau, as mentioned by Wu Tian, observes the proceedings. Director Liu, would you prefer to inquire or shall I? Duanmu Ji glances at Su Qingfeng with a complex expression before quietly consulting the man in black. Had Su Qingfeng awakened the 9-star divine martial soul, his stature would have been significantly elevated. Alas, he currently finds himself in a subordinate position. Deputy Director Liu, displaying impatience, gestures for Duanmu Ji to proceed with his questioning, all the while sitting with one leg crossed over the other, chin resting on his hand. His gaze piercing as he scrutinizes Su Qingfeng's reactions. Duanmu Ji, understanding the gravity of the situation, clears his throat and begins. Su Qingfeng, your parents were valiant warriors of the Salvation Army, heroes who perished on the battlefield of Tianyuan. At today's awakening ceremony, you were expected to choose the 9-star divine martial soul and bring glory to their memory. Why would you commit such a foolish act and bring shame upon them? Upon receiving the distressing news, Duanmu Ji's first instinct was to contact Su Qingfeng's family to report the matter. However, upon reviewing the records, he discovered that Su Qingfeng is an orphan, leaving him with no choice but to morally leverage the honor of his parents. 3,000 years ago, the progenitor of humanity departed from the ancestral star with 3 divine artifacts, traversing the starry seas to establish a foothold in this realm teeming with formidable beings. The various celestial races, including dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins, harbor deep-seated animosity towards humanity. For millennia, the fires of war have raged unabated, Had humanity not uncovered the secrets of awakening martial souls amidst the chaos, they would have likely faced extinction. The battlefield of Tianyuan stands as the front line in the struggle against the myriad races, a perilous slaughterhouse. Su Qingfeng's parents forged their bond on the battlefield of Tianyuan, ultimately sacrificing their lives in the flames of war. Epitomizing heroism, Su Qingfeng holds great admiration and nostalgia for his heroic parents, yet he remains resolute in his decision, unyielding to their influence. The choice of martial soul is my own affair, unrelated to my family. Su Qingfeng's demeanor is calm and composed, neither servile nor arrogant. You young rascal, Duan Muji hadn't anticipated that Su Qingfeng would remain so defiant, his blood pressure surging. Yet with the deputy director present, he refrains from losing his temper. Allow me to inquire, prior to your awakening, was there any individual or faction that misled, coerced, or pressured you into renouncing the high-star martial soul? Duan Muji persists, his patience waning. Note do you harbor any grievances against the school, your teachers, or certain directives or personnel from the Lingzhou Education Bureau? The moment Duan Muji poses this question, Wu Tian, who is merely a bystander, breaks out in a cold sweat. At this juncture, if Su Qingfeng would harbor any malicious intent and mention his name, Wu Tian would undoubtedly find himself in a world of trouble. What unsettles Wu Tian the most is that Su Qingfeng glances at him. Perhaps intentionally, just as Wu Tian feels the sweat trickling down his back, Su Qingfeng shakes his head and replies truthfully. No, prior to the awakening ceremony, although Wu Tian exhibited a hint of utilitarianism. He was overall a competent teacher, thus Su Qingfeng would not intentionally seek to frame him. Upon hearing this response, however, Duan Muji's expression darkens. If Su Qingfeng's decision to forego the 9-star divine martial soul stems from his own volition, the responsibility for this fallout will inevitably fall upon him as principal at that moment. The previously silent deputy director, Lu, suddenly interjects. Su Qingfeng, if given the chance to choose again, would you still stand by your current decision? Deputy Director Lu, originally named Lu Hui and a 6-star soul master, has languished in his position for over a decade. If he fails to ascend this year, his political career may very well be at an end. Unfortunately, Lu Hui's rival oversees Lingzhou No. 1 Middle School, which has recently enjoyed a bountiful harvest, awakening 2 9-star divine martial souls. In previous years, both schools had awakened high-star soul masters in a roughly equal measure. Yet now, while the competition flourishes, he finds himself with naught to show for his efforts. If it were purely a matter of inferior student intake, Lu Hui might have borne it more easily. However, Lingzhou No. 2 Middle School clearly had the potential for a 9-star soul master, and yet this mishap has occurred. How could Lu Hui tolerate such a transgression? Su Qingfeng's reckless actions have encroached upon Lu Hui's core interests. Nonetheless, Lu Hui has held leadership positions for an extended period, and his composure remains intact. Despite his dissatisfaction with Su Qingfeng, he does not overtly express it that a chance to reselect your martial soul. Su Qingfeng is taken aback by this proposition. Under normal circumstances, once a martial soul is awakened, it is irrevocable. The star rating of the initially awakened martial soul essentially dictates the fate of the soul master for their lifetime. Yet, exceptions exist. Should Su Qingfeng be willing to relinquish the great sage martial soul and accept Lu Hui's assistance, he might still have the opportunity for a second awakening. However, such a choice would not only incur a significant debt of gratitude, but also demand the heavy toll of severing his current martial soul. Whether he could reactivate the 9-star divine martial soul would be a matter of luck. Both Duan Muji and Wu Tian are taken aback by Lu Hui's proposal, acutely aware of the exorbitant cost Lu Hui would incur to facilitate Su Qingfeng's second awakening, an amount that could easily surpass 100 million. Lu Hui's willingness to make such a commitment is a clear indication of his desperate need for the political capital that a 9-star divine martial soul would provide. They silently hope that Su Qingfeng does not fail to recognize this opportunity. However, to everyone's astonishment, Su Qingfeng ultimately shakes his head. He has no reason to abandon the great sage martial soul. Are you unwilling? Do you not comprehend that awakening a martial soul of 8 stars or above grants immediate job placement, exemption from military service, tax reductions, and guarantees admission to the top-ranked martial arts universities in the capital and the Starry Realm. Lu Hui's brow furrows slightly. He believes he has extended every possible courtesy to Su Qingfeng. This young man is utterly impervious. I will not change my mind, Director Lu. Su Qingfeng's stance is resolute, stubborn as a mule, a waste of potential. Lu Hui, utterly exasperated, turns to glare at Duanmu Ji. Coldly mocking, Principal Duanmu, is this the product of your esteemed tutelage? Director Lu, Duanmu Ji attempts to explain, but finds himself at a loss for words. Lu Hui casts a final glare at Wu Tian before storming out. After a prolonged silence, the office is filled with Duanmu Ji's deep sigh that he feels unfortunate. Yet as the dust settles, he finds himself reluctant to lay further blame on Su Qingfeng. Principal Duanmu, Wu Tian wishes to express his concern. Leave. All of you, just leave. Duanmu Ji slumps into his chair, waving his hand dismissively at Wu Tian and Su Qingfeng. Observing this, Wu Tian reluctantly escorts Su Qingfeng out. Upon exiting the administrative building, Wu Tian casts a complicated glance at Su Qingfeng and remarks, Su Qingfeng, I cannot fathom the rationale behind your decision, but I wish to convey that in youth, one often perceives oneself as unique, an unparalleled entity in the world. Perhaps the unknown martial soul you have chosen possesses exceptional qualities. Yet prejudice looms like a mountain. Regardless of your future achievements, others will only remember your foolishness today. One day, you will deeply regret this choice. By the time Wu Tian concludes, he appears utterly drained, as if he has aged several years in an instant. His words stem from gratitude for Su Qingfeng's earlier mercy. Had Su Qingfeng casually mentioned his name in front of Deputy Director Lu, Wu Tian would have faced a multitude of troubles. Listening to his homeroom teacher's heartfelt advice, Su Qingfeng remains unfazed. Regret? That is utterly inconceivable. Moving mountains is hardly a challenge for the great sage. Su Qingfeng bids farewell and steps out of the administrative building, only to encounter a familiar figure approaching. Brother Feng, the news of your decision to forego the 9-star divine martial soul has gone viral online. Chapter 003. Universal Mockery. The boy who abruptly calls out to Su Qingfeng is Luo Ping, his deskmate. Luo Ping is tall and has a simple, honest demeanor. He shares a decent rapport with Su Qingfeng and is among the few who have refrained from mocking him for his perceived downfall. Luo Ping appears quite anxious, and as soon as they meet, he eagerly thrusts his phone into Su Qingfeng's hands. Instinctively, Su Qingfeng takes the phone and glances at the screen, which is playing a video. The title reads, Is the 9-star divine martial soul really impressive? Su Qingfeng, choose not to select it just for fun. The video statistics reveal 1.08 million likes, 40 million views, and 3 million comments. As time passes, these figures continue to soar. Just as Luo Ping described, someone recorded his awakening ceremony and uploaded it to a short video platform, making it the hottest trending topic in real time. Su Qingfeng need not even delve into the comments section to see numerous high-praise comments surging past, each garnering thousands of likes. Is this staged? I refuse to believe anyone could be so foolish as to reject the 9-star divine martial soul in favor of a trash, unknown martial soul. Unless he out his mind. My meaning is genuinely out of his mind. It's obviously fake. A genius capable of activating the 9-star divine martial soul cannot simultaneously activate a worthless, unknown martial soul. Unless that unknown martial soul is exceptionally unique. Even if that were the case, I would not be bewildered. Choosing the 9-star martial soul is akin to ascending effortlessly. Lingzhou No. 2 High School, are they not the vanquished of our Lingzhou No. 1? This year, they haven't even produced a single 9-star soul master, relying instead on fabricated videos to salvage their dignity. Is it? How laughable! Should my son dare to commit such a foolish act, you need not lift a finger. I would personally break his legs. Haha! It is evident that the majority of comments are far from friendly, causing Su Qingfeng to furrow his brow. Although his mental fortitude is commendable, he dislikes being thrust into the limelight, only to be collectively cyberbullied by millions. Who uploaded this video online? Su Qingfeng cast a glance at Luo Ping that I have no idea. Luo Ping shook his head and, with a teasing tone, remarked, after this video went viral, Dozens of others showcasing different angles have surfaced, garnering significant exposure. This matter cannot be suppressed. In a while, it is likely that hundreds of billions of people across the resource planets of the Human Alliance will be aware of it. Su Qingfeng felt somewhat speechless. He had not anticipated that he would become an overnight sensation in such a manner. If he were to struggle in the future, he could always consider becoming an internet celebrity. Albeit a controversial one, never mind. A few jabs of ridicule won't cost him anything. Su Qingfeng returned the phone to Luo Ping, his expression remarkably carefree. This is not merely a few jabs of ridicule. It's millions. Luo Ping expressed some admiration for Su Qingfeng's mental resilience. If it were him facing such online abuse, he would surely struggle to remain composed. Brother Feng, what are your plans next? Are you going to attempt the trials in the Tower of Heaven? I have awakened my 5-star martial soul, the Golden Bull. Shall we team up to explore the alien battlefield? Luo Ping proposed. The Tower of Heaven is one of the 3 divine artifacts brought from the ancestral star of humanity. It exists as its own realm, with boundless space and countless wondrous applications. For soul masters, the Tower of Heaven possesses 3 immensely practical functions. Firstly, it can scan the physical bodies of human soul masters, generating a data panel to assist them in identifying their shortcomings. Secondly, it creates secret realms filled with alien enemies and monsters, aiding soul masters in honing their soul techniques and enhancing their martial soul fusion. Thirdly, it can directly transport soul masters to the alien battlefield for practical training, with the capacity to urgently return them when danger arises. Additionally, the Tower of Heaven is equipped with a quantum communication system that ensures real-time communication for humanity. Furthermore, it serves as the database for the Human Alliance, recording everyone's military achievements, household registrations, financial records, and archival information, making it exceedingly powerful. All public senior high schools and institutions of higher education within humanity have established entrances to the Tower of Heaven. This is also why it is challenging for soul masters to rapidly grow beyond the orthodox education system. Su Qingfeng is no exception. He indeed plans to enter the realm within the Tower of Heaven to check his attribute panel and test the power of his soul technique. The celestial phenomenon, Luo Ping's invitation to team up, is a gesture of goodwill. This fellow likely fears that he may have mistakenly chosen an unknown martial soul and lacks the ability to protect himself. Thus wanting to accompany Su Qingfeng through the early stages of vulnerability, Su Qingfeng feels somewhat touched, but chooses to decline. You are a 5-star soul master. You can easily practice alone in the secret realm to enhance your martial soul fusion. There is no need for us to team up. I'm just worried about lacking experience during my first visit to the Tower of Heaven and thought we could look out for each other. Brother Feng, Luo Ping chuckled, attempting to justify himself. Your kindness is appreciated. Su Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively, leaving with a nonchalant demeanor. I'm not as fragile as you think. I'll take my leave now. Let us keep in touch. Luo Ping looked somewhat awkward, unsure what to say, and could only watch Su Qingfeng walk away. The entrance to the Tower of Heaven at Lingzhou No. 2 High School is located at the very center of the Soul Master Training Hall. Featuring a small teleportation array, approximately 10 meters in diameter, as a high school student, Su Qingfeng has 5 free opportunities each week to enter the Tower of Heaven after awakening his martial soul. Once the free opportunities are exhausted, entering the Tower of Heaven again will require a fee of 10,000 star coins. 10,000 star coins could purchase 5,000 pounds of rice, which is no small sum. Su Qingfeng's assets, aside from his parents' house, consist solely of 2 compensation payments, totaling around 2 million. Thus, he cannot afford to squander money on personal teleportations. However, the 5 free teleportation opportunities each week are generally sufficient. After all, the Tower of Heaven does not actively expel individuals. Staying a little longer each time is acceptable to enter the Tower of Heaven. One must swipe their student card and wait until 100 people have gathered for a collective teleportation. Su Qingfeng approached the teleportation array, only to be stopped by a patrolling administrator nearby, who directed him to the counter to swipe his card. Su Qingfeng produced his student card and swiped it on the card reader at the counter. Beep! Class 3 of senior year, Su Qingfeng may enter free of charge. The intelligent card reader emitted a clear announcement, making Su Qingfeng the center of attention at that moment. Dozens of staff members, along with the many students waiting in line for teleportation, turned their gazes towards Su Qingfeng. He is indeed Su Qingfeng, quite handsome, but alas, a bit dim-witted. If only he were a 9-star soul master, I would even consider pursuing him. As it stands, he is unworthy of my status as a noble 3-star soul master. A girl weighing around 200 pounds expressed her disdain. Nearby, several boys mistook her words for the voice of a celestial being and nearly retched. They could not help but feel fortunate for Su Qingfeng. Although Brother Su's hasty rejection of the 9-star martial soul certainly left him with a tarnished reputation, avoiding pursuit from someone like her could be considered a stroke of luck. Su Qingfeng chose to ignore all the murmurs. After all, a person must maintain their dignity. The aggression of face-to-face remarks pales in comparison to the intensity of online abuse. Having experienced the scorn of hundreds of millions, Su Qingfeng had long since grown indifferent to the whims of fortune. Su Qingfeng, a gentle yet resolute female voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he beheld the exquisitely flawless visage of Nangong Liu. Originally a goddess-like figure, Nangong Liu, upon awakening her 9-tailed celestial fox martial soul, exuded an additional allure, presenting a striking contrast of elegance and seduction. What a coincidence! Su Qingfeng did not expect to encounter Nangong Liu here. It is not mere chance. I've been waiting for you on purpose. Nangong Liu slightly shook her head and continued. Shall we have a chat? Chapter 004. Investment or sponsorship? The sudden appearance of Nangong Liu, who took the initiative to engage Su Qingfeng in conversation, rendered the previously condescending girls who had been disparaging him utterly speechless. Upon hearing Nangong Liu declare that she had intentionally awaited his arrival, those girls fell into a state of disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the stunningly beautiful Nangong Liu, who had awakened an 8-star martial soul, would willingly converse with Su Qingfeng. These two are from entirely different worlds. What happened to the saying about dragons not associating with snakes? Nangong Liu had no intention of explaining her thoughts to passers many of their classmates. She had always been perceived as aloof and taciturn. Even Su Qingfeng shared this sentiment. Thus he was quite curious about what she wished to discuss with him. In his memories from before his transmigration, Su Qingfeng was a privileged young man accustomed to the affections of various beautiful models. Although Nangong Liu was indeed stunning, she did not leave him flustered. Are we chatting here? Su Qingfeng inquired, looking at Nangong Liu. That works as well. Nangong Liu nodded slightly. Very well. Let us have a chat. After all, we have time to kill while waiting for the teleportation. Su Qingfeng replied casually. Did you know? I have always felt somewhat unconvinced by you. Nangong Liu's first statement caught Su Qingfeng off guard. Before he could inquire further, she continued, your scores in the unified examination prior to the awakening ceremony, literature, science, physical fitness, combat, weaponry, and tactical theory, were all the highest that I pride myself on being excellent and highly disciplined, yet I cannot fathom how I could possibly fall short of you. Su Qingfeng remained silent. In this world. He indeed excelled remarkably. Having once been a top-tier academic achiever prior to regaining the memories of his past life, it was only natural for Nangong Liu to feel aggrieved. After all, she too was a scholar and possessed her own pride. You are now an 8-star soul master. You have already triumphed. Su Qingfeng smiled reassuringly. After experiencing the widespread online abuse, Su Qingfeng's mindset had grown increasingly robust, even when faced with Nangong Liu's direct challenge. He remained unperturbed. However, upon hearing his words, Nangong Liu's expression was devoid of any smile. No, I still lost. Nangong Liu lightly bit her lip and murmured, you activated the 9-star divine martial soul, even if you ultimately relinquish it. I'm still beneath you. For Nangong Liu, failing to awaken a 9-star divine martial soul was, in essence, a crushing defeat. It inflicted a significant psychological blow upon her. She finally recognized the qualitative disparity between herself and Su Qingfeng. You are being a bit stubborn. Su Qingfeng was at a loss for words. Just then, the required 100 individuals for collective teleportation had gathered, and he had to leave. Su Qingfeng, I ask one favor of you. Prove to everyone that you are no less than any 9-star soul master. Only then will my defeat to you feel less painful. Nangong Liu pressed a black card into Su Qingfeng's hand, her tone grave and earnest. What is this? Su Qingfeng instinctively accepted the card, only to see Nangong Liue already turning away. He glanced at the card, which bore the golden inscription Nangong Merchant Association black card alongside the image of a snow lotus flower. On the reverse side, a line of embossed text read, "Free consumption limit. 50 million star coins." Su Qingfeng was taken aback. He had heard of the Nangong Merchant Association, a prominent entity in the Xia Kingdom specializing in crafting soul master weaponry. With trade spanning hundreds of resource stars, tens of thousands of exotic battlefields, and the Tianyuan main battlefield, boasting an annual revenue exceeding trillions of star coins, it was understandable that Nangong Liue had connections to the association, given the rarity of the surname. However, the notion of a black card with a 50 million limit left Su Qingfeng perplexed. Was this an advance investment? Or was it an offer of patronage? Su Qingfeng felt a tangle of emotions. He was accustomed to sending money to women. Yet this was the first time he received such a gesture. In return, he wished to inquire with Nangong Liue for clarification, but found himself without her phone number. Never mind, he thought, not to dwell on it. Her casual gift of the card indicated that she was not in need of the 50 million. He could always repay her later. Su Qingfeng harbored great confidence in the potential of the great sage martial soul, and was not inclined to fret over such trivial matters. He could rapidly strengthen a soul master. Substantial resources were indeed essential. Weaponry, not to mention scrolls, elixirs, vehicles, and teleportation costs, all demanded investment. Even for a 9-star soul master, the expenditure of 50 million star coins from scratch to achieve a complete fusion with their martial soul was hardly extravagant. While Su Qingfeng was evidently not a 9-star soul master, Nangong Liue seemed unfazed, casually bestowing 500 million before he could ponder further. The teleportation array erupted in radiant light. Attention all, the teleportation is about to commence. Next stop, the personal space of the Skyward Realm. Standing in the center of the teleportation array, Su Qingfeng witnessed the formation beneath his feet suddenly illuminate, and everything in his field of vision shattered into fragments. Countless streaks of light zipped past, and he felt a distinct sensation of weightlessness. When reality resumed its normalcy, Su Qingfeng found himself in a small room imbued with a metallic ambience. The room was modest in size, around 30 square meters, with a rectangular layout that included a bed and basic amenities such as a bathroom. The walls were composed of a shimmering silver-blue alloy, intricately inscribed with complex runes, faintly shimmering with passing light, their meanings elusive. A transparent screen protruded from the side of the bed. A gentle touch revealed various functional options, from environmental adjustments to item summons. The bed, seemingly soft, was actually filled with intelligent gel that could adjust its shape to perfectly support the contours of the user's body. The table beside the bed appeared to float in midair, with a surface that could alter its transparency, concealing storage compartments that could be easily accessed with a flick of the hand. On the opposite wall hung a massive dynamic scroll depicting the cosmic dance of stars, with each star labeled with its respective galactic designation. In the corner, a compact, intelligent robot served as the room's cleaner and steward, responsible for maintaining tidiness. The bathroom door was a pale blue light curtain. Within, all fixtures emitted a soft glow, and the mirror not only reflected the user's appearance, but also displayed the owner's health status. This was Su Qingfeng's exclusive personal space within the Tower of the Skyward Realm, the foremost artifact of the human alliance. The tower provided each citizen with such a sanctuary. Within this room, Su Qingfeng was assured of absolute safety. The tower had already scanned his bodily condition and was in the process of generating his personal attribute panel. Your personal attribute panel has been generated. Would you like to display it immediately? 2 dialog boxes materialized before Su Qingfeng. He selected yes, and soon the content displayed on the room's wall began to change. Name: Su Qingfeng, Martial Soul, Great Sage Monkey King, Unknown Star Level, Fusion Degree, 0. 1 First Soul Skill, Divine Power Law of Heaven and Earth, Effect. Upon activation, gains a formidable martial soul manifestation, significantly enhancing attack power and speed. Cost: all mana. Duration: 10 minutes. Cooldown: none. Basic attributes: single arm, pulling force, 2,400 kilograms. 1 fusion degree for a 1-star soul master is 200 kilograms. Reaction rate: 20. 1 fusion degree for a 1-star soul master is 1. Perception ability: 30. 1 fusion degree for a 1-star Soul Master is 1. Abnormal resistance. 100. 1 fusion degree for a 1-star Soul Master is 1. Life. 100. 1 fusion degree for a 1-star Soul Master is 1. Mana. 100. 1 fusion degree for a 1-star Soul Master is 1. Combat power level. 60. 1 fusion degree for a 1-star Soul Master is 1. Qingfeng fell silent after reviewing his attribute panel. He was aware that he would be formidable, as the sensation of power augmentation was quite pronounced, yet he had not anticipated such an astonishing level. The combat power level determined the strength of the physical body. The higher the quality of a martial soul, the greater the upper limit of combat power level. With a fusion degree of merely 0.01, my combat power level stands at 60. Does this mean my upper limit is 600? 000. Even a 9-star Soul Master would not surpass a level of 10,000, right? This was merely the disparity in basic attributes, not accounting for soul skills. My law of heaven and earth can overpower any 9-star Soul Master's soul skill. The great sage martial soul is indeed terrifying. Qingfeng felt a rush of exhilaration. This sensation was akin to discovering a rare treasure among what others deemed worthless refuse. Having endured various moments of ridicule, Qingfeng no longer harbored the desire to share his joy with others that he resolved to quietly amass wealth until the day he became truly invincible. Having perused the attribute panel, Qingfeng was eager to experience the effects of his soul skill. Initially, he had intended to undergo trials in the relative safety of the secret realm, but after reviewing his attributes, he altered his decision. With my current combat power level, I can confidently enter the exotic battlefields for practical training. First, I'll procure some Soul Master-specific equipment. Chapter 005. The first artifact of humanity, the Tower of the Skyward Realm. Qingfeng exited his personal space, finding himself in a vast plaza exceeding 100 square kilometers. This was the central square of the Skyward Realm number 1. The edges of the square were lined with shops selling a variety of Soul Master supplies and services. The central area featured entrances to secret realm spaces corresponding to different combat power levels, along with teleportation pathways leading to various resource stars, exotic battlefields, and the Tianyuan battlefield. The square was teeming with people, seemingly gathering hundreds of thousands. Above the plaza, a colossal holographic screen continuously broadcasted various news reports and battle updates. Tianyuan Battlefield Report. Today, the 9th Corps of the Salvation Army successfully captured the Black Mountain city occupied by the Stone Mountain Demons, annihilating 160,000 enemies. A resounding victory. New resource star announcement. The Nangong Merchant Association has invested 20 trillion star coins, hiring numerous high-star Soul Master mercenary groups to completely occupy the 10086 exotic battlefield, which will be developed into the 298th resource star of the Human Alliance. Now open for business, welcoming all major merchant associations to settle in. The Tower of the Skyward Realm truly deserves its reputation as the strongest artifact. Qingfeng couldn't help but exclaim in a WIT is noteworthy that within the Skyward Realm, there were an astounding 100,000 plazas of similar scale. When the tower operates at full capacity, it can accommodate trillions of people freely moving within the realm. If this were the real world, it would be a miraculous achievement in infrastructure. At that moment, Qingfeng noticed the holographic screen above the square suddenly shift, displaying a news report. Human Alliance breaking news. Today marks the official awakening day for the new generation of Soul Masters. In the Lingzhou region of the Blue Star Xia Kingdom, a student has sparked heated discussions online for abandoning a 9-star divine martial soul in favor of an unknown martial soul. Qingfeng felt somewhat speechless. He anticipated that this incident would make the news that it would be difficult for anyone not to recognize him now. How troublesome. Qingfeng decided to ignore it. He scanned his surroundings and entered a shop with an unusually long name, one-stop flagship store for weaponry and equipment for Soul Masters of combat power levels 50-100. The Blackheart Merchant Association welcomes you. Hello there, young sir. We are delighted to assist you. A sweet-faced young lady dressed in sales attire approached him with a beaming smile. What kind of weaponry or equipment are you in need of? Our store has a comprehensive selection of both melee and ranged weapons, and we can also provide personalized customization based on your martial soul. Su Qingfeng promptly disregarded the notion of customization. Weapons tailored for this combat power level would not be available for less than 5 million star coins, a price he could not afford. I would like to see blunt weapons, preferably weighing around 500 Jin. With the highest possible material hardness, since he had awakened the great sage martial soul, his weapon of choice would naturally be his staff. Although Su Qingfeng's single-arm pulling force was an impressive 2,400 kilograms, he considered the issue of sustained use. A weapon should not be excessively heavy. In truth, a 500 Jin staff was already somewhat on the heavy side, but Su Qingfeng made this decision with the expectation that his strength would rapidly increase with the enhancement of his martial soul's fusion degree. Using a weapon also required a period of adaptation. It was best to use a weapon for an extended time to save on time costs. 500 Jin staff? That is truly remarkable. The salesgirl's eyes sparkled with excitement, her lips seemingly coated in honey. Your martial soul must be of a very high star rank. Su Qingfeng nodded silently, not uttering a word. What fault did the young lady have? She merely wished to make a sale. Upon discerning Su Qingfeng's requirements, the saleswoman swiftly sought out the store manager for a discussion. Before long, she returned, pushing a long flat cart before Su Qingfeng. The cart was adorned with red silk, and atop it lay several sticks of varying colors, black, brass, and silver. Allow me to introduce these to you, young sir. The salesgirl halted the cart and engaged the brake, gesturing towards the black stick as she spoke. This is a meteor stick crafted from interstellar meteorite iron, weighing 630 pounds, extraordinarily tough, priced at 3 million star coins. Wait, how much? Su Qingfeng questioned, doubting his own hearing. While the material was indeed commendable, the price was utterly absurd. Interstellar meteorite iron, is that expensive? 5,000 star coins per pound. Su Qingfeng recalled that the market price for such material should hover around 200 star coins per pound. It is worth noting that Su Qingfeng was not shopping at the Nangong Commercial Association's establishment, that he simply could not afford a black iron stick priced at 3 million, if the original price is 3 million. But if you are sincerely interested, I can offer you the greatest discount, the salesgirl replied with a smile. What is the greatest discount? Su Qingfeng inquired, somewhat unwilling to give up. After all, there were instances where items marked at 3 million could be negotiated down to 50. 000. Could this store be the same? My maximum personal discount is 5 off. The salesgirl maintained her cheerful demeanor. Su Qingfeng's heart sank. This was undoubtedly a black market. What about the prices for the other two weapons? He couldn't help but ask. This brass one is crafted from fine brass, weighs 600 pounds, and is priced at 7.8 million at the silver one. Made from celestial steel, weighs 550 pounds, and is priced at 9.8 million. The salesgirl's smile gradually faded. She began to realize that this young man seemed to lack funds. What a futile endeavor! However, she found it puzzling. Typically, an ordinary soul master would have accumulated some savings after a year or two of training. Given their combat level, while the prices were steep, how could he be unable to purchase even a single weapon? Excuse me, Su Qingfeng turned and walked away. Not only could he not afford such exorbitant sums, but even if he could, he had no intention of being taken advantage of. No wonder they called it the Black-Hearted Commercial Association. Their practices were truly ruthless. Subsequently, Su Qingfeng explored several nearby weapon shops, discovering that all the stick-type weapons that met his criteria were significantly overpriced. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked a friendly salesgirl what was going on. Why did it seem as if everyone was conspiring to swindle him? The salesgirl candidly replied, well, handsome, it's because the weapons you seek are made with excessively high-quality materials. If they were crafted as ordinary weapons, with a bit of marketing to raise the price, they could yield even greater profits. Therefore, these heavy weapons cannot be sold at a lower price. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng finally understood. Initially, he had been reluctant to shop at the Nangong Commercial Association, but now he felt he had no choice but to accept the affluent lady's goodwill. With a sigh, Su Qingfeng strolled around the square a few more times before ultimately locating the flagship store of the Nangong Commercial Association in the area with the highest foot traffic. To Su Qingfeng's surprise, the store was not overly crowded. Hello, esteemed guest. What would you like to see? Weapons, equipment, or consumables? A young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses approached with a smile. Let me first take a look at the weapons. Wait, Su Qingfeng pondered for a moment, then produced the black card gifted to him by Nangong Liyue from his pocket and handed it over, asking, "Is this card valid?" Su Qingfeng wished to avoid selecting a plethora of items only to discover he couldn't settle the bill. That would be exceedingly awkward. Confirming in advance was indeed necessary. This card. The moment the bespectacled man laid eyes on the black card in Su Qingfeng's hand, his expression shifted dramatically from relaxed to exceedingly respectful. Of course, it is valid. Please, esteemed guest, follow me to the VIP area where we can discuss over tea. Chapter 006. Spending lavishly. Huang Tong was the deputy manager of the flagship store of the Nangong Commercial Association. As a two-star soul master, he realized that he would likely never achieve fame on the battlefield in this lifetime. Thus, he resolved to carve out a name for himself in the business realm. Huang Tong was astute and perceptive, which expedited his rise through the ranks. He aspired to ascend further, but lacked the right opportunity to surpass the current store manager. Now, Huang Tong felt that his chance had arrived. As far as he knew, the black cards issued by the Nangong Commercial Association typically bore numeric codes. However, the card he was currently holding was devoid of such markings. This did not imply that the card was counterfeit. On the contrary, it was as authentic as could be. Only the unnumbered black cards used exclusively by the president of the Nangong Commercial Association would lack a code. Hence, Huang Tong's demeanor towards Su Qingfeng instantly became exceedingly amiable. Huang Tong understood that regardless of whether the dashing young man had obtained the black card through merit or connections, it indicated that he was someone of significance. Su Qingfeng was not surprised by Huang Tong's rapid change in attitude. In his previous life, he had witnessed numerous sales personnel exhibit similar skills, particularly those female salespeople who, upon seeing him pull out his car keys, would instantly be all smiles. Su Qingfeng followed Huang Tong in the lavishly decorated VIP room. After inquiring about Su Qingfeng's preferences, Huang Tong poured him a glass of soda, offering it with both hands before beginning to discuss Su Qingfeng's shopping needs. To demonstrate his seriousness, he even took out a pen and notebook. Clearly intending to jot down notes as they spoke, a stick-type weapon weighing around 500 pounds, a level 60 Soul Master's leather armor set, and a variety of consumables. All in one package, Su Qingfeng said casually. He relished this feeling, reminiscent of days gone by, where all he needed to do was express his needs and the service staff would handle everything, even delivering items to his home. Su Qingfeng was well aware that the exceptional treatment he was receiving was due to Nangong Liyue's black card. This piqued his curiosity about the relationship between Nangong Liyue and the Nangong Commercial Association. Furthermore, given her significant background, why was she residing in a small place like Lingzhou? Understood. Huang Tong noted Su Qingfeng's nonchalant attitude towards pricing and felt a surge of excitement. This was clearly a young master with an extraordinary background. If he could cultivate a good relationship with him and gain his support, ascending to the position of store manager would merely be a matter of time, as long as he executed this task flawlessly. Please make yourself comfortable. I will have the staff arrange your goods right away. Huang Tong promptly picked up the intercom, contacting other staff members to bring over several cabinets of varying sizes. As for weapons, I personally recommend this model. The Heavenly Dragon Stick, primarily forged from celestial steel, it closely aligns with your needs, though is slightly heavier at 680 pounds. However, I have prepared this suit of flying mouse leather armor for you, which will alleviate the burden posed by the heavy weapon. Huang Tong showcased his meticulously selected weapon and armor to Su Qingfeng. As for the other consumables, they were not the main focus. Recognizing that weapons were a matter of life and death, Su Qingfeng could not fully trust Huang Tong's claims that he stepped closer, grasping the Heavenly Dragon Stick with one hand and effortlessly lifting it. Buzz! The Heavenly Dragon Stick sliced through the air, emitting a subtle, vibrating hum, akin to a dragon's low growl. Su Qingfeng realized that this weapon was surprisingly well suited for him. It seemed he had underestimated his own strength. How much does this weapon cost? Su Qingfeng inquired, still holding on to it, intrigued. The original price for the Heavenly Dragon Stick is 25 million star coins, but as a black card VIP of our association, you are entitled to a 70 discount, bringing the price down to just 7.5 million, Huang Tong explained with a grin. Celestial steel is a rare alchemical product from the dwarves, exceedingly scarce, and when priced by weight. It is of exceptionally high strength and value. 70 discount. Su Qingfeng did not anticipate that the privileges of a black card VIP at the Nangong Commercial Association were so substantial. This level of discount effectively negated all the markup on the weapon. The Nangong Commercial Association was essentially befriending black card VIPs at cost price that I will take this weapon. Su Qingfeng had come to terms with the situation. Having already accepted Nangong Liyue's kindness, he no longer felt the need to be miserly. He decided to opt for top-tier equipment across the board. Su Qingfeng set down the heavenly dragon stick and then turned his gaze to the leather armor. Quickly shaking his head, let us exchange it for a set with stronger defense. Since the weapon suited him well, there was no need to settle for lightweight armor that merely enhanced agility. Understood. Huang Tong was not only unbothered by Su Qingfeng's request, but actually felt a surge of excitement. Soon, other staff members brought over a new set of armor. The armor was a deep black, its surface radiating a noticeable luminescence, clearly not an ordinary item. This is the Black Dragon leather armor. In addition to its strong protective capabilities, it also possesses high magical immunity, making it the perfect choice for you. Huang Tong earnestly elucidated the matter. Su Qingfeng was somewhat taken aback. This was no ordinary equipment, but rather a rare armor imbued with special effects. Adult dragons are at least level 500 legendary beings, inherently possessing immunity to spells, making the act of dragon slaying exceedingly arduous. The Black Dragon leather armor was evidently hard-won. A soul master with a combat power level exceeding 500 would not seem out of place wearing such a suit of armor. Equipment of this caliber has virtually no shortcomings aside from its exorbitant cost. What is its price? Su Qingfeng harbored concerns that the limit of 50 million star coins might prove insufficient. The original price of the Black Dragon leather armor is 30 million star coins, but you can enjoy a generous discount of 70, bringing the final price down to merely 9 million. Huang Tong remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng felt relieved, as it fell well within his mental threshold. All right then, I shall take it. Excellent. Huang Tong exclaimed with excitement, then proceeded to offer Su Qingfeng various battlefield supplies such as combat rations, healing elixirs, and restorative potions. Su Qingfeng subsequently spent 1 million star coins acquiring a substantial quantity of top-tier consumables. Thus, his total expenditure in the store amounted to a staggering 17.5 million star coins. A veritable display of extravagance. Huang Tong instructed the staff to pack all of Su Qingfeng's items and then handed him a small jade ring. Esteemed guest, this is a complimentary elementary void ring from our establishment. The interior of the ring possesses a storage space of 10 cubic meters, allowing you to carry your weapons and equipment with ease. Su Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the void ring. Even the most basic void ring, which includes a storage feature, is valued at no less than 10 million star coins. Gifted so casually. Is the Nangong Commerce excessively generous to black card VIPs? Unbeknownst to Su Qingfeng, this void ring was not truly a complimentary item. Huang Tong had not only utilized his highest privileges, but also personally contributed a significant amount of star coins to secure this lavish gift, which typically requires expenditures exceeding 100 million star coins. This was also the reason Su Qingfeng found it somewhat unreasonable. Fortunately, he possessed a fair understanding of such matters. Noticing Huang Tong's slightly awkward expression, he realized the other party had misconstrued his identity and was intentionally trying to curry favor. I am merely an ordinary person. This card was gifted to me by someone else. Please do not misjudge my standing. Su Qingfeng proactively cautioned that he was unaware of Huang Tong's ulterior motives, but he knew he would most likely be unable to assist him. This young man left a favorable impression on Su Qingfeng, and he did not wish to cause him any substantial loss. Esteemed guest, you jest. This is indeed a gift. After hearing Su Qingfeng's explanation, the unnatural expression on Huang Tong's face vanished completely. His earlier actions were merely a ploy to elicit gratitude from Su Qingfeng. As for Su Qingfeng claiming to be an ordinary individual, Huang Tong could hardly believe that any ordinary person would have the opportunity to receive such a prestigious black card. Very well. Since you insist on giving it to me, I shall accept it graciously. Su Qingfeng accepted the void ring. and following Huang Tung's guidance, he channeled a modicum of magical energy to activate the ring, effortlessly collecting all the items from the ground. With the void ring adorning his finger, Su Qingfeng left the flagship store of Nangong Commerce with a buoyant spirit. That moment, Nangong Liu, who was luxuriating in her bathtub at home, suddenly received a notification regarding a transaction. Your anonymous black card account has made a purchase of 17.5 million star coins at the flagship store of Nangong Commerce, leaving a remaining balance of 32.5 million star coins. Chapter 007. Alien Battlefield number 17173. Regarding Su Qingfeng's use of the black card for his purchases, Nangong Liu felt a tinge of delight. She had previously worried that Su Qingfeng's pride might prevent him from accepting assistance. After all, in her recollection, her old classmate had always been rather conceited. What puzzled Nangong Liu, however, was the amount he had spent. 17.5 million star coins. Submerged in the bathtub, Nangong Liu absent-mindedly toyed with the bubbles in front of her, murmuring to herself, based on the black card's 70 discount, the total expenditure must exceed 50 million star coins. This should be the price for a complete set of high-level equipment around combat power level 200. The higher the quality of the equipment, the greater the foundational attribute requirements for the Soul Master. Has he truly just awakened and yet acquired such advanced gear? Or perhaps he has procured other precious items, such as the Void Ring or teleportation scrolls? Regardless of the scenario, it at least indicates that he has considerable confidence in investing in himself. That I was not mistaken. Su Qingfeng's martial soul is undoubtedly extraordinary. Nangong Liu was, in fact, more intrigued by the details of Su Qingfeng's purchases. If she could access the detailed list of his expenditures, she might easily uncover more of his secrets. However, Nangong Liu would not resort to such actions. Firstly, Nangong Commerce places great importance on the privacy of its esteemed clients. Even as the granddaughter of the president, she cannot casually examine such sensitive information. Secondly, the purpose of gifting the black card was to provide timely assistance to Su Qingfeng, not to pry into his private affairs. Were it not for the fact that the black card was linked to her phone, she would have preferred not to see this transaction notification at all. After pondering for a moment longer, Nangong Liu casually deleted the transaction message. She did not wish for anyone in her family to see it, lest it cause trouble for Su Qingfeng. That moment, a gentle voice called from outside, interrupting her thoughts. Little Liu, are you done? The ceremony to enhance your martial soul star level is ready. Do not miss the appointed time. I know, mother, Nangong Liu responded. Rising from the bathtub, her flawless figure exposed to the air, she truly lived up to her name, her skin a delicate blend of white and pink, as clear as glass and as radiant as the moon, resembling the most exquisite work of art. Meanwhile, after departing from the Nangong Commerce store, Su Qingfeng made his way directly toward the teleportation portal leading to the alien battlefield. Please enter the number of the alien battlefield you wish to teleport to, or select criteria to filter your desired location. A virtual screen displayed the message before the teleportation portal. Lacking a specific destination, Su Qingfeng selected the option suitable for Soul Masters with combat power levels between 50 and 100 and proceeded to click on the first available teleportation location that appeared, confirming his choice before stepping into the portal. You're being teleported to Alien Battlefield number 17173. The cost of this teleportation is 0. With a prompt, Su Qingfeng felt the once mundane teleportation passage enveloped in a myriad of shimmering lights. When he next found himself on solid ground, he felt an extraordinary heaviness in his body. A brief assessment revealed that his weight had at least doubled. Double gravity? It seems this planet possesses a significantly greater mass. The so-called alien battlefield is, in fact, a high-value planet where the human alliance is still contesting for sovereignty against the myriad races of the cosmos. Should it be like Alien Battlefield? No. 10086. Fully controlled by human forces, it would be a resource-rich star. Newcomer, step out of the teleportation array and come over to register your information. A somewhat brusque voice called out. Su Qingfeng turned toward the source of the voice to see a stern-looking man clad in armor, wielding a heavy sword and an automatic rifle, scrutinizing him. Judging by the standardized armor, he appeared to be a soldier of the Salvation Army. This was not surprising, as the overwhelming majority of human bases on alien battlefields are under the control of the Salvation Army. Only a handful of human strongholds on these battlefields are dominated by commercial factions. As Su Qingfeng walked out, he observed his surroundings, but he noted that the teleportation array was situated in a highland area, surrounded by rugged, desolate mountains, with a cold and dry wind blowing. Every mountain peak was equipped with hidden observation posts and bunkers, creating an atmosphere of lethal intent. It was evident that the situation in Alien Battlefield No. 17,173 was quite perilous. This suited Su Qingfeng perfectly. He had no desire to traverse light years to this planet only to find a dearth of worthy adversaries. Approaching the Salvation Army soldier, Su Qingfeng completed his identity registration as directed on a machine. A high school student who has just undergone the awakening ceremony. The soldier of the Salvation Army regarded the machine's readout with a puzzled expression, compared to the countless troglodytes occupying the vast majority of the plains. The Human Alliance's deployment in Alien Battlefield number 17173 was rather weak. No, that statement is overly conservative. In reality, the Human Alliance's position in this alien battlefield is exceedingly precarious. Should the troglodyte forces launch a concerted attack, the human presence on this planet could be entirely obliterated. Such a dangerous place is hardly suitable for a high school student's outing. You have come to the wrong place. It's not too late. Leave while you still can. The soldier of the Salvation Army blocked Su Qingfeng's path, his tone tinged with impatience. Su Qingfeng was taken aback by the prospect of being sent back just after arriving at the alien battlefield. Wasn't this rather unreasonable? Aren't soul masters who meet the combat power level requirements free to come and go in the alien battlefield? No, he hadn't even been asked about his combat power level. This is somewhat disrespectful. Su Qingfeng certainly would not leave just like that. However, he also did not wish to provoke the official forces upon his arrival. Just as he was contemplating how to communicate with the other party, a voice suddenly called out from a watchtower above. Pei Xiaojun, attention! The soldier in front of Su Qingfeng stood at attention in response. The captain has instructed you to bring the young man who just arrived to the watchtower to meet him. Understood. Upon receiving the order, Pei Xiaojun's gaze towards Su Qingfeng softened considerably. Although he was unaware of why the captain had specifically requested to see Su Qingfeng, it at least indicated that Su Qingfeng was not an ordinary high school student. My apologies. It seems I misunderstood you. Our captain wishes to meet you. Please accompany me. Pei Xiaojun's tone remained authoritative, yet was much gentler. Su Qingfeng, however, felt somewhat puzzled. This was his first time on this planet. It was improbable that he would coincidentally encounter an acquaintance that he also had no idea who the captain was or why he suddenly wished to meet him. When Su Qingfeng posed his questions, Pei Xiaojun did not answer directly. I am a member of the garrison team responsible for guarding the teleportation array. The captain is a 5-star soul master, known as Li Fuxing, a very amiable old gentleman. So you need not worry about any difficulties as they spoke. The two ascended the stone steps to the main outpost of the teleportation array garrison. Before they could enter, a competent-looking soldier in his 30s, with slightly dark skin, approached with a smile and said to Su Qingfeng, "You must be Su Qingfeng, right? I saw your family background in the registration system and couldn't resist calling you over for a chat. We'll have a brief conversation, and soon you can be teleported back to the Tongtian Tower. It won't take long." Chapter 008. Duo Bao Star. The lizard men, upon hearing Li Fuxing mention sending him back, Su Qingfeng could not help but feel a bit speechless. You are merely members of the garrison team guarding the teleportation array. Must you complicate matters? However, as Li Fuxing's demeanor was quite amiable, Su Qingfeng was curious to see what he was really up to. What does Captain Li wish to discuss with me? We should not be acquainted. Su Qingfeng inquired with intrigue. That, of course, we are not acquainted. You are from Blue Star, while my hometown is in a remote corner of an unnamed resource planet. We are worlds apart, Li Fuxing replied, cheerfully brewing tea. Blue Star, as the first life-bearing planet colonized by humanity after traversing the starry seas, is the capital of the Human Alliance and serves as a spiritual home for all. In a time when the ancestral star has become a distant legend, Blue Star exists as a sanctified realm. Is it because my parents were once soldiers of the Salvation Army? Su Qingfeng speculated, contemplating a possibility. Hearing this, Li Fuxing's smile faded, and he nodded. Indeed, it is because both your parents were martyrs that I wanted to meet you. Additionally, as you are their only bloodline, I do not wish for you to take risks on this unfamiliar planet, lest their lineage be severed. Upon hearing these words, Pei Xiaojuan's expression suddenly grew serious. He had not previously seen Su Qingfeng's detailed identity information, and now he understood why the captain placed such importance on this young man. The Salvation Army is a vast organization, with active and reserve forces exceeding 1 billion personnel. The sources of soldiers come from various planets, resulting in an extraordinarily complex composition. However, all members of the Salvation Army share a common value: to fight for the future of humanity. Because of this, the bonds among soldiers are exceptionally strong. Even if two soldiers are complete strangers, upon learning that the other's family is in trouble, they will find a way to help. Those like Su Qingfeng, the orphan child of martyrs, receive special care wherever they find themselves on foreign battlefields, for instance, forced repatriation. After realizing this, Su Qingfeng felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had come to enhance his strength, not to languish in the rear, living off the legacy of his parents. I understand, and I appreciate Captain Li's kindness. However, I must respectfully decline the arrangement. If you insist on sending me away, I will simply be teleported to another battlefield, and I will not register my identity to avoid any complications. Su Qingfeng boldly threatened that, you cannot act recklessly. Li Fuxing did not expect Su Qingfeng to be so resolute about going to battle, leaving him somewhat at a loss. That he felt that it would be better to keep this young man on battlefield 17173 rather than sending him off to die in another location. Very well, since you are so determined, you may stay. However, you must not wander freely. I will assign a team member to help you familiarize yourself with the environment after you have experienced a real battle. You shall take your leave. Li Fuxing's tone grew somewhat brusque. Perhaps this was his true nature. Pei Xiaojun, this responsibility is now yours. Remember, do not let him escape. Otherwise, I will hold you accountable, Li Fuxing barked. Understood. Pei Xiaojun readily agreed. Though inwardly he cursed his luck, he had landed himself in a troublesome task. Had he known, he would have arranged for a fellow soldier to take over his shift today. In truth, Su Qingfeng was not particularly pleased with Li Fuxing's insistence on assigning him a companion. But to avoid further conflict, he decided to acquiesce for the time being, planning to find an opportunity to rid himself of Pei Xiaojun later. After leaving the main outpost of the garrison team, Pei Xiaojun no longer wore a disgruntled expression towards Su Qingfeng. Being relatively young himself, he was aware that Su Qingfeng likely held unfavorable impressions of both him and Li Fuxing. To prevent the young man from slipping away at the slightest provocation, Pei Xiaojun took the initiative to soften his tone. You have come alone to this foreign battlefield, completely unaware of the circumstances here. Having a guide who knows the terrain will at least save you some time. What do you think? Su Qingfeng was somewhat taken aback, as he had expected Pei Xiaojun to be unwilling to engage with him, and was prepared for a heated argument before making an escape. Who would have thought this fellow could be so accommodating? I see some merit in what you say, since the other party had extended an olive branch. Su Qingfeng saw no reason to be confrontational. This planet has not been formally named. Due to its rich deposits of various minerals in the crust, we have nicknamed it Duobao Star. Duobao Star has a significantly greater density than Blue Star. Despite its gravity being twice that of Blue Star, its volume is roughly the same. The planet lacks sufficient vegetation and liquid water, making it unsuitable for human habitation. This is the primary reason why our human forces cannot expand their presence here. Our main adversaries on this planet are a sentient race known as the Lizardmen. Though the name suggests humanity, to us, they are merely monsters. The Lizardmen dwell underground, capable of consuming or for sustenance, and they have minimal requirements for water and oxygen, rendering this planet an ideal habitat for them. Male Lizardmen, while not particularly powerful, can typically reach lengths of 8 to 10 meters. Their skin is exceptionally tough, impervious to blades. They are swift, capable of running at speeds of 70 to 80 kilometers per hour. And their claws are fearsome, easily penetrating armored vehicles. The most repulsive aspect is that to the Lizardmen, humans are considered a delicacy. As Pei Xiaojun spoke, a glimmer of sorrow and anger flashed in his eyes. Clearly recalling some painful memories, Su Qingfeng refrained from speaking directly and waited for Pei Xiaojun's expression to return to normal before asking. Are the only bases for humans on this planet the watchtowers near the teleportation array? Certainly not, Pei Xiaojun replied, gesturing toward the mountain path. If you follow this path for about 5 kilometers, you will reach a basin. In that basin lies the first fortress city established by our people on this planet. It houses approximately 30,000 residents. Alongside the permanent garrison of 10,000 Salvation Army personnel, the remainder consists of adventurous soul masters like yourself. However, most of them arrive in groups that it is quite rare for someone like you, who is completely unprepared and has come alone, to be here. Su Qingfeng shot Pei Xiaojun a glare. All right, you are not reckless. You're a brave soul, if that pleases you. Pei Xiaojun chuckled sheepishly. Regardless, that is the gist of it. I will head to that fortress city now. Su Qingfeng expressed his desire not to waste time there. I will accompany you, Pei Xiaojun replied, adding silently to himself. And I will have to escort you back later. No need. Su Qingfeng shook his head, activating the storage ring on his hand and producing a multitude of weapons and equipment, which he began to don on the spot. A storage ring? Pei Xiaojun was taken aback by this scene. At that moment, he realized he had underestimated Su Qingfeng from the very beginning. Chapter 009. Fortress City, a storage ring is worth at least 10 million star coins and is not something an ordinary soul master can afford. Moreover, many soul masters, even if they could afford such an amount, would not wish to squander their funds on mere convenience. Wouldn't it be wiser to buy several high-level pieces of equipment for self-preservation? For this reason, storage rings are exceedingly rare, special equipment. Those who possess storage rings are certainly not ordinary individuals. This was also the reason why Pei Xiaojun initially failed to discern that Su Qingfeng was wearing a storage ring. The moment Su Qingfeng produced the storage ring, Pei Xiaojun realized that Su Qingfeng was far from ordinary, even if he were merely a high school student who had just awakened not long ago. He undoubtedly possessed significant background. What left Pei Xiaojun even more astounded was yet to come. When Su Qingfeng donned his armor and brandished the heavenly dragon staff, Pei Xiaojun felt as though his very being had been paralyzed. High-grade dragon leather armor, a long weapon forged from pure, Qingfeng steel. This equipment was worth at least $500 million. Damn it, didn't Captain Lee say this kid was a war orphan? Which war orphan could possibly afford such wealth? Why do I feel like he is a pretender, a wealthy heir in disguise? Pei Xiaojun found himself at a loss for words. However, Su Qingfeng was unconcerned with Pei Xiaojun's thoughts, holding the heavenly dragon staff. He could distinctly feel the great sage martial soul within him gradually awakening. Techniques and knowledge regarding various staff techniques automatically appeared in his mind. Flower staff, thrusting staff, upright staff, cleaving staff, blocking, wind-splashing staff, inching forward and retreating. Phoenix-piercing flower staff techniques. Su Qingfeng felt as if countless versions of himself were diligently practicing staff techniques in his mind, and he merely needed to reap the benefits. This was the advantage of awakening a powerful martial soul. Such basic martial skills required no extra training. He could master and utilize them effortlessly, even if he could currently only inherit 1/10,000th of the great sage martial soul's martial comprehension. That was a terrifying height many could scarcely hope to reach in their lifetime. Old Pei, do you think my attire qualifies me to remain on Duo Bao Star for some trials? Su Qingfeng asked, holding the staff in one hand, gazing at Pei Xiaojun with spirited enthusiasm. That's more than enough. Pei Xiaojun replied with a wry smile and a nod. Our brigade leader's equipment might not even be as good as yours. He is a 7-star soul master with a 100% martial soul fusion. Su Qingfeng nodded slightly. Then, farewell. Wait. Our captain instructed me to keep an eye on you. If you just run off like this, I'll be grounded for at least 3 days. Pei Xiaojun pleaded somewhat humbly. But I don't need your protection. Su Qingfeng explained, that's precisely why I want to follow you. Consider a vacation for myself. Pei Xiaojun insisted with unyielding logic. Damn it, he makes a compelling argument. Su Qingfeng, seeing that Pei Xiaojun was unwilling to leave, set down the heavenly dragon staff. The double gravity of Duo Bao Star made the weapon exceedingly heavy, and his arms were sore. Striking a pose was far too laborious. After discussing matters, the two finally formed a temporary team and set off. not long after they embarked along the mountain path. Su Qingfeng beheld the fortress city located in the basin, as described by Pei Xiaojun. However, the so-called basin had long ceased to exist. What Su Qingfeng saw was merely a gently rising stone mountain. The entire stone mountain served as the outer wall of the fortress city. Though the city walls might not appear impressive, their strength was undeniably formidable. The siege weapons employed by the lizardmen were entirely ineffective against it. Pei Xiaojun explained to Su Qingfeng with a hint of pride. "Wait, you said lizardmen can use siege weapons?" Su Qingfeng's expression turned peculiar. He had previously assumed from Pei Xiaojun's descriptions that they were merely creatures that fought using their bodies and claws. He hadn't anticipated that they could also manufacture and utilize siege weapons. Indeed, Haven T, I've been telling you all along. Lizardmen are an intelligent race. Although they are cruel and bloodthirsty, their intelligence does not match that of humans. They still possess their own civilization. They leave behind murals, have even developed basic language and writing, and can mimic human speech. If it weren't for their underdeveloped limbs hindering their technological advancement, they would have long since conquered this planet. Pei Xiaojun's tone suddenly grew serious. "I know you're not short on money, and your martial Solestar level is undoubtedly high. But remember this, on the battlefield, you must never underestimate the enemy, regardless of the circumstances. Otherwise, the next moment could be your last." As he uttered these words, a look of sorrow and anger flickered in Pei Xiaojun's eyes, as if he were recalling someone. "Thank you. I appreciate the wisdom," Su Qingfeng acknowledged, understanding that this was a hard-earned lesson learned through Pei Xiaojun's experiences with life and death. He had always been a diligent student. At that moment, Su Qingfeng suddenly grew curious about one matter. "I wonder, did we discover Duobao Star first, or did the lizardmen? Do they possess interstellar travel capabilities, or were they originally the indigenous inhabitants of this planet?" As he spoke, Su Qingfeng's expression turned somewhat awkward. "You want to ask if we're the invaders, don't you?" Pei Xiaojun bluntly articulated Su Qingfeng's true thoughts. Taken aback by the directness, Su Qingfeng nodded. "Remember, this is a brutal war of species, defined solely by victory and defeat, with no room for right or wrong. Given the choice, the myriad races of the cosmos would not hesitate to eradicate the entire human race. Our stance toward hostile alien races is no different. We refrain from action now solely because we lack the means, aside from a few alien civilizations that maintain decent relations with humanity. We would not hesitate to eliminate the rest. Only by accepting this perspective can you adapt to the harsh realities of the battlefield. Now, returning to your question, there is no doubt that we were the first to discover this planet, and we began small-scale development of various mineral resources here over 1,000 years ago. However, 500 years ago, a more powerful hostile alien civilization began transporting lizardmen to this planet with the goal of expelling humanity. Currently, the lizardman population has reached tens of millions, and the enemy's strategic objective is nearing fruition. As Pei Xiaojun spoke, his gaze grew somewhat resigned. As a soldier, he feared not sacrifice, but he dreaded the visible specter of impending failure. "Can Tiwi use technological weapons?" Su Qingfeng tentatively inquired. He knew that the human alliance possessed strategic weapons far more advanced than Earth's technology. Deploying one against the lizardmen's stronghold on Duobao Star could easily annihilate hundreds of thousands of them. "We cannot," Pei Xiaojun replied succinctly. Although the lizardmen's technological level is low, they are essentially a slave species of the three-eyed god race. Utilizing a doomsday weapon would be tantamount to declaring our hand to the three-eyed god race prematurely, which does not align with our strategic plans. Most importantly, the mineral resources on this planet are of low to medium grade and do not warrant the investment of substantial strategic assets. Chapter 10. The Three-Eyed God Race. The Three-Eyed God Race. Su Qingfeng furrowed his brow slightly. He had heard of this term before. The School S course on the myriad races of the cosmos had dedicated considerable content to describing the characteristics of the three-eyed god race. The three-eyed god race bore a resemblance to humans, albeit slightly larger, with green skin and a vertical pupil situated at their foreheads. This vertical pupil not only provided enhanced vision for the members of the three-eyed god race, but could also emit laser attacks against their foes, making it exceptionally practical. Individually, the three-eyed god race may not possess particularly formidable strength, but their technological advancement was remarkable, especially in the field of biotechnology. They could easily modify living beings and breed them into slave species. Lizard men were likely among them. Centuries ago, humanity had once engaged in a fierce interstellar war with the three-eyed god race. At that time, the technological prowess of the three-eyed god race's fleet was evidently superior, prompting humanity to deploy numerous high-star soul masters in suicide raids against the three-eyed god race's fleet. Ultimately, both sides incurred heavy losses and chose to disengage temporarily to end the ensuing long years. The three-eyed god race dedicated themselves to sabotaging humanity's various developmental plans, including supporting humanity's enemies, sending infiltrators to disrupt human resource planets, poisoning, and even directly assassinating powerful human figures. The lizard men on Duobao Star were also a product of the three-eyed god race's machinations. While their actions may not yield significant benefits for themselves, as long as they could inflict losses upon humanity, they would persist in their sabotage. In summary, the three-eyed god race posed a grave threat to humanity. So these lizard men have such substantial backing. No wonder we find ourselves so disadvantaged. Su Qingfeng resolved internally. He was determined to slay several lizard men on this battlefield. Who can argue with that? Pei Xiaojun said with a wry smile. As they conversed, they had already arrived at the entrance of the fortress city. After verifying their identities and passing through 2 layers of security gates, Su Qingfeng and Pei Xiaojun were finally permitted to enter the city. What greeted their eyes was a massive underground fortress. Hundreds of meters high, the ceiling was adorned with numerous spotlights, illuminating the entire space as brightly as day. Below, a dense throng of shops and bustling visitors lent this unique little city a somewhat chaotic air. The air carried an unpleasant odor, prompting Su Qingfeng to cover his nose slightly as he stepped into the crowd, where various shouts and conversations filled his ears. Freshly crafted lizard men hard armor shields. Come and get them. Hunting lizard men team mission. We need a control-type soul master. Requirements: at least a 5-star martial soul. Combat power level over 150. Damn it. Yesterday, I found a massive Qingfeng steel ore in the underground mine. Just as I was about to call someone to carry it back, a passing squad of lizard man soldiers snatched it away. I harbor a strong desire to eliminate them. The Salvation Army is recruiting warriors, requiring merely a month of basic training before deployment, with exceptional benefits awaiting those who join. Do come swiftly. Although the environment in this city is mediocre, the atmosphere is surprisingly pleasant. Su Qingfeng sensed a vibrant vitality around him. If you merely wish to experience the thrill of battling the lizard men, you can visit the fighting arena in the city center. For a payment of 100,000 star coins, the arena will allow you to select a lizard man for a one-on-one duel. After all, money is no object for you, is it? Pei Xiaojun suddenly suggested. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng understood immediately. Having paid, the so-called duel was surely not genuine. It was likely that the arena provided some frail and elderly lizard men, allowing wealthy individuals lacking the courage to face the battlefield to indulge in the thrill of bloodshed. Frankly, such actions are rather cruel. Not to mention the expense. 100,000 star coins is no trifling sum. What a joke. I'll take a look over there to see if there are any suitable tasks for me to undertake. If I find a fitting quest, I'll head out of the city directly. Su Qingfeng indicated, pointing towards the nearby bounty hall. The bounty hall, also known as the Task Mediation Hall, allows anyone to pay to post tasks, seeking assistance from adventurous soul masters. Those who accept tasks can be referred to as bounty hunters. Su Qingfeng was currently in need of funds, so he certainly wouldn't miss an opportunity to earn some extra coin. I suspect that is the case. Pei Xiaojun remarked with a glint of appreciation in his eyes. His earlier suggestion had merely been a test to see if Su Qingfeng had a penchant for bullying the weak. It was clear that Su Qingfeng did not possess such perverse inclinations. As they entered the bounty hall, a diminutive man in his 30s approached them with a forced smile, saying, "Pei Xiao, why the grand entrance? Do you have any directives?" The small man was Zheng Ke, the manager of the bounty hall, who, upon seeing Pei Xiaojun fully armed, feared an unforeseen emergency. Su Qingfeng noted the way the small man addressed Pei Xiaojun and, recalling Pei Xiaojun's earlier commanding demeanor, realized that Pei Xiaojun was no ordinary individual. Don't be alarmed, old Zheng. I'm merely accompanying a friend for a casual visit. It's his first time in Duobao Star, Pei Xiaojun explained nonchalantly. Ah, I see. Zheng Kui breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Su Qingfeng. This young master, are you looking to post a task or claim a bounty task? I'm the person in charge here. So feel free to communicate any needs directly to me. What is the highest bounty task currently available? Su Qingfeng inquired curiously. Without hesitation, Zheng Kui replied, of course, it's the task to assassinate the Lizard Man leader. Monkdu, in Ghost King Valley. The bounty exceeds 20 million star coins. As long as you bring back a piece of the heart-protecting armor imbued with its unique aura, you can claim the reward. Upon hearing this task, Pei Xiaojun frowned slightly before explaining to Su Qingfeng. This task is extremely perilous. Ghost King Valley is the headquarters of the Lizardman army, housing hundreds of thousands of Lizardmen. Monkdu himself possesses a combat power level exceeding 500. To take the head of a general amidst such a multitude is no easy feat, however. Su Qingfeng found himself intrigued by the task. How far is Ghost King Valley from here? Upon uttering this, both Pei Xiaojun and Zheng Kui were taken aback. Wait, does this young man truly intend to undertake this task? Just as the two were astonished. Su Qingfeng chuckled. I don't necessarily have to take on this task, but it wouldn't hurt to make a trip to Ghost King Valley for some first-hand experience, would it? Hearing this, Zheng Kui and Pei Xiaojun felt somewhat relieved. While such actions remained dangerous, they were certainly preferable to a direct death sentence. Ghost King Valley is not far. It's about 10 kilometers away. Reachable on foot in an hour, as long as one doesn't rashly invade the valley. There's a chance of survival. Zheng Kui briefly explained the situation of Ghost King Valley to Su Qingfeng. Taking the opportunity, Su Qingfeng perused the other bounty tasks located in Ghost King Valley. Point 1 task was particularly unique, requesting bounty hunters to recover the remains of human warriors at a designated location. Su Qingfeng noted the coordinates, intending to complete it along the way. After bidding farewell to Zheng Kui, Su Qingfeng set forth out of the city, preparing to head to Ghost King Valley to carry out the task. I didn't expect you to truly practice what you preach. You mentioned going to Ghost King Valley and then just go. You really have no fear of death, Pei Xiaojun teased, following Su Qingfeng with a complex tone. If you're scared, you can always return to the garrison. I never insisted you follow. Su Qingfeng retorted cheerfully, retrieving his celestial dragon staff. Humph. Pei Xiaojun snorted coldly, refusing to engage further on the topic. Remember, from this point forward, we may encounter hidden Lizardman adventurers lurking in the shadows, or even Lizardman armies. We must remain vigilant. Just as Pei Xiaojun finished speaking, he noticed Su Qingfeng suddenly leap into the air, charging towards a large rock by the roadside. In the next instant, Su Qingfeng swung his staff down with a resounding thud, bang. A dull roar echoed. A massive Lizardman, cleverly concealed beside the rock, had its skull shattered instantly. Green blood splattering everywhere. What did you just say? Su Qingfeng turned back to Pei Xiaojun, grinning. That was an exceptionally adept Lizardman assassin. The Infiltrator. Pei Xiaojun's expression changed dramatically. You were able to detect it, and you killed it in one strike. Chapter 011. Most people are blind. Just moments ago, Su Qingfeng had vaguely heard the voice of the great sage calling out about an aura of malevolence. That's when he noticed the abnormal protrusion of that rock. Without allowing time for thought, his body instinctively responded, leaping high, staff in hand, and striking down with all his might, with a loud crash. A corner of the rock shattered, spraying repulsive green fluids. Only then did the Infiltrator reveal its true form, transforming from an inconspicuous gray-brown stone into a 5 to 6 meter long green-skinned Lizardman with a massive head. Su Qingfeng then realized that after awakening his martial soul, he not only acquired the foundational attributes of the great sage martial soul, but also gained battlefield awareness and enhanced combat instincts. This overwhelming sensation felt akin to a brutal beauty of instant leveling up. It was exhilarating. The Infiltrator is a special type of Lizardman, possessing camouflage abilities far superior to that of a chameleon. Although its combat capabilities are relatively average, Its extraordinary stealth makes it a favored choice for reconnaissance and assassination within lizardman armies. The creature Su Qingfeng had just slain was considered small among male lizardmen. My full-force strike with the staff must have unleashed at least 10,000 pounds of power. This creature's combat power level was at most around 30 to remained concealed. It wore no armor and was utterly unprepared to receive my blow. Being one-shot was only to be expected. Su Qingfeng refrained from explaining how he was able to detect the lizardman, fearing it might frighten old Pei. Your martial soul star rating must be exceptionally high, Pei Xiaojun remarked with conviction. This was evident. Su Qingfeng was merely a newly awakened high school student, and even though he had trained in the secret realm of the Tower of Heaven, his current performance was indeed somewhat outrageous. If Pei Xiaojun were to discover that Su Qingfeng had never even set foot in the secret realm, but had simply purchased equipment and come directly to the foreign battlefield, he would likely be utterly astonished. What new soul master possesses such strength? You are the second person to say that, Su Qingfeng replied with a smile. The first to praise his martial soul's high star rating was a pushy saleswoman from a black market shop. Otherwise, does anyone else think your martial soul is weak? If that were the case, it would imply that many people are indeed blind. Pei Xiaojun chuckled in response. Su Qingfeng was about to speak again when he noticed a faint green light emerge from the corpse of the lizard man on the ground, soaring towards his forehead. The green light represented the soul power of the lizard man. Generally, only soul masters who dealt fatal damage to their enemies and were near the corpses could absorb such light. Soul power enhances the fusion of martial souls, enabling soul masters to grow rapidly in strength. For instance, at this moment, as the green light entered his forehead, Su Qingfeng felt a marked improvement in his integration with the great sage martial soul. And the strength of his arms increased significantly. The celestial dragon staff, which had felt somewhat heavy due to the doubled gravity earlier, now felt remarkably light. He instinctively checked his martial soul information and discovered that the fusion degree had not increased significantly. 0.015. Killing a monster only raised the fusion degree by a mere 0.0005. These lizardmen souls are quite weak. Fortunately, the great sage martial soul is powerful enough. My one-arm pulling force is increased by at least 1.000 kilograms. Today, I aim to kill 200 lizardmen, pushing my martial soul fusion degree to 1 and breaking through 200 tons in one-arm pulling force. Su Qingfeng set a small goal for himself and continued onward. Aren't you going to collect materials? The hides of lizardmen and the heart-protecting armor fragments are excellent raw materials, worth at least 1,000 star coins. Pei Xiaojun reminded him that if you want them, take them. I'm off, Su Qingfeng declared, gripping his celestial dragon staff as he advanced towards Ghost King Valley. Collecting materials is too troublesome. Not only is it a waste of time, but it also gets one dirty. Su Qingfeng looked down on such trivial amounts of money. Now that the grass had been disturbed, the priority was to eliminate more lizard men. You're not waiting for me. How am I supposed to collect materials? Pei Xiaojun indeed wished to reclaim the most valuable pieces of the heart-protecting armor. Yet Su Qingfeng had already departed. He could not afford to abandon his mission for such trivial pursuits and could only shout in frustration to keep up. It soon became evident to Pei Xiaojun why Su Qingfeng refrained from collecting materials from the lizard man. After trailing Su Qingfeng for a while longer, he observed how effortlessly Su Qingfeng detected the hidden lizard men ambushers lurking by the roadside, dispatching them with remarkable ease. One swift strike, and they were obliterated. Those lizardmen ambushers were utterly oblivious to their exposure until the very end. Including travel time, Su Qingfeng had eliminated 7 lizardmen in less than half an hour. If he had intended to gather materials, he would likely still be dealing with the first lizardman corpse. The disparity in efficiency was staggering. What a training session this was turning out to be. It felt more like a battlefield sweep. Pei Xiaojun's tone dripped with envy. Su Qingfeng's combat prowess was formidable, each action decisive and devoid of hesitation. Every move resembled a demonstration of the most efficient means of extermination. Pei Xiaojun lamented that he could never achieve such feats, consumed by envy and resentment. The most alarming realization for Pei Xiaojun was that, as time progressed, Su Qingfeng's combat ability was escalating at a terrifying pace. Initially, Pei Xiaojun believed he could land a comparable strike. However, as time went on, Su Qingfeng's blows grew increasingly potent, each one reverberating with the force to split mountains and shatter stones, utterly unstoppable. For instance, during Su Qingfeng's final strike against a lizardman ambusher, the enemy was cleaved in two by the heavenly dragon staff. Such a feat was utterly beyond Pei Xiaojun's capabilities. He was nothing short of a monstrous being. Pei Xiaojun marveled at Su Qingfeng's astonishing growth rate. "Old Pei," Su Qingfeng suddenly called out. Pei Xiaojun turned his gaze toward him. "You are quite the local expert. Allow me to ask, is it typical for so many lizardman ambushers to be concealed by the roadside?" Su Qingfeng sensed an unusual density in the distribution of lizardman ambushers. While their stealth capabilities were impressive, they were within the dominion of the human race, with so many savior soldiers and soul masters venturing in and out daily. How could there be so many enemy scouts remaining? This was decidedly amiss. Now that you mention it, it does seem rather abnormal. Pei Xiaojun, no military novice, had initially been stunned by Su Qingfeng's display and had not thought deeply about it. Now, his expression grew serious. Ambushers are among the more uncommon special talents within the lizardman ranks. They are typically not dispatched en masse without significant purpose. The sudden deployment of so many scouts suggested a potential large-scale offensive by the lizardmen. Pei Xiaojun retrieved a specialized communication device and continued, "I must report this situation to the battalion immediately." Su Qingfeng nodded slightly, indicating that Pei Xiaojun should proceed. The continuous travel and combat had drained his stamina considerably. Su Qingfeng intended to consume something to regain his energy. He found a clean stone to sit on, producing a bottle of stamina recovery potion from the Nangong Merchant Association, tilting his head back to swallow it. The stamina recovery potion, rich in various nutrients, not only alleviated fatigue, but also staved off hunger, with few drawbacks aside from its high price. However, for Su Qingfeng, who was in debt by several million, the several thousand star coins per bottle was mere pocket change. Before long, Pei Xiaojun had contacted his superiors and returned to Su Qingfeng's side, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your earlier warning. If the information reported proves to be of significant value, I will assist you in applying for a commendation. Just a minor issue, we are nearing Ghost King Valley. Are you certain you wish to continue following me?" Su Qingfeng regarded Pei Xiaojun earnestly, explaining, "If we are surrounded by the lizardman army, I will be unable to protect you." With his divine ability of heavenly phenomenon and earthly miracles shielding him, Su Qingfeng was not concerned about the lizardmen encircling him. His primary worry was that in the heat of battle, he might inadvertently harm Pei Xiaojun, which would be exceedingly awkward. Chapter 012. Surround me? Merely offering ahead. Are you truly intent on venturing alone into Ghost King Valley? There are numerous lizardmen with combat levels exceeding 100, and they are plentiful. While your martial soul is of a high star level and your combat prowess is rapidly ascending, it would still be unwise to take such a risk. Pei Xiaojun was indeed reconsidering his involvement as a 5-star soul master, with a martial soul fusion degree just above 30 and a combat level of merely 160. He felt compelled to retreat and fervently urged Su Qingfeng to abandon the mission. Yet he understood that Su Qingfeng was a person of strong conviction and was unlikely to be dissuaded. "I can flee if danger arises. Just ensure you do not follow me." Su Qingfeng smiled. At this moment, his martial soul fusion degree had risen to 0.05. His single-arm pulling force exceeded 10,000 kilograms, and his combat level approached 300, continuously strengthening. As long as he was not surrounded by thousands of lizardmen, he could mow down enemies as if cutting grass, if encircled by a lizardman horde. It would be time to put his first soul technique, heavenly phenomenon, and earthly miracles to the test. Then I shall return, and if the lizardman army makes a move, the first target of their attack will undoubtedly be the teleportation array. I must ensure my comrades guard the position. Pei Xiaojun spoke solemnly. "Very well, take care, take care." As Su Qingfeng watched Pei Xiaojun depart, a weight settled upon his heart. Although their acquaintance had been brief and their bond shallow, the thought that Pei Xiaojun might soon fall victim to the lizardman's wrath, perhaps even to be devoured, ignited a flame of indignation within Su Qingfeng. since it was the lizard men who had provoked such ire. Their lives would serve as the extinguishing flame. Grasping the heavenly dragon staff tightly, Su Qingfeng resolutely pressed forward. Not long after, Su Qingfeng found himself traversing the front line where humans and lizard men clashed. As he walked, he could hear the thunderous explosions of firearms, the clashing of cold weapons, and the anguished cries of lizard men emanating from various directions. In the vast majority of encounters, the humans displayed overwhelming dominance over the lizard men. However, when human soul masters faced defeat, they were often reduced to nothing more than bones by the voracious lizard men. This planet was exceptionally conducive to the survival and proliferation of lizard men, leading to an ever-expanding population advantage. The human race found themselves in an increasingly precarious situation as the lizard man forces multiplied. Moreover, the lizard men were learning from their battles, gradually enhancing their overall combat effectiveness. The situation was growing ever more dire. Su Qingfeng briefly surveyed his surroundings, confirming that there were no isolated humans in need of assistance. That he proceeded without delay, heading straight for the lizardmen's stronghold in Ghost King Valley. As the name suggests, Ghost King Valley is a gorge. This valley was not a product of natural formation. It was originally an abandoned mine left by humans extracting high-value ores on the planet Dubao. Later, the lizard men occupied the abandoned mine, incessantly consuming the ores and expanding the mine's reach, ultimately altering the terrain and creating this semi-sunken massive gorge. Home to nearly 500,000 lizard men, the valley resembled a den of specters, hence its name. In contrast, the human presence on this planet numbered only around 10,000 troops, which was far too scant. After advancing a few more kilometers, Su Qingfeng dispatched any lizardman ambushers he encountered with a single blow. This brazen advancing method finally caught the attention of a lizardman horde. As Su Qingfeng passed through a thicket, he found himself confronted by a meticulous trap laid by the lizardmen. Hundreds of lizardman archers firmly blocked his path, all drawing their bows and aiming at him. On either side, armored lizardman warriors numbered over 300. Furthermore, lizardmen were approaching from the rear to encircle him. The encirclement was complete, a tenfold ambush for anyone else. Even a local commander of the Savior Army might feel a chill at the sight of such a formation. Yet Su Qingfeng felt differently. In that moment, he sensed the exhilaration of his great sage martial soul, reverberating with a battle cry. His hands, gripping the heavenly dragon staff, trembled slightly with excitement. At last, he faced an adversary worthy of his skills. Vile humans, you dare to slaughter my divine race's scouts with impunity, deserving of death 1,000 times over. Once you fall, I shall consume your flesh, sever your head, and hang it from a flagpole. From the opposing ranks, a colossal lizardman leader, measuring 8 or 9 meters in length and resembling a freight truck, berated him in a clumsy rendition of the human tongue. What a joke, to call yourselves divine races when you are no better than gutter rats. Su Qingfeng's lips curled in disdain as he forcefully thrust the heavenly dragon staff into the ground, causing the earth to crack. In an instant, he propelled himself upward like a cannonball, charging towards the gargantuan lizardman. Loose the arrows. The enormous lizardman leader, taken aback by Su Qingfeng's audacity to charge while surrounded, furiously commanded the attack. Hundreds of arrows shot forth from the lizardman archers, raining down upon Su Qingfeng, fully enveloping him mid-air. Kill! With a furious roar from Su Qingfeng, his form suddenly manifested a towering figure of the great sage, standing 100 feet tall, wielding a golden staff and clad in golden armor. This ethereal silhouette appeared when a soul master unleashed their full power in resonance with their martial soul. As the great sage's phantom emerged, Su Qingfeng's body moved as if endowed with supernatural abilities, effortlessly weaving through the barrage of arrows unharmed, leaving the lizardmen in a state of awe. Indeed, he was the embodiment of a divine being descended from the heavens. Quickly, quickly! We have a numbers, bring him down. The colossal lizardman was utterly panicked. While commanding his subordinates to charge forward, he simultaneously retreated, hastily shielding the other lizardmen behind him. The lizardman warriors, evidently lacking in intelligence, felt emboldened by their leader's declaration of their numerical superiority and recklessly surged towards Su Qingfeng. What a timely arrival! Su Qingfeng descended into the heart of the lizardman throng, unleashing a sweeping strike with his staff, the force of which howled like a tempest, centered upon himself. He cleaved through 2 to 3 dozen lizardmen in an instant with his fiercely powerful celestial dragon staff. Viscous green fluid splattered as the dying lizardmen emitted horrid, ear-piercing wails. Good heavens! The giant lizardman cursed in fear. Losing all courage to command his troops, he promptly shut his mouth and turned to flee. Su Qingfeng had no intention of letting him escape easily. Although still surrounded by hundreds of lizardmen, with the first batch succumbing to their injuries, numerous soul powers were absorbed by the great sage's martial soul. In a brief span, Su Qingfeng's martial soul fusion level soared to 0. 2, and his single-arm pulling force surpassed 40,000 kilograms, while his combat power level broke through the 1,000 barrier. These lizardmen were simply incapable of halting his advance. Such rapid enhancement posed no concern to Su Qingfeng. The great sage had cultivated the supreme celestial immortal technique to great heights within a mere few years, daring to wreak havoc in the heavenly palace, a standard growth rate. There would be no escape. With a thrust of his staff, he melded with it, accompanied by the golden phantom of the great sage, instantly piercing through the encirclement of hundreds, appearing before the giant lizardman. Allow me to present you with a blow worthy of the peaks. The giant lizardman had not anticipated Su Qingfeng's swift approach. By the time he considered pleading for mercy, his skull was already shattered by a single strike, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In that instant, he contributed the most formidable soul power, causing Su Qingfeng's martial soul fusion level to leap from 0.2 to 0.3, with his single-arm pulling force exceeding 60,000 kilograms. This outcome caught Su Qingfeng by surprise. He had presumed the giant lizardman to be a complete coward, only to discover that even a coward held some utilitarian value. Upon witnessing the instant annihilation of their leader, the remaining lizardmen were struck with terror. Scattering in all directions, Su Qingfeng seized the moment, wielding his celestial dragon staff, and pursued, slaughtering a significant number of the lizardmen. However, he had yet to master the art of shadow doppelgangers or the somersault cloud, thus allowing a few to slip through his grasp. Nevertheless, after this battle, Su Qingfeng had slain nearly 400 lizardmen, achieving a martial soul fusion level of 1.1, with his single-arm pulling force exceeding 220,000 kilograms, a remarkable harvest indeed. Yet this result diverged from Su Qingfeng's initial expectations. He had estimated that the fusion level could reach 2 based on a 0.5 increase per lizardman. The reality, however, was that once his martial soul fusion level surpassed 1, the soul powers of these lizardmen ceased to significantly enhance his strength. Recognizing the situation, Su Qingfeng recalled a gaming term, experience decay. Chapter 013, a shock to both sides for a soul master. Each advancement in martial soul fusion demands exponentially increasing soul power. For instance, elevating from 0 to 1 might require the defeat of 200 lizardmen, while progressing from 1 to 2 could necessitate vanquishing over 2,000. Consequently, the soul power value of each individual lizardman had diminished to a mere tenth of its original worth. When battling lower-level monsters, experience diminishes, an easily comprehensible concept for gamers. Continuing to slay low-level lizardmen was insufficient to restore the glory of the great sage's martial soul. Su Qingfeng estimated his combat power level had likely surpassed 6,000, and this relentless slaughter of weak foes was indeed tedious. He resolved to charge into the Ghost King Valley, test his soul abilities, and conclude today's battle. After tidying himself of the grime accumulated during combat and consuming a few bottles of stamina restoration potions, Su Qingfeng pressed onward. Unbeknownst to him, the brief skirmish with the lizardmen had instilled profound psychological shock within both the human and lizardman forces. 3 minutes earlier, Duan Feng, the captain of the Vanguard Corps of the Treasure Star Human Salvation Army, received reports from scouts. A large-scale lizardman troop had been spotted near the Ghost Shadow Forest. With enemy numbers exceeding 500, it was suspected that human adventurers had inadvertently wandered into a perilous zone and were now surrounded. These adventurers truly had a knack for stirring trouble. Upon receiving the intelligence, Duan Feng furrowed his brow. The Ghost Shadow Forest was merely a step away from the Ghost King Valley. Human adventurers trapped in such a location had little hope of rescue. Yet the Salvation Army bore a duty to act. Witnessing human peril, they could not stand idly by, unable to provide direct assistance. Qingfeng reluctantly ordered the nearby human scouts continue to investigate the situation in the Ghost Shadow Forest and seek opportunities to rescue our beleaguered compatriots. Qingfeng understood that this directive was essentially a matter of doing one's best and leaving the rest to fate. The surrounded human adventurers were highly unlikely to survive. Moreover, he did not wish for the precious scouts of the Salvation Army to sacrifice themselves on such a futile mission. Thus, he refrained from insisting that his subordinates must rescue those in peril, subtly implying that the nearby scouts should assess the situation and, if conditions permitted, collect any remnants. However, contrary to all expectations, within less than 2 minutes, the scouts relayed an astonishing update, reporting to the captain, "The Lizard Man forces in the Ghost Shadow Forest have been eradicated. It appears that a powerful human warrior passed through and effortlessly resolved the situation." Qingfeng was left astounded. A military contingent of 400 to 500 elite lizard men had been completely obliterated in such a short span. Was this some sort of jest? He began to doubt the authenticity of the report. Yet, soon after, he received corroborating information from various sources, confirming that the nearly 500-strong Lizardman army had indeed been annihilated within a mere 2 minutes, and it seemed that their foe was a single human. Qingfeng was taken aback. Which 9-star Soul Master had traversed the Treasure Star? Realizing this, he swiftly commanded additional scouts to head towards the Ghost King Valley, sensing that significant upheaval awaited in that direction. While the human side celebrated the good news, the Lizardman forces in the Ghost King Valley were far from pleased. Chief, it's terrible. Our elite vanguard of 500 has been vanquished by vile humans." In the Ghost King Valley, the Lizardman army leader, Duo, was dining when the grim news reached him, causing his complexion to darken immediately. "What is going on?" Duo seethed, hurling his food at a nearby subordinate. "Our army has suffered near total annihilation. According to the brothers who escaped, only one human attacked them." The subordinate spoke in a trembling voice. Point 1. Duo exclaimed in disbelief. Were they all such worthless creatures that they couldn't defeat a single foe? "Chief, that human is exceedingly powerful. He must be a formidable 9-star Soul Master." The subordinate stammered that Duo's heart sank. If the enemy truly was a 9-star Soul Master, matters had become dire. He had originally intended to mobilize troops for a surprise attack on the Salvation Army's base. But now that the enemy had reached the Ghost King Valley, such plans would have to be shelved. "Relay my orders. The entire vanguard must emerge, and we shall expend lives to exhaust that human Soul Master." Without a moment's hesitation, Duo issued the command to sacrifice pawns to protect the king. The vanguard boasted nearly 200,000 elite Lizardman warriors. Under normal circumstances, overwhelming a 9-star Soul Master should pose no challenge. As for Duo, as the chief strategist of the army, his priority was to stay clear of danger, retreating to an underground pit to await the outcome before formulating further plans, receiving the command. The Lizardman army sprang into action. Nearly 200,000 Lizardman warriors surged forth from the Ghost King Valley like a tidal wave, gathering chaotically into a formidable assembly. A truly awe-inspiring spectacle. Qingfeng stood atop a high mountain overlooking the Ghost King Valley. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the sheer number of lizardmen was overwhelming, an endless sea of bodies. Moreover, the gathering below comprised 200,000 larger lizardmen. Qingfeng felt as though the ground below was teeming with writhing maggots, a truly nauseating sight. With a sigh, Qingfeng retrieved his phone from his pocket, found the right angle, and activated the camera. Previously, his abandonment of the 9-star martial soul had been captured and uploaded online, igniting a viral sensation. Yet he had reaped no financial rewards from it. This time, Qingfeng had learned his lesson. Prior to testing the celestial technique, he would film the event himself and anonymously upload it online to earn some extra cash. Once everything was prepared, Qingfeng brandished his celestial dragon staff and leaped off the cliff, plunging directly into the sea of lizard men below. With a martial soul fusion level of 1.1, a single-arm pulling force of 220 tons. In a physique as robust as a Kryptonian, he would sustain no injuries from such a fall, even without any cushioning. However, the situation below was far from simple. The Lizardman army quickly sensed Su Qingfeng's presence, and their powerful warriors promptly directed their ranged units to mount an assault. Su Qingfeng's body continued to plummet, with countless arrows and spells hurtling toward him from below. The sheer density of this barrage left him no room for evasion. Although his current physique would render him impervious to such ranged assaults, how could Su Qingfeng casually sacrifice the dignity of the great sage? Even sustaining the slightest injury was unacceptable. First soul skill, law of heaven and earth. Activate. Su Qingfeng silently chanted in his heart. In the next instant, the ethereal phantom of the great sage's martial spirit materialized behind him, rapidly solidifying and expanding. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a colossal figure towering 10,000 feet high. With a head resembling Taishan, a waist like a steep mountain, eyes like lightning, a mouth like a blood basin, and teeth like swords and halberds, a terrifying giant. Upon closer inspection, this towering figure bore a striking resemblance to a stone ape. Below, countless lizardmen warriors were rendered speechless by this awe-inspiring spectacle. Chapter 014. First soul skill, law of heaven and earth. Su Qingfeng successfully unleashed the law of heaven and earth. The overwhelming sensation of power made him feel as though he were wielding control over an entire world. He could sense that with a single punch, he could shatter a mountain 1,000 meters high, and with a single kick, he could dry up a vast lake. Such unmatched strength would compel even the divine to yield. Contrary to his expectations of exhilaration, Su Qingfeng found himself profoundly calm, his mind occupied solely with how to maximize the 10 minutes of transformation to slay as many lizardmen as possible. He harbored no moral qualms about killing. Without death, how could hatred be quelled? Without death, what difference did strength make? Without death, how could humanity rise? Without death, how would the myriad races know to retreat? Su Qingfeng aimed for the most densely packed area of lizardmen and stomped down. Boom! A thunderous explosion akin to the detonation of stars resonated, shaking the ground, as dust and green mist erupted into the air, creating a pit 100 meters deep. With this single strike, tens of thousands of lizardmen perished instantly. The remaining lizardmen, witnessing this horrifying scene, abandoned all hope of resistance. In that fleeting moment, their sole thought was to flee for their lives. Not only the 200,000 in the front lines, but the lizardmen in Ghost King Valley also abandoned everything and scrambled for escape. They only wished to survive, no longer daring to entertain any thoughts of battle. Su Qingfeng showed no mercy, commanding the formidable giant manifestation to relentlessly assault the lizardman forces, punching, kicking, and even seizing half a mountain peak to smash downwards. In mere minutes, over 200,000 lizardmen were completely obliterated. The green orbs of soul energy that formed nearly stained Su Qingfeng's giant form in green. His martial spirit's fusion degree, power, and combat level soared, driving him to fight with increasing fervor. However, as the duration of his divine ability dwindled to just 3 minutes, Su Qingfeng decided to cease the indiscriminate slaughter. He recalled the bounty task he had received before setting out. Assassinating the lizardman leader, Monkdu, was said to yield a reward of 20 million star coins. Beneath him were hundreds of thousands of lizardmen scurrying like cockroaches. Su Qingfeng was uncertain which among them was Monkdu, but he surmised that the leader must be the strongest among them. Thus, leveraging the perceptive abilities of the great sage's martial spirit, he easily identified the most powerful lizardmen below and began to seize them, crushing them effortlessly while leaving behind their heart-protecting armor fragments. Unfortunately for Monkdu, he too was unearthed from his hiding place in an underground pit and was brutally crushed to death. After completing this, Su Qingfeng reluctantly halted his rampage. He returned to the mountain peak from which he had set out, cautiously retrieving the mobile device he had prepared in advance, saving and backing up the videos he had recorded earlier. Subsequently, Su Qingfeng hastily departed Ghost King Valley, his figure vanishing amidst the mountains. Su Qingfeng's rampage was swift, both in its onset and conclusion. It left the lizardmen with a profoundly terrifying and painful memory. prompting them to vacate Ghost King Valley entirely, never daring to confront humanity again, thus bringing years of peace to the entire Duobao Star. Unknown to Su Qingfeng, the Human Salvation Army was equally shaken by his formidable achievements. The commander of the Vanguard Battalion, Duan Feng, stationed at the front lines not far from Ghost King Valley, distinctly witnessed the chaos as Su Qingfeng unleashed the law of heaven and earth. There was no need for scouts to report back. Duan Feng comprehended the true extent of this human powerhouse's terror. This was no mere 9-star Soul Master, but rather someone akin to a 999-star Soul Master. At that moment, Duan Feng's heart was a tumult of shock and confusion. Where did such a terrifying figure emerge from? How had he never heard of him before? Duan Feng immediately reported the matter to the battalion headquarters, requesting an investigation into the identity of this mysterious powerhouse. In truth, even without Duan Feng's report, the 17,173 Battalion of the Salvation Army had already detected the upheaval in Ghost King Valley. However, despite Battalion Commander Pei Wuji uploading images of the giant manifestation from Ghost King Valley to the internal information system for comparison, they could not uncover any intelligence regarding this formidable individual. Meanwhile, Su Qingfeng had already returned to the fortified city of Duobao Star. The commotion from the battle in Ghost King Valley had been so astonishing that it left the human side in a state of trepidation. Many adventurers chose to urgently evacuate Duobao Star, resulting in the once bustling, fortified city becoming somewhat desolate. Su Qingfeng entered the bounty hall and discovered that the institution was still operating vigorously. Due to a lack of business, Manager Zheng Kuei was seated in a corner of the hall, engrossed in watching videos. The content featured other adventurers capturing footage of the battle in Ghost King Valley. As the recordings were not shot from fixed positions and the cameraman maintained a considerable distance from Ghost King Valley, the video quality was rather mediocre, accompanied by the shouts and exclamations of the shooters. Nevertheless, the videos vividly showcased the terrifying power of the law of heaven and earth. Zheng Kuei was thoroughly captivated. "Zheng, are you still conducting business?" Su Qingfeng suddenly inquired, startling Zheng Kuei. "Is that you?" Zheng Kuei recognized Su Qingfeng immediately, setting down his phone and glancing around. "Where's young Master Pei?" There was an emergency situation, so he returned to the teleportation array's defense team. Su Qingfeng fabricated casually, knowing well that he was the one who had caused the so-called emergency. Naturally, with such a significant incident, the military would need to cancel their leave and return to a state of readiness. After a sigh of relief, Zheng Kuei teasingly remarked, "I recall you boasting about wanting to explore Ghost King Valley. Good thing you didn't go. Now you realize how formidable it is, right? The lizardmen in Ghost King Valley must have inadvertently provoked our top-tier powerhouse. What a calamity for them. If you'd been in Ghost King Valley, you might have been caught in the chaos, and that would have been truly unfortunate." Su Qingfeng, observing the jovial Zheng Kuei, nodded slightly and replied with ease, "I have been there." "Huh, you've been there." Zheng Kuei dismissed it as mere bravado. After all, just 2 hours prior, Su Qingfeng and Pei Xiaojun had inquired about task details in his bounty hall. Traveling at full speed to Ghost King Valley would take over an hour one way, not to mention the potential for battle along the way, which would prolong the journey even further. Now Su Qingfeng claimed he had already gone and returned from Ghost King Valley. Wasn't that sheer boasting? Su Qingfeng chose not to argue, simply retrieving several lizardmen heart-protecting armor pieces and the black card he had for Nangong Liyue from a Shumi ring, stating this should contain the heart-protecting armor fragment of the lizardman leader. "Monk do. The other pieces are from the lizardmen subleaders. There should be rewards as well. Here, take these, and please transfer the rewards to this card." Zheng Kuei's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Su Qingfeng, as though he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Chapter 015. "You're not pretending anymore, are you?" Upon hearing Su Qingfeng's words, Zheng Kuei's mind was in turmoil. Is he joking? This young lad. How could he possibly be the peerless powerhouse that wreaked havoc in Ghost King Valley? He looks no older than a high school student. Zheng Kuei desperately wanted to clarify, yet ultimately abandoned the tempting notion. Regardless of whether Su Qingfeng was the actual powerhouse or merely an acquaintance of a mysterious figure, he was not someone he could afford to provoke. What he needed to do now was to keep his mouth shut and get to work. After all, the task hall had an obligation to protect client privacy. This meant that even if he knew more, it had to remain buried within him. Better not to ask at all. Zheng Kuei remained silent, beginning to use specialized instruments to inspect the lizard-men heart-protecting armor pieces Su Qingfeng had handed over. Soon, the combat levels of the original owners of the armor were established, correlating perfectly with the intelligence regarding the small leaders and the chief, Monkdu, of the lizard-man army. This confirmed that the task items were authentic. The highest bounty task for Ghost King Valley now had rightful owners. Everything checks out. The total reward is 22.5 million star coins. Shall I transfer all of it to this card? Zheng Kuei, suppressing his excitement, inquired as he picked up the black card Su Qingfeng had provided. He had noticed the inscription of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce on the card. Feeling grateful, he had refrained from speaking too much. Who would have thought that Su Qingfeng not only resembled the powerhouse who had rampaged through Ghost King Valley, but also had ties to the foremost private chamber of commerce in the Human Alliance? Just recently, the Nangong Chamber of Commerce had spent a staggering 2 trillion star coins to hire a multitude of mercenaries to seize an entire resource star, a news item that had left Zheng Kuei envious for quite some time. However, if Su Qingfeng is a high-ranking member of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce, then his unfathomable strength begins to make sense that a secret weapon cultivated at great expense by a premier commercial guild. Zheng Kuei believed that the truth must be something along these lines. More or less? Unfortunately, even if he deduced the truth, he could not disclose it and could only entertain himself. The feeling of harboring a significant secret that cannot be shared is something only the concerned parties truly comprehend. Indeed, Su Qingfeng did not offer any explanations to Zheng Kuei. The Nangong Chamber of Commerce does have banks under its banner, and the nameless black card that Nangong Liyue gifted him naturally comes with a financial account. If Su Qingfeng were to use his own bank account, it might leave numerous traces. Moreover, depositing money into the black card would essentially be repaying Nangong Liyue. All right, I will proceed with the operation immediately. Zheng Kuei did not elaborate further and directly transferred all the reward money into Su Qingfeng's black card account. Once Zheng Kuei completed the transaction and returned the black card, Su Qingfeng retrieved a rusted short sword from a Shumi ring and handed it to Zheng Kuei, saying, I previously accepted a task to recover relics from the front mountain of Ghost King Valley. This is the only remaining relic from the scene. Please return to the task issuer on my behalf. And as for the reward, consider it waived. Are you showing your cards so openly? Not even pretending. Zheng Kuei thought to himself, finding it difficult to feign ignorance about Su Qingfeng being the unparalleled master himself. It seems you have a good relationship with Pei Xiao. Why not return this relic directly to him? Zheng Kuei remarked, unable to resist voicing his thoughts as he accepted the short sword. Su Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the task to recover relics was actually issued by Pei Xiaojun. Whose relic could this be? A family member? A brother? A lover? Perhaps it encompasses all those roles. No wonder Pei Xiaojun had previously appeared so deeply wounded. Su Qingfeng pieced together the context and deliberately feigned difficulty as he said to Zheng Kuei, I find it difficult to explain the origin of this item. I understand. Zheng Kuei readily acknowledged, for Su Qingfeng's strength and background were indeed formidable. If he were not particularly familiar with Pei Xiaojun, it would indeed be challenging to explain how he acquired the short sword. I will handle it properly for you. By the way, I heard you call Pei Xiaojun Pei Xiao. Su Qingfeng inquired curiously. You're not aware of this? Pei Xiao is the only son of the local Salvation Army Corps commander. Pei Wuji. He was originally the captain of an elite reconnaissance team, but a few months ago, he failed a reconnaissance mission in Ghost King Valley. Dozens of teammates fought valiantly to rescue him, and after recovering from his injuries, he seemed to have lost his spirit. That is why he was reassigned to guard the teleportation array. Zheng Kuei succinctly explained the backstory of Pei Xiaojun to Su Qingfeng. Suddenly, Su Qingfeng understood why Pei Xiaojun had emphasized his intention to share life and death with his brothers during their farewell. Fortunately, you helped him seek vengeance. Zheng Kuei glanced at Su Qingfeng. Speaking with genuine appreciation, Su Qingfeng waved his hand, said nothing, and departed. Meanwhile, Pei Xiaojun was maintaining order near the teleportation array. The sudden outbreak of intense warfare in Ghost King Valley frightened the members of the guild and adventurers in Fortress City, causing them to flee in panic. The area around the teleportation array was in disarray. Amid his busy efforts, Pei Xiaojun harbored concerns for Su Qingfeng's safety. However, for some reason, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with the towering stone monkey avatar that appeared during the battle in Ghost King Valley. Shortly thereafter, Su Qingfeng joined the bustling crowd and stepped into the teleportation array, returning to square number 1 in the heavenly realm. Concluding this practical test, Su Qingfeng did not linger in the square, but instead went straight back to his personal space. He was eager to discover how much stronger he had become after slaying hundreds of thousands of lizardmen. Before long, he was presented with a detailed attribute panel name. Su Qingfeng Martial Soul. Monkey King. Unknown star level. Fusion degree. 4 first soul skill. Divine power. Law of heaven and earth effect. Upon activation, gain the true form of the martial soul at a height of 10,000 zhong, significantly enhancing attack power and speed. Consumption. All mana. Duration. 10 minutes. Cooldown. None. Base attributes 1 arm pulling force, 900 tons. 1 fusion degree for a 1-star soul master is 200 kilograms. Reaction rate, 8,000. 1 fusion degree for a 1-star soul master is 1. Perception ability, 12,000. 1 fusion degree for a 1-star soul master is 1. Abnormal resistance, 40,000. 1 fusion degree for a 1-star soul master is 1. Life, 40,000. 1 fusion degree for a 1-star soul master is 1. Mana, 40,000. 1 fusion degree for a 1-star soul master is 1. Combat power level, 24,083. 1 fusion degree for a 1-star soul master is 1, with a combat power level exceeding 24,000. My physical strength should surpass that of the vast majority of fully fused 9-star soul masters. Truly, the Monkey King Martial Soul is remarkable. With merely a 4 fusion degree, I am practically invincible. Su Qingfeng felt a surge of emotion. Given the potency of his martial soul, how could he face ridicule and online harassment from so many? It is evident that most people in this world are, as Pei Xiaojun said, blind to the truth. Upon seeing this result, Su Qingfeng could hardly be bothered to argue with those individuals. It was not that he had become overly compassionate. Rather, it was akin to a great elephant disinterested in squabbling with an ant. Next, Su Qingfeng planned to take a day or two to rest, update his equipment, and then proceed to train in the alien battlefield. However, before that, he needed to earn a little extra money. Su Qingfeng opened the largest short video platform of the Human Alliance, registered an account named Exclusive Leak, and edited some previously recorded videos, adding an eye-catching title before posting it. High-definition, unrestricted, up-close, and personal view of divine soul skills annihilating lizardmen. Chapter 016. Martial Soul, Star Ascension. Nangong Liyue's responsibility. After reviewing the edited video, Su Qingfeng could only describe it with one word: impressive. It is worth noting that videos released by others regarding the battle in Ghost King Valley were often shot from low angles, at a distance and in motion, with potential obstructions and background noise, yet they still garnered countless views and accolades. After all, the giant avatar formed after the transformation of the divine power of heaven and earth was unprecedentedly powerful. In contrast, Su Qingfeng's video was filmed from a high vantage point, with a fixed position and unparalleled clarity, and was sure to become a sensation after its release. How many star coins could a video that was bound to trend earn? If the revenue is satisfactory, I might just become a video creator in the future to facilitate transactions. Su Qingfeng linked the video earnings account to the bank account of that black car from the Nangong Chamber of Commerce. Subsequently, after successfully uploading the high-definition video, Su Qingfeng chose to send it and spent 1,000 star coins to purchase promotional services that a good wine fears not the deep alley. After all, buying promotion was to ensure a quicker rise on the trending list. It should not result in losses. Having completed all these tasks, Su Qingfeng closed the short video software and rested on the small bed in his personal space. He had endured numerous battles prior, and although he had managed to hold on until now with stamina-restoring potions, mental fatigue was inevitable. Su Qingfeng quickly fell asleep and, unsurprisingly, dreamt of the great sage. In his dream, the great sage acted like a strict teacher, constantly reviewing the gains and losses of previous battles with Su Qingfeng, showing great care. On the other side, in the Blue Star Spirit State, at Nangong Liyue's home, little Liyue, your martial soul ascension ceremony was remarkably successful. The nine-tailed celestial fox martial soul is currently in a dormant state. Once it awakens, it will become a 9-star divine martial soul. Starting tomorrow, you will rightfully be a 9-star soul master from now on. You must work diligently to bring glory to your mother. Nangong Liuel lay on her bed, listening to her mother, Qin Yusin, joyfully deliver the news, yet her face bore little expression of joy. She had initially chosen the 9-tailed celestial fox over the more powerful scarlet scale, giant python martial soul precisely because her family had the means to elevate the quality of the 9-tailed celestial fox to 9 stars through the martial soul ascension ceremony. To complete this ceremony, Qin Yusin had expended at least 5 billion star coins, in addition to incurring significant debts. Her mother's substantial investment in her daughter was not without expectations. Qin Yusin hoped that once Nangong Liue became a 9-star soul master, she would compete with her cousins for the position of heir to the Nangong Chamber of Commerce. Whether motivated by fulfilling her mother's expectations or her own desire for strength, Nangong Liue had no reason to refuse the arrangement for her martial soul's ascension. However, after everything was completed, she found herself devoid of much joy. "Mom, I understand," Nangong Liue responded coolly, then pressed her smooth forehead, saying, "I'm tired and wish to rest for a while." "All right, dear, I will leave now. You should rest well." Qin Yusin did not harbor any doubts, for in her eyes, Nangong Liue had always been the obedient daughter who would never lie. Once her mother exited the room, Nangong Liue eagerly picked up her phone. She had previously heard notifications of incoming messages, but had been unable to check due to her mother's presence. With a gentle touch, she verified her fingerprint and unlocked the screen. The first thing Nangong Liue saw was several transfer notification messages. "Your nameless black card account has received a transfer of 20 million star coins. Remaining balance, 52.5 million star coins. Your anonymous black card account has received a transfer of 1 million star coins, leaving a balance of 53,500,000 star coins. Your anonymous black card account has received a transfer of 1.5 million star coins, leaving a balance of 55 million star coins." Is this the star coins transferred by Su Qingfeng? Nangong Liue's brows furrowed slightly. Apart from herself and Su Qingfeng, no one else is aware of this black card account. The only plausible explanation for the incoming transfers would be Su Qingfeng. But where could he have earned such a substantial sum in just half a day? Moreover, his urgency in transferring the funds back, could it be that he fears incurring a debt of gratitude to me? As this thought crossed her mind, Nangong Liue felt a wave of unease. Should I inquire with him? The moment this notion surfaced, she dismissed it. To directly ask Su Qingfeng what the transfers signify would risk exposing her secret of being able to view transaction records. It would be wiser to feign ignorance. With this in mind, Nangong Liue deleted all the transfer notifications from her phone. Tomorrow marks the weekly class meeting on Friday. According to school regulations, students must attend the weekly class meetings unless they have secured a guaranteed spot in a prestigious school in advance. Su Qingfeng is likely to attend class, and perhaps then she could inquire about what he has been up to. Yes, that seems like a splendid plan. Just as Nangong Liue was indulging in her pleasant thoughts, the familiar sound of footsteps echoed from outside the room. She instantly recognized that it was her mother, Qin Yusin, returning, but a hint of anguish flickered across Nangong Liue's flawless visage, and she promptly set her phone aside. Lying quietly on her bed with her eyes closed, before long, she heard the gentle creak of the room door opening, followed by her mother's light footsteps approaching. After a brief moment, Nangong Liue noticed a thin blanket being draped over her. This should have been a comforting gesture, had her mother not taken the opportunity to glance at her phone. "Xiao Liu, rest well. Your mother is counting on you to help fulfill her dreams," Qin Yusin murmured almost as if in a trance before finally departing. Once the room fell completely silent, Nangong Liue opened her eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. Previously, she had been puzzled about why she had impulsively given that black card to Su Qingfeng. Now, however, she felt a sense of clarity. Engaging in acts that defied her mother's commands seemed to provide her with an exhilarating thrill. She could not fathom why she had transformed in this manner. Could it be that, at my core, I am a rebellious girl? Nangong Liue pondered, lost in thought. Su Qingfeng did not rest for long before awakening. His current physical condition was remarkably robust. As long as he entered deep sleep, he could fully recuperate from mental fatigue. Stretching lazily, Su Qingfeng immediately grabbed his phone to check the statistics of the video he had posted earlier. Video statistics: 110 million likes, 900 million views, and 120 million comments at first glance. These staggering figures momentarily shocked Su Qingfeng into believing that his video had not garnered any views. Upon noticing the units, realization dawned upon him. His video must have gone viral. Chapter 017. Can you really acquire the Rui Jingu Bang? In fact, Su Qingfeng's description of it as having gone viral was quite an understatement. The video he published was firmly perched atop the platform's trending list. Viewers of the video were nearly beside themselves with excitement. Wow, is this a soul technique? The effects are absolutely stunning. The giant avatar stands tall and proud. Incredible. Had I not seen others' leaked videos first, I would have thought this was fake. This combat power level must have surpassed 10,000, right? Could he be the legendary 10-star Soul Master? Absolutely terrifying. Damn, the thrill of annihilating those repulsive lizardmen is intoxicating. Slaying 1,000,000 is what makes one truly formidable. A man should be like this. Is this a selfie? I am genuinely curious about the identity of the host. Be honest, is that you wreaking havoc in the video? So impressive. I must train diligently. I too wish to become a man of great stature. Alas, my soul weapon is only of 2-star quality. The Salvation Army won't even accept me. Sob sob. Su Qingfeng did not specifically browse the comment section. Yet he noticed numerous high-praise comments exceeding 100,000 likes flashing by. Clearly, this exhilarating video of him unleashing a divine technique to obliterate lizardmen had allowed countless viewers to immerse themselves in the experience. None of the viewers made the connection between the giant avatar in the video and Su Qingfeng, who had recently given up his 9-star divine soul. For them, these were entirely unrelated matters. Understanding this, Su Qingfeng felt emboldened to post videos without concern for revealing his identity. Thus, how much revenue could such a popular video generate for him? Anticipation coursed through Su Qingfeng as he opened the back end. Discovering that his current post-tax net earnings had reached 9 million star coins. Converting that, he realized that each 10,000 views generated over 100 star coins, which must be the highest earnings for a premium-rated video. Quite satisfactory. Su Qingfeng was pleased with this outcome. Keep in mind, he had only posted the video a few hours prior. There would likely be even more traffic to come. By the time it fully capitalized on the traffic, he conservatively estimated he could earn around 30 million star coins. Henceforth, he could film videos during his combat training sessions to earn some money for equipment. With this thought in mind, Su Qingfeng promptly withdrew the video earnings. Adding to his previous bounty, his black card account should now reflect a balance of 64 million star coins, just in time to update his weapons. It is worth noting that Su Qingfeng's single-arm pulling strength had now reached a terrifying level of 900 tons. The 600-pound Heavenly Dragon staff felt like a toy in his hands. It simply did not provide the right sensation. If only he could possess the Rui Jingu Bang of the Great Sage. Its base weight is 13,500 pounds, and it can change in length and thickness at will. Alas, such a treasured item likely does not exist in this world. With a hint of regret, Su Qingfeng rose from his bed and stepped outside. Making his way once more to the central square of Tongtian Realm No. 1. This time, he did not waste time in the smaller shops, but headed straight for the flagship store of the Nangong Merchant Association. Inside, the deputy manager, Huang Tung, was busy handing over tasks to a colleague as he prepared to leave. Just then, Su Qingfeng entered the store. Huang Tung, who had been eager to leave, instantly perked up and told the employee set to take over. "You can take a seat for a moment. I have a valued client here. Once I finish this transaction, I'll have you take over." With that, Huang Tung approached Su Qingfeng with a warm smile. "Greetings, esteemed guest. What can I assist you with today?" Su Qingfeng remembered Huang Tung, the bespectacled young man who had previously misunderstood his identity, not only welcoming him warmly, but also gifting him a 10 million star coin value shumi ring. "Does your store offer any buyback services for weapons and equipment?" Su Qingfeng inquired straightforwardly. "Buyback services?" Huang Tung paused for a moment. While the Nangong Merchant Association did engage in second-hand equipment buybacks and refurbishments, those services did not fall under the flagship store's operations. This store, located in the bustling central square of Tongtian Realm Number 1, had high operational costs and primarily dealt in luxury-grade, high-end weapons sales. However, as a professional salesperson, Huang Tong was well aware that there were no principles to uphold when faced with a distinguished black card client like Su Qingfeng that if you have any weapons or equipment you wish to sell, we can certainly accommodate you. Huang Tong beamed, emphasizing Su Qingfeng's special treatment. Opening a buyback service specifically for Su Qingfeng was akin to making exceptions. The process would be much more cumbersome, but Huang Tong was more than willing to invest the time. He had pinned all his hopes for promotion to store manager on Su Qingfeng. Do not underestimate the impact of these few words. Although Su Qingfeng had been accustomed to various sales tactics before his reincarnation, he found Huang Tong's flattery quite pleasing. It shouldn't be too much trouble. I wish to sell the heavenly dragon staff I purchased earlier. Su Qingfeng casually retrieved the staff from the Shumi ring and handed it to Huang Tong. Ah, brother, this weapon is far too heavy for me. I can't lift it, Huang Tong exclaimed in surprise. After apologizing, he rolled over a small cart for loading and gestured for Su Qingfeng to place the heavenly dragon staff onto it. Only then did Su Qingfeng realize that the weapon he had picked up, which felt as light as a sewing needle to him, could easily crush a low-star soul master. He would need to be more mindful in the future. Huang Tong glanced at the heavenly dragon staff, a smile spreading across his face. If you wish to sell only this heavenly dragon staff, we can proceed with a free return and exchange process. Is that possible? Su Qingfeng felt a bit embarrassed. The staff had been stained with the bodily fluids of hundreds of lizard men. The signs of use were quite evident, and under normal circumstances, he would not feel comfortable returning it. Of course, you are a distinguished black card guest. We have regulations in place. Huang Tong maintained his cheerful demeanor. Very well, please assist me in returning this heavenly dragon staff, and I shall select a more suitable weapon. Su Qingfeng stated, absolutely, please come to the VIP room, and we can discuss the details. Huang Tong spoke and proceeded to lead the way. Su Qingfeng followed him into the VIP room. Huang Tong, experienced in his role, promptly offered Su Qingfeng his favorite soda before inquiring, may I ask what requirements you have for the new weapon? Our Nangong Merchant Association boasts a comprehensive array of weaponry. Theoretically, no matter what kind of equipment you seek, we can procure it. Huang Tong instinctively resorted to the exaggerated rhetoric typical of sales personnel, unperturbed by Su Qingfeng's youth, addressing him as Big Brother right away. Little did he know the high standards Su Qingfeng held regarding weaponry. Is there a type of staff-like weapon that weighs over 10,000 pounds, capable of being manipulated through mental power to change its length and size, shrinking down to the size of a needle, or expanding into a towering pillar that reaches the heavens? Su Qingfeng posed a challenging query, inspired by the legendary Rui Jingu Bang. Huang Tong was momentarily taken aback. What Su Qingfeng desired was not merely a weapon, but a divine artifact. Although the Nangong Merchant Association was formidable, they could not possibly acquire an artifact of such caliber. I may have spoken too freely earlier. A divine artifact like that would be beyond our means. Even if we were to exhaust our assets, could you perhaps lower your specifications a tad? Huang Tong wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his face full of embarrassment. Chapter 018. The Secrets of the Tianyuan Battlefield. Su Qingfeng did not feel disheartened. He understood that acquiring a Rui Jingu Bang from a mere shop was an impossibility. Furthermore, even if such a divine artifact existed, he likely could not afford it. Have you heard of any artifacts with similar characteristics? Su Qingfeng inquired curiously, believing the Nangong Merchant Association might possess valuable intelligence on such weapons. Never heard of any. Huang Ting shook his head before continuing. But if such a divine artifact truly exists, it must originate from the Tianyuan battlefield. Tianyuan battlefield? Su Qingfeng echoed, surprised his education had not provided extensive details on the Tianyuan battlefield, leading him to believe it was merely a site of conflict. However, upon reflection, he realized it must be more complex. When considering the entire human alliance, whether in private merchant associations or the official military, every action was driven by logic. Profits were paramount, without sufficient incentives. Even a complete planet like Duobao Star, soon to be occupied by lizard men, would not warrant significant attention from the human alliance. Conversely, given adequate incentive, Even a private entity like the Nangong Merchant Association could invest trillions of star coins to wage interstellar wars and seize resource-rich planets. Thus, what kind of benefits could the Tianyuan battlefield, which consumed countless resources and manpower each year, possibly offer? Huang Ting's remark had merely scratched the surface of this enigma. The prospect that the Tianyuan battlefield could yield divine artifacts was astonishing. Even if not something as legendary as the Rui Jingubang or the Tontian Tower, it would still be remarkable. Have you ever been to the Tianyuan battlefield? Su Qingfeng asked Huang Tung. Big brother, you jest. With my humble stature, I lack the qualifications to set foot in the Tianyuan battlefield. The recruitment for the Savior's army there requires a minimum of a 4-star spirit master. Huang Tung's expression was filled with shame. My spirit quality is only 2 stars. Oh, Su Qingfeng nodded, shifting the topic. Let us return to the matter of weapons. I require a genuinely heavy weapon. The heavier, the better. Upon hearing this, Huang Tung suggested, in that case, I recommend utilizing weapons infused with white dwarf material. Are we advanced to such technological heights that we can mine white dwarf materials? Su Qingfeng expressed astonishment. White dwarfs are aging stars with extremely high temperatures and densities. And in Su Qingfeng's mind, the technological development of the human alliance had not reached such a level. Such advanced technology isn't necessary. We possess the divine artifact, Tontian Tower, and can send 9-star spirit masters in person to mine the white dwarfs. Huang Tung explained with a smile, his tone calm. 9-star spirit masters. Mining in person? Su Qingfeng suddenly realized the implications. Money truly has the power to compel even the most esteemed individuals. Who would have thought that the lofty 9-star spirit masters would willingly risk their lives to work as miners on a white dwarf for remuneration? Does your association specifically enlist 9-star spirit masters as miners? Such extravagance! Su Qingfeng couldn't help but inquired. Of course not. Huang Tung exclaimed, startled, his tone flustered. The senior spirit masters of the human alliance continuously explore the cosmos, collecting material samples from various celestial bodies. That we merely spend substantial amounts to acquire these materials from those explorers to manufacture high-tier weapons. I see. Su Qingfeng responded, then allow me to see the weapons infused with white dwarf materials. He did not inquire about the price, casually stating, please wait a moment. The white dwarf weapons are quite rare, and I need to retrieve them from the warehouse. Huang Tung replied apologetically before hurrying off. After a brief while, he returned to the VIP room with several storage rings, each tagged with labels. White dwarf weapons are typically quite heavy and cannot be moved by regular staff. They must be stored within these rings. I hope you understand. The labels indicated the name, weight, and pricing of the weapons. Huang Tung placed the rings on a red silk tray and presented them to Su Qingfeng. And oh problem. Su Qingfeng casually browsed through the tags. He noticed that all weapons infused with white dwarf material had the prefix platinum in their names, and the weight was measured in tons. Platinum stellar iron, weight 20 tons, priced at 200 million star coins. Platinum black dragon staff, weight 38 tons, priced at 400 million star coins. Platinum heavenly mechanism staff, weight 150 tons, priced at 1.8 billion star coins. There were a total of 3 white dwarf material weapons, with the cheapest starting at 200 million star coins. Even with the black card VIP discount of 30, Su Qingfeng could only afford the cheapest platinum stellar iron. Without further deliberation, Su Qingfeng directly took the stellar iron into his hands. Hey, be careful! Huang Tung exclaimed, alarmed, fearing Su Qingfeng might strain himself or injure his leg. A 20-ton weapon is no trivial matter. However, Su Qingfeng effortlessly lifted the grayish-white stellar iron with one hand, even casually shaking it. The quality of the white dwarf weapon was undeniably impressive. Its hardness and strength were formidable, emanating a somewhat dazzling white glow, yet it was indeed expensive. Huang Tung's eyes widened in astonishment. He now understood why Su Qingfeng dismissed the 600-pound heavenly dragon staff. How could someone toss around weapons weighing dozens of tons? What kind of formidable being was he? It's a bit light, Su Qingfeng sighed, offering an opinion that nearly left Huang Tung breathless. Light? Huang Tung was shocked. Just as he was about to recommend Su Qingfeng try the 38-ton black dragon staff, he heard Su Qingfeng continue, I think the 150-ton heavenly mechanism staff looks quite appealing, but I lack sufficient credit. What should I do? Upon hearing this, Huang Tong was taken aback, then quickly regained his composure. As a black card VIP, our association offers a maximum of 24 installments with no interest. 4-in-1. 8 billion weapon. After discounts, it would be 540 million. The first payment would only be 22.5 million star coins. With his black card's limit of 64 million star coins after receiving the reward and cashing out part of his video earnings. And after returning the Heavenly Dragon staff, Su Qingfeng would have 71.5 million. This meant he could comfortably manage the payments for 3 months, especially since he anticipated returning the Heavenly Mechanism staff for a more suitable weapon shortly after. All right, let us proceed with your plan. I will opt for the installment payment, Su Qingfeng replied cheerfully. Soon, Huang Tong completed the return of the Heavenly Dragon staff and the installment purchase of the Platinum Heavenly Mechanism staff for Su Qingfeng. Ultimately, Su Qingfeng's black card retained a payment limit of 49 million star coins and an outstanding installment bill of 5.175 billion. Chapter 019. My combat power exceeds 20,000 levels, and you want me to attend a class meeting? Having finalized his weapon upgrade, Su Qingfeng departed from the flagship store of the Nangong Merchant Association. The black dragon leather armor he wore exhibited commendable protective capabilities, and with the innate combat prowess of the great sage spirit. He was unlikely to be struck by enemies under normal circumstances, thus there was no immediate need for a replacement. As for consumables like potions and scrolls, his stock was still sufficient, so there was no need for replenishment. Just as Su Qingfeng was preparing to select his next foreign battlefield to enhance his strength, he suddenly heard his phone's alarm ringing. Upon checking, he discovered it was a preset reminder. Friday, class meeting. Su Qingfeng couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. My combat power exceeds 20,000 levels, and they want me to return to school for a class meeting. As he contemplated dismissing the alarm, he suddenly recalled something. Nangong Liyue would likely return to school for the class meeting as well. Right? I've overdrawn her black card limit by more than 500 million. Perhaps I should inform her and ask for her contact information while I'm at it. Upon reaching this conclusion, Su Qingfeng resolved to return to Lingzhou No. 2 Middle School. Shortly thereafter, his figure materialized within the transmission array of the school's sole master training facility. Stepping out of the array, he was greeted by the jovial laughter of his fellow classmates, whose strength seemed trivial in comparison to his own. The world felt serene and stable. Yet, Su Qingfeng could not shake the odd sensation that, despite having been away for merely a day, the disparity in power between him and his peers had grown as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. How weak they are! Surely, if I unleash my celestial powers, it would be a mere trifle to flatten Lingzhou No. 2 in 3 minutes? As this thought crossed his mind, he realized he might be getting a bit too carried away. However, it is only natural for anyone who could elevate their battle power by over 20,000 levels in a single day to feel a sense of pride, is it not? Gently stroking his shumi ring, he decided to abandon such frivolous musings. Secondary school, after all, is a wonderful place. Some individuals, some friendships, are indeed worth cherishing. Fengge, you're back, came a familiar voice. Su Qingfeng turned to see his desk mate, Luo Ping, waving and grinning at him from a short distance away. What a surprise to see you. I thought it was a beauty calling me, Su Qingfeng quipped as he approached Luo Ping. Luo Ping closed the distance, nudging Su Qingfeng playfully with his shoulder. I was just worried no one would welcome you back, and you'd feel embarrassed. You being the only one to greet me hardly makes it a grand affair. Su Qingfeng retorted without hesitation. Am I to blame for being overly sentimental? Luo Ping chuckled at his own misfortune. Well, not entirely. I'm still quite pleased. Su Qingfeng redirected the conversation. What is your soul fusion degree now? Is your soul skill effective? What is your battle power level? Before awakening his martial soul, Su Qingfeng often posed such inquiries, assisting Luo Ping in sorting through his own challenges. Fengge, you just got back and you're already interrogating me. The pressure is immense. Luo Ping groaned before continuing. I cleared 3 secret realms suitable for newly ascended 5-star soul masters yesterday. My soul fusion degree has risen to 2. My battle power level is 11. And my first soul skill, Barbaric Charge, possesses a body enhancement effect and balances offense and defense. Its practicality is quite commendable. Upon hearing Luo Ping's rather dismal statistics, Su Qingfeng could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. His good friend was exceedingly weak, with just a single finger, nay, half a finger. Su Qingfeng could effortlessly dispatch 100 weakling soul masters like Luo Ping, and oh wonder I feel inflated. This is entirely reasonable. In truth, as a newly minted 5-star soul master, Luo Ping's ability to elevate his battle power level to over 10 in a single day was commendable. Even a 9-star soul master would typically only manage 100 levels in a day. Individuals like Su Qingfeng, who could surge by over 20,000 levels in a day, were truly exceptional. Achieving such results required not only an extraordinarily high limit on the great Saint Martial Soul itself, but also the celestial powers of law of heaven and earth, enabling him to unleash havoc on the battlefield and rapidly absorb the spiritual energy of hundreds of thousands of lizardmen. Such feats were nearly impossible for other soul masters. I'll take you under my wing when the opportunity arises. Su Qingfeng said, patting Luo Ping on the shoulder earnestly. Sure thing, Feng Ge. When shall we do this? I am free anytime. Luo Ping misunderstood, thinking Su Qingfeng needed his assistance to enter the secret realms. Believing he was merely being modest, I meant I would be the one guiding you. Su Qingfeng replied, somewhat exasperated. His friend was good-natured but occasionally quite dense, unable to grasp the subtleties of conversation. Do I really need you to lead me? Luo Ping blinked in confusion, nodding. That's exactly what I meant. Sigh Feng Ge, you are far too concerned with appearances. Luo Ping pondered. Let us head to class. Su Qingfeng thought it amusing that his occasional kindness was misunderstood by his good friend, and he could not be bothered to explain. Luo Ping's low battle power was inconsequential. After all, he did not need to participate in the front lines and could gradually hone his skills in the secret realms of the heavenly realm. Observing Su Qingfeng stride away, Luo Ping felt it was his own lack of performance that had injured his desk mate's pride, leaving him somewhat regretful. Feng Ge, several events transpired at school after you left yesterday, all related to you, such as, Su Qingfeng inquired, his gaze lingering on passing beautiful female students. Although most of them could not compare to Nangong Liyue's beauty, each possessed a unique charm that Su Qingfeng appreciated. First, the special recruitment officers from Jingsheng Martial University and Qingfeng Martial University visited yesterday afternoon. They were quite astonished by your situation and your decisions. Later, both admissions officers, after reviewing your records, extended an invitation for you to apply to their schools. Jingsheng Martial University specifically announced that should your martial examination scores place you within the top 10 in Lingzhou, they would relax their admission criteria. Even if your martial soul tier does not reach 6 stars, you would be directly accepted. Oh, Su Qingfeng responded nonchalantly, not taking it to heart. Admission to esteemed martial schools should ordinarily adhere to standardized criteria, selecting the best candidates. Jingsheng Martial University's discrimination against martial souls was inherently flawed. Why should I feel grateful for their leniency? I have no desire for Jingsheng Martial University. Feng Ge, you need to perk up. Don't throw in the towel. Luo Ping lamented upon witnessing Su Qingfeng's demeanor. What do you see me giving up? Su Qingfeng replied, bemused. Enough with the nonsense. Is there anything else related to me? Luo Ping, undeterred, pressed on. Our principal at number 2 middle school has been suspended for reflection by the education department. And it's due to that incident involving you. Now Vice Principal Liu is in charge. Su Qingfeng paused momentarily at this news. Principal Duanmu bore an unjust burden, although he had received criticism from Principal Duanmu previously. Su Qingfeng could differentiate between the good and the bad. Principal Duanmu was a decent person. It seemed rather tragic that he faced such severe repercussions. Does the principal lack support? Why does all the blame fall on him? Su Qingfeng felt indignant on behalf of Principal Duanmu. Though he did not feel guilty, he had awakened his great Saint Martial Soul just a day prior and had already wreaked havoc on the battlefield. That was justification enough for his actions. As for the 9-star Martial Soul, I could do without it. I cannot speak to that. Luo Ping shrugged, adopting an expression of helplessness. Is there anything else related to me? Su Qingfeng inquired again. Indeed. Luo Ping observed Su Qingfeng's expression carefully, cautiously stating, upon learning that the school beauty, Nangong, awakened her 8-star martial soul. Both Jingsheng Martial University and Qingfeng Martial University extended her guaranteed admission offers. Luo Ping feared this news might discomfort Su Qingfeng. Had Su Qingfeng chosen the 9-star martial soul, they would have both been pursued for guaranteed admission by the two prestigious schools at O. That has to be expected. Su Qingfeng was already aware of Nangong Liu's connection to the Nangong Merchant Association. Regardless of whether she possessed an 8-star martial soul or merely awakened a 3-star martial soul, the two renowned schools would undoubtedly find some merit in her and offer her admission, perhaps for her proficiency in aerobics or some other talent. Additionally, it is rumored that Teacher Wu is seeking a transfer to Lingzhou No. 1 Middle School. It remains uncertain whether he will succeed. Luo Ping mentioned regarding their homeroom teacher, Wu Tian. Su Qingfeng chuckled at this. Olba wants to change jobs? Has he lost his mind? He is on the verge of becoming the grade director here. If he goes to No. 1, he'll probably be just an ordinary teacher. What is his motivation? Perhaps he is enticed by the superior student body at No. 1, Luo Ping teased. This year, 2 9-star martial souls have emerged from No. 1, and they are bound to shine brightly in the martial examination 3 months from now. Who knows, the ordinary teachers at No. 1 may end up with better benefits than the grade director at No. 2. Su Qingfeng chuckled. Then I wish him success. Following this, Luo Ping shifted to other topics. Feng, I stumbled upon an astonishing video online yesterday. It showcases a legendary 10-star soul master summoning their martial soul's true form, wreaking havoc on the battlefield. I must tell you, that martial soul avatar was colossal, seemingly reaching for the heavens while treading the underworld. I've saved the video to share with you. No need. I've seen that video as well. It's indeed spectacular. Su Qingfeng said, his heart racing as he clandestinely added, I edited that video myself, so of course I know how incredible it is. Feng, do you think that person is truly a 10-star soul master? I have my doubts. It doesn't seem very plausible that a 10-star soul master would be so formidable, but the 10-star martial soul is the highest tier of martial souls. That is not necessarily the case. The two friends conversed merrily, and before long, they reached the exterior of the classroom for class 1 of the senior year. Looking through the window, Su Qingfeng noticed many seats had been vacated, and several students appeared to have withdrawn. This was a common occurrence. Those who had awakened low-tier martial souls realized they possessed little potential for advancement and opted to seek their fortunes elsewhere. Rather than waste time on the martial examination, by ordinary standards, Su Qingfeng should have withdrawn as well. After all, an unknown martial soul's benefits were equivalent to that of a 1-star martial soul. Because of this, many self-proclaimed exceptional students were astonished to see Su Qingfeng's return. What is Su Qingfeng doing back at school? Is he planning to register for the martial examination? That is hardly a waste of time. Indeed, a mere 1-star martial soul daring to make a comeback? Su Qingfeng was taken aback by the abundance of frogs at the bottom of the well among his classmates. Their incessant croaking was quite bothersome. What are you lot chattering about here? Are you itching for a fight? Su Qingfeng found it beneath him to engage with them, but Luo Ping could not endure the indignity. He remained docile only in Su Qingfeng's presence. While exhibiting considerable aggression towards others, the few boys around were all cowards, possessing martial souls of higher quality than Luo Ping. Yet when Luo Ping bellowed, they fell silent, too intimidated to utter another word. All of them were newly minted soul masters. If they were not as diligent in their training as Luo Ping, their combat levels would indeed fall short. To openly confront him and risk defeat would be utterly embarrassing. Just as Su Qingfeng was about to commend Luo Ping for his boldness, he was caught off guard when Luo Ping turned to comfort him. Brother Feng, do not let them get to you. School will always be your home, and you can return whenever you wish. Su Qingfeng was left speechless, realizing that this rascal shared the same sentiment as the others, believing that he ought to withdraw from school early. This lad's judgment was certainly questionable. Perhaps he needed glasses. At this point, Su Qingfeng felt disinclined to engage with Luo Ping any further. Suddenly, a tall boy blocked Su Qingfeng's path, raising his hand to obstruct his way. Su Qingfeng, please keep your distance from the class monitor. You are no longer worthy of her. Do not entangle yourself with her further, lest you become a laughingstock. Su Qingfeng glanced at the boy who had dared to impede him, his face utterly unremarkable, and turned to Luo Ping to inquire, who is this fool? Luo Ping regarded Su Qingfeng with a peculiar expression. Brother Feng, you do not even recognize Yang Wei? He is the vice monitor of our class and a newly minted 7-star soul master. After you relinquish your 9-star divine martial soul, he believes himself qualified to pursue the class monitor. Although Luo Ping's tone was somewhat sarcastic, Yang Wei stood there, visibly proud, his posture becoming increasingly erect. Previously, Su Qingfeng had been the epitome of the boys in Class 1, and Yang Wei would not have dared to challenge him. Now, however, Yang Wei was eager to declare that times had changed. In his presence, Su Qingfeng, once a prodigy and now a fated scholar, must kneel in submission. Impotent. Su Qingfeng cast a glance at the lower half of the boy's body. He was young and truly pitiable. You bastard. Yang Wei was incensed by Su Qingfeng's blatant provocation and could not help but curse loudly. Yang Wei despised having his name used as a punchline, especially by Su Qingfeng, whom he found most intolerable. He rolled up his sleeves, unable to resist the urge to teach Su Qingfeng a lesson. Yet Su Qingfeng struck faster. Bang! Su Qingfeng lashed out with a kick, sending Yang Wei hurtling backward 5 or 6 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, eliciting gasps from the surrounding classmates. What a weakling! Su Qingfeng scoffed with disdain that he had employed less than 1% of his strength to avoid outright killing Yang Wei. Nevertheless, Yang Wei nearly met his demise on the spot. Had he not awakened his martial soul, allowing him to harness its power for healing, he might not have been able to rise for a month. Luo Ping stood there, utterly stunned by the scene. He could not fathom how Su Qingfeng had dared to strike Yang Wei, let alone how he had managed to defeat him so effortlessly. Was it possible that Yang Wei had been slacking off yesterday, his combat power failing to improve? Only this could explain why his physical strength fell short of Su Qingfeng's. With the assistance of a few classmates, Yang Wei rose, casting a complex glance at Su Qingfeng before silently departing, that he could not comprehend the source of Su Qingfeng's formidable physical prowess. But a loss was a loss. Yang Wei had initiated the conflict, and it would be unbecoming to report him. Su Qingfeng ignored the astonished gazes of his peers and strode into the classroom. Inside, Nangong Liue was seated, engrossed in her studies, exuding an air of serene detachment as the morning sunlight bathed her in a gentle glow. As if she were graced by a sacred radiance, Su Qingfeng approached her directly, taking a seat beside her, casually greeting her. Hi. Despite Yang Wei's warning to keep his distance from Nangong Liu, he insisted on sitting close to her. It was simply in his nature to rebel. The classmates present, including Luo Ping, were left dumbfounded by Su Qingfeng's audacious act. It was well known that Nangong Liue was notoriously aloof. Few boys dared to engage her in conversation, let alone sit beside her, for that could be perilous. Upon sensing someone beside her, Nangong Liue was initially startled, but upon realizing it was Su Qingfeng, she relaxed. Oh, it's you, she said, gently patting her chest, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she asked, Is there something you need? In truth, Nangong Liue likely had an inkling of Su Qingfeng's intentions, having seen the notifications regarding the changes to that black card account. Yet, she had to feign ignorance. How strange. I feel as though you have grown stronger somehow, Su Qingfeng remarked, gazing intently at Nangong Liue's exquisite visage. His perceptive abilities were remarkable, allowing him to genuinely sense the difference. Nangong Liue was momentarily taken aback. Her martial soul's elevation had not yet been made public, yet Su Qingfeng had already discerned it. Had she somehow become more beautiful? Had her martial soul transformed? Su Qingfeng found himself perplexed. It had only been a day. Typically, one's appearance and demeanor would not undergo such conspicuous changes. Yet, there was indeed a transformation in Nangong Liue's aura. It was as if she had undergone a profound metamorphosis from within. This sensation was akin to a qualitative shift in her martial soul. Nangong Liue was utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that Su Qingfeng's perceptive abilities were formidable to such an extent. Her secret was on the verge of being exposed. Thank you for your compliment, Nangong Liue replied, lowering her gaze slightly to evade Su Qingfeng's inquiry. What did you mean when you suddenly handed me that card? Noticing Nangong Liue's deliberate avoidance of the topic of martial souls, Su Qingfeng tactfully shifted the conversation to his purpose. Well, consider it alone. Nangong Liyue's expression instantly shifted to one of panic, her speech becoming somewhat stammering. She knew she could not delve too deeply into her thoughts about Su Qingfeng, lest it lead to dire consequences as so many star coins. And you say it's a loan? What if I cannot repay you? Su Qingfeng deliberately pressed the matter. Nangong Liyue, unable to meet his gaze, bit her lips slightly and replied in a soft voice. You don't have to pay it back. Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue conversed as if they were alone, leaving the eavesdropping classmates utterly astonished. So Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue have been secretly involved all along. And there are financial transactions? Su Qingfeng is being kept. Goodness! Had Nangong Liyue lost her sight, what could she possibly see in him? Indeed, with Su Qingfeng awakening such a paltry martial soul, what prospect did he have for the future? She might as well cut ties with him. I'll take care of this. Chapter 021. The second artifact of humanity, the Moon Palace. The noise of the weak will not sway the resolve of the strong. Su Qingfeng paid no heed to the rumors swirling around, and Nangong Liyue remained equally indifferent. It is not my style to leave debts unpaid. Give me your phone number, and I will contact you for repayment. Su Qingfeng spoke in an almost commanding tone. All right. Nangong Liyue readily acquiesced, picking up a pen to inscribe a series of digits that many boys would covet, tearing it from her notebook and handing it to Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng was taken aback by how smoothly his interaction with Nangong Liyue unfolded. She seemed to possess an acute understanding of his current situation and intentions, showing no signs of doubt or denial. At least in this moment, Su Qingfeng found his interactions with Nangong Liyue quite enjoyable, as he received a slip of paper amidst the envious and resentful gazes of many boys. He noted the number before returning the paper to Nangong Liyue and asking, I heard you received guaranteed admission offers from 2 prestigious schools. Have you decided which one to choose? Rather than answer directly, Nangong Liyue gazed intently at Su Qingfeng and countered, What about you? Which martial arts university do you wish to attend? Typically, students awaken their martial souls in their 3rd year of high school, meaning the education they receive during their secondary schooling largely comprises tactical theory, knowledge of various races, and scientific and technological subjects. However, what truly enables soul masters to undergo qualitative changes and widen the gap is higher education, specifically specialized combat training at martial arts universities. The curriculum at martial arts universities is remarkably straightforward, focusing on guiding students to enhance their martial soul integration, explore the limits of soul technique applications, and engage in practical training across various scenarios. Thus, even for someone like Su Qingfeng who possessed an invincible martial soul, these courses held significant value. Furthermore, Su Qingfeng lived in modern society. Being a student at a top martial arts university served as a passport in society, helping him navigate numerous challenges while delivering a resounding rebuttal to those who incessantly mocked him. Therefore, he merely needed to select the best martial arts university, the true first martial arts university. Starry Sky Martial University, he casually remarked. Its campus is located in the Moon Palace, one of the 3 artifacts, providing various space combat training grounds, making it superior to the capital's Martial University. While many people would compare the capital's Martial University to Starry Sky Martial University, those who truly understood the field knew that the latter held a slight edge. The Moon Palace is one of the 3 artifacts of the Human Alliance. IT bears the vital responsibility of monitoring deep space and safeguarding the capital star. Situated in the Moon Palace, Starry Sky Martial University can seamlessly arrange for students to engage in practical training in a zero-gravity environment. Just this aspect alone surpasses that of the capital's Martial University. It is essential to recognize that the adversaries of the Human Alliance are the myriad races of the cosmos, making space warfare an indispensable element. Excellent. I too shall choose the Starry Martial University. Nangong Liyue, without the slightest hesitation, expressed her desire to attend the same martial university as Su Qingfeng, fully confident that he would not falter. Su Qingfeng was genuinely taken aback. He had not anticipated Nangong Liyue's candidness in wishing to remain classmates. He had assumed she would exhibit a degree of reserve. Moreover, Su Qingfeng found it peculiar that Nangong Liyue seemed entirely unconcerned about his potential failure to qualify. IT is noteworthy, that nearly 1 billion high school graduates from the Human Alliance vie for a mere 1,000 spots at the starry Marshall University. This figure must be adjusted to exclude those fortunate few with awakened high-star Marshall souls who are granted direct admission, along with those with unusual connections. Thus, the actual number of students who gain admission purely based on merit is likely around 5,000. The difficulty of enrollment is evident. While others might express surprise or skepticism upon learning of his aspirations to attend starry Marshall University, Nangong Liu exhibited no such reactions. Was she blindly placing her trust in him? Su Qingfeng instinctively felt that something was amiss. He then briefly reviewed their previous brief exchanges and quickly deduced a possibility. She must have access to the shopping records linked to that black card, thus inferring my combat capabilities from the equipment I purchased. If that is the case, her behavior becomes understandable. After coming to this realization, Su Qingfeng was not displeased by the invasion of his privacy. After all, it was Nangong Liu's black card. It was entirely reasonable for her to view the records. However, one matter did leave Su Qingfeng feeling somewhat disheartened. So, her special treatment of me is merely due to my powerful martial soul, rather than any genuine affection. Is it simply a matter of personal investment? Well, that's acceptable. Having witnessed the tumult of life in his previous existence, Su Qingfeng was not overly concerned with such trivialities. He resolved to view their relationship as a mutually beneficial partnership. Very well, I understand. We shall be in touch. Su Qingfeng waved goodbye to Nangong Liu and returned to his seat. Luo Ping immediately approached, wearing a broad smile, and inquired, "Brother Feng, please enlighten me. How did you in the heart of the esteemed school beauty? Firstly, let me clarify that Nangong Liu and I are merely ordinary friends. Do not spread baseless rumors." Su Qingfeng shot a sidelong glance at Luo Ping and firmly explained, "Ordinary friends?" Luo Ping chuckled awkwardly, convinced that Su Qingfeng was fabricating tales. He had never witnessed Nangong Liu engaging in such prolonged and jovial conversation with any other male student. Moreover, he had heard that the school beauty even lent Su Qingfeng money. If you say so, then so be it. Luo Ping did not press the matter further and continued, "Then, Brother Feng, share with me the secrets of being ordinary friends with girls." It's quite simple. As long as you are handsome, excel academically, possess formidable strength, and have wealth, befriending any girl becomes effortless. Su Qingfeng imparted the true secret to Luo Ping. Upon hearing this, Luo Ping appeared somewhat skeptical. "I can see that you are handsome, and your academic performance is commendable, but your strength is not particularly impressive, is it? Additionally, you aren't as wealthy as the school beauty." Su Qingfeng presented 4 points, and Luo Ping promptly countered 2, "That you claim I am poor. I admit it, but to say my strength is lacking. I suggest you find time to visit an ophthalmologist." Su Qingfeng earnestly advised, "Am I mistaken?" Luo Ping intended to respond, but was interrupted by the swift entrance of a graceful figure into the classroom. Taking the stage, this was an unfamiliar woman, likely in her early 20s, with bright eyes and a radiant smile, her long hair flowing elegantly, undeniably beautiful. Who is she? Before Luo Ping could ponder further, the woman at the podium picked up a piece of chalk and elegantly inscribed 3 graceful characters. "Pei Qingyu. Your former homeroom teacher, Ms. Wu, has resigned. From today onward, I shall serve as your substitute homeroom teacher until the Marshall examination concludes." That Su Qingfeng and Luo Ping exchanged peculiar glances, both surprised that Wu Tian had acted with such swiftness, resigning and securing another position within a single day. Furthermore, she had left without informing her students, departing rather decisively. "Brother Feng, you must have hurt Ms. Wu deeply." Luo Ping jestingly draped an arm over Su Qingfeng's shoulder. He was well aware that Wu Tian's resignation was primarily due to Su Qingfeng's decision to forego the 9-star divine martial soul. "Enough, why speak such distasteful words?" Su Qingfeng shrugged off Luo Ping's teasing. Unexpectedly feeling a sense of schadenfreude, Ms. Wu had departed so swiftly. When she eventually learns of the true power of the great sage martial soul, she would likely regret it immensely. At that moment, the new homeroom teacher, Pei Qingyu, promptly called out, "Who is Su Qingfeng?" Without waiting for Su Qingfeng to respond, All the students turned their attention towards him. Many exhibited expressions of schadenfreude, believing that the new teacher, upon calling Su Qingfeng's name, intended to reprimand him. Su Qingfeng, is it? Please accompany me to my office. Pei Qingyu spoke with a decisive tone. The rest of you, continue your self-study. With that, she hurriedly exited the classroom. This teacher has quite a straightforward disposition. Luo Ping's face displayed concern. Brother Feng, do you think you will be scolded? I doubt it. Su Qingfeng shook his head, then rose to follow Pei Qingyu to her office. As Pei Qingyu was new and had not exhibited any overt signs of discontent, he decided to show her some courtesy. If she would show a lack of respect, then he would not hesitate to respond in kind. Chapter 022. You deceived everyone. Pei Qingyu was a recently graduated intern teacher from Tiananmen Martial University. In terms of qualifications, abilities, and connections, she was, in theory, not the one to be assigned as the substitute homeroom teacher for the senior class. However, due to Su Qingfeng's controversial choice of a subpar martial soul, the former homeroom teacher had resigned overnight and even caused the principal to be suspended for reflection. What was once a coveted position had transformed into a daunting task that other teachers were eager to avoid. The senior class was, after all, a key class at Lingzhou No. 2 High School and could not remain without a homeroom teacher. The grade director, left with no options, had handed this troublesome situation to the newly appointed Pei Qingyu. The other veteran teachers sympathized with Pei Qingyu's predicament, but were unwilling to lend a helping hand at that moment. Upon returning to the office, a few idle teachers greeted her cheerfully. Teacher Pei, have you met those students? How do you find them? They haven't bullied you, have they? In fact, being the homeroom teacher for a key class is quite manageable. The students hardly cause trouble. Well, except for Su Qingfeng. Facing such trivial pleasantries, Pei Qingyu merely offered perfunctory responses before returning to her seat. These colleagues were so enthusiastic merely to ensure that she remained firmly in the homeroom position and did not contemplate resigning. Should she express any desire to quit, they would undoubtedly employ moral coercion and veiled sarcasm to belittle her. Though young, Pei Qingyu was not naive. Fortunately, she genuinely enjoyed the teaching profession and did not resist the idea of serving as the substitute homeroom teacher. Moreover, the chaos caused by Su Qingfeng had already been borne by the former teacher and the principal. Being new, her accountability would be limited. Furthermore, after diligently studying Su Qingfeng's background and academic records, Pei Qingyu uncovered an intriguing fact. Utilizing her knowledge of educational psychology, she conducted a personality profile of Su Qingfeng. She perceived him as exceptionally talented, diligent, and with high self-expectations. A veritable academic prodigy. How could such an individual suddenly choose to sabotage his future at such a critical juncture as awakening a martial soul? Pei Qingyu thus surmised that Su Qingfeng's chosen martial soul must hold significant secrets. Unfortunately, the average person deemed his abandonment of the 9-star divine martial soul a grave mistake and could hardly be bothered to seek understanding. Of course, this was merely Pei Qingyu's speculation to verify her assumptions. She intended to speak with Su Qingfeng privately at that moment. Su Qingfeng arrived at the office door. He gently knocked. The teachers who had been so sympathetic to Pei Qingyu suddenly turned cold at the sight of him. Su Qingfeng, what are you doing here? Li Daqian, the martial arts teacher, spoke rather brusquely. I thought you'd already dropped out. I didn't expect you to still be hanging around. Li Daqian's disdain for Su Qingfeng was only surpassed by that of Wu Tian. Had Su Qingfeng chosen to awaken the 9-star divine martial soul, it would have significantly bolstered Li Daqian's career. However, now he viewed having taught Su Qingfeng as a source of shame. Before Su Qingfeng could respond, Pei Qingyu interjected, Please, Mr. Li, calm down. Su Qingfeng is here because I called him for a discussion that I can understand your feelings. But right now, you're merely a martial arts teacher, while I am the homeroom teacher. If you are unwilling, then perhaps you would like to take on the role of homeroom teacher. Li Daqian was momentarily silenced. He had not anticipated that the intern teacher, Pei Qingyu, would possess such a firm demeanor and show him no regard as a senior teacher. The notion of Li Daqian stepping into the role of homeroom teacher was utterly impossible. He was nearing retirement. Why would he take on such a hot potato? Ahem, Teacher Pei is correct. I have overstepped my bounds. You two carry on. Have a good discussion. With a huff, Li Daqian grabbed a cup from the table and exited the office. He preferred to remain oblivious to the situation. Other teachers had initially harbored a certain disdain for Su Qingfeng, but upon witnessing Pei Qingyu's willingness to confront her colleagues in defense of him, they found it unwise to further their own grievances. With peculiar glances exchanged among themselves, a few teachers murmured in hushed tones before vacating the office. Their departure was not a gesture of courtesy towards Pei Qingyu or Su Qingfeng, but rather a pursuit of a more secluded space to gossip. I apologize, Su Qingfeng, for summoning you to the office under such circumstances. I hadn't anticipated the extent of bias these teachers hold against you. Pei Qingyu spoke earnestly, her tone sincere. It is quite all right, Teacher Pei, Su Qingfeng replied, his demeanor remarkably composed, unfazed by the incident. Harsh words may wound, yet it is the truth that wields the sharper blade. What truly astonished Su Qingfeng was Pei Qingyu's boldness. This young teacher dared to stand up for him, even at the cost of her relationships with her colleagues. Such fortitude indicated that she was no ordinary instructor. Shall we sit and converse? Pei Qingyu gestured towards a nearby sofa, extending an invitation. Su Qingfeng nodded and chose the most comfortable seat, settling in casually. You must have an inkling of the topic I wish to discuss, Pei Qingyu said as she took a position beside him, tilting her head slightly in his direction. Her hair cascaded gently, releasing a subtle fragrance that sweetened the air around them. Su Qingfeng shook his head. I am unaware. Had it been any other teacher, he might have anticipated a reiteration of the usual criticisms regarding his haphazard selection of martial spirits. Yet Pei Qingyu's demeanor suggested otherwise. Su Qingfeng, there is no need to be so guarded with me. Your teacher, I am aware of the tensions between you and your former homeroom teacher, Mr. Wu, but he is one individual, and I am another. I simply wish to inquire about your academic life and future aspirations. With 3 months remaining until the martial arts examination, which martial university do you aim to attend? I would like to hear your plans. Pei Qingyu observed him intently, her gaze fixed on his reactions. She had sensed that this young man maintained a tranquil state throughout their conversation, a clear manifestation of absolute confidence. Had he truly resigned himself to despair, he would not exhibit such composure. Starry Sky Martial University, Su Qingfeng replied nonchalantly, disclosing his established goal. Noting Pei Qingyu's earnest expression, he felt inclined to trust in her integrity, considering it was not a secret and sharing it posed no harm. Although she had suspected as much, hearing Su Qingfeng utter the name of the foremost institution of the Human Alliance left Pei Qingyu momentarily astounded. It was evident to her that he was not jesting. He was genuinely preparing to apply to Starry Sky Martial University, and with considerable assurance at that. So my conjecture was indeed correct, Pei Qingyu murmured to herself. What? Su Qingfeng inquired, having not caught her words. So, Su Qingfeng, your martial spirit is not as worthless as it appears. You have deceived everyone. Haven to you? Pei Qingyu gazed at him, a smile playing upon her lips as she asked, facing her expectant stare. Su Qingfeng returned her smile, countering, Teacher Pei, when have I ever admitted that my martial spirit is weak? Or rather, which teacher has ever cared about the strength of my martial spirit? They're only concerned with the star ranking of the martial spirit. If anything, it would be more accurate to say they care only for their own interests. Though his words seemed to accuse certain teachers, Su Qingfeng remained composed, as if he had long since reconciled with reality. After a moment of silence, Pei Qingyu continued, I am still young, distinct from them, that if you are willing to trust me, I can offer you the necessary guidance and support until you succeed in gaining admission to your desired martial academy. All right, Chapter 023. A slight increase in quota Starry Sky Martial University is not easily attainable. AS the unequivocal premier institution of the Human Alliance. Its admission criteria are exceedingly stringent, apart from students granted direct admission. Those with martial spirit qualities below 7 stars must meet several conditions to apply. First, they must achieve outstanding results in the comprehensive examinations conducted prior to the awakening ceremony. Second, they need to surpass a combat power level of 200 before submitting their applications. Third, candidates must challenge a secret realm known as the Ascension Ladder within the Tongtian realm, successfully reaching a level exceeding 70. That each of these criteria is more demanding than the last, and only a true prodigy could satisfy them simultaneously. Yet, even this is insufficient. To be accepted into Starry Sky Martial University, one must also rank among the top 3 in the local martial arts examination in Lingzhou. This is because the university offers only 3 ordinary admission slots in this vast city of millions. This allocation is further supplemented by additional slots from the capital. Pei Qingyu did not doubt Su Qingfeng's determination to challenge Starry Sky Martial University, and she was willing to extend her assistance. However, Su Qingfeng felt he did not require her help. "Thank you for your kindness, Teacher Pei, but I can manage the application to the Martial University on my own," he decisively declined, fearing that her assistance might hinder his progress. This was no jest at present. Su Qingfeng's combat power level stands at 24083, allowing him to dominate in both the Tongtian realm's secret space and the otherworldly battlefield. Even in the abyssal battlefield, he could venture forth with confidence. Aside from having a slightly limited number of soul techniques and a less renowned martial spirit, Su Qingfeng had virtually no weaknesses. Thus, he regarded the upcoming martial examination with indifference. Pei Qingyu, unaware of the specifics, might formulate a training plan based solely on intuition, leading to a mismatch. Very well. If you find yourself in need of assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. I will be here to help. Pei Qingyu replied, a hint of disappointment evident in her tone, feeling that Su Qingfeng did not trust her. "All right. Thank you, teacher." Su Qingfeng expressed his gratitude before departing. When conversations fail to resonate, it is often best to part ways. It was only after Su Qingfeng had walked some distance away that Pei Qingyu remembered she had forgotten to inquire about his martial spirit information. He was already too far off. Perhaps she would ask him next time, as she was concerned about displeasing him. Upon returning to the classroom, Su Qingfeng was approached by Luo Ping. With a mischievous grin, inquired, "Brother Feng, what is the verdict? Did the new and beautiful homeroom teacher give you a thorough thrashing? You should indulge less in salacious literature and instead immerse yourself in world-renowned classics," Su Qingfeng remarked, instantly recognizing Luo Ping's impure thoughts from his expression. "Brother Feng, what are you saying? I'm merely concerned for you." Luo Ping feigned innocence to "I'm heading home," Su Qingfeng replied dismissively, gathering his belongings before tossing a parting remark and leaving. His purpose for returning to school had been fulfilled. Attending the class meeting was of little consequence now. Ultimately, whether aiming for prestigious institutions or striving to excel on the battlefield, it is one's true capabilities that matter. Luo Ping had not anticipated Su Qingfeng's abrupt departure. What he found even more surprising was that shortly after Su Qingfeng left, Nangong Liu also stood up and exited the classroom as Su Qingfeng stepped on the campus. He heard Nangong Liu call out to him from behind. "Su Qingfeng." Turning around, he beheld the stunning young woman standing in the spring breeze, arching an eyebrow slightly. "Aren't you attending class?" Nangong Liu approached with curiosity. "I've already had a session in the office." The new homeroom teacher conducted a private lesson. Su Qingfeng teased, recalling that Nangong Liu had secured her direct admission qualification and thus had no need to attend classes. So, what was her purpose for being at school? "Ah, I see." Nangong Liu's lips curled into a subtle smile as she clasped her hand behind her back and spoke softly. "There is something I must apologize to you for." "Why?" Su Qingfeng asked with genuine interest. "Have you done something to offend me?" Nangong Liu nodded. "I neglected to unlink my phone number from that black card. Your shopping information over the past few days was automatically sent to my phone, and I inadvertently saw it." She gazed into Su Qingfeng's eyes, speaking cautiously. She could have continued to feign ignorance, but Nangong Liu understood that persisting in her deception might genuinely upset Su Qingfeng. To prevent any rift in their relationship, she chose to be forthright. Upon hearing her explanation, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but smile slightly. He had to admit that Nangong Liu possessed a touch of cleverness. He believed she had indeed forgotten to unlink the card, yet her claim of accidentally seeing the messages felt somewhat contrived. Clearly, this was an artful way of phrasing her words. Nevertheless, Su Qingfeng did not take it to heart. "I understand." And then, he replied casually, "I previously contacted the staff to transfer the identity information of the black card to yours, but they informed me that doing so would reduce certain benefits." Nangong Liu tentatively stated, That's unnecessary. As long as the account functions, it's sufficient. Su Qingfeng firmly refused. Anyone who dared to eliminate the threefold discount on the black card would be his adversary. I agreed to make amends. I have arranged for the staff to slightly increase the quota. You should receive a notification shortly. Nangong Liyue concluded before waving goodbye and departing. She has applied to increase my quota? To think that the black card originally had a limit of 50 million star coins, and now it can be increased to such an extent. Su Qingfeng pondered this and felt a slight vibration from his phone. Upon checking, he discovered a message that read, "Dear esteemed black card holder, hello. Your account ending in 8888 has undergone a change in limit, and the current available amount is 1,490,000,000 star coins. Thank you for choosing the Nangong Chamber of Commerce, and we wish you a pleasant card experience. An increase of 1 billion directly. Is that just a minor adjustment?" Su Qingfeng felt a surge of astonishment. He was aware that Nangong Liyue was wealthy, yet he never imagined she could be so extravagantly generous that marrying her would save him 300 years of toil. Thus, had she raised my limit by 1 billion because she felt embarrassed about my installment purchase of the Platinum Heavenly Staff? Su Qingfeng considered this possibility with a degree of credence. After all, the wealthy are often quite concerned with appearances. How unseemly it would be to discuss installment payments. Of course, he was jesting. Su Qingfeng believed the sole reason Nangong Liyue had chosen to invest further in him was that he had demonstrated potential worthy of greater investment. True geniuses never fret over resources for cultivation. This is a truth understood by all. The distinction between Su Qingfeng and other prodigies lay in the fact that his investor was solely Nangong Liyue. This was undoubtedly an attempt to ensnare him in a web of debt. What could she possibly desire from him? Was she tempted by his physique? If that were the case, should he yield or resist? Su Qingfeng fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 024. Nangong Liyue's First Resistance. Nangong Liyue's return to Lingzhou No. 2 Middle School bore a purpose similar to Su Qingfeng's. Her primary aim was to see him. As for others and other matters, they were of no concern to her. Having observed the astonishing sum of Su Qingfeng's last expenditure, which reached an incredible 540 million star coins, her curiosity became insatiable, prompting her to review the spending list. When Nangong Liyue discovered that Su Qingfeng had purchased a weapon made of white dwarf material weighing a staggering 150 tons, she was utterly astounded. Some things can be inferred from the smallest details. The fact that Su Qingfeng could wield such a formidable weapon indicated that his physical strength was undoubtedly monstrous. Nangong Liyue estimated and deduced that Su Qingfeng's combat power level could not be lower than 5,000. What was even more alarming than this level of power was his rate of growth. Su Qingfeng had awakened his martial soul only a day ago. At that moment, Nangong Liyue realized that Su Qingfeng's strength far surpassed her expectations. Confronted with such a top-tier genius, and given her existing fondness for him, she naturally did not mind offering her full support. The reason Nangong Liyue had only increased the black card limit by 1 billion was that it was the extent of her capabilities. It was at this juncture that Nangong Liyue harbored an earnest desire to become the master of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce. If that were the case, she would undoubtedly utilize limitless resources to bind Su Qingfeng to her side. This binding was not meant in a romantic sense. Given Su Qingfeng's immense potential, any goodwill he might extend towards her in the future could benefit her significantly. Nangong Liyue believed in Su Qingfeng's character and invested without hesitation. A young man who could maintain his composure in adversity, who would not be flustered even when mocked by millions, surely possessed a heart of great integrity. Thus, when Su Qingfeng proactively sought her contact information, Nangong Liyue felt no aversion. On the contrary, she was quite delighted. Her joy persisted until the moment she returned home and encountered her mother, Qin Yusin. "Little Liyue, where have you been today?" Qin Yusin's tone was gentle, but her expression was frigid, as though Nangong Liyue had committed a grave error. "I went back to school to handle some matters," Nangong Liyue replied softly, biting her lips slightly. "If I am not mistaken, you have already secured a guaranteed spot at the Starry Sky Martial University." Qin Yusin lifted her gaze, her tone devoid of warmth. "Yes," Nangong Liyue nodded, "that I spent a considerable sum to elevate the quality of your martial soul from 8 stars to 9 stars. Shouldn't you be striving to cultivate soul skills in the celestial realm and maximize your martial soul's fusion rate? For newly minted soul masters, while a powerful martial soul is one aspect, if the fusion rate does not keep pace, not only will their strength be diminished, but there is also a risk of premature demise. This simple truth you surely comprehend, do you not? Qin Yusin's frustration was palpable. Moreover, what business do you have returning to Lingzhou No. 2 Middle School? That wretched institution is a quagmire for you. Had it not been for your father's insistence on arranging your return to the family ancestral grounds for study, you would have entered Starry Sky Martial University long ago. Once you mature, none of the current teachers or classmates will possess the qualifications to befriend you. You should not squander your precious time on such futile social engagements. Nangong Liue listened quietly, offering no rebuttal. She knew that arguing would only provoke her mother to speak further. Since her father's demise on the battlefield, her mother had transformed into a creature entirely driven by self-interest. Many times, Nangong Liue found herself at odds with her mother's views. She constantly reminded herself not to become as extreme as her mother. As for what Lingzhou No. 2 Middle School represented, Nangong Liue held her own understanding. Perhaps others were destined to be mere passers-by in her life, but there was one young man who stood apart. Qin Yusin continued to ramble on, and seeing Nangong Liue grow increasingly silent, she finally ceased her tirade. With a deep sigh, she said, "Little Liue, you must understand, Mother is only doing this for your own good. Would a mother ever wish to harm you?" Nangong Liue shook her head. Her mother certainly did not intend to cause her harm. Her mother needed her to grow rapidly to help vie for control of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce. Yet, throughout this process, Nangong Liue felt more like a tool than a person. But she was indeed a person, and thus could not help but feel the urge to resist. Funding Su Qingfeng generously was her greatest act of rebellion. It should be noted that her mother forbade her from forming close relationships with any young men. Nangong Liue believed she had been discreet, but soon realized how mistaken she was. "I received word that you increased the limit on an anonymous black card to 1,500,000,000 star coins. What valuable items do you intend to purchase? Why do you require such an enormous sum?" Qin Yusin inquired casually. Upon hearing this, Nangong Liue's eyes flickered with disappointment. She clenched her teeth and replied, "That is my personal privacy. Personal privacy does not justify the reckless expenditure of resources." Qin Yusin's tone was frigid. "Give me a reason not to revoke your credit limit. 1,000,000,000 star coins is no paltry sum." Yet Qin Yusin could not tolerate Nangong Liue exercising shareholder privileges without her notifying her. "I hold shares in the Chamber of Commerce," Nangong Liue stated in a low, resolute voice, as the legitimate daughter of the main branch. While her shares were limited, she was still a shareholder of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce. "You've grown wings and dare to engage in arithmetic with me." Qin Yusin's face bore a hint of mockery. "Do not forget, you have yet to reach the age of 18. According to family regulations, your shares are still managed by me, your guardian. In any case, the limit cannot be revoked." Nangong Liue gazed at Qin Yusin with a gentle yet unwavering look. She felt that, at this moment, she was truly committed to her investment in Su Qingfeng. For the first time, Qin Yusin sensed that Nangong Liue possessed a strong will. It should be noted that the previous Nangong Liue had been exceedingly obedient, doing whatever was asked of her, without a hint of argument. Qin Yusin felt somewhat at a loss, but was soon overwhelmed by an uncontrollable anger. "You should not provoke me, my precious daughter." Qin Yusin's face twisted into a cold smile as she prepared to pick up her phone. "If you do that, I will publicly announce that I will forever relinquish my claim to the inheritance of the Chamber of Commerce." Nangong Liue spoke calmly, her words leaving Qin Yusin momentarily stunned. Qin Yusin's husband had already perished on the battlefield. Her sole hope of reaching the peak of power lay in Nangong Liue. This was also the reason Qin Yusin was so intent on crafting a perfect masterpiece. Yet, she never anticipated that this perfect creation would defy her, and that this day would arrive so swiftly. In that instant, Qin Yusin clearly realized that her ambitions required her daughter's cooperation to have any chance of fulfillment. Chapter 025. The pressure from two major shareholders. You would not dare to do such a thing, would you? If you could successfully inherit the Chamber of Commerce, It would be immensely beneficial for you. Qin Yusin steadied her emotions and began to lay out the facts and reasoning for Nangong Liue. Seeing that her intimidation was having an effect, Nangong Liue did not appear pleased. She had long understood that her mother, Qin Yusin, valued far more than her personal feelings. Previously, Nangong Liue could deceive herself. But now the cold, hard facts lay bare before her, forcing her to confront reality. That I will do it, she declared resolutely. If mother believes me to be too selfish, I could even return my life to her. Qin Yusin furrowed her brow at this statement. Initially, she had merely been curious about how Nangong Liue was spending her money and sought to impose strict control. However, upon witnessing Nangong Liue's willingness to go to such lengths to resist, Qin Yusin realized that things were not as simple as they appeared. What was this girl hiding? Her money, did she spend it herself? Or did she use it for someone else? If there exists another party, what is their relationship with her daughter? Is that person her romantic partner? Such a notion is absolutely intolerable. My daughter is so exceptional. How could she possibly succumb to romantic entanglements at such a time? Qin Yusin vowed to uncover the truth of this matter. Yet at this moment, Nangong Liue had already lost her composure, and Qin Yusin had no choice but to stabilize her. Little Liu, you have won. I shall not revoke that black card. But remember, this is a one-time concession. It shall not happen again. Qin Yusin relented, her tone laced with reluctance. Nangong Liue found it hard to believe. Did she truly win so easily? Had her mother suddenly become so accommodating? Or was it merely a temporary appeasement, with ulterior motives lurking beneath? Based on Nangong Liue's understanding of her mother, she suspected it was the latter. I understand. There will be no next time, mother. I shall return to my room now. Nangong Liue spoke respectfully before turning to leave. Yet this seemingly impeccable statement struck Qin Yusin as somewhat jarring. After pondering for a moment, she grasped the situation. Previously, she would have assumed this was merely Nangong Liue's usual tone. Now, however, it was evident to Qin Yusin that Nangong Liue was clearly performing. Was there still discontent lingering in her heart? Upon realizing this, Qin Yusin's gaze turned conflicted. However, that struggle swiftly faded. The influence of the Nangong Consortium spanned hundreds of resource planets, with total assets exceeding trillions of star coins. The allure of controlling such a colossal entity was a fatal trap for Qin Yusin. She could not escape. My daughter must become the new leader of the Nangong Consortium. For this, I would spare no expense. With this thought, Qin Yusin took out her phone and dialed a number. Hello. Is this the market department of the Nangong Consortium? I'm the 9th largest shareholder of the consortium, and I request access to the expenditure records of an anonymous black card account. I do not care about any customer privacy. I only want results. Provide me with a response within half an hour. At the central square of Tongtianji, the flagship store of the Nangong Consortium, Deputy Manager Huang Tong was idly manning his post. Although the store was bustling with customers, most were ordinary passers-by. Failing to capture Huang Tong's attention, he despised such mundane days. If it would only serve ordinary customers. His ambition to take over as store manager would have to wait until the current manager was promoted or transferred. That would be a tremendous waste of life. Huang Tong yearned for a more exhilarating existence. Just then, his office phone suddenly rang. Huang Tong glanced at the caller ID. Nangong Consortium Market Department, a big shot. Huang Tong did not hesitate to answer the call. Hello, this is the flagship store at Central Square of the Nangong Consortium. I am Deputy Manager Huang Tong. May I inquire who is calling? The business department of the Nangong Consortium is mainly divided into 3 sections. The executive department, which focuses on resource planet development. The market department, which oversees purchasing and sales, and the financial department. The thousands of flagship stores established by the Nangong Consortium in Tongtianji are all under the jurisdiction of the market department. If Huang Tong were to rise from the store to the headquarters of the Nangong Consortium, it would most likely be in the market department. I am Li Sansi, the deputy minister of the market department, and I have been entrusted by the 9th-ranked major shareholder to investigate the expenditure records of an anonymous black card from your store. That a serious voice came from the other end of the line. Huang Tong was taken aback. A shareholder significant enough to prompt the deputy minister of the market department to personally investigate expenditure records must be quite influential. I understand. May I ask which black card's expenditure record it pertains to? Huang Tang's tone became exceedingly respectful. Faced with the dual pressures of a consortium shareholder and a superior, he was naturally prepared to comply dutifully. A.S. for respecting customer privacy. Internal communication within the company does not constitute a breach of confidentiality. Huang Tang reassured himself. However, to his surprise, Manager Li on the other end did not directly disclose the card number, but instead added another remark with significant implications. I have also received another commission, requesting you to completely erase the expenditure records of that card, leaving no traces. This commission was issued by the 12th ranked major shareholder. Upon hearing this, both Huang Tang and Li Sansi fell into a brief silence. What does this mean? Are the two major shareholders at odds with one another? Both Huang Tang and Li Sansi understood that they were merely employees and could not afford to offend any shareholder. However, faced with two conflicting orders, they had to find a way to choose sides. Manager Li, I'm a bit confused about this matter. Could you provide me with some guidance? Huang Tang felt like a small ant caught between two colossal elephants. Fearing that any misstep could lead to his demise, he dared not act rashly. Li Sansi was quite pleased with Huang Tang's attitude. At least this young man understood the importance of aligning with him in such a situation. The issue, however, was that Li Sansi was being so clear with Huang Tang precisely because he did not want to assume responsibility. Huang Tang, I can only remind you that this matter is at your discretion. Furthermore, do not think of being a fence-sitter. Otherwise, no one will come to your aid. The two shareholders were concerned about the expenditure records of that black card. Here is the account number. Take note. Huang Tang hung up the phone with a complex expression, still regretting how he found himself in such a predicament. Forced to choose between two shareholders. If he had to pick, he should choose the one with the greater shareholding. Right. With such thoughts, Huang Tang entered the recorded account number into the store system to check the sales records. Soon, he was left dumbfounded. The display revealed none other than the black card used by Qingfeng. So this was the black card account that concerned both major shareholders. Huang Tang recalled the dashing, mysterious, and formidable young man, and a decisive thought formed in his mind. If he were simply choosing between the 9th and 12th ranked shareholders, he would opt for the 9th. However, since the 12th shareholder was aligned with that enigmatic figure, he had no qualms about his decision. Huang Tang resolutely deleted all expenditure record information of that black card from the store system. Then called Li Sansi. Manager Li, I apologize, but the system could not retrieve any expenditure records for that black card. How is that possible? Li Sansi was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing that Huang Tang was actively choosing sides and did not wish to implicate him. This young man displayed quite a bit of courage, decisively choosing to offend the more powerful shareholder. Li Sansi was somewhat astonished, but he did not hesitate to respond. I understand. Continue with your work. Chapter 26. The Neighboring Big Sister and Ruosu. Qin Yusin was in a foul mood. She had not anticipated that utilizing her authority as a consortium shareholder to request the market department to retrieve the expenditure records of an anonymous black card would end in failure. The response from the market department was that no expenditure records could be found for that account. Was this not a mockery? If that black card had never been used, why would her daughter specifically seek to increase the spending limit? The market department had undoubtedly provided false information. Realizing this, Qin Yusin was infuriated. After all, she was a shareholder of the Nangong Consortium. Though her shareholding was merely 2, it was not something the market department's employees could casually disrespect. Just as Qin Yusin was about to erupt, she quickly sensed something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, how could the market department dare to engage in such deceit? The only possibility was that her daughter, Nangong Liue, another shareholder of the Nangong Consortium, had anticipated her actions and taken preemptive measures. This wretched girl, truly, a daughter is not to be kept. Qin Yusin's face turned pale with anger, yet she had no better course of action. She could not directly barge into Nangong Liue's room and confront her about this. Qin Yusin even hesitated to bring up the matter, lest it provoke a fierce backlash from Nangong Liue. However, just because Qin Yusin chose not to confront Nangong Liue did not mean she would let the matter rest. Qin Yusin had always been incredibly strong-willed and vengeful. She vowed to uncover who had been using that black card and ensure they paid the appropriate price. As for how to proceed, Qin Yusin intended to start with Nangong Liyue's relatively uncomplicated social circle, that by simply investigating who she was close to at school and filtering the results, the truth should become apparent. While Qin Yusin was actively plotting her next move, Nangong Liyue was in her room, troubled. The feedback from Deputy Manager Li Sansi made her realize that her mother, Qin Yusin, was indeed investigating Su Qingfeng in secret. This revelation filled Nangong Liyue with anger and shame. She felt that she had brought trouble upon Su Qingfeng. Yet, just as Qin Yusin dared not confront her directly, Nangong Liyue also found it difficult to persuade her mother to abandon the investigation. The relationship between the mother and daughter had become increasingly complicated. On the other side, after Su Qingfeng left school, he returned home directly. It was a modest 3-bedroom apartment, situated on a street close to Lingzhou. Two middle school considered a desirable school district in this world. Residing in a school district not only facilitated children's education, but also served as a safety guarantee should Blue Stars suddenly face an invasion from a powerful foreign race. Residents living near the school could swiftly evacuate through the teleportation array set up at the school, taking refuge within the divine artifact, the Tontian Tower, as the foremost divine artifact of humanity. The Tontian Tower could ensure the survival of billions of people for over a year in the most extreme circumstances. If one could continually replenish various resources, the entire human race might very well reside indefinitely within the celestial realm. However, life in the celestial realm is relatively monotonous and tedious. Conversely, if one's residence is situated far from educational institutions, when faced with an apocalyptic crisis, escape may become an impossibility. Some individuals believe that the strength of the human alliance is sufficiently formidable to withstand an invasion from the myriad races of the cosmos, while others possess an innate optimism, unwilling to spend excessive resources on accommodations for nebulous dangers. Opinions on this matter vary greatly. Su Qingfeng's home in the school district was purchased by his parents over a decade ago. In this regard, it is evident that his parents hold a profound affection for him. Living alone, Su Qingfeng generally lacks the motivation to prepare meals. Fortunately, there are numerous restaurants of diverse cuisines located on the ground floor, alleviating any concerns regarding nourishment. Upon pushing open his door, Su Qingfeng was greeted by a warmly decorated living room that on the wall adjacent to the dining table hung a large photograph. The image depicted a young and radiant couple standing side by side. The woman cradling a child, their backs turned to the corpse of a fallen 100-meter dragon. The photograph bore an inscription: Su Xiong and Lin Fengming personally slay the dragon to capture a 1-year anniversary photo for the most adorable baby beneath the stars. Although this was not the first time Su Qingfeng had encountered the photograph, he still felt a profound sense of love and unwavering confidence upon reading the inscription. Both of his parents are 7-star soul masters, unquestionably the elite of the Salvation Army, even in the most dire conditions of the abyssal battlefield. Su Qingfeng had heard the story behind this photograph from his mother when he was quite young. They had been on vacation in a nearby town, intending to celebrate their child's first birthday, when a reckless dragon suddenly attacked the town. Su Qingfeng's parents were compelled to take action, risking their safety to defeat the dragon without sustaining any injuries. Friends who arrived upon hearing the commotion captured this photograph. The inscription was penned by Su Qingfeng's mother, Lin Fengming. That it was this dragon incident that made Su Qingfeng's parents acutely aware of the instability of the abyssal battlefield, prompting them to send Su Qingfeng back to Blue Star for his education when he had just turned 6. Merely a year later, both of his parents went missing during a horrific battle that had yet to be declassified. The Salvation Army did not provide Su Qingfeng with details about the conflict, merely informing him that his parents were heroes of the human race. Subsequently, Su Qingfeng became taciturn, rejecting the military and government arrangements for guardianship, opting instead for a solitary existence that has persisted to this day. Su Qingfeng initially believed his parents' disappearance to be an unfortunate coincidence. However, he later uncovered through online channels that over a decade ago, the abyssal battlefield had erupted into a chaotic conflict among the gods, resulting in significant losses for human forces. Not only were over 1 million elite soldiers from the Salvation Army lost, but nearly 1 million skilled adventurers and members of various merchant guilds perished as well. It was then that Su Qingfeng comprehended why the Salvation Army had concealed the battle's particulars from him. After all, the involvement of deific entities meant that even if ordinary people were to learn the truth, it would only serve to amplify their anguish without any means of redress. Unless Su Qingfeng were to attain strength capable of overpowering all divine beings across the cosmos, the Salvation Army's intelligence would remain closed to him. At that point, he would uncover the true reason behind his parents' disappearance and seek vengeance. Mom and Dad, rest assured, that day will come swiftly. Su Qingfeng softly declared to the photograph before preparing to step out for a meal. Just as he exited, he heard someone call out to him. "Xiaofeng, you're back? I've just finished cooking. Come over for dinner." The voice was sweet, filled with joy and sincerity. The speaker was a beautiful young woman in her 20s, slender with fair skin and bright eyes like shimmering lakes. Her name was Su, Su Qingfeng's neighbor and the social worker responsible for overseeing his well-being. Chapter 27. The 18th birthday. Su Qingfeng was merely 7 years old when his parents went missing. Both the Welfare Department of the Salvation Army and the Civil Affairs Department of the Human Alliance, concerned about Su Qingfeng's ability to live independently, had reached out to him, attempting to arrange for adoptive parents or placement in a welfare institution. However, Su Qingfeng had firmly declined such arrangements. The Salvation Army and the Civil Affairs Department respected his wishes, assigning a dedicated social worker to him. Until Su Qingfeng turned 18, the social worker would handle all administrative matters on his behalf and regularly check in on his well-being. Su was Su Qingfeng's second social worker, having been in the position for over 2 years, primarily dedicated to caring for him. Including her experiences prior to graduating from university, Su had effectively looked after Su Qingfeng for almost a decade. Su's family background was similar to Su Qingfeng's. Both her parents were retired soldiers from the Salvation Army. This commonality fostered a deep sense of care for Su Qingfeng, as she often invited him over for meals without expecting anything in return. Whenever Su Qingfeng attempted to offer her a gift, she would graciously refuse. Over time, Su Qingfeng began to feel somewhat embarrassed about accepting her invitations. "Sister-in, I have some matters to attend to." Su Qingfeng decided not to accept Su's invitation this time. "Don't try to deceive me. It's mealtime, and at this hour, if you're heading out, the only place you could possibly go is that little noodle shop downstairs. Is my cooking poisonous? You would rather eat at a fly-infested joint than come and dine with me?" And Su insisted, firmly grasping Su Qingfeng's arm and pulling him toward her home. Although Su was merely a fragile 5-star soul master, Su Qingfeng could have easily freed himself from her grasp. Yet he chose not to do so, fearing injury to her delicate form and not wanting to hurt her feelings. That would be quite awkward. Su Qingfeng feigned politeness while allowing himself to be led into Su's home. Compared to the fly-ridden diner, Su's culinary skills were undeniably more appealing. Su lived alone in a cozy 2-bedroom apartment. At that moment, the dining table was adorned with an array of dishes, hot entrees, cold platters, and a rich soup, all thoughtfully prepared. It was evident that Su had invested significant effort into this meal. Su Qingfeng felt a twinge of curiosity. This did not seem like a typical home-cooked meal. Was there something important Su wished to discuss with him? "Please sit down, Xiaofeng. Try my braised pork ribs. I made them especially for you." Now that he was there, Su Qingfeng didn't feel inclined to refuse. He picked up his chopsticks and took a generous bite of the ribs placed in his bowl. The flavor was rich and savory, tender and succulent, perfectly cooked. "How is it? Delicious, right?" Su asked, her tone laced with anticipation. "Perfection." Su Qingfeng sighed. "Sister, and your culinary skills have truly flourished. That's good to hear. You spend all your time dining at that little restaurant downstairs. Yet you never come to keep me company. Dining alone is quite dull." Su said, with a playful pout. Su Qingfeng chuckled silently. The hardest part about receiving kindness from a beautiful woman is the potential for complications in a solitary setting. "Sister-in, why have you prepared so many dishes today? Is it a special occasion?" Su Qingfeng inquired, attempting to shift the topic, and Su paused for a moment upon hearing this, her expression shifting to one of complexity as she gazed at Su Qingfeng. "Xiaofeng, have you forgotten? Today is March 9, 3018 of the Star Sea calendar, your 18th birthday. It is also the last day I can care for you in my capacity as your social worker. Watching Su Qingfeng grow day by day until he reached adulthood, and Ruosu felt as if she had raised a child. Amidst her pride, she couldn't help but reflect on how swiftly time had passed. Su Qingfeng's face took on a peculiar expression upon hearing Ruosu's words. Ever since merging with the memories of Transmigrata and awakening his martial soul, he had focused solely on enhancing his strength, completely oblivious to the fact that today was his birthday. However, for a man, a birthday is often a modest affair. Having a beautiful neighbor treat him to a meal is quite a generous gesture. Moreover, he had already received a card from a wealthy benefactor with a spending limit of 10 billion. If such treatment were to continue every year, Su Qingfeng would consider it quite favorable. Why does Sister seem a bit downcast? Even if you're no longer my social worker in the future, you will always be my sister. Su Qingfeng smiled, trying to reassure her. You're right, today is a joyous occasion. I shouldn't have said such things, Ruosu beamed, pouring Su Qingfeng a drink. Sister offers her apologies. Su Qingfeng felt that Ruosu was being overly dramatic, but he had no qualms about enjoying a drink. After setting his cup down, Ruosu's gaze turned somewhat complex. Xiaofeng, I came across a video about you online. As soon as Su Qingfeng heard this, he realized Ruosu was referring to his courageous decision to forfeit the 9-star divine martial soul in favor of an unknown martial soul. It seemed he had indeed become quite well known. So much so that even those around him were aware of it. Those who had posted videos without his consent truly deserved reprimand. Su Qingfeng felt it was necessary to investigate who was behind this mischief. The issue of money was secondary. He had to make those individuals understand what suffering truly meant. And then, what is it that Sister wishes to convey? Su Qingfeng gazed curiously at Ruosu. He wondered what thoughts this gentle elder sister, who had cared for him since childhood, held regarding his misguided path. The sister wished to convey that the quality of one's martial soul was not of paramount importance. Everyone could choose their own way of life. Your parents are heroes of the human alliance. You could easily apply for an exemption from military service, as long as you find happiness and fulfillment in your chosen life. I will always support you, Ruosu said earnestly, her gaze fixed on Su Qingfeng. Her feelings for her younger brother, whom she had watched grow up, were indeed complex. Su Qingfeng excelled academically, possessed a steadfast character, maintained emotional stability, and importantly, was remarkably handsome. Were it not for their age difference, she would undoubtedly have chosen him as her romantic partner. Yet, despite the gap in their ages, Ruosu could not help but feel affection for Su Qingfeng. Even if he had made an outrageous decision, she believed there must be compelling reasons behind it. Perhaps Xiaofeng feels overwhelmed by the pressures of being a hero and simply wishes to be an ordinary person. Ruosu felt a surge of excitement regarding Su Qingfeng's choice, believing that by opting for a relatively mundane and unknown martial soul, he might draw closer to her. She recognized that such thoughts were selfish. But aren't all humans inherently self-serving? For reasons unknown. Su Qingfeng sensed something peculiar in Ruosu's gaze that, in any case, compared to the multitude of doubts and ridicule from passers-by, Ruosu's support moved him deeply. Thank you, Jia. Su Qingfeng smiled, adding, if the human alliance requires my military service, I will fulfill my duty. Besides, I am not as weak as you think. Before those who truly understood him, Su Qingfeng felt no need for excessive humility, knowing that even if Ruosu were aware of his secret, she would not harm him. Chapter 028. If you wish to leave a legacy, I can assist. Xiaofeng, do not be so impulsive. The battlefield is perilous, Ruosu exclaimed, her expression tinged with urgency. She feared for Su Qingfeng's life on the battlefield. If he were to perish, the Su family line would be extinguished if he insisted on serving in the military. Ruosu believed he ought to ensure the continuation of his bloodline. She felt she could assist him in this minor matter of legacy, while she chose to disregard his assertion of strength. Su Qingfeng's choice of a 9-star martial soul allowed for such bold claims, but an unknown martial soul. Ruosu believed that Su Qingfeng's potential for future growth might not even surpass her own as a civilian soul master. After joining the Salvation Army, he would face formidable foes from the vast cosmos. Given the limitations of his martial soul, how much stronger could he truly become, regardless of his efforts? Thus, Enriosu preferred that Su Qingfeng lead an ordinary life alongside her, living in peace and stability. Faced with Enriosu's almost blind concern, Su Qingfeng found it amusing yet deeply touching, at the very least. She was one of the few who mistakenly believed he was willingly descending into depravity, yet was still willing to support him. And yeah, let us eat, Su Qingfeng declared, unwilling to waste more breath that he would act according to his own judgment. Very well. And Enriosu nodded, quietly accompanying Su Qingfeng as they dined together. After their meal, Enriosu presented him with a birthday gift. Upon unwrapping it, Su Qingfeng discovered an exquisite mechanical watch. While not from an exceptionally luxurious brand, its quality was undeniably high. This watch not only serves as an attractive accessory, but can also be useful in extreme situations. I hope you like it. Enriosu smiled warmly at Su Qingfeng, initially reluctant to accept the gift, as it was worth at least 5,000 star coins, equivalent to over half a month's salary for Enriosu. Su Qingfeng reconsidered. The package had already been opened, and even if he refused, Enriosu might not be able to return it. It would be wiser to accept it first and then offer her some monetary compensation. With this thought in mind, Su Qingfeng graciously accepted the gift and, while Enriosu was distracted, discreetly transferred 50,000 star coins to her account via his phone to Su Qingfeng. This sum was a mere trifle, and he hoped it might serve as a small token of gratitude for Enriosu's kindness. Anything more would be inappropriate, and he was certain she would refuse it. 50,000 felt like a reasonable figure to him. After completing this transaction, Su Qingfeng took his leave, intending to return to Tongtian realm to cultivate and swiftly enhance his martial soul fusion rate to 10, thus activating his second soul skill. He was eager to discover what the second soul skill of the great sage martial soul would be. Before long, Su Qingfeng noticed Enriosu repeatedly attempting to contact him. However, he ignored her calls, refusing her the opportunity to speak. He genuinely wished to compensate her and did not want to engage in any arguments. Subsequently, Enriosu sent him numerous messages, stating that as a public servant, she could not accept bribes and urged him to reclaim those 50,000 star coins. Yet, Su Qingfeng remained unperturbed. Was a gift given without any expectations truly a bribe? He understood that this was merely Enriosu's feigned intimidation, using threats about his future to compel him to return the money. Su Qingfeng was not easily deceived. Soon after, he arrived back at Lingzhou No. 2 High School, that he made his way to the Soul Master Training Hall, ready to swipe his card and queue for the teleportation array. Just then, a deep voice called out from behind. Su Qingfeng, you finally showed up. I've been waiting for you. Turning around, he saw a portly middle-aged man standing in the shade of a tree. A wry smile on his face. It was none other than the suspended principal, Duan Muji. Su Qingfeng felt a mix of emotions upon seeing him. What could the principal want with me? Does he think I am responsible for his suspension and seek revenge? This thought quickly dissipated as Su Qingfeng dismissed it, believing that the principal was not so petty. Besides, he was unafraid of any retaliatory actions. In Su Qingfeng's eyes, Duan Muji's 5-star soul master strength was akin to that of a robust insect. What brings you here? Su Qingfeng inquired casually. The confidence stemming from his formidable power allowed him to meet anyone's gaze without trepidation, engaging in equal conversation that if others were ungrateful, they could not blame him for his youthful arrogance. You still call me principal? Duan Muji approached Su Qingfeng, shaking his head in self-deprecation, a smile gracing his lips. I am merely a prematurely retired man now. Compared to their last encounter, Duan Muji's demeanor seemed less spirited. This was understandable. One does not easily recover from the abrupt transition from a joyful principal to an involuntary retirement. Yet, Su Qingfeng had no inclination to offer condolences to Duan Muji. I am in a hurry. Principal, let us get straight to the point, shall we? Su Qingfeng urged with a smile, his tone somewhat indifferent. He had no intention of wasting time on sympathy for Duan Muji. Ahem. Duan Muji cleared his throat awkwardly, surprised by Su Qingfeng's seemingly unfeeling attitude that in the past, such a demeanor would have enraged him. But now he appeared more magnanimous. That I heard from teacher Pei Qingyu that you have made a firm decision to apply to Stargazing Martial University. I want to tell you that recognizing one's errors and returning to the right path is commendable. You must study diligently and train hard, and avoid any further foolishness. When did you become so concerned about me, Principal? Su Qingfeng found Duanmu's sudden concern rather puzzling. What did he mean by recognizing one's errors? He had not strayed from the path. Moreover, Su Qingfeng felt there was little personal rapport between them. Why would he seek him out to express such sentiments? To be frank, these words were entrusted to me by Teacher Pei. She hopes you can approach your exams lightheartedly and without any psychological burdens stemming from my past issues. Duanmu revealed the truth. Su Qingfeng suddenly understood, as it was Pei Qingyu who was working behind the scenes. That made sense. Su Qingfeng felt that Pei Qingyu was somewhat overstepping, as he bore no guilt for Duanmu's predicament. So, does the principal harbor some resentment towards me? Su Qingfeng inquired with a smile. Entirely unbothered by the potential to reopen Duanmu's wounds. There might be some lingering disappointment, but it does not equate to hatred. Duanmu's side that I was forced into retirement primarily due to offending certain individuals. However, had you chosen the 9-star martial soul back then, I might not have been ousted so soon. In response, Su Qingfeng merely smiled without replying that in fact, if you manage to enroll in Stargazing Martial University, I might even be reinstated. Duanmu added. Then I shall do my utmost. Su Qingfeng nodded. Yes, just do your best. Duanmu replied casually, clearly not taking it to heart. The prospect for Su Qingfeng's unknown martial soul were dismal. Applying to Stargazing Martial University was akin to scaling a mountain. Duanmu held no hope whatsoever. In truth, had it not been for Pei Qingyu's earnest request, he would not have bothered to visit Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng perceived Duanmu's true intentions, chuckling softly before turning to leave. Chapter 029, Profits Surge. Before long, Su Qingfeng once again utilized the teleportation array to arrive at his personal space within the heavenly realm. The walls of the small room faithfully displayed Su Qingfeng's current attribute panel. Name: Su Qingfeng Martial Soul. Beautiful Monkey King. Unknown star level. Fusion degree. For first soul skill. Divine power law of heaven and earth. Effect. Upon casting, attain a towering martial soul true form, significantly enhancing attack power and attack speed. Consumption: all mana. Duration: 10 minutes. Cooldown: none. Basic attributes: 1 arm, lifting force, 900 tons, 1 fusion degree, 1 star soul master is 200 kilograms. Reaction speed: 8,000, 1 fusion degree. 1 star soul master is 1. Sensory ability: 12,000, 1 fusion degree. 1 star soul master is 1. Abnormal resistance: 40,000, 1 fusion degree. 1 star soul master is 1. Life: 40,000, 1 fusion degree. 1 star soul master is 1. Mana: 40,000, 1 fusion degree. 1 star soul master is 1. Combat power level: 24,083, 1 fusion degree. 1 star soul master is 1. Although it was not his first encounter with this attribute panel, Su Qingfeng was still taken aback by the sheer power of his physical form. Each of his attributes was astonishingly formidable. Those fully fused 9-star soul masters likely could not match my foundational attributes. The might of the great sage martial soul is at this level, yet so many still doubt my choices. Should I say they're blinded by their narrow perspectives, or merely stuck in their old ways? Once I achieve 100% fusion of my martial soul and unlock all soul skills, I shall let them witness what true strength truly means. Su Qingfeng felt a twisted thrill akin to strutting in fine garments while concealing his true prowess. Subsequently, Su Qingfeng opened the back end of his short video account to check the data of his previously published videos. Perhaps due to his prior dazzling performance, his videos had received substantial promotion from the platform, resulting in an explosive surge in various statistics. Video data: likes 1.2 billion, views 11 billion, comments 1.5 billion. Net revenue after tax: 110 million star coins. Withdrawable balance: 101 million star coins. The total revenue has surprisingly surpassed 100 million. Su Qingfeng was somewhat astonished upon seeing the revenue figures. However, upon observing the view count, he found it quite reasonable. With the entire human alliance comprising only 100 billion individuals, it was akin to 1 in every 9 people having seen his video. Additionally, considering the high quality of his content, earning 100 million is not excessive. What truly delighted Su Qingfeng was the prospect of continuing his lucrative venture as a video creator, given that his black card account still had over $1 billion in spending limit. Su Qingfeng was in no rush to withdraw his video earnings. He would wait until he had spent it all. He then pondered briefly about the content for his next video before leaving his personal space and re-entering the central square of the Heavenly Realm. Nangong Liue had helped him increase the overdraft limit of his black card by another $1 billion, so he felt compelled to visit the flagship store of the Nangong Merchant Association. Previously, he had only replaced his weapon, and his equipment and various consumables had yet to be upgraded. With such thoughts in mind, Su Qingfeng once again stepped into the flagship store of the Nangong Merchant Association located in the central square. At that moment, the deputy manager Huang Tung happened to be on duty. Upon seeing Su Qingfeng enter, a smile he could not suppress spread across his face. Previously, he had chosen to offend a shareholder ranked 9th in the Merchant Association by helping Su Qingfeng keep secrets. Now it was time to show his loyalty and perhaps seek some credit. Huang Tung had no choice but to do this. If Su Qingfeng and that mysterious shareholder were displeased, he might even lose his job. "Big brother, you're here. Shall we follow our usual routine and head to the VIP room?" Huang Tung approached Su Qingfeng, warmly greeting him. Su Qingfeng glanced at Huang Tung, instantly sensing that the young man had something to say. So he nodded and followed him to the inner VIP room. Huang Tung first poured Su Qingfeng a soda, then stood before him with a solemn expression, saying, "Rest assured, esteemed guest, protecting our clients' privacy at all costs has always been our store's principle. Even if the one trying to pry into your privacy is a major shareholder of this merchant association, I will not yield to them. I have completely erased your previous consumption records. This fundamentally eliminates any possibility of a leak. Esteemed guest, do you think my actions are justified?" At the last sentence, Huang Tung slightly bowed, wearing a fawning smile. As a low-star soul master, Huang Tung had learned the ways of survival early on. He was now certain that Su Qingfeng was indeed a robust golden thigh. To show disdain towards the benefactor while clinging to such a thigh would be sheer folly. Huang Tung wanted Su Qingfeng to understand that he was fully prepared to pledge his allegiance, even at the cost of offending the shareholders of the Nangong Merchant Association. Su Qingfeng was initially unsure of the situation, but after listening, he could not help but furrow his brow. Was a major shareholder of the Nangong Merchant Association trying to investigate the usage of Nangong Liue's black card? Who could it be? Her parents? Or perhaps the risk control department of the financial institution within the Nangong Merchant Association found the black card account suspicious. If it were the latter, it would not make sense for a shareholder to order an investigation. Moreover, Huang Tung had no need to risk his position to help him delete information. Thus, it was highly probable that it was Nangong Liue's parents wanting to check on him. As Su Qingfeng pondered this, he couldn't help but cast a peculiar glance at Huang Tung, asking, "The major shareholders ranked in the top 10 of the Nangong Merchant Association have net worths no less than 100 billion star coins. Do you not fear retaliation for directly offending them?" Su Qingfeng did not mind Huang Tung's allegiance, but he felt the young man was being rather reckless. Was he truly willing to risk his job to follow him unconditionally? It was not unacceptable. Su Qingfeng considered Huang Tung's abilities to be of some value to him. However, it was essential to clarify things first. Huang Tung proved to be more astute than Su Qingfeng had anticipated. "Esteemed guest, you may not know, but the mysterious shareholder who gifted you the black card has also taken action. My deletion of your shopping information was in direct accordance with her wishes." Given the gravity of the matter, Huang Tung dared not conceal anything and confessed directly to Su Qingfeng. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng's expression turned somewhat strange. He had not expected that Nangong Liue actually possessed a significant stake in the Nangong Merchant Association. This meant she was not merely a small wealthy lady, but a bona fide top-tier female tycoon. No wonder she could elevate the black card spending limit by 1 billion star coins with just a phone call. This was indeed quite reasonable. Upon learning this information, Su Qingfeng understood what had transpired. Nangong Liue's parents had discovered her increase in the black card limit. They were pressuring Huang Tung to investigate her consumption records, while Nangong Liue, facing the pressure, had leveraged her shareholder status to request Huang Tung to delete the data. In this critical moment of choosing sides, Huang Teng had opted for him and Nangong Liyue. Though Su Qingfeng was not particularly familiar with Nangong Liyue's family circumstances, he had managed to piece together the general sequence of events. You did well. Su Qingfeng praised Huang Teng, then proceeded to paint a bright future. A young man with such aspirations as you deserves more than being a mere store clerk. Once I embark on my entrepreneurial journey, you shall work for me. Huang Teng was eager to exclaim that he was, in fact, the store manager, with the title of deputy manager merely being a formality. However, as Su Qingfeng had just made one of the promises he most desired, Huang Teng dared not contradict him. What if he offended Su Qingfeng and made him unhappy, leading to a future where Su Qingfeng would ignore him? With this in mind, Huang Teng nodded eagerly, saying, "Then I shall thank you in advance, esteemed guest." Su Qingfeng waved his hand, saying no more. He felt that this promise of his was worth at least several tens of millions of star coins. Huang Teng was a man of discernment and would make the right choice in due time. Due to the unfortunate matter of shareholder scrutiny, Su Qingfeng's interest in shopping had significantly diminished. He felt it necessary to have a word with Nangong Liyue first. Chapter 030. Mother-daughter conflict. Soon, Su Qingfeng took out his phone and sent a message to Nangong Liyue. Are you free? Let's talk. I am at the flagship store of the Nangong Merchant Association. Shortly after sending the message, Su Qingfeng received a reply from Nangong Liyue. Wait for me 10 minutes. I'll be there shortly. Su Qingfeng was slightly taken aback upon reading the message. He had initially intended to give Nangong Liyue a call, yet he did not expect her to be so enthusiastic as to come see him in person. Nevertheless, it was not a problem. For this young lady with a net worth in the billions, Su Qingfeng was quite patient. Waiting a few more minutes was of no consequence. He replied with a simple okay, then set his phone down to continue sipping his soda. Huang Teng, noticing Su Qingfeng's slight boredom, approached to ingratiate himself. Big brother, are you feeling a bit bored? Would you like me to arrange for a few ladies from the song and dance troupe to come and keep you company? Your merchant association supports a song and dance troupe. Su Qingfeng inquired, slightly surprised that no, I know them through personal connections. It has nothing to do with the association. Huang Teng quickly denied that he asked for whether those ladies from the song and dance troupe were indeed supported by the Nangong Merchant Association. That remained uncertain. No need for that trouble, that I've made an appointment. Just bring her and meet me later. Su Qingfeng waved his hand casually. All right, Huang Teng dared not inquire further and promptly withdrew. A few minutes later, he returned with a graceful young woman draped in a flowing black gown, her face concealed by a mask that revealed only her lake-like, luminous eyes, standing before Su Qingfeng. Although her visage was hidden, Su Qingfeng immediately recognized her as Nangong Liyue. He was somewhat taken aback. Nangong Liyue had arrived far too swiftly, leading him to suspect that her family might possess a teleportation array connecting to the Celestial Tower. While the cost of establishing such an array is exorbitant and requires stringent qualifications, these concerns posed no obstacle for Nangong Liyue's family. Distinguished guest, the person you awaited has arrived, Huang Teng remarked with a smile, inwardly pondering that the esteemed guest had brought along a rare beauty, which explained his disinterest in the technicians from the dance troupe. Wildflowers bloom brightly, yet homegrown flowers are pure and pristine. Clearly, Huang Teng was oblivious to Nangong Liyue's true identity, mistakenly believing that Su Qingfeng held the higher status. Little did he know that for Su Qingfeng, Nangong Liyue was the genuine noble figure. Nangong Liyue did not disclose her identity, and naturally, Su Qingfeng had no intention of stirring unnecessary trouble. He cast a glance at Huang Teng, signaling him to take his leave. Huang Teng bowed his head and exited, sensibly locking the door to the VIP room behind him. Su Qingfeng observed Nangong Liyue staring at him in a daze, devoid of any movement, and couldn't help but tease, "Do you enjoy standing there so much? And why not remove your mask? Afraid I might gaze too long." No. Nangong Liyue finally snapped back to reality, flustered as she removed her mask, then sat gracefully on the sofa, diagonally opposite Su Qingfeng. Her legs neatly togethered. "I just haven't figured out how to face you," she murmured, her tone tinged with embarrassment. "Why do you look like you've committed some wrongdoing? You haven't harmed me." Su Qingfeng replied nonchalantly, "As for what transpired, even if you say nothing, I can guess quite a bit. Is it that your family discovered you lent me money, and your parents are worried that I'm a bad influence? Yes, you're quite astute. Nangong Liyue's eyes sparkled slightly as she nodded, then corrected herself. However, you are not a bad influence, and I do not have a father. My father, like your parents, has been missing for many years due to the incident at the Tianyuan battlefield 11 years ago. Both Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue understood that missing here was merely a euphemism for those whose bodies were never found. Su Qingfeng's expression turned peculiar. He had been unaware of this fact until now. No wonder Nangong Liyue occasionally exhibited a unique sympathy and concern for him. They shared a bond of mutual suffering. If Nangong Liyue lacked a father, then the only one investigating him behind the scenes was her mother. Correct? If I've caused you trouble, you may take back that black card. Su Qingfeng proposed. He did not wish for Nangong Liyue to have a strained relationship with her mother due to him. Even without Nangong Liyue's assistance, he could sustain himself by simply working diligently on videos and bounty hunting. No. Nangong Liyue reacted vehemently, almost leaping from the sofa like a startled kitten. Then, with an apologetic expression, she spoke. I'm sorry, I'm not targeting you. It's just that, please continue to use that black card normally, will you? Consider a favor from me. I will handle matters with my mother. Nangong Liyue exhibited an unusual obsession, bordering on pathological. Supporting Su Qingfeng was her desperate act of defiance, and she did not wish to abandon it midway. This required Su Qingfeng's cooperation. Observing her demeanor, Su Qingfeng realized that prior to the incident involving the black card, there had likely been significant issues between Nangong Liyue and her mother. This situation was quite common, although both Nangong Liyue and her mother were financially secure. They belonged to a single-parent household prone to difficulties, and it was natural for them to have conflicts given the complexities of the affluent world. If you trust me, perhaps you could share what is going on between you and your mother. Su Qingfeng suggested, preparing to play the role of a temporary counselor in an attempt to comfort Nangong Liyue. Nangong Liyue was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Su Qingfeng would say such a thing. His maturity and composure exceeded her expectations. After a few moments of contemplation, she seemed to weigh whether she could fully trust him. Su Qingfeng did not rush her, but quietly sipped his soda while waiting. After a moment, Nangong Liyue suddenly spoke. May I have a sip? I've never had this kind of drink before. Su Qingfeng looked at her in surprise, noticing her unwavering gaze fixed on the half-filled cup of cola in his hand. Her expression serious and earnest. I'll pour you another cup, Su Qingfeng thought to himself, feeling a bit annoyed at Huang Tong for not attending to details and hosting guests that no, I want a drink from your cup. Nangong Liyue insisted somewhat obstinately, displaying a lack of concern for hygiene, which was entirely different from her usual poised demeanor. It was as if sharing a sip of soda with Su Qingfeng held profound significance for her. Su Qingfeng paused momentarily, but ultimately handed her the soda, saying, if this will make you feel better, go ahead and drink. Thank you. Nangong Liyue accepted the soda and took a hearty gulp, leaning back slightly against the sofa. Savoring the taste. This feels so good, she exclaimed, relishing the sensation of carbonation rising within her. Tea that moment. Nangong Liyue seemed anything but ladylike. Rather, she appeared carefree and relaxed, which Su Qingfeng found to be refreshingly genuine. Previously, Nangong Liyue resembled a star perpetually under scrutiny, always glamorous yet exuding an air of unreality. This simple act indicated that her interactions with her mother were likely very stifling. Perhaps this was the root of her troubles? In contrast, Su Qingfeng was unencumbered by such worries that, in his past life, he had been a pampered rich heir, and in this life he was free from parental constraints, relying solely on himself. After deducing the underlying issues, Su Qingfeng briefly reflected before stating, I believe I understand your predicament. You're not fond of your mother's excessive care. It's quite straightforward. All you need to do is become strong enough. Not only must you enhance your abilities, but also elevate your social standing. For instance, you could join the Human Alliance government and become the governor of a resource planet. In that case, your mother would have no power over you. Nangong Liyue, holding the soda, gazed at Su Qingfeng in astonishment. She hadn't even voiced her concerns, yet he had intuitively grasped all her issues, nearly uncovering her deepest ambitions. Nangong Liyue's aspirations differed slightly from Su Qingfeng's assumptions. Her true desire was to join the Salvation Army, accumulate achievements on the Tianyuan battlefield, and ultimately become a commanding officer of a large legion. As for the machinations of her relatives and the struggle for inheritance within the business circle, she had no interest whatsoever. Su Qingfeng, you're truly remarkable. I never realized you possessed such insight, Nangong Liu said, her cheeks flushing slightly. Of course. Now that I possess memories from 2 lifetimes and have awakened a grand sage martial soul, it's only natural. Su Qingfeng thought to himself. By the way, do you really not need me to explain things to your mother in person? He inquired, ready to negotiate if Nangong Liu's mother was a difficult woman. Really, it's unnecessary. Thank you for discussing so much with me. Nangong Liu deftly shifted the topic. Are you planning to train in the secret realm next? Can we go together? The Nangong Chamber of Commerce was exceedingly wealthy, and even in the celestial realm, they enjoyed numerous privileges. For instance, the secret training spaces Nangong Liu utilized were exclusively reserved for her. The secret realm was teeming with monsters of moderate difficulty, and bringing an additional person would not detract from her training efficacy. That won't be necessary, Su Qingfeng replied, shaking his head. Ordinary secret realms are not suited for me. Nangong Liu suddenly remembered that Su Qingfeng wielded weapons made from 150-ton white dwarf materials. Such combat power was astronomically high. If Su Qingfeng were forced to train in the same secret space as her, it would be a colossal waste of time. I'm sorry. It was my oversight. Nangong Liu apologized once more. Su Qingfeng couldn't help but chuckle. This girl set her standards too high, constantly apologizing without a hint of annoyance. I'm off now, but if you need any assistance, feel free to contact me. Su Qingfeng teased with a smile. After all, you're my angel investor, and I won't allow anyone to bully you. All right, okay. Nangong Liu's face flushed crimson. Hearing those words, all her previous grievances seemed to vanish. Brother, you're finishing so quickly. Huang Tong was somewhat taken aback by Su Qingfeng's abrupt departure. The beauty in the VIP room possessed both a perfect figure and looks. Why didn't the esteemed guest linger a while longer? Focus on selling your goods and stop chattering. Su Qingfeng thought Huang Tong was a tad annoying. After leaving the flagship store of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce, Su Qingfeng initially intended to continue his journey to the foreign battlefield to partake in practical training. As he traversed various mystical spatial entrances, he suddenly halted in his tracks. Before Su Qingfeng lay a secret realm entrance that resembled a heavenly staircase. Above this entrance, golden characters gleamed in midair, proclaiming, "Ascend the divine stairs." This particular secret realm was quite extraordinary, comprising a combat training ground for soul masters, made up of 100 chambers of varying difficulty. Each chamber would randomly generate formidable adversaries tailored to the challenger's strength. To advance to the next chamber, the soul master must vanquish all foes encountered. It was said that those who completely conquer the Ascend the Divine Stairs secret realm would be bestowed with godlike power and glory. However, to date, no member of the Human Alliance had successfully completed this daunting challenge. The record for the highest number of chambers cleared belonged to the current commander of the Salvation Army. Known as the God of War, Luo Pinghai. Luo Pinghai was an immensely powerful 10-star soul master, who, at the age of 20, devoted an entire year to challenging the Ascend the Divine Stairs, ultimately achieving a remarkable record of 99 chambers cleared. In contrast, others who managed to conquer even 90 chambers were considered exceptional talents among billions. According to Luo Pinghai himself, to pass the 100th chamber of the Ascend the Divine Stairs, one must wield power surpassing that of the gods. He had yet to reach that level, which is why he could not succeed in his challenge. Of course, this was a tale from 30 years past. Presently, it was conceivable that Luo Pinghai might indeed conquer the 100 chambers. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had not set foot in the Ascend the Divine Stairs since turning 20. For the new generation of young soul master prodigies, surpassing the God of War Luo Pinghai by clearing the 100 chambers naturally became a highly coveted objective. Countless young individuals flocked to this challenge, striving to outdo the legendary warrior. However, they would soon discover that the difficulty of the Ascend the Divine Stairs was nothing short of terrifying. Each chamber was teeming with powerful monsters. A mere misstep by an ordinary soul master could lead to being overwhelmed and devoured in an instant. Not to mention the 100th chamber. Even the first chamber could easily eliminate 90 arrogant young aspirants. The Starry Sky Martial University required all candidates to clear at least the first 70 chambers of the Ascend the Divine Stairs, aiming to swiftly filter out the unworthy Su Qingfeng, having chosen not to pursue the 9-star Divine Martial Soul. Lost the opportunity for direct admission to the Starry Sky Martial University and had to tread the conventional path of martial examinations like any other candidate. Therefore, he too intended to brave the Ascend the Divine Stairs. Moreover, he aimed to clear the 70th chamber before the martial examination commenced. Seizing the moment, he decided to enter the realm without delay. He was eager to see if the Ascend the Divine Stairs was truly as formidable as the legend suggested. With this thought in mind, Su Qingfeng strode purposefully towards the entrance that, in an instant, he found himself transported to the first chamber of the Ascend the Divine Stairs. Su Qingfeng discovered he was situated within a circular arena, roughly 1 kilometer in diameter, resembling a colossal fighting stage. Beyond the stage lay a chaotic expanse. Just then, a line of text appeared before Su Qingfeng, announcing, "Esteemed Challenger, due to your remarkably high combat level, significantly exceeding the requirements for the first 50 chambers of the Ascend the Divine Stairs, we are prepared to facilitate your immediate transition to the 51st chamber. Do you consent?" Chapter 032. Ascend the Divine Stairs, the Plague of Insects. Esteemed Challenger, due to your remarkably high combat level, significantly exceeding the requirements for the first 50 chambers of the Ascend the Divine Stairs, we are prepared to facilitate your immediate transition to the 51st chamber. Do you consent? Su Qingfeng regarded this prompt with an expression of amusement. Without a doubt, the communicator was the spirit of the Celestial Tower. The intelligence of the Celestial Tower spirit was exceedingly advanced. Overseeing the management of the entire celestial realm, the spirit had detected Su Qingfeng's exceptional combat prowess and likely sought to conserve energy by initiating contact. It is worth noting that the monsters within all secret realms are simulated using the energy of the Celestial Tower. Given Su Qingfeng's current strength, engaging in low-difficulty challenges would be a futile expenditure of time. Thus, skipping ahead was the most prudent course of action. Su Qingfeng had no objections to the proposed transition. However, bypassing the initial chambers left him pondering how the scores for the first 50 would be accounted for. If sensing Su Qingfeng's thoughts, a new message materialized before him. Your scores for the first 50 chambers will all be recorded as SSS level. Upon reading this notification, Su Qingfeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Since they would all be rated SSS level, it was indeed acceptable. He certainly did not wish to discover upon applying to the Starry Sky Martial University that he had no scores for the first 50 chambers. Such a situation would be utterly absurd. With this in mind, Su Qingfeng agreed to the transition. In the blink of an eye, he perceived a transformation in his surroundings. The arena beneath him expanded exponentially, morphing into a vast landscape spanning dozens of kilometers. The terrain shifted into a complex and varied mountainous region, riddled with numerous valleys and caverns. Su Qingfeng barely had time to survey the area before another prompt appeared. You have entered the 51st chamber of the Ascend the Divine Stairs, the Plague of Insects. Enemies will arrive on the battlefield in 30 seconds. Before the swarming insects descended upon him, a background description of the chamber materialized before Su Qingfeng's eyes. Secret realm name. The Plague of Insects difficulty level. Hell combat level. 500-1000 monster count. Infinite proliferation background description. In the year 2500 of the Starseed era, the 158th resource planet was besieged by the Starry Sky insect tribe that a bug queen lurked within a pit 1 kilometer deep, continuously spawning her insect minions. The bug queen has held dominion over this territory for 3 days, currently laying 1,000 eggs every hour. As the challenger, you must swiftly locate and eliminate the bug queen, who is guarded by her insect warriors. Failure to do so within 7 days or upon your demise will be deemed a failure. Current fastest record, 6 hours and 3 minutes. Record holder, Luo Pinghai. Upon absorbing the details of the Secret Realm's background, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Although this chamber had been automatically generated by the Celestial Tower, The event's backdrop was rooted in reality. For humanity, the insect tribe undoubtedly represented one of the most harrowing threats among the myriad beings of the cosmos. While individual insects may not possess extraordinary strength, their astonishing reproductive capabilities and insatiable hunger made them formidable foes. The insect disaster that transpired 500 years ago on the 158th resource planet must have been truly terrifying. This was evident from the record of the chamber's completion. The commander of the Salvation Army, a 10-star soul master and the god of war, Luo Pinghai, took an impressive 6 hours to conquer this secret realm. The difficulty was palpable, and this was merely the 51st chamber of the Ascend, the Divine Stairs. How did others manage to clear such a challenging realm? Su Qingfeng found himself puzzled. Were other high school graduates truly capable of navigating through the first 70 chambers before applying to the Starry Sky Martial University? At that moment, the spirit of the Celestial Tower seemed to anticipate Su Qingfeng's thoughts, displaying another message. The Hell difficulty chambers are specifically designed for challengers with an SSS rating. Ordinary soul masters will experience a significant reduction in difficulty when engaging with the chambers. Now it made sense. Su Qingfeng realized that this was likely the price he paid for electing to skip ahead. With an SSS rating for the first 50 chambers, it was only natural that the 51st would present the highest difficulty. As for the notion of unfairness in having different difficulty chambers share a common scoring standard, Su Qingfeng could bypass the first 50 chambers, which was also a form of unfairness. With this in mind, Su Qingfeng donned his black dragon leather armor and retrieved the Platinum Heavenly Mechanism Staff, an expensive weapon crafted from white dwarf materials. The staff was slightly thicker than the dragon staff he had previously wielded. Due to the incorporation of more white dwarf materials, the staff radiated intense heat, resembling molten steel, and emitted sparks with every movement. Were it not for Su Qingfeng's extraordinary physique, he would have faced severe burns merely from touching the staff. Weighing 150 tons, the staff was perfectly suited to him. Next, he aimed to locate and eliminate the Bug Queen. Originally, Su Qingfeng could have employed his divine abilities to annihilate everything in an instant. However, he was still unaware of the Bug Queen's precise hiding place or her strength. Furthermore, Su Qingfeng wished to familiarize himself with the combat tactics of the Starry Sky insect tribe beforehand. Gripping the Heavenly Mechanism Staff, Su Qingfeng advanced forward. Shortly after, he was assailed by a pungent, rancid odor. From the caverns around him, colossal Starry Sky insects surged forth like a tidal wave. Each creature exceeded 30 meters in length. Clad in a metallic exoskeleton, with limbs resembling glimmering blades capable of effortlessly shredding through rock and earth, these insects were undeniably formidable. Su Qingfeng assessed their strength in his mind. Before him, the Starry Sky insects exhibited forms reminiscent of beetles and spiders alike. Regardless of their appearance, they displayed an alarming capacity for destruction. Mountains, rocks, and even the very ground itself posed no obstacle to them. Upon sensing Su Qingfeng's presence, the swarm immediately encircled him from all directions, creating a truly awe-inspiring scene. Each of these massive insects boasted combat levels exceeding 500. In terms of physical strength, they were at least on par with fully integrated 5-star soul masters, ordinary soul masters. When faced with such a multitude of insectoid armies, would find even a one-on-one confrontation potentially fatal, easily torn apart and consumed. Under normal circumstances, even the most elite of the Salvation Army would need to request powerful technological weaponry for bombardment in such a dire situation. Fortunately, Su Qingfeng is no ordinary individual. With a resounding thrum, as a colossal insectoid charged towards him, Su Qingfeng executed a graceful leap, wielding the immensely heavy Tianji staff that sliced through the air, landing effortlessly atop the giant insect's head. With a dull thud, the creature's head, akin to a small abode, erupted, showering the ground with a deluge of green bodily fluid. During this encounter, Su Qingfeng felt no resistance whatsoever. The Tianji staff was exhilarating to wield. Alas, it could not extend and retract like the Rui Jingu Bang, or else it would have been truly perfect. Su Qingfeng's spirits soared with joy. The only slight disappointment was that in the secret realm of the Tongtian world, defeating monsters did not yield any soul power to absorb. However, As long as Su Qingfeng could successfully clear the challenge, he would still reap other rewards. Chapter 033. Astonishing Clearance Records. Subsequently, Su Qingfeng moderated his strength, adopting a more relaxed stance as he continued to decimate the starry insectoid hordes. Regardless of the speed of his strikes, each swing resulted in a headshot kill. Within a minute, over 100 starry insectoids had fallen to his might. Surrounding him, a radius of 100 meters was littered with the corpses of these creatures. Su Qingfeng had initially thought that these enormous insects would harbor some trepidation towards him. Yet, the insectoids displayed an astonishing audacity. Whether they lacked independent thought or were simply oblivious to the concept of fear, they charged forward relentlessly. Even upon witnessing Su Qingfeng's rampage, the spider-like insectoids were evidently more adept in close combat, lacking any ranged attack capabilities, and they surged towards Su Qingfeng in a frenzied swarm. Meanwhile, the beetle-like insectoids, upon recognizing Su Qingfeng's formidable strength, began to wield spells from several kilometers away. The massive beetles crouched low, opening their jaws wide, aiming at Su Qingfeng from afar. In the next instant, terrifying columns of fire, radiating overwhelming heat, descended upon him like a flurry of fire dragons, engulfing everything in proximity. The flames, composed of an unknown substance, burned at an outrageous temperature. The corpses of the insectoids on the ground ignited upon contact with the flames, consumed in mere moments. In the blink of an eye, a fiery inferno enveloped the area within several kilometers around Su Qingfeng. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring the sky. Those insectoids caught in the crossfire were unable to struggle, entirely devoured by the ferocious flames. Yet, even amidst this chaos, they charged at Su Qingfeng with unwavering determination, completely disregarding their own mortality. This kind of assault would undoubtedly be lethal to an ordinary soul master. Even a fully integrated 9-star soul master, without employing soul techniques, would hesitate to withstand such fiery damage. But Su Qingfeng was an exception. Firstly, the black dragon skin armor he wore could absorb a significant amount of magical damage. Coupled with his astounding physical strength, even while engulfed in flames, he would sustain no substantial harm. The only grievance Su Qingfeng harbored was that the fiery inferno and thick smoke obscured his vision. At this moment, he longed for another of the great sage's divine abilities, the fire eye of insight. I wonder if the next soul technique of the great sage's martial soul will allow me to choose freely. Exclamation point. Su Qingfeng pondered eagerly. For other newly minted soul masters, the offensive capabilities of the starry insectoids would be incredibly troublesome. However, with a combat power level exceeding 20,000, Su Qingfeng's formidable physique allowed him to completely disregard their assaults, rendering him unafraid of the insectoid onslaught. Having enjoyed himself sufficiently, it was time to conclude the battle. Su Qingfeng had thoroughly experienced the attack methods of the starry insectoids, and during the fight, he had also sensed the approximate location of the insectoid queen, prompting him to unleash his trump card. First soul technique, divine transformation of heaven and earth. Activation. The familiar surge of power coursed through him once more. The great sage's martial soul erupted from within Su Qingfeng, swiftly transforming into a colossal giant. In that instant, Su Qingfeng resembled a god walking among mortals. The massive starry insectoids appeared as mere ants beneath his feet. No, even the secret realm, evolved from the Tontian Tower, seemed as fragile as paper before Su Qingfeng's immense power. The insectoids had never witnessed such a spectacle. Their enemy's form had suddenly magnified thousands of times. Who truly was the monster here? For a moment, the insectoids, entirely ignorant of fear, stood frozen in awe. Before commencing his slaughter, Su Qingfeng took the time to set up several mobile devices, activating their recording functions and carefully positioning them to capture the best angle of the giant's visage. Subsequently, Su Qingfeng employed both hands and feet, obliterating everything beneath him within mere minutes. Soon after, he reached down and seized the insectoid queen, which had been hiding deep within the earth. It was a massive creature, resembling a plump white sow, stretching over 100 meters in length, seemingly devoid of combat prowess. Yet in just a few years, this queen could spawn countless insectoids, conquering an entire planet. Before slaying it, Su Qingfeng took a moment to examine its details closely. The monsters within the secret realm of the Tongtian world were simulated versions of real-world creatures. Now that Su Qingfeng had encountered the insectoid queen, he would not mistake his targets in future battles against the starry insectoids. This is one of the practical significances of training in the simulation space for newly minted soul masters, as it allows them to learn the biological characteristics of the myriad races in the starry sky. After Su Qingfeng dispatched the insectoid queen, the surroundings fell into a brief stillness that he understood that this was a sign of clearing the secret realm, and the battle settlement interface would soon appear. Indeed, as anticipated, the clearance details manifested before Su Qingfeng's eyes. Respected challenger, congratulations on clearing the hell-level difficulty secret realm, the insect swarm catastrophe. Your clearance time is 6 minutes and 03 seconds. You have shattered the highest difficulty clearance record for this secret realm. Your rating is SSS level. You have earned a cash reward of 10 million star coins. You may choose to announce this news or remain anonymous. If you choose to remain anonymous, only the previous record holder will be notified of the record being broken. After a moment's contemplation, Su Qingfeng decided to remain anonymous. He also intended to monetize the footage of his clearance, not wishing to prematurely expose his identity as a 10-star soul master. This decision served as a form of self-protection, as the human society harbored numerous spies from the starry races, and attracting their attention could lead to numerous troubles. While he did not fear danger, his friends and family could be adversely affected. After making his choice, the previous record holder, Commander Luo Pinghai of the Salvation Army, who was inspecting the front line of the Tianyuan battlefield, swiftly received news that his record had been surpassed upon reading the message. Luo Pinghai was taken aback. He had thought his clearance record would remain unchallenged. To think this new generation of youth was so formidable. Moreover, the clearance time for the hell-level difficulty secret realm of the Ascending God stage was merely 6 minutes and 3 seconds. This time was precisely 1/60th of Luo Pinghai's previous record. Quite impressive. Luo Pinghai paused for a moment, contemplating a possibility. Recently, the station troops of the 17173 foreign battlefield reported the emergence of a suspected 10-star soul master. A super-strong individual who had annihilated nearly 300,000 lizardmen in just a few minutes. Initially, Luo Pinghai had found this report hard to believe. 10-star soul masters were few and far between within the human alliance, and they served as strategic weapons for humanity, who would waste their soul power slaughtering lower-tier troops in such a desolate place. It wasn't until he later viewed the high-definition video that Luo Pinghai realized the report was indeed accurate. The bad news was that the individual responsible was likely not a 10-star soul master. The good news was that their soul techniques surpassed those of ordinary 10-star soul masters. Thus, this individual had begun to set their sights on the Ascending God stage secret realm, aiming to tarnish Luo Pinghai's reputation. Very well, Luo Pinghai thought to himself, not only unperturbed but instead wearing a gratified smile upon his steadfast and honorable visage. In recent years, the starry races had grown increasingly audacious. It seemed that humanity was about to witness the emergence of an extraordinary prodigy. What defines an extraordinary prodigy? One who can dominate an era is truly an extraordinary prodigy. Chapter 034. The Nest-Level Secret Realm. The Sea Demon Uprising, an SSS rating, coupled with a record-breaking clearance reward, amounted to a mere 10 million star coins. This was far too meager. Within the Ascending God stage secret realm, Su Qingfeng was lamenting the stinginess of the Tongtian Tower. For an ordinary person, 10 million star coins would indeed be a substantial sum. Moreover, Su Qingfeng had only spent 6 minutes clearing the 51st level. The efficiency of earning money was already astonishing. However, Su Qingfeng was dissatisfied. Firstly, his expenses were monumental. Furthermore, during his previous foray into the 17173 foreign battlefield, he had earned 22.5 million star coins in bounty for slaying lizardmen, in addition to a 4-point increase in his martial soul's fusion degree, all from utilizing the divine transformation of heaven and earth. In contrast, hunting monsters within the Ascending God stage secret realm yielded no soul power absorption. That alone constituted a loss, if the earning potential was inferior to that of the foreign battlefield. Why would Su Qingfeng continue to squander time challenging the ascending God stage secret realm? It would be far more advantageous for him to participate in actual combat in the foreign battlefield, absorb a vast amount of soul power, and enhance his martial soul's fusion degree. When the fusion degree of his martial soul reached 10 and the second soul skill was unlocked, a qualitative transformation in his strength would undoubtedly occur. At that time, he could find an opportunity to complete the first 70 levels of the ascending God long stage secret realm. However, reality proved that the intelligence of the Divine Tower far exceeded Su Qingfeng's imagination. In the very next moment after he expressed his complaints, 2 lines of new text materialized before his eyes. Esteemed challenger, if you are unafraid of peril and wish to confront true monsters, this spirit can elevate the difficulty of the secret realm from hellish to lair level. Please be advised, all monsters in the lair level secret realm are real entities, and failure in the challenge may pose a threat to your life. Would you like to increase the difficulty of the secret realm space? A lair level secret realm? Such an option exists. Su Qingfeng felt a surge of excitement within him, while other soul masters might hesitate at this choice. He felt no fear whatsoever. Without a moment's thought, Su Qingfeng consented to raise the difficulty of the upcoming secret realm space directly to lair level. This meant he would no longer face simulated monsters, but rather real creatures transmitted into the secret realm by the Divine Tower, or he himself might be directly transported into a monster's lair to engage in battle, regardless of the scenario. Absorbing soul power was undoubtedly advantageous. Thus, Su Qingfeng consumed several bottles of restorative potions, patiently awaiting the recovery of his mana. Although the celestial manipulation technique had no cooldown time, it did not imply that Su Qingfeng could use this soul skill without limit. Each use of celestial manipulation would completely deplete his mana reserves, without any mana foundation. Even if he could successfully transform, the combat power of the giant form would be significantly weakened. Therefore, replenishing his mana before employing celestial manipulation was the more prudent choice. However, with his current mana at a staggering 40,000, quickly restoring it to full capacity was no simple task. Su Qingfeng needed to maintain his rest and continuously consume high-grade mana restoration potions produced by the Nangong Trading Association. Thus, he rested for over 10 minutes before his mana finally returned to full capacity. Only then did he communicate with the spirit of the Divine Tower. Next, please assist me in commencing the challenge for the 52nd layer of the Ascending God Long stage. Esteemed challenger, please be advised, you are about to transition to the 52nd layer of the Ascending God Long stage secret realm. Chaos of the Sea Demons. A line of text appeared in Su Qingfeng's vision. In the following instant, he witnessed a complete transformation of his surroundings. Mountains vanished, and the earth receded. The area morphed into an endless expanse of ocean. Beneath his feet lay a small island, less than 100 meters in diameter. Upon observing this environment, coupled with the name of the secret realm, Su Qingfeng discerned that his forthcoming adversaries would be the renowned Sea Demon clan among the myriad races of the starry sky. For humanity, the Sea Demon clan represented an exceptionally formidable foe. The Sea Demons bore a resemblance to the legendary mermaids, yet their appearances were grotesque. Upon witnessing their true forms, humans often felt a profound sense of disappointment. Consequently, the Sea Demons harbored an intense disdain for humanity. When encountering humans at sea, they would utilize their enchanting abilities to lure them into the depths, only to devour them. The innate talents of the Sea Demon race were extraordinarily powerful. In addition to their bewitching allure, they possessed the formidable ability to establish interstellar teleportation arrays deep beneath the ocean. Essentially, wherever humanity ventured on habitable planets, the Sea Demons would invariably inhabit the oceans, acting as parasites, persistently occupying the waters of major human planets. Truly a nuisance. The enmity between humanity and the Sea Demons had persisted for millennia, with both sides regarded as mortal enemies at this juncture. The text before Su Qingfeng underwent a change, transforming into a brief introduction of the current layer level secret realm. Secret realm name: Chaos of the Sea Demons difficulty level. Lair combat power level: 800-1500 number of monsters. Countless background description. In the year 2800 of the Starry Sea calendar. The human alliance's 007th alien battlefield was suddenly engulfed by apocalyptic floods, with 90 of the surface devoured by the ocean. The Sea Demon clan seized this opportunity to grow stronger, completely occupying this planet. Your task is to destroy the interstellar teleportation array located 50 kilometers beneath the seafloor in preparation for humanity's reclamation of this planet. Secret Realm Reward. 1 class, a military merit. Cash reward of 20 million star coins. The Challenger's death or failure to destroy the interstellar teleportation array within 7 days will be deemed a failure. Current fastest completion record. None. Record holder. None. Note. This is a genuine 007th alien battlefield. The Challenger will face authentic sea demons. Value your life. If you need an urgent return, please summon the spirit of the Divine Tower in your heart. Just like the previous Insect Sea Calamity Secret Realm, the historical backdrop of this chaos of the Sea Demon's Secret Realm is also authentic. The events from 200 years ago, when the 007th alien battlefield encountered apocalyptic floods and was ultimately seized by the sea demons, remain a significant chapter in the history textbooks of the myriad races of the starry sky. Reclaiming this planet is also the shared aspiration of the Human Salvation Army and the billions of humans. The spirit of the Divine Tower must have been provoked by me, as it directly transported me to the alien battlefield. Is this truly an open battlefield? Can it still be classified as a secret realm? Qingfeng mused to himself. However, since the spirit of the Divine Tower claimed it to be so, then it must be done. Qingfeng noted that the current completion reward for the secret realm intriguingly included military merit. Even if human alliance soul masters do not possess military status, they can still accumulate military merit. Military merit can be exchanged for currency or opportunities for promotion and salary increases. Naturally, the most advantageous use is to ascend in rank after enlisting through military merit. 1 class of military merit can elevate a new recruit directly to an officer rank. Its utility is indeed formidable. Moreover, the carrier that assists civilian soul masters in tallying military merit is none other than the spirit of the Divine Tower. Delving into the Sea Demon's lair and destroying an interstellar teleportation array would typically require at least a 10,000-strong battalion of the Salvation Army to accomplish. Such a daunting task rewards only a single class of military merit. Truly stingy. Qingfeng complained internally. Before the spirit of the Divine Tower could respond, Qingfeng sensed unusual movements beneath the sea, as if multiple colossal entities were leisurely surfacing from the depths. Unaware of the exact location of the interstellar teleportation array, he prepared to wait for a fortuitous sea demon, intending to physically persuade it with a hefty stick before inquiring for directions. Chapter 035. Playing with Enchantment. You can't handle it. Qingfeng did not wait long before he spotted 3 sea demons, each over 10 meters long, surfacing less than 100 meters away from him. The upper bodies of the 3 sea demons resembled humans, while their lower halves were fishtails, their skin a grayish white. Armed with harpoons, their faces grotesque and their physiques robust, exuding an intimidating presence. They quickly noticed Qingfeng and began conversing in their native tongue, chattering excitedly. Qingfeng, possessing exceptional hearing and having studied the sea demon language during his time at school, understood their dialogue with utmost clarity. There's actually a human on this little island. I sensed a spatial fluctuation earlier and thought it was an illusion. Thankfully, I brought my brothers along to investigate, or we would have missed out on this feast. Ever since 200 years ago, when the sea god cast his divine spell to transform this planet into our sea demon territory, we haven't seen a human since. Finally, we can indulge again. This is splendid. This human child has no clue how he ended up here. He is simply unlucky. You too. Don't frighten him, but I've heard from the elders that humans who are terrified have bitter meat. That makes sense. It's not every day we encounter a living being. Affecting the taste would be unfortunate. How about we use our enchanting ability on him, lulling him into unconsciousness and pleasure? That way, the meat will surely be delectable. What a brilliant plan. Qingfeng, suppressing his rage, suddenly felt a disorienting haze wash over his vision. When he regained his senses, the 3 sea demons had transformed into 3 stunning beauties gliding across the waves. Coincidentally, The three beauties were all familiar to Su Qingfeng, Nangong Liua, and Ruosu, and the newly appointed homeroom teacher, Pei Qingyu. The three enchanting women were clad in revealing attire, casting flirtatious glances at Su Qingfeng, their poses inviting him with fervor. In an instant, Su Qingfeng's fury could no longer be contained. The sea demons were utterly detestable. With a cold snort, he brandished his heavenly mechanism staff, and in the next moment, his figure shot forth like lightning. The three sea demons, believing they had successfully enchanted Su Qingfeng, leaped into the sea, reveling in their triumph. But he fell for it. He fell for it. Hee. Ha. This human lad is truly easy to deceive. He's walked right into our trap. It's so simple. Just as the sea demons thought victory was theirs, Su Qingfeng's figure suddenly accelerated, like a cannonball hurtling towards a trio, his heavenly mechanism staff raised high. Without a doubt, this was a strike he had long prepared. The sea demons were taken aback, having not anticipated that Su Qingfeng would remain unaffected by their enchantment. Receive my strike. The heavenly mechanism staff radiated a blinding light as Su Qingfeng unleashed his full power. One of the sea demons, unable to evade in time, was struck by the staff, its body shattering instantaneously, revealing its true form. Sinking into the depths, as this sea demon perished, a wisp of green light emanated from its body, drifting towards Su Qingfeng, who effortlessly absorbed it. That was the essence of the sea demon's soul power. The other two sea demons, witnessing this, were filled with terror and fury. Despicable human, how dare you deceive us? They opened their gaping maws, unleashing a barrage of black water arrows directed at Su Qingfeng. The sea demons, in addition to their enchantment, wielded an array of water-based spells. They were the darlings of the ocean, capable of effortlessly harnessing the sea to launch their attacks. Su Qingfeng, unhurried and calm, wielded the heavenly mechanism staff, creating a barrier that deflected the torrents of water arrows. With a powerful leap, he soared into the air, executing another strike from above, forcefully crashing down upon one of the sea demons. The creature, attempting to flee, found itself brutally pinned down by Su Qingfeng's foot, emitting a wretched howl of pain. The remaining sea demon, sensing the dire situation, turned to plunge into the depths of the ocean. Su Qingfeng bellowed, thinking of escaping. It's too late. With that, he released the heavenly mechanism staff, which pierced through the body of the last sea demon in an instant. Thus, all three sea demons met their demise, standing atop the enormous carcass of the demon. Su Qingfeng retrieved his staff, tainted by the creature's blood, and rinsed it in the ocean while reviewing the updated information about his martial soul. Martial soul name: the Monkey King. Martial soul description: a stone monkey born from the primordial chaos, nurtured by celestial stones, with abilities yet to be determined. Martial soul star level: unknown. Fusion degree: 4. 3. First soul skill: divine power, law of heaven and earth effect. Upon activation, attain a colossal martial soul form, significantly enhancing attack power and speed. Cost: all mana. Duration: 10 minutes. Cooldown: none. Note: achieving a fusion degree of 10 unlocks the second soul skill. Although these sea demons possessed average strength, their spiritual power was extraordinarily potent. Merely slaying 3 such weak demons elevated my martial soul fusion degree by 0.3. The worth of a sea demon's life surpasses that of a lizard man by far. Initially, I intended to swiftly complete the task and return to the celestial realm. However, upon reflection, this planet may indeed be the most suitable place for me to enhance my martial soul fusion degree. With this thought in mind, Su Qingfeng decided to remain in place, patiently awaiting the approach of other sea demons for the hunt. After all, the interstellar teleportation array beneath the sea could not be relocated. As long as he could eliminate all the approaching sea demons, he could later destroy the array at his leisure, as for the possibility of being outmatched. Naturally, he would retreat. Su Qingfeng merely sought to strengthen his abilities and earn some rewards. Without risking his own life, he had assumed that the commotion from his recent battle with the 3 sea demons, coupled with the scent of blood from their demise, would quickly attract a multitude of sea demons. However, the reality was quite the opposite. He waited for over 10 minutes without encountering any new sea demons surfacing, let alone a swarm to encircle him. The waters surrounding the island, extending for several dozen kilometers, were eerily calm, devoid of any signs of life. This unsettling tranquility was undoubtedly unusual. Were the sea demons deliberating strategies, or were they concocting some devious scheme? The eerie silence instilled a sense of unease in Su Qingfeng. While he held great confidence in his physical strength, unafraid even in aquatic combat, this assurance was limited to the surface, in the pitch-black depths of the ocean. He would be at a disadvantage, facing immense underwater resistance, which would diminish the potency of his staff techniques. Furthermore, he was unaware of the vast scale of the sea demons. Even with the divine power, law of heaven and earth as a safeguard, it could only ensure 10 minutes of absolute invincibility. After 10 minutes, if the foes had not retreated, he would have no choice but to return to the celestial realm. That it would be wiser to exercise caution now rather than face a hasty retreat later. However, Su Qingfeng did not anticipate that the Sea Demon clan possessed some cunning, employing psychological tactics against him. Or perhaps they recognized his superior combat strength on land and were deliberately avoiding confrontation with him. The mere thought of this possibility made Su Qingfeng furrow his brow. If so, the situation had become rather precarious. He regretted not leaving one of the demons alive for questioning, feeling a pang of regret for his earlier decisiveness. Su Qingfeng resolved to take the initiative. Drawing upon his immense physical strength, he began to traverse the waves, radiating from the island and scanning the surrounding waters for any solitary sea demons to interrogate. Unfortunately, his search yielded no results. To his astonishment, shortly after his departure, the island was suddenly engulfed by hundreds of black magical water columns, crashing violently toward the small island of approximately 100 meters in diameter. In the next moment, the island erupted, obliterated by the onslaught of black water columns. Chapter 036. A cataclysmic turn. It is crucial to note that the planet where Su Qingfeng resided was predominantly covered by oceans. With land masses being exceedingly scarce, the small island he had just occupied was the only land within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Now that the island was gone, it signified that Su Qingfeng could only engage in underwater combat with the sea demons. Unable to return ashore for respite, should he falter or exhaust himself, he could swiftly find himself devoured by the demons. A simple yet effective strategy of cutting off his escape route, demonstrating the intelligence of the sea demons lurking in the shadows. Su Qingfeng witnessed the disappearance of the island with surprise, yet he remained unfazed, given his current physical fortitude, even in underwater combat with the sea demons. He anticipated no significant issues. These mere sea demons could not breach his formidable defenses. That, if worse came to worst, Su Qingfeng could always contact the Celestial Tower Spirit to swiftly return to the celestial realm. Understanding that the disappearance of the island would prompt the sea demons to act, Su Qingfeng remained composed, observing the unfolding events. Indeed, as he suspected, it did not take long for him to sense a multitude of massive creatures rapidly surfacing from the depths. The sea demon army was upon him, perhaps due to the blood of the sea demons already staining his hands. This time, the demon horde wasted no time, launching an assault from several kilometers away. A tremendous surge of magical energy erupted from the deep sea, causing the surrounding waters to churn violently, as if boiling. In the blink of an eye, a colossal wave coalesced around Su Qingfeng, forming a towering circular mountain of black water. The upheaval of the ocean was nothing short of cataclysmic. Gazing at the towering, oppressive black waves, Su Qingfeng remained unperturbed. He was eager to discern the unique characteristics of the spell unleashed by the sea demons in unison. Soon, the sea demons' spell erupted. The towering waves, akin to the hands of a colossal deity, suddenly converged toward the center. Boom! 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 Faced with the unavoidable onslaught of the giant waves, Su Qingfeng opted to withstand the impact, gauging the sea demon's magical might. As it turned out, these seemingly formidable attacks posed no substantial threat to him. By merely exerting a modicum of mana, he could create a powerful pressure barrier around himself that repelled the water, rendering the waves impotent against him. At that moment, a harpoon shot forth from amidst the waves, hurtling towards Su Qingfeng at breakneck speed. With a swift motion, Su Qingfeng evaded it effortlessly, countering with a punch that forcibly displaced the surrounding water, creating a vacuum zone, shattering the seemingly ordinary harpoon, which was in fact a sophisticated weapon. The other sea demons, witnessing this, did not retreat. Instead, they surged forward with even greater fervor. Su Qingfeng unleashed a flurry of energy waves from his hands, each one striking true against a sea demon. However, the sheer number of sea demons soon formed a tightening encirclement. At that moment, a brilliant radiance erupted from Su Qingfeng as he began to harness the power of the great sage's martial soul. With the activation of his martial soul, his speed and power surged to new heights. He dashed into the midst of the sea demon throng, his heavenly mechanism staff a whirlwind of destruction. Moving as if through an uninhabited realm, in an instant, the surface of the ocean transformed into a scene of carnage, as the sea demon's formation unraveled, and they began to flee in disarray. The sea demons had devised a commendable strategy. Recognizing the necessity of eliminating Su Qingfeng's sole land-based refuge before engaging in battle. Yet, no matter how astute the strategy, it proved futile in the face of overwhelming strength, as Su Qingfeng relentlessly slaughtered the sea demons. His martial soul fusion degree continued to soar. Concurrently, Su Qingfeng's arm's strength escalated exponentially. His single-arm pulling power surged from 900 tons to 1,000 tons, then 1,200 tons, and finally 1,400 tons, as his martial soul fusion degree surpassed the 7th threshold. His single-arm pulling power reached a terrifying 1,600 tons. Yet at this juncture, the spiritual power he could extract from the sea demons noticeably diminished. The insidious experience decay mechanism. Su Qingfeng thought bitterly. Each sea demon had initially provided a substantial amount of spiritual power, and he had anticipated breaking through the 10th threshold swiftly. But now it appeared he had been overly optimistic, with the spiritual power from the sea demons waning and many of them already retreating. Su Qingfeng resolved to alter his strategy. With a swift motion, he darted toward the depths of the sea. Surely, more formidable sea demons lurked below, potentially offering greater spiritual power. Before long, Su Qingfeng encountered a massive sea demon, resembling a small mountain. This demon emanated a potent aura, its surrounding waters tinged black, unmistakably a powerful foe among its kin. Su Qingfeng, undeterred, charged forward. The sea demon regarded him with little fear, its body radiating shimmering light. In the next instant, the previously tranquil surface of the sea erupted once more into towering waves. In the blink of an eye, monstrous black giants, towering over 100 meters, emerged from the tumultuous waves, advancing menacingly towards Su Qingfeng. The spells they wielded were indeed flamboyant, yet their attack power was woefully inadequate, rendering them utterly futile. Su Qingfeng chuckled softly, effortlessly evading their onslaught, and swiftly dispatched the colossal sea demon with a single strike. A surge of formidable soul power flooded into his being. Su Qingfeng felt a noticeable enhancement in the strength of his corporeal form and the synergy with his martial spirit. Delight surged within him as he mused that if he could eliminate the main forces of the sea demon tribe and unleash the divine art of manipulating the heavens and the earth for a frenzied slaughter, he might very well break through the 10th barrier today. However, unbeknownst to Su Qingfeng, his notorious reputation had already spread throughout the Sea Demon clan. The Sea Demons, possessing a relatively high level of intelligence, witnessed firsthand that even thousands of their kin could not inflict harm upon Su Qingfeng, and they comprehended the staggering prowess of this human. Fear gripped them all. Consequently, the Sea Demons resorted to a strategy of retreat, hiding themselves away. Even as the sea turned crimson with blood and the corpses of their kin floated everywhere, not a single sea demon dared to confront Su Qingfeng again. Thus, his strategy of fishing for trouble had come to naught. Could it be that I have annihilated the entire sea demon clan? This seems implausible. Su Qingfeng gazed at the tranquil ocean, finding it difficult to believe. Refusing to concede defeat, he resolved to take the initiative and seek out the hiding places of the sea demons. Shortly thereafter, Su Qingfeng plunged into the depths of the ocean, employing his formidable senses to scour for the presence of the sea demons. Suddenly, he detected a powerful aura emanating from a concealed underwater cavern. This presence was the strongest he had ever sensed. Yet, the location of this concealment was remarkably unremarkable, leading Su Qingfeng to question whether he had made an error. That moment, a lithe, spiny blue sea demon burst forth from the cave. Its size was modest, boasting complete human-like limbs, yet it radiated with a formidable magical aura. It was evidently a general-level warrior of the sea demon tribe. Despicable human, we have no grievances with you. Why have you intruded upon our territory and unleashed a massacre? The spiny sea demon glared at Su Qingfeng, its voice a deep, sorrowful inquiry in standard human tongue. And oh grievances. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng's face broke into a cold smile. This planet was snatched from humanity by the sea demons. How can there be no grievances? The spiny sea demon, far from feeling shame, replied earnestly, "That was over 200 planetary years ago. What is past is past. This planet now belongs to the sea demons. And all races in the cosmos acknowledge this. I do not acknowledge it," Su Qingfeng retorted, unable to suppress a laugh at the idea that the myriad races of the cosmos recognized such a claim. From a human perspective, these cosmic entities were nothing but thieves. They had conspired to seize vast territories from humanity, only to then boastfully acknowledge their spoils, cloaking their actions in the guise of righteousness. When a human alliance was weak, they had no recourse. But now that humanity was growing stronger, they would no longer tolerate such insolence. The human alliance would devise means to reclaim every inch of territory usurped by these cosmic marauders. The mission Su Qingfeng was currently undertaking, to dismantle the teleportation array, was the very first step in reclaiming this planet from the sea demons. With that, Su Qingfeng tightened his grip on the celestial staff. His aura surging dramatically. You think that after occupying this planet for so many years, you can continue to possess it indefinitely? Humanity has not forgotten, nor shall we relent. Taste my staff. With that declaration, Su Qingfeng propelled himself forward like a bolt of lightning, charging towards the spiny sea demon. The celestial staff descending with overwhelming force, a resounding thud echoed like a bell tolling. A dazzling golden shield materialized beside the sea demon. Su Qingfeng's seemingly assured strike had failed to vanquish the creature. This must be a high-grade energy artifact of the sea demon clan. Su Qingfeng's gaze sharpened, and instead of fear, exhilaration coursed through him. Among the myriad races of the cosmos capable of interstellar travel, every intelligent species possessed unique weaponry. The sea demon clan, likewise, possessed special equipment akin to the artifacts of humanity, known as magical treasures. Clearly, the spiny sea demon before him was equipped with such a treasure. Otherwise, it would never have withstood the force of Su Qingfeng's strike. If he could eliminate this particular sea demon, he would undoubtedly seize the magical treasure. Even if he could not wield it directly, he could send it to the Nangong Merchant Association for modification. The thought filled Su Qingfeng with excitement. Meanwhile, the spiny sea demon was nearly paralyzed with fear at Su Qingfeng's overwhelming display of strength. As a warrior of the sea demon tribe, it indeed bore a magical treasure. However, the energy contained within each treasure was finite. Su Qingfeng's strike had nearly shattered its protective artifact. This signified that Su Qingfeng's true combat power far surpassed its estimates. Even with all its tricks, it was no match for Su Qingfeng. Realizing this, the sea demon dared not linger any longer. Seizing the moment of Su Qingfeng's brief distraction, it unleashed its full power, casting water-based spells to bombard Su Qingfeng while retreating into the depths of the underwater cave, attempting to escape amidst the chaos. But Su Qingfeng would not allow such a treasure-laden sea demon to flee unchallenged. He absorbed the force of the sea demon's powerful spells with his indomitable physique and pursued the spiny sea demon relentlessly, shouting, "Leave the magical treasure behind, and I shall spare your life." The sea demon was unwilling to comply. After all, relinquishing the treasure was tantamount to handing its life over to Su Qingfeng. Thus, a game of chase ensued, with Su Qingfeng swiftly pursuing the sea demon through the ocean depths. Along the way, he encountered several gatherings of sea demons, dispatching those that obstructed his path as he pressed on. He was determined to claim that treasure. Faced with Su Qingfeng's overwhelming pressure, the spiny sea demon began to panic. Desperately seeking alternate routes, the IT repeatedly fled towards other sea demon hideouts, hoping to divert Su Qingfeng's attention with the lives of its kin, thereby preserving its own life. Yet, Su Qingfeng remained undeterred, relentlessly pursuing. The spiny sea demon exhausted all its tactics. Whether employing water-based spells or attempts at seduction, it could not halt Su Qingfeng's relentless pursuit. Ultimately, with no options left, the spiny sea demon devised a final plan. It would utilize the sea demon clan's interstellar teleportation array to escape to another planet. The teleportation array of the sea demon clan was established with bloodline restrictions from the very outset. Non-sea demons could never utilize it for interstellar travel. If the spiny sea demon could escape this planet, Su Qingfeng would be unable to track it down for a considerable time. Why had the spiny sea demon not done this earlier? At that time, it had harbored a glimmer of hope, believing it could rely on the vast forces of the sea demon clan and its own magical treasure to eliminate Su Qingfeng. Moreover, the interstellar teleportation array was a vital strategic asset for the sea demon clan. Under ordinary circumstances, the spiny sea demon would not wish to expose such a secret. But this was no ordinary situation. Not revealing such a secret would mean certain death. It had no desire to perish. With that thought in mind, the spiny sea demon bolted toward a certain point in the deep sea. Su Qingfeng noticed the sudden change in direction, yet he was unaware that the target was the teleportation array. He merely continued his relentless pursuit. Soon enough, Su Qingfeng observed the fleeing sea demon plunge headlong into a particular section of the seabed. Burrowing underground? No, it must be that there is more to the seabed than meets the eye. Su Qingfeng quickly sensed that the sea demon's speed had scarcely diminished upon burrowing into the seabed. It turned out that the seabed was honeycombed with numerous underwater caverns. Most individuals, upon encountering such a scene, would likely recoil in fear. Yet Su Qingfeng, bold and unafraid, plunged headfirst into the depths. He followed the intricate pathways of the underwater caverns. The pressures of the deep sea pressing against his form, yet they could not harm him in the slightest. After what felt like a considerable duration, Su Qingfeng suddenly found his vision brightening, revealing a vast underwater cavern. In its center stood a colossal structure emanating an eerie blue glow. The entire edifice was a perfect hexagon, exceeding 100 meters in diameter. This was none other than the interstellar teleportation array of the Sea Demon clan. Countless mysterious runes flickered upon the surface of the foundational stones, radiating an unsettling energy. Su Qingfeng paused momentarily. His pursuit of the spiny sea demon had initially aimed at seizing its magical treasure. He had not intended to dismantle the teleportation array just yet. Who would have thought that the spiny sea demon would lead him here? Was it not compelling him to complete his mission ahead of schedule? Su Qingfeng felt a twinge of exasperation. Meanwhile, the spiny sea demon, witnessing Su Qingfeng's swift approach, displayed a look of despair. In the next moment, it was not ready to give up. It attempted to rush into the not yet fully activated interstellar teleportation array for escape. Still hoping to flee, Su Qingfeng snorted coldly, his form like lightning as he closed the gap between them. Just as the spiny sea demon was about to step into the array, Su Qingfeng thrust the celestial staff, striking accurately at the demon's hind leg. Initially, the protective barrier of the magical treasure had shielded it, but Su Qingfeng remained patient, continuously striking until he finally broke through the defense, inflicting a wound upon the spiny sea demon's leg. In an instant, a gaping wound appeared in the hind leg of the spiked sea demon, rendering it unable to move. Su Qingfeng swiftly unleashed a series of thrusts with his staff, effectively maiming the creature. At this moment, he scrutinized the interstellar teleportation array before him, marveling at the remarkable talent of the sea demon. Despite its apparent lack of advanced technological prowess, it had managed to construct such an intricate teleportation array, which was truly astonishing. Chapter 038. The second video. Spare my life. I can offer you my treasures, as long as you let me go, the incapacitated spiked sea demon pleaded loudly. However, Su Qingfeng remained unmoved. When he had previously proposed this condition, the sea demon had been reluctant to part with its treasures. Now that its life hung by a thread, why should he engage in further conversation? Perhaps sensing Su Qingfeng's murderous intent, fear flickered across the sea demon's face as it spoke again. If you refuse to spare me, I will destroy my treasures immediately. You will gain nothing. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng raised an eyebrow. Although he was uncertain of the truth behind the sea demon's words, he had no intention of taking unnecessary risks. Lay down your treasures, and I will allow you to use the teleportation array. Su Qingfeng stated calmly, adding, I keep my promises. Really? The spiked sea demon, initially resigned to its fate, was taken aback by his words, a glimmer of hope flashing. In merely 10 minutes, the view count of Su Qingfeng's new video surpassed 1 million. With over 10,000 new comments. Observing this burgeoning trend, Su Qingfeng felt assured that without spending a dime on promotion, the traffic for his new video would still be commendable. Thus, he set his phone aside and indulged in a well-deserved rest. At the Tianyuan battlefield, the command headquarters of the Salvation Army, General Luo Pinghai was idly scrolling through videos on his phone, a rare occurrence indeed. It is known that Luo Pinghai has always regarded time wastage as a grave sin. Regardless of the moment, he held himself to rigorous standards, ensuring not a second went unspent. Yet now he found himself distracted by other matters, awaiting the arrival of a mysterious soul master who might shatter the records he had set in the ascendant long-step secret realm. It appears Luo Pinghai had secretly resolved that if this enigmatic powerhouse could break his second secret realm record, he would summon his secretary to bring the individual before him and entrust them with significant responsibilities. Regrettably, after waiting for over an hour, no news of a new record being set reached him. Could it be that this individual relied solely on their formidable soul techniques to effortlessly conquer the 51st level? Once their soul techniques were on cooldown, would their true form be revealed? Or perhaps, did they find the ascendant long-step secret realm too trivial and opted to forego it? Luo Pinghai mused silently. Regardless of the scenario, a tinge of disappointment lingered in his heart. Just then, a sudden knock echoed at the office door. Enter. Luo Pinghai laid down his phone, succinctly commanding, and no sooner had he spoken than a strikingly handsome young man pushed the door open, announcing, Commander, the video creator you asked me to monitor has released a new video. The title of his second video is 6-minute speedrun of the 51st level of the Ascendant Long-Step Secret Realm, Purgatory Difficulty. The young man was none other than Luo Pinghai's personal secretary, Li Yin. Upon delivering this news, Li Yin regarded Luo Pinghai with a peculiar expression. His secretary. He was well aware that Luo Pinghai held the record for many levels of the Ascendant Long-Step Secret Realm. Now, someone had reduced Luo Pinghai's record for the 51st level to a mere 1/60th of its original time. Li Yin couldn't help but wonder how Luo Pinghai would react. Would he be angry? Or perhaps resentful? Regardless, Li Yin felt compelled to engage Luo Pinghai directly. Is it truly him? Upon hearing Li Yan's report, Luo Pinghai exhibited neither anger nor resentment. Instead, he was filled with exhilaration. Quick, let me see the video. Luo Pinghai's reaction took Li Yin completely by surprise. However, he quickly regained his composure and presented the video to Luo Pinghai on his phone. After just a few seconds of viewing, Luo Pinghai nodded. Recognizing, indeed, this is the purgatory difficulty of the Insect Plague Secret Realm. Moments later, as Luo Pinghai witnessed Su Qingfeng conjuring the heavenly and earthly powers, his breath caught in his throat, although it wasn't his first time witnessing such prowess. He couldn't help but exclaim, this soul technique is absolutely exhilarating. Luo Pinghai exclaimed joyfully, prompting Li Yin to frown in concern. The general's candid remarks, if overheard, could ignite a wave of controversy. As a secretary, Li Yin was wary of such negative public sentiment, yet he could not restrain his superior's expressions, leaving him in a state of anxious anticipation. Minutes later, the video concluded, leaving Luo Pinghai still yearning for more. This individual's soul technique is so formidable. No wonder they could surpass my long-standing record. Commander, would you like me to find a way to contact him? Li Yin had already recognized the immense potential of the individual in the video. It would be prudent to draw such talent into the Salvation Army's ranks as soon as possible, that we may attempt to reach out, but we must avoid utilizing public authority to investigate his identity, lest we incite his aversion. Luo Pinghai, having been a proud and ambitious individual in his youth, understood the nuances of interpersonal relations and thus cautioned Li Wai and Lian nodded, his expression resolute. Understood. Commander, in the celestial realm. When Su Qingfeng awoke in his personal space, 2 hours had already elapsed. He instinctively picked up his phone to glance at the data of his newly released video. Video statistics: likes, 100 million, views, 1 billion, comments, 100 million. Current video earnings, 10 million star coins. Total account earnings after tax, 130 million star coins, with a withdrawable balance of 121 million star coins. Not bad at all. Having only released the video for 2 hours, he had already earned 10 million star coins. The growth momentum appeared promising, coupled with the continued earnings from his older videos. Su Qingfeng felt quite content. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a special message alert in the backend. You have received a private message from an officially certified super account. Chapter 040. Invitation from the Salvation Army Headquarters. Su Qingfeng had heard of super accounts, which are granted to those who have spent over 100 million star coins on the platform or to verified high-level official accounts. Such accounts possess numerous special privileges, one of which is this private message notification. Given that Su Qingfeng's video account had amassed over 1 billion followers, it was impossible to keep track of every private message, even if 1 in 1,000 fans had reached out to him. In fact, Su Qingfeng had never even glanced at the private messages. Were it not for this special notification, he would have remained oblivious to the super account's message. Following the prompt, Su Qingfeng opened the private message. First glancing at the sender, official account of the Alliance of Humankind's Salvation Army Headquarters, certified. Wow. Even though Su Qingfeng generally maintained a calm demeanor, upon seeing this account name, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of surprise. He had merely posted a couple of videos to earn some traffic fees, yet it had drawn the attention of the Salvation Army Headquarters. He wondered what they wished to discuss with him. Su Qingfeng opened the message details to examine its contents. Unsurprisingly, it was an invitation letter. The gist of it was that a staff member from the Commander's office had noticed his exceptional talent and invited him to join the Salvation Army, to serve the Alliance of Humankind. The content was rather formulaic, lacking any special conditions, and came across as somewhat insincere. After reading the private message, Su Qingfeng fell into a brief contemplation. Generally speaking, he harbored no aversion to military service. However, for him, the timing was not ideal. Should he enlist now, it would be akin to a high school graduate joining the army. Even with an invitation from the Commander's office, he would receive little in the way of special treatment. Conversely, if he were to enroll in the Starry Sky Marshall University and gain the status of a student from the Alliance of Humankind's most prestigious institution, the benefits and prospects upon enlisting would be incomparable. With this thought in mind, Su Qingfeng replied with a private message. I will consider it, but the timing is not yet right. Su Qingfeng assumed that after sending this message, he would have to wait a considerable time for a reply. Much to his surprise, just a few minutes later, he received a new message from them. Understood. The Salvation Army will always keep its doors open for you. They hadn't even attempted to negotiate. It seemed this was indeed a casual invitation, without much emphasis on it. After reading this response, Su Qingfeng felt relieved that he had not acted too impulsively earlier. Otherwise, he might have ended up sitting awkwardly in the army, which would have been quite embarrassing. Unbeknownst to Su Qingfeng, this seemingly simple reply was the result of urgent discussions between General Luo Pinghai and Secretary Li Wai and Lian had initially intended to follow up with attractive conditions to entice Su Qingfeng to enlist. However, Luo Pinghai believed that such an approach would alter the nature of the invitation. Talents like Su Qingfeng undoubtedly possess a strong sense of autonomy. When he stated that the timing was not right, it meant precisely that. Even offering generous terms to bring him into the military could create friction. Thus, it was better to hold steady for now and await a more opportune moment. After this minor interlude, Su Qingfeng began to study his attribute panel. Name: Su Qingfeng Soul. Beautiful Monkey King. Unknown star rating. Fusion degree. 8.1 First Soul Skill. Divine Power Law of Heaven and Earth effect. Upon activation, gain a towering soul manifestation, significantly enhancing attack power and attack speed. Consumption: all mana. Duration: 10 minutes. Cooldown: None. Basic attributes: single arm pulling force, 1,845 tons. 1 fusion degree for a 1-star Soul Master is 200 kilograms. Reaction rate: 16,400. 1 fusion degree for a 1-star Soul Master is 1. Perception ability: 24,600. 1 fusion degree for a 1-star Soul Master is 1. Abnormal resistance: 82,000. 1 fusion degree for a 1-star Soul Master is 1. Life: 82,000. 1 fusion degree for a 1-star Soul Master is 1. Mana: 82,000. 1 fusion degree for a 1-star Soul Master is 1. Combat power level: 49,370. 1 fusion degree for a 1-star Soul Master is 1. In the secret realm of the Sea Demon disturbance, Su Qingfeng had not slain many sea demons. Although each sea demon provided substantial soul power, his martial soul fusion degree had only just barely surpassed the 8th threshold, despite possessing a fusion degree of merely 8. 1. Su Qingfeng's combat power level had already approached 50,000. This signified that his physical strength was comparable to that of a deity. Unfortunately, those sea demons were cunning and adept at fleeing, making it impossible for him to eliminate more of them. Su Qingfeng felt a twinge of regret, recognizing that in order to achieve a fusion degree of 10 and unlock his second soul skill, he would need to venture to the exotic battlefield. Nevertheless, he found solace in the significant spoils obtained from disrupting the Sea Demon clan's interstellar teleportation array, setting aside the cash and military merit awarded by the spirit of the Celestial Tower. The bronze bell artifact he acquired from the spiked Sea Demon was indeed a treasure. Furthermore, the core components of the interstellar teleportation array contained within the Shumi ring were likely worth a considerable sum. Not to mention, he had also noted the incantations used by the Sea Demon clan to activate the interstellar teleportation array. This information could be deemed a strategic secret, and submitting it to the intelligence department of the Salvation Army would surely yield several first-class military merits. Su Qingfeng took out the bronze bell artifact. Examining it closely, it appeared that the artifact's energy had been completely depleted, which explained why the spiked Sea Demon had agreed to trade with him just before its demise. It was not foolish. Had the artifact still possessed energy, it likely would not have chosen to trust him. Su Qingfeng felt no remorse for the eventual betrayal of the spiked Sea Demon. After all, he had merely consented to allow it to use the interstellar teleportation array. He had never promised not to interrupt it or to refrain from destroying the array. In summary, Su Qingfeng remained a trustworthy young man of his word. Determined, he set off to the flagship store of the Nangong Merchant Association to seek out Huang Tong, hoping he could assist in recharging the bronze bell and help him decipher its usage. Upon arriving at Central Square No. 1, Su Qingfeng noticed the large screen above was playing the second video he had recently released. Countless passersby, including shop assistants, paused to watch. On the screen, the enigmatic and formidable 10-star Soul Master was wielding the divine ability of controlling the heavens and earth, ruthlessly slaying the starry sky insectoid race with fluid grace, captivating the hearts of many who longed to take his place. Su Qingfeng himself was entranced. The ability to control the heavens and earth was indeed remarkable. Truly magnificent. After a while, as the video concluded, the square gradually returned to its usual hustle and bustle. Many began to chatter. That Soul Master is so powerful. I wonder what he looks like. The video doesn't show clearly. Indeed, I can only vaguely sense he is a dashing and charming figure, but the specifics remain elusive. If only I were a woman, I would certainly pursue him. Bro, could you not say that while flaunting your chest hair? It's quite unsettling. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng instinctively turned towards the source of the voice, spotting a burly man with his chest exposed, stroking his thick chest hair with a lovesick expression, nearly causing Su Qingfeng to burst into laughter. It was best to avoid any confrontation and slip away. Chapter 041. Huang Tong's plea for help. Before long, Su Qingfeng re-entered the flagship store of the Nangong Merchant Association. The deputy manager, Huang Tong, was present, his demeanor somewhat grim. Upon noticing Su Qingfeng's sudden appearance, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Brother, you've finally shown yourself. Huang Tong approached Su Qingfeng, a nervous tone in his voice. I have something to ask of you. Su Qingfeng was taken aback. He had not expected the usually savvy Huang Tong to utter such words. indicating he was truly in a bind. "Shall we discuss this here?" Su Qingfeng glanced around. The store was bustling with customers. Of course not. Huang Teng quickly denied, leading Su Qingfeng into the VIP room. After habitually pouring Su Qingfeng his favorite soda, Huang Teng's expression turned pained as he spoke. "I've been targeted by the Merchant Association's regulatory department. They've caught wind of my previous minor infractions and imposed a fine of 20 million star coins. If I cannot pay this fine within a week, not only will I be forced to leave the Nangong Merchant Association, but I will also face imprisonment." What happened? Su Qingfeng did not sip the soda. Sitting upright with a serious tone, 20 million star coins was not a significant sum for him now. Yet Su Qingfeng could not simply part with that money without cause. Moreover, Huang Teng bore an expression of being wronged. Even if he could produce the funds, it was unlikely he would willingly pay. After hearing Huang Teng's account, Su Qingfeng began to understand the situation. The regulatory department of the Nangong Merchant Association was responsible for investigating internal corruption. Typically, this department focused on those overseeing high-level planetary trade. They would hardly concern themselves with someone like Huang Teng. However, if Huang Teng had crossed paths with a major shareholder, the scenario would change. The minions of the regulatory department would scrutinize Huang Teng's past with a magnifying glass. As an ambitious salesman, Huang Teng did not operate within the bounds of strict protocol. This was evident in his interactions with Su Qingfeng. Certain non-compliant gifts, under his manipulation, could be offered to Su Qingfeng to maintain customer relations. Additionally, facilitating unconditional returns for Su Qingfeng was a violation of the sales personnel management regulations of the Nangong Merchant Association. Normally, the higher-ups would only review Huang Teng's performance, overlooking such details. But this time was different. The regulatory department had uncovered various discrepancies in Huang Teng's dealings, ultimately imposing a fine of 20 million star coins. This amount was calculated to ensure that if Huang Teng were willing to bankrupt himself to retain his job, he could just barely manage to pay it off. The regulatory department and the influential shareholder behind them were not genuinely concerned about the 20 million star coin fine. They sought to set an example. To intimidate employees who failed to respect shareholders, Su Qingfeng, upon digesting Huang Teng's narrative, could not help but furrow his brow slightly. He had already deduced that the 9th-ranked shareholder of the Nangong Merchant Association was none other than Nangong Liyue's mother. He was taken aback by her character. Having faced a minor grievance regarding her daughter, she sought to make things difficult for an employee who was merely doing his job. Such narrow-mindedness was astonishing. Thankfully, Nangong Liyue did not share her mother's disposition. "What do you wish for me to do?" Su Qingfeng regarded Huang Teng with a calm demeanor. "I can readily provide the 20 million star coins. Are you willing to pay this unjust fine?" "Of course not." Huang Teng shook his head vehemently. Lowering his voice, "I don't want to pay a single coin of that fine. The fools in the regulatory department are playing dumb. All the salespeople engage in similar practices, yet they target me specifically. I would rather throw my money away than give it to them." Su Qingfeng nodded. Huang Teng's reaction did not surprise him. Although this fellow was merely a low-ranking 2-star soul master, he exhibited no signs of cowardice. "What do you hope I should do?" "Eliminate those incompetent individuals in the regulatory department," Su Qingfeng quipped half-jokingly. "Not quite." Huang Teng was startled by Su Qingfeng's suggestion, quickly denying it. "Actually, when the regulatory department issued my fine, they mentioned one thing, that if you would be willing to meet with the 9th-ranked shareholder and have a chat, the fine could be rescinded." Su Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Nangong Liyue's mother would create such a fuss merely to meet him. No, he quickly realized that what she truly desired was to ascertain his identity and the nature of his relationship with Nangong Liyue. Did she believe me to be easily intimidated? Did she intend to use money to coerce me into severing ties with Nangong Liyue? Su Qingfeng recalled various classic scenarios that, in truth, had it not been for Nangong Liyue's feelings, he would not have hesitated to confront her mother on the spot, even to the point of becoming adversaries. Now, with Nangong Liyue in the picture, Su Qingfeng found himself compelled to consider matters more carefully. She has no other demands, merely a desire to meet me. Su Qingfeng countered Huang Teng's assertion. "None at all." Huang Teng looked at Su Qingfeng, his expression somewhat anxious. "Will this be too much trouble for you?" Su Qingfeng shook his head, addressing Huang Teng. You tell them, I am willing to meet with that individual. Have them arrange the time and place? Very well. Huang Tong initially intended to articulate further, yet ultimately conceded with a sincere agreement. Shortly thereafter, he received a response from the regulatory department, his expression revealing a complex array of emotions. That group has rescinded my fine.as for the time and place for our meeting. It shall be here. The enigmatic guest will arrive in half an hour. Su Qingfeng nodded in acknowledgement. Since we have time, let us first attend to my business. Huang Tong was momentarily taken aback by this statement. He had not anticipated Su Qingfeng's calm demeanor. With impending troubles looming, he still maintained the composure to conduct business. However, Huang Tong swiftly harnessed his professional acumen, entering a state of focus to assist Su Qingfeng. What do you require, esteemed sir? Allow me to assist you at once. Recognizing the item, Su Qingfeng presented the bronze bell artifact he had confiscated from the sea demon, extending it towards Huang Tong. Is this an artifact? Huang Tong's expression shifted to one of surprise. This was indeed a remarkable item. Once imbued with spirit stones, it could unleash astonishing powers. Huang Tong was curious about Su Qingfeng's acquisition of such a treasure. Yet he refrained from inquiring out of professional ethics, so it requires spirit stones. Su Qingfeng raised an eyebrow and inquired, Are spirit stones expensive? That depends on the grade of the spirit stone. Huang Tong responded while examining the bronze bell, quickly locating a slot for the spirit stone. Based on the residue of spirit stone fragments present, he deduced the grade of the spirit stone required for the bronze bell. This should be a mid-tier artifact. Utilizing mid-grade spirit stones, the market price for a single mid-grade spirit stone is approximately 20 million star coins. Our trading company has stock available. At this juncture, Huang Tong glanced at Su Qingfeng with a smile. As a Black Card VIP, you are entitled to a 70% discount on the purchase of spirit stones. Chapter 042. The priceless artifact. Resources stars controlled by humanity essentially do not produce spirit stones. These stones are primarily spoils of war, thus commanding a hefty price. However, as a Black Card VIP, Su Qingfeng could permanently enjoy a 70% discount, making the cost of a mid-grade spirit stone a mere 6 million star coins. Su Qingfeng had already witnessed the formidable powers of the bronze bell once activated. Spending 6 million star coins to ensure his survival was undeniably a worthy investment. Nevertheless, Su Qingfeng's combat power had now approached 50,000, with an extraordinarily high physical resilience. He had no need for the bronze bell as an enhancement. He could effortlessly withstand attacks that the artifact could potentially deflect, should he need to evade an assault. The artifact would be rendered ineffective. Even with its remarkable cost-effectiveness, Su Qingfeng was unwilling to squander his money. If I wish to sell it, could you provide an approximate valuation? Su Qingfeng inquired. Sell it? Huang Tong's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated Su Qingfeng harbored such intentions. Out of loyalty, Huang Tong urged, Esteemed sir, this artifact is exceedingly rare, with the current technological capabilities of humanity. It cannot be replicated. Selling it may be easy, but acquiring it again would prove difficult. I understand. Please provide an estimate. Su Qingfeng replied casually. That is rather challenging to assess. Huang Tong shook his head, explaining, such extremely rare high-grade equipment seldom undergoes private transactions. They're typically auctioned. The transaction price for mid-tier artifacts can range from 500 million to 5 billion. The final sale price depends on the auction specifications and whether any super-rich individuals take an interest in it. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng gleaned a general idea of the bronze bell's potential worth. A minimum of 500 million star coins. If a wealthy patron were involved, it could even fetch forward to 5 billion star coins. It was indeed a treasure. At that moment, Su Qingfeng suddenly recalled that Nangong Liue would likely be an excellent buyer. The young heiress, with her awakened martial soul of the nine-tailed celestial fox, displayed rather mediocre close combat abilities. With this artifact to safeguard her, her chances of survival would significantly increase. Furthermore, as a stakeholder in the Nangong Trading Company, she certainly had the means to afford it. Resolved, he decided to sell the artifact to her as for the price. Being good friends, a friendly discount of 5 billion would suffice. With this thought, Su Qingfeng stowed the bronze bell back into his shumi ring. Bring me 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Su Qingfeng commanded Huang Tong casually. Certainly. Huang Tong replied enthusiastically, believing his persuasion had influenced Su Qingfeng to reconsider selling the bronze bell. He greatly appreciated Su Qingfeng's willingness to heed counsel. Before long, Huang Tong returned with a tray bearing 10 shimmering mid-grade spirit stones. The stones, a deep azure, resembled translucent light blue sapphires. Su Qingfeng examined one closely, confirming Huang Tong's assertions. The specifications of the mid-grade spirit stones indeed matched the gemstone recesses of the bronze bell. Regarding the trial use of the artifact, Su Qingfeng chose not to interfere. Let the young heiress explore it herself. Su Qingfeng secured the spirit stones and presented his black card to Huang Tong, instructing him to complete the transaction in no time. The transaction was successfully executed, with 60 million star coins deducted from the black card's available balance. Huang Tong respectfully returned the black card to Su Qingfeng and inquired, "Do you require anything else, esteemed sir?" Su Qingfeng had initially intended to exchange some weaponry, but considering his impending meeting with Nangong Liu's mother, he decided to hold off. "That I have some damaged components that I need you to assist me in finding a channel for disposal," Su Qingfeng stated, releasing a segment of the interstellar teleportation array's foundational stone from his Shumi ring to showcase to Huang Tong. Huang Tong scrutinized the square, luminous stone adorned with intricate engravings. Furrowing his brow slightly, "This stone, it seems so familiar. Is it from a teleportation array?" "Not quite. The inscriptions are not of our human characters," Su Qingfeng reminded him. Upon receiving this prompt, Huang Tong's realization dawned. This is the teleportation array's foundational stone from the Sea Demon clan. As he spoke, Huang Tong's expression suddenly froze, astonished as he gazed at Su Qingfeng, as if he had seen a ghost. Connecting the dots between the foundational stone before him and the mid-tier artifact Su Qingfeng had earlier produced, Huang Tong abruptly comprehended the implications. This gentleman had not merely seized a Sea Demon clan stronghold, but had also dismantled their interstellar teleportation array. Hadn't he? That was utterly terrifying. Is there a problem? Or is this item unsellable? Su Qingfeng inquired curiously. Not at all. There's no issue. In fact, I have good news, Huang Tong quickly clarified, adding, any materials related to the construction of teleportation arrays are crucial strategic resources registered by the Human Alliance. The government will continuously buy them back at high prices, so you need not worry about the market for these essential components. The acquisition price will be substantial if you can consistently provide large quantities. You could even earn military merit. Su Qingfeng understood the rationale behind this. To protect a resource star, humanity must establish multiple teleportation arrays to ensure troop deployment. The key materials for constructing interstellar teleportation arrays are perpetually in short supply. Hence their prices remain high. Su Qingfeng shook his head. I cannot consistently provide these materials. This haul was purely coincidental. Please help me store the materials for now, and I will sort out their disposal later. With that, Su Qingfeng relinquished all the array materials for Huang Tong to manage. Goodness, this could easily fetch 2 billion. Huang Tong exclaimed in awe, promptly using his Shumi ring to secure all the materials. At that moment, less than 3 minutes remained before Su Qingfeng's scheduled meeting with Nangong Liu's mother. Uncertain whether she would arrive early, he decided to have Huang Tong vacate the VIP room to avoid drawing any attention. Before long, Su Qingfeng heard rhythmic footsteps approaching outside. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels striking the smooth floor produced a crisp resonance. For some inexplicable reason, Su Qingfeng found the sound oddly pleasing. Shortly thereafter, the footsteps halted at the door. Click. The door was gently twisted open and slowly swung ajar. Su Qingfeng first caught sight of a fair, delicate hand gripping the doorknob. The person outside did not immediately enter the room. Su Qingfeng remained silent, merely observing. Moments later, a woman in her late 20s gracefully stepped inside. Her exquisitely crafted face bore no concealment. With an oval countenance strikingly similar to Nangong Liu's, she exuded an alluring charm. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down to her waist, swaying slightly as she walked, akin to flowing black silk. Her starry eyes sparkled like clear lake water, yet concealed the authority of a superior, making it intimidating to meet her gaze. Around her elegant swan, neck hung a necklace adorned with deep blue gemstones, accentuating her smooth complexion. Each movement radiated the intellectual beauty of a mature woman, poised, composed, and exuding an enchanting allure. Su Qingfeng was somewhat taken aback. Nangong Liyue's mother appeared remarkably youthful and beautiful. So, it was you who deceived little Liyue? I should have realized it sooner. Qin Yusin gazed at Su Qingfeng with a mixture of reproach and resignation in her eyes. Chapter 043. A Fractured Facade. Contrary to the anticipated stormy confrontation, Qin Yusin's reaction was somewhat unexpected for Su Qingfeng. It turned out that she had long been aware of his existence. Among the classmates of Nangong Liyue, if there was anyone worthy of Qin Yusin's esteem, it was undoubtedly Su Qingfeng. Both of his parents were 7-star soul masters, and his lineage was commendable. Moreover, he consistently ranked first in all subjects, leaving Nangong Liyue struggling to surpass him. No matter how hard Qin Yusin pushed her daughter, it is only natural for young women to be drawn to strength. After numerous defeats, it was only reasonable that Nangong Liyue would develop unusual feelings for Su Qingfeng, especially considering his striking good looks. As for Su Qingfeng's decision to forego the 9-star divine martial soul, Qin Yusin had heard whispers of it. Unlike others, she was not concerned with the choices he made. Her focus lay solely on his ability to awaken the 9-star divine martial soul. This indicated that Su Qingfeng's potential was boundless. Hence, upon discovering that Su Qingfeng was the mysterious benefactor assisting Nangong Liyue in secret, Qin Yusin's anger dissipated significantly. Furthermore, being an inherently graceful person, she found direct confrontation to be unbecoming of her character. I am not a thief, Su Qingfeng observed, noticing that Qin Yusin's demeanor was not overtly aggressive. Thus he tempered his own confrontational stance. A heart thief is still a thief. Qin Yusin rolled her eyes and retorted, My daughter has turned against me for you, and yet you refuse to acknowledge it? Su Qingfeng was momentarily at a loss for words. The accusation of being a heart thief was difficult to refute, especially since he was unsure if Nangong Liyue truly harbored feelings for him. The silence was palpable. Qin Yusin moved to the sofa opposite Su Qingfeng, seated herself with poise, and scrutinized him with her beautiful eyes, unreservedly assessing him. The unfolding situation was somewhat beyond Su Qingfeng's expectations. He had anticipated a quarrel, yet now he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. That he is quite handsome. He seems to be a suitable match for my daughter. Qin Yusin casually pulled out a pack of lady cigarettes from her waist, glanced at Su Qingfeng, and inquired, Would you care for one? Su Qingfeng shook his head. Do you mind if I smoke? Qin Yusin pressed further. He shook his head once more. Only then did Qin Yusin extract a cigarette from the pack and place it between her lips. With a snap of her fingers, a flicker of flame appeared from thin air, igniting the cigarette. This was a basic application of soul power, a feat easily performed by any soul master of 7 stars or above, indicating that she was at least a 7-star soul master. Demonstrating such prowess was akin to showcasing her strength. After lighting the cigarette, Qin Yusin took a casual puff before setting it down. The fragrant tendrils of smoke soon enveloped the entire VIP room. I never smoke in front of my daughter. Do you know why? Qin Yusin suddenly queried, her tone casual, as if conversing with an old friend. Secondhand smoke only affects strangers? Su Qingfeng countered earnestly. He felt it necessary to reclaim some control over the conversation. Qin Yusin paused for a few seconds, then quietly extinguished her cigarette. Are you so eager to strip the facade away? She asked, casting a sidelong glance at Su Qingfeng, her expression revealing a hint of displeasure. She had been rather enjoying the previous exchange. Setting aside all complex relationships, Su Qingfeng was undeniably a handsome young man, which instilled in Qin Yusin a sense of natural ease and relaxation. She had even found herself reluctant to steer the conversation towards serious matters. Little did she know, Su Qingfeng was equally aware of her unusual demeanor and felt compelled to shatter the strange atmosphere. Time is of the essence. It would be best for us to conclude our business promptly, Su Qingfeng stated with calm resolve. Very well, since you insist. Let us conduct our affairs in a professional manner. Qin Yusin straightened in her seat, her demeanor suddenly turning sharp and serious. Her gaze fixated intently on Su Qingfeng. What is your relationship with Liu? Do not tell me you are merely ordinary friends. My daughter would not turn against me for a mere acquaintance, nor would she squander over 10 billion star coins on one. We are indeed not merely ordinary friends. Su Qingfeng's reply took Qin Yusin by surprise. The boy was admitting to having a relationship with her daughter. However, what followed was a twist she did not anticipate as Su Qingfeng continued. We are just classmates. We are not even friends. Qin Yusin had lost count of how many times Su Qingfeng had left her speechless. His audacity was entirely beyond her expectations. Logically, as the mother of Nangong Liu and a powerful 7-star soul master, she should command a degree of respect from him. Yet, this boy showed her none, joking casually as if her status meant nothing. Realizing this, Qin Yusin felt a surge of anger. With a huff, she released her aura as a 7-star soul master, instantly enveloping the room in a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. She was resorting to coercive force. Aware that Su Qingfeng had relinquished the 9-star divine martial soul upon awakening and having only trained for a few days, she knew his strength would be relatively mediocre. Therefore, she felt no qualms about displaying her power before him. Oh, you know who you were speaking to. Is this how you address your elders? Qin Yusin's tone was chilling. Yet, Su Qingfeng remained unfazed, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The formidable aura Qin Yusin projected appeared intimidating. However, to Su Qingfeng, it was like a gentle breeze. She remained oblivious to this fact. Auntie, you should consider yourself fortunate that you are Nangong Liu's mother. Otherwise, you would not be sitting here so comfortably. As Qin Yusin's facade crumbled, Su Qingfeng felt a sense of relief wash over him. He was far more at ease with this straightforward approach than with her previous coyness. After all, her coercive tactics against Huang Teng had already crossed a line for Su Qingfeng. Qin Yusin could hardly believe that Su Qingfeng had the audacity to threaten her in return. On what grounds did he presume to do so? Did he genuinely believe that her daughter would only have eyes for him? Even if Liu were to act foolishly, he should not dare to be so arrogant. With this thought, Qin Yusin gradually regained her composure. She surmised that Su Qingfeng must possess some hidden advantage to speak so boldly. Chapter 044. What grounds do you have for such arrogance? What is Su Qingfeng's true leverage? Could it be that his background is not as simplistic as it appears? Qin Yusin found herself perplexed, unable to fathom the depths of Su Qingfeng's strength. In her relatively fixed mindset, Su Qingfeng was merely a fledgling soul master, lacking any formidable prowess. While Qin Yusin was lost in contemplation, Su Qingfeng broke the silence with a smile. Were you pondering so intently? Qin Yusin lifted her gaze to meet his, hesitated briefly, then replied, I'm contemplating what your advantage is. What gives you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Su Qingfeng, how set? Then chuckle heartily. It's quite simple. My advantage is myself, you. You are merely a fledgling soul master. Your awakened soul is still unknown. What abilities do you possess? Qin Yusin's face was filled with skepticism. Su Qingfeng, hearing her words, responded with a grin. I had thought you had discerned the truth, but it seems you, like the rest, are blinded by a narrow perspective. Auntie, I am quite disappointed in you. What do you mean? Qin Yusin's brows furrowed in confusion. She felt belittled by Su Qingfeng's derision. I shall not elaborate further. You should know your daughter quite well. Let me pose a question. If I were truly a useless individual, do you believe your daughter would invest so much effort in me? Su Qingfeng inquired, his tone light. Qin Yusin instinctively wanted to respond affirmatively, but upon deeper reflection, she realized that Nangong Liu would likely not behave in such a manner. Women are inherently drawn to strength, and Nangong Liu was no exception. If Su Qingfeng possessed no redeeming qualities that captivated her, she would not have regarded him with such importance. Thus, the boy had not been exaggerating. He truly possessed extraordinary strength. Su Qingfeng offered no further explanation. Instead, he retrieved a 150-ton heavy heavenly machine rod from his Sumi ring, effortlessly wielding it with one hand and presenting it before Qin Yusin. I trust you can recognize what this weapon is? As a major shareholder of the Nangong Merchant Association, Qin Yusin, who had long been engaged in various business dealings, had a discerning eye. She quickly identified the rod in Su Qingfeng's grasp as a platinum weapon laced with white dwarf materials, weighing at least several dozen tons. He was holding a weapon of such weight with ease. What is the true extent of his combat prowess? Qin Yusin stared wide-eyed at Su Qingfeng, whose physique was not particularly robust. Her face awash with astonishment. How is this possible? Have you been concealing your strength all along? You have never inquired about my capabilities, have you? Su Qingfeng chuckled, teasingly responding, Auntie, you are a distinguished 7-star soul master. I wonder if you can survive a blow from me at such close range. Upon hearing this, Qin Yusin's complexion turned ashen. Although Su Qingfeng's words were jest, they nonetheless conveyed a genuine threat of death. Despite being a fully integrated 7-star soul master and a descendant of the formidable Tao Dai, she seldom engaged in combat, rendering her practical abilities rather mediocre. The white dwarf star weapon in Su Qingfeng's hand was incredibly heavy, and at such proximity, a full-force strike could indeed annihilate her. Even with various life-preserving equipment, her survival was not guaranteed. In that moment, as Qin Yusin recalled Su Qingfeng's earlier remark, fortunately, I am the mother of Nangong Liyue. Otherwise, I would not be sitting here unscathed. She realized this was no mere boast. Confronted with the palpable threat of death, Qin Yusin finally recognized that she could no longer regard Su Qingfeng as a mere child, but rather as an equally formidable adversary, deserving of earnest negotiation. Though myriad questions lingered in her mind, she had resolved to take this matter seriously. So, your abandonment of the 9-star divine martial soul was merely a smokescreen. You are, in fact, a powerful 9-star soul master. My daughter lending you money is purely a professional arrangement, devoid of personal feelings. You and she are merely collaborators. It was as if a light bulb had illuminated in Qin Yusin's mind. She had managed to untangle the threads of the situation. Except for misjudging Su Qingfeng's martial soul quality, she had essentially hit the nail on the head. Auntie is truly astute, worthy of being Nangong Liyue's biological mother. Su Qingfeng remarked with a playful flick of his Tianji staff, his demeanor instilling confidence in Qin Yusin that he harbored no special intentions towards Nangong Liyue. Otherwise, Su Qingfeng's attitude towards her would not be so carefree. I understand now. Qin Yusin suddenly felt deflated. She believed her efforts had been in vain. After straining her relationship with her daughter and offending Su Qingfeng, this was the outcome. Had she known Su Qingfeng's potential was so immense, she would never have obstructed Nangong Liyue's support for him. No. Even if Nangong Liyue had not assisted Su Qingfeng, Qin Yusin might have offered her own help, for to ultimately command the Nangong Merchants Association, she required an array of talented individuals to aid her. An infinitely promising 9-star soul master was undoubtedly a worthy investment. I apologize for my recklessness today. Regarding Huang Tong, I shall provide ample compensation. Furthermore, to atone for my oversight, I will adjust the spending limit on your black card to 2 billion star coins. I hope you enjoy utilizing it. Realizing her misstep, Qin Yusin promptly offered her apologies, along with a gesture of substantial goodwill. Upon hearing her words, Su Qingfeng's dissatisfaction with Qin Yusin dissipated significantly. It is peculiar how wealth can alleviate 99% of one's troubles. The remaining issues merely require additional financial expenditure to resolve. Evidently, Qin Yusin had invested considerable resources into Su Qingfeng, thus alleviating most of his grievances. If that is the case, we need not shy away from forging a friendship. Su Qingfeng stated sincerely regarding Qin Yusin. Qin Yusin managed to smile. Despite her lingering discontent towards Su Qingfeng, his remarkable worth compelled her to restrain her feelings. Once their business was concluded, Qin Yusin chose not to linger further and departed swiftly. Shortly thereafter, Huang Tong rushed into the VIP room, his face brimming with excitement as he addressed Su Qingfeng. Brother, the regulatory department just called to inform me that there was an issue with their previous processes, and they inadvertently wronged me. They're now compensating me with 10 million star coins for my mental distress. Huang Tong was not foolish. He recognized that the so-called injustice and apology were results stemming from Su Qingfeng's influence. Otherwise, the regulatory department would not engage in such self-deprecating behavior. Thus, the 10 million star coins rightfully belonged to Su Qingfeng. After hearing Huang Tung's words, Su Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively, replying casually, "If the regulatory department is willing to give you money, then take it. Since you have assisted me, it would be remiss not to reward you." Su Qingfeng, possessing the wisdom of an adult, understood that one cannot expect the horse to run without feeding it. Huang Tung was quite capable, and having him around would facilitate the handling of numerous trivial matters, making things easier and less burdensome Thank you, brother, thank you. Huang Tung expressed his gratitude with genuine delight. He realized that upon accepting this sum, he would be firmly allied with Su Qingfeng. He did not resent this outcome, for Su Qingfeng's strength was undeniable. Faced with the intimidation of the ninth largest shareholder of the Nangong Merchants Association, he had effortlessly withstood the pressure, compelling the regulatory department to retract their earlier statement. Such influence exceeded Huang Tung's wildest imagination. After leaving the flagship store of the Nangong Merchants Association, Qin Yusin quickly utilized the teleportation array to exit the Tongtian realm and return to her residence in Lingzhou. Her emotions were still somewhat tumultuous as she sought to have a serious discussion with her daughter, Nangong Liu, regarding Su Qingfeng. However, when she reached the door to Nangong Liu's room, poised knock, she suddenly hesitated. Qin Yusin realized that she could not possibly mention Su Qingfeng to Nangong Liu. Otherwise, she would find herself at a loss for words to explain how she had discovered him. Should Nangong Liu learn of the coercive methods she had employed to force Su Qingfeng into an audience, their already fragile mother-daughter bond would likely shatter even further. "I cannot say a word." Not a single word. Qin Yusin sighed inwardly, preparing to turn away to tea that moment. However, the door swung open abruptly. Nangong Liu stood behind it, her expression indifferent as she regarded Qin Yusin. The moment was decidedly awkward, as Qin Yusin's hand had not yet descended from its position to knock. "Mother, you seek me?" Nangong Liu inquired with a touch of icy detachment. Hearing her tone, Qin Yusin felt a pang of sorrow. She discerned the aloofness that lay beneath Nangong Liu's polite facade. In the past, she would have brushed off such nuances, believing that as long as her daughter achieved success, their minor disagreements were inconsequential. Yet now, after being provoked by Su Qingfeng's words, Qin Yusin suddenly grasped a profound truth. Her current status and glory were intrinsically linked to her exceptional daughter, Nangong Liu. She should not view her daughter as an adversary or foe. They were meant to be united. With this realization, Qin Yusin's tone softened. "Little Liu, mother wishes to apologize." Upon hearing this, Nangong Liu displayed no signs of surprise. Instead, she frowned, her eyes filled with a hint of wariness and confusion. "Apologize? What do you have to apologize for?" Perhaps accustomed to Qin Yusin's patterns, Nangong Liu instinctively sensed that the moment her mother softened her stance, it heralded the onset of a new round of psychological manipulation. Thus, she felt a deep unease at that moment. "Little Liu, may I come in to speak?" Qin Yusin implored, her voice tinged with emotion and pleading. After a brief silence, Nangong Liu finally released her grip on the door. She was curious to see what new tactics her mother intended to employ. "Some matters stem from your approach, but ultimately, mother has your best interests at heart. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me?" Little Liu, once inside, Qin Yusin continued her apologies. However, upon hearing this, Nangong Liu's eyes widened in disbelief, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "You found him?" "What?" Qin Yusin was momentarily taken aback. "You found it, didn't you? You must have spoken with him. If that were not the case, you would not dare to say such things to me." Nangong Liu's complexion drained of color, her demeanor bordering on hysteria. She knew her mother, Qin Yusin, all too well. Observing her current state and recalling recent events, Nangong Liu quickly deduced the truth. Qin Yusin must have sought out Su Qingfeng. Otherwise, she would not have come specifically to apologize. "I did not." Qin Yusin had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from Nangong Liu. Although she initially intended to confess, instinctively, she chose to lie instead. Nangong Liu fell silent. She knew that Qin Yusin was being untruthful. By merely denying that she had seen him and failing to inquire further about his identity, it was evident that something was amiss. Only when Nangong Liu ceased speaking did Qin Yusin realize there were inconsistencies in her words. However, it was too late to amend her mistakes. The mother-daughter relationship that Qin Yusin had desperately sought to mend had ultimately deteriorated further. Meanwhile, Su Qingfeng did not wait long before receiving a text confirming that the spending limit on his black card had been adjusted to 2 billion. Initially, he had no intention of updating his equipment, but upon seeing this unexpectedly granted limit, he felt inclined to be less discreet. Huang Tong, do you have any heavier weapons in your association's inventory? Su Qingfeng inquired, his voice cutting through the air. His current one-arm pulling force had reached a staggering 1,845 tons. The 150-ton Tianji staff could merely be deemed usable. However, if there existed heavier weaponry, Su Qingfeng would not hesitate to procure something new. Ah? Huang Tong found himself somewhat startled by Su Qingfeng. The last time, when Su Qingfeng had taken 150-ton Tianji staff, he had been left utterly astounded. Yet how long had it been since then? Was he already seeking to replace his weapon again? The power level of his elder brother was escalating at an astonishing rate. What is the matter? Is there no heavier weapon available? Su Qingfeng could not restrain himself from pressing for answers. Indeed, there are. Huang Tong, noticing Su Qingfeng's impatience, quickly elaborated. Weapons made from several hundred tons of white dwarf material. And even those weighing thousands or tens of thousands of tons made from neutron star material exist. However, such weaponry is exceedingly rare. Typically, flagship stores seldom have customers interested in testing or purchasing them. They are generally stored in significant warehouses of trading firms as prized possessions. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng furrowed his brow. So, you mean to say that in order for me to purchase a weapon, I must wait for you to transfer stock? Yes, but the process will not take long. A single day will suffice. Su Qingfeng sighed at this. How troublesome. Then please assist me with the stock transfer and take care of those teleportation array materials. I shall return tomorrow. Very well. Elder brother. Huang Tong dared not speak loudly. By the way, please return the Tianji staff for me. Su Qingfeng stated, a weapon that is too lightweight feels less useful than his fists. Rather than carrying it as a burden, it would be better to return it while the opportunity presents itself. Of course, no problem. Huang Tong perked up immediately when Su Qingfeng had initially purchased the Tianji staff. Due to insufficient black card credit, Huang Tong had arranged for installment payments. Now that he wished to return it, the procedure was somewhat cumbersome. However, Huang Tong was not afraid of the trouble Su Qingfeng might cause him, but rather feared that Su Qingfeng might grow dissatisfied and cease to seek his assistance altogether, rendering all his efforts to please Su Qingfeng futile. After several minutes, Huang Tong finally completed the return process. Elder brother, a total of 540 million in weapon purchasing funds has been returned to your black card account. Is there anything else you require? Not for the moment. Su Qingfeng waved his hand and strode out of the Nangong trading firm flagship store. Before the new weapon arrived, he planned to indulge in a day of relaxation, for how to unwind. Su Qingfeng thought that engaging in a transaction with the affluent young lady Nangong Liu would be a splendid way to relieve stress. Just as he took out his phone, preparing to contact Nangong Liu, he noticed she had already sent him a message. Where are you? I wish to meet and discuss with you. Su Qingfeng was unsure why Nangong Liu suddenly sought him, but it suited his intentions perfectly. He had initially intended to suggest meeting in Tongtian realm, but reconsidered. There were no entertainment facilities there. A stroll around Lingzhou would be far more enjoyable. With this thought in mind, Su Qingfeng replied to Nangong Liu, let us meet at Silver Moon Square in Lingzhou in half an hour. Silver Moon Square, located near Lingzhou No. 2 High School, is a newly constructed commercial plaza, brimming with various entertainment facilities, making it an ideal playground for the youth. Previously, Su Qingfeng had neither the funds nor the leisure, nor did he have a partner, so he always avoided such places. Now that he lacked for nothing, he naturally did not mind broadening his horizons. Before long, Su Qingfeng received a response from Nangong Liu. All right. He swiftly utilized the teleportation array to leave Tongtian realm and return to the Spirit Master training ground of Lingzhou No. 2 High School. As he exited the training ground, he encountered a familiar figure, his homeroom teacher, Pei Qingyu. Pei Qingyu, with her bright eyes and radiant smile, had long flowing hair that enhanced her beauty. She exuded an aura of elegance. enriched by a scholarly fragrance rarely found in other girls. Pei Qingyu promptly spotted Su Qingfeng and waved at him, greeting him with a warm smile. Su Qingfeng, hello. Teacher Pei, did you wait here specifically for me? Su Qingfeng, preoccupied with his upcoming meeting with Nangong Liue, was not particularly inclined to engage in lengthy conversation with Pei Qingyu. Not at all. I merely happened to run into you and thought to chat a bit. Pei Qingyu inquired with a smile. Last time, I asked the old principal to speak with you. Did you feel any better afterward? She assumed Su Qingfeng might feel guilty for implicating Principal Duan Muji. Hence her initiative to have the principal counsel him. However, in truth, Su Qingfeng was indifferent to Duan Muji's well-being. Thus, Pei Qingyu's efforts were somewhat in vain. Naturally, Su Qingfeng could not voice his true thoughts, lest he discouraged the young teacher. Thank you, Teacher Pei. I feel much better, Su Qingfeng replied politely. That's wonderful. Pei Qingyu smiled again and asked, Are you free now? I was just about to head to the Spirit Master Training Hall to test a new soul skill. Would you like to join me? I could also explain various aspects regarding the martial examination. Pei Qingyu felt exceptionally confident as she made this suggestion. Not only was her knowledge valuable to Su Qingfeng, but her outstanding beauty and grace should ensure that a male student would not refuse her invitation, right? Yet, the reality was quite the opposite. Su Qingfeng unhesitatingly declined Pei Qingyu's offer. Sorry. Teacher Pei, I have matters to attend to, perhaps another time. Upon hearing this, Pei Qingyu's expression froze momentarily, her gaze becoming somewhat piercing. Rejected? This young man actually turned her down without a second thought. Why? Chapter 045. And Ruosu was taken aback. In such a hurry, are you meeting a beautiful lady? Pei Qingyu looked at Su Qingfeng with a half-smile, teasingly asking. Given her understanding of male students, she quickly surmised that Su Qingfeng must have a date with a beauty. Otherwise, why would he not stay to chat with her, a beauty in her own right? Su Qingfeng had initially wished to keep his private affairs to himself, but since she was so astute, he decided to be candid. You guessed it, I indeed have a date with a beauty, and she happens to be quite affluent. Su Qingfeng responded with a smile, his demeanor unruffled. In most situations, Su Qingfeng would not allow himself to be mentally burdened by others' teasing or skepticism. He preferred a free-spirited approach. Since Pei Qingyu was curious, he chose to be forthright, as the discomfort was not his own. Pei Qingyu felt a wave of speechlessness wash over her. She thought to herself, Am I not beautiful? Is that why this fellow would rather offend me to go on a date with someone else? Thinking I am not wealthy enough? Such a money-oriented lad. How contemptible. You are quite honest. Aren't you? Very well. Go on with your business. Find me when you have time. Pei Qingyu waved her hand, her tone somewhat forlorn. Once a student formally awakens their martial spirit, they effectively become half-free individuals. The school and teachers no longer impose the same restrictions on Su Qingfeng as before. In truth, aside from attending a weekly class meeting to stay informed about changes in martial examination policies, Su Qingfeng was practically an independent graduate. Unless Pei Qingyu had other plans, Su Qingfeng could even skip class meetings if he informed her in advance, as long as he refrained from openly courting someone at school and affecting the mindset of younger students. Pei Qingyu could not justly reprimand him. All right, goodbye, teacher, Su Qingfeng said without hesitation as he departed, leaving Pei Qingyu in a state of confusion. Not long after, Su Qingfeng arrived at Silver Moon Square near Lingzhou No. 2 High School. True to its reputation, Silver Moon Square was one of the most bustling commercial centers in Lingzhou City, filled with luxurious decor and dazzling technological facilities. At the entrance of the plaza stood 2 towering mechs, each over 10 meters tall, tasked with surveillance and security. These were repurposed military mechs, stripped of their weapon systems after being decommissioned by the Salvation Army, boasting combat abilities comparable to fully integrated 4-star Spirit Masters. However, for the shoppers, these mechs served more as iconic decorations, with many patrons taking photos beside them. Upon entering the plaza, the ground was paved with a special luminescent material that emitted vibrant colored halos with every step taken. Above, a transparent dome adjusted light intensity according to the weather and simulated various starry night skies. Additionally, there were randomly appearing holographic projectors that guided visitors to different shops and promoted high-quality products favored by the youth. With time yet to meet Nangong Liue, Su Qingfeng leisurely strolled through the plaza. Suddenly, a delighted female voice rang out from behind. Xiao Feng? Su Qingfeng turned to see that the voice belonged to his neighbor, the lovely Enruosu. Enruosu approached Su Qingfeng with graceful steps, her long, lustrous black hair swaying gently as she moved, resembling black silk. Her lips, akin to vibrant rose petals, curved upwards to reveal a row of pristine teeth. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, as if the most beautiful clouds of dawn had settled on her face. As she drew near, Enruosu seized Su Qingfeng's arm, refusing to let go, as if afraid he might escape. "You little rascal, I finally caught you," Enruosu exclaimed with infectious joy, clearly thrilled. "Sister, and please refrain from being so excited. It makes me feel as though I am a criminal." Su Qingfeng chuckled teasingly, yet he did not free himself from Enruosu's delicate grasp. He understood the motivation behind Enruosu's actions. During their last encounter, in gratitude for her care, he had transferred her a sum of 50,000 star coins as a token of appreciation. Subsequently, Enruosu had incessantly attempted to contact him to return the money, but he had consistently ignored her calls. It was likely that Enruosu had been feeling quite frustrated for some time, and encountering him by chance this time surely stirred her emotions. "You are quite the criminal. You transferred such a hefty sum, attempting to bribe me, a public servant of the Human Alliance government. How audacious." Enruosu leaned closer to Su Qingfeng's ear, lowering her voice as she joked. Her voice was crisp and melodious, reminiscent of a clear stream flowing through the mountains. Su Qingfeng was enveloped by a refreshing fragrance that wafted towards him. He recognized it as the ethereal scent of Enruosu's purity. "Ahem, and yeah, what brings you to the shopping district?" Su Qingfeng cleared his throat lightly, attempting to shift the topic. He recalled that he had made plans to meet Nangong Liu, and wondered if the two beautiful women would clash upon meeting unexpectedly. Yet, he quickly brushed off the thought. He prided himself on his integrity, and felt no reason for unease. "I am not here to shop. There's a young girl residing in this building, much like you, who is a military dependent. She is only 14 and lives alone, so I visit her daily." Enruosu was a social worker, dedicated to caring for orphans with military ties, and Su Qingfeng had previously been one of her charges. "And yeah, you work so hard. It must be disheartening to pass through such a lively square without the chance to enjoy it." Su Qingfeng expressed his admiration for Enruosu's compassion and professional dedication. "Fortunately, I am not particularly fond of shopping. What about you? Why are you wandering here? Don't you have classes today? Are you waiting for a girlfriend?" Enruosu's inquiry was laced with curiosity and playful teasing, tinged with a hint of unease. "No, I am merely waiting for a friend," Su Qingfeng replied candidly. Although he had shared numerous interactions with Nangong Liu, they were not yet romantically involved. "A friend? Male or female? Is she beautiful?" Enruosu pressed further, instinctively sensing that Su Qingfeng was waiting for a girl. After all, it would be rather odd for him to be strolling through a mall with a male classmate. "A girl? That would be her." Su Qingfeng was initially contemplating how to describe Nangong Liu's appearance when he suddenly caught sight of her, dressed in a delicate white dress, timidly approaching from a distance. If Enruosu was a wildflower, Nangong Liu was the resplendent moon, gentle, serene, dignified, and pure, radiating an ethereal beauty. Nangong Liu approached with light, graceful steps, her white dress fluttering in the breeze, as if she were a celestial being descending from the heavens. Her exquisite features resembled finely carved jade, her eyes sparkling like stars, her nose straight, and her lips naturally rosy. Her slender waist could barely be encompassed by a hand, and her tall, graceful figure exuded an air of cool detachment, making her seem both unapproachable and irresistibly captivating. Most subtly, her nine-tailed celestial fox martial spirit added an understated allure to Nangong Liu, imbuing her with a sanctity that was laced with a beguiling sensuality, a pure and enticing charm that was simply irresistible. Enruosu gazed in awe at the approaching Nangong Liu, unable to suppress her admiration for her beauty. "She is truly stunning," Enruosu exclaimed, glancing at Su Qingfeng and asking, "Xiao Feng, is she your classmate?" "Yes, and yeah, she's my class monitor, Nangong Liu. I need to discuss something with her," Su Qingfeng replied. briefly introducing Enruosu's role to Nangong Liue, initially puzzled by the close relationship between Su Qingfeng and Enruosu. Nangong Liue felt relieved upon learning that Enruosu had cared for Su Qingfeng for many years, and she greeted her warmly. "Hello." Enruosu responded with a smile, her gaze darting between Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue, stirring a complex mix of emotions within her. It is worth noting that Enruosu had always been quite confident in her appearance, yet in the presence of the breathtakingly beautiful Nangong Liue, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of inadequacy. She sensed that Su Qingfeng might not be entirely honest. After all, the young girl was willing to spend time with him alone. Surely, she harbored feelings for him? Just moments ago, he had been insisting they were merely friends. Nevertheless, Enruosu recognized that she held neither the position nor the authority to criticize Su Qingfeng, observing such an admirable female friend by his side. She felt it was only right to respect and wish him well. Quickly adjusting her mindset, Enruosu smiled at Su Qingfeng and said, "Xiao Feng, I have matters to attend to. Enjoy your time with your classmate. I will reach out to you later. Goodbye." With that, Enruosu gracefully turned and departed, leaving Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue exchanging glances, the air thick with a subtle tension. "Did I interrupt something?" Nangong Liue asked uneasily. She could tell that Enruosu and Su Qingfeng had more to discuss, and her arrival had prompted Enruosu's departure. Nangong Liue worried that there might have been a misunderstanding. That no, my matters with Jie aren't particularly significant. Su Qingfeng surveyed their surroundings, noticing many passers-by, quietly admiring Nangong Liue's beauty. Some were audacious enough to attempt discreetly capturing her image with their phones. That was rather excessive. Su Qingfeng thought to himself, "I haven't even taken pictures yet. How dare they?" With this thought in mind, Su Qingfeng stepped in front of Nangong Liue, stating, "Let's find a quiet place to talk. I have something important to discuss with you." Nangong Liue was unsure why Su Qingfeng suddenly moved so close, but she didn't mind. "All right, I'm all ears." She did not inquire about the nature of his important discussion. In her eyes, anything Su Qingfeng had to say was of significance. Leading the way, Su Qingfeng walked ahead while Nangong Liue followed closely behind. The Silver Moon Commercial Square, with its strong technological ambience and proximity to Lingzhou No. 2 High School, was bustling with students. As Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue moved through the crowd, they did not stand out particularly. However, once others caught sight of their striking appearances, they couldn't help but stare. The reason was simple. Both Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue possessed extraordinary looks. What made it even more remarkable was the similarity in their demeanor. Both exuded an air of aloofness and pride, seemingly unapproachable. As Nangong Liue observed Su Qingfeng's silhouette, she felt an inexplicable sense of ease wash over her, alleviating her earlier gloom. Before stepping out, her mother, Qin Yusin, had expressed her disapproval of her actions, deeming them a waste of time, and had subjected her to a moral lecture. In the end, it was only through Nangong Liue's stubbornness and a cold war with her mother that she managed to leave the house. Chapter 046. I excel at reasoning. Su Qingfeng guided Nangong Liue through the Silver Moon Square before selecting a tea house adorned in a vintage style and entering. They settled into a private room by the window. Soon, they were seated, and a server brought in steaming tea and exquisite pastries, setting them on the small table. "Enjoy your meal, ladies." The server kindly closed the door of the room before departing. Su Qingfeng observed Nangong Liue, noting that her gaze seemed somewhat vacant, and her expression lacked any signs of joy. She appeared to be in low spirits. "Why the long face? Is meeting me such a burden?" Su Qingfeng teased with a smile. Nangong Liue was initially taken aback, but soon regained her composure, blushing as she shook her head in explanation. "No, it's just that I'm feeling a bit down. It has nothing to do with you." Earlier, upon learning that her mother had used her influence as a shareholder to coerce Su Qingfeng into meeting, Nangong Liue felt utterly defeated. She despised her own powerlessness, unable to even shield Su Qingfeng's privacy. Moreover, the thought of her mother potentially saying hurtful things to Su Qingfeng during their meeting filled her with guilt and anxiety. Her intention to meet Su Qingfeng was originally to apologize. However, upon their meeting, she found herself at a loss for words. The weight of her worries had dampened her enthusiasm. Yet, After meeting Su Qingfeng, she felt a sense of relief, compared to the presence of a close neighborly sister beside Su Qingfeng. Her earlier troubles seemed trivial. "Did you have another argument with your mother?" Su Qingfeng casually inquired while pouring her tea. "Thank you." Nangong Liue instinctively expressed her gratitude, then slightly pursed her lips as she replied. Yes, if her mother had not met Su Qingfeng, Nangong Liue might have avoided discussing the topic altogether. But now, she felt they could candidly share such matters. "I think I understand the reason," Su Qingfeng remarked with a smile. "You know she sought me out, which is why you're feeling upset?" "Yes," Nangong Liue nodded. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized Su Qingfeng. She had assumed that he would be angry, yet he seemed unperturbed. Could it be that her mother had not made things difficult for him? This thought quickly crossed her mind, only to be dismissed. She knew her mother well. Given her personality, it was unlikely she would treat Su Qingfeng with courtesy. There must have been some form of confrontation between them. Su Qingfeng's current demeanor was so relaxed that it could just be a facade to comfort himself. After all, Su Qingfeng, if my mother has ever uttered any unkind words or committed any excessive acts, I shall apologize on her behalf. Nangong Liue spoke gently, her demeanor sincere. Why should I? Su Qingfeng interrupted her, retorting, she is erred. Should she not bear the responsibility herself? Must you apologize for her? Do not burden yourself with such moral shackles. She is she, and you are you. It is imperative to distinguish clearly. Nangong Liue initially wished to assert that she was her mother, but upon reflection, she realized that Su Qingfeng's deliberate coldness was intended to ease her own heart. However, as a child from a single-parent family, her emotional entanglement with Qin Yusin was exceedingly complex. It was not something Su Qingfeng could unravel with mere words that I understand. I will do my best. Nangong Liue replied obediently, "It is not merely a matter of trying. You must succeed, otherwise you shall continue to suffer," Su Qingfeng stated in a decidedly professional tone. "All right," Nangong Liue responded, her curiosity piqued. How could Su Qingfeng, seemingly of a similar age, exhibit such maturity? He had grown up without his parents. His upbringing must have been harsher, yet she constantly sought his comfort. How useless of her! A pang of self-reproach struck her. At that moment, Su Qingfeng shifted the conversation, bringing up Qin Yusin that in truth, you need not dwell excessively on that incident. Your mother is quite amiable. We communicated very pleasantly, and she even proactively increased the spending limit on that black card. Nangong Liue appeared incredulous, as if she had heard an absurd tale. She could not believe her mother was an agreeable person, nor that she could get along with Su Qingfeng. Was there a misunderstanding? Are you trying to placate me? Nangong Liue inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Su Qingfeng, a smile playing on her lips. Certainly not. I merely reasoned with your mother, and she was persuaded by my words. I excel in logical persuasion. Physics is also logic. As Su Qingfeng observed the disbelief etched on Nangong Liue's face, he gestured with his fist, illustrating the concept of physical persuasion. Now I see what you mean. Nangong Liue exclaimed in sudden clarity. She could not help but roll her eyes playfully, teasingly saying, I knew my mother wouldn't suddenly change her disposition. So, it was your fist that intimidated her. That makes sense. Nangong Liue was well aware of Su Qingfeng's extraordinary physical prowess. Even if her mother was a 7-star soul master, in close combat, she would certainly not match Su Qingfeng's strength, should Su Qingfeng choose to reveal his true capabilities. Her mother would indeed be easily subdued. Su Qingfeng had awakened only a few days prior, yet his strength was already formidable, a testament to his boundless potential. Her mother might possess numerous character flaws, yet she would undoubtedly respect a soul master of great potential. However, did this not mean that Su Qingfeng's privacy was inadvertently exposed? A sense of guilt washed over Nangong Liue. She felt Su Qingfeng had sacrificed much for this. Yet exposing a bit of privacy in exchange for a spending limit of nearly 1 billion star coins was a deal she would gladly make again. Su Qingfeng explained casually. Nangong Liue, however, remained unconvinced. 1 billion star coins was not a trivial sum, but the grievances Su Qingfeng had endured could never be repaid with money. You don't hold it against me, do you? Su Qingfeng asked with a smile. After all, she's your mother, I did frighten her quite a bit. Nangang Liyue's expression wavered, but she shook her head. It was her who was overly aggressive. You were merely defending yourself. How could I possibly blame you? That's good to hear. Su Qingfeng noticed the conversation had taken a turn for the better, and finally expressed his true intention that I sought you out to discuss a business deal. Not a business deal? Nangang Liyue's expression turned peculiar. She assumed Su Qingfeng was once again in need of funds. I only have 2 billion star coins left in my personal account. Will that suffice for you? If not, I can think of other ways. Originally, Nangang Liyue could have accessed more liquid assets, but given her current strained relationship with her mother, she felt uncomfortable approaching her for support. What are you talking about? I am serious about discussing business, not asking to borrow money. Su Qingfeng felt somewhat insulted. Was discussing business synonymous with borrowing money in her mind? Had he ever asked this girl for a loan? Oh, my apologies. It seems I misunderstood. Nangang Liyue hastily apologized, her expression flustered. No need to be so formal. First, take a look at this. Su Qingfeng said, producing a small bronze bell artifact from a Shumi ring and handing it to Nangang Liyue. Do you recognize what this is? Nangang Liyue accepted the small bell, examined it briefly, and nodded. I recognize the inscriptions on it. This small bell is called the Guardian Bell, a treasure of the Siren clan. Is it not? As a diligent student, Nangang Liyue had a good grasp of the Siren language. Correct. Where did you obtain this artifact? Such treasures are exceedingly rare. Nangang Liyue inquired with curiosity. I found it in the secret realm of the Tongtian realm after dispatching a spiked siren. It dropped from its remains. Su Qingfeng vaguely explained. There is no need to brag about his reckless slaughter in the Divine Ascension secret realm before Nangang Liyue. Spike siren? That would be the Thorn Siren. Nangang Liyue's expression shifted. The Thorn Siren was of royal lineage among sirens, a descendant of their sea god. The sea god was the title bestowed upon the mightiest of the Siren clan. It was the sea god of the Siren clan who, during the 007 Otherworld battlefield, cast a massive area spell that summoned a cataclysmic flood, engulfing 99 of the land and submerging the entire planet beneath the ocean. The sea god could effortlessly alter a planet's topography. Their power was not to be underestimated. Among human powerhouses, only the legendary 10-star soul masters could match them as descendants of the sea god. The Thorn Sirens were certainly no weaklings. In fact, Nangang Liyue found herself puzzled about one matter. Logically, all monsters in the secret realm of the Tongtian realm were generated by the tower's spirit. How could a precious artifact drop from them? Nangang Liyue suspected Su Qingfeng might be mistaken. Yet it was his privacy, and she did not wish to pry too deeply. It's all fairly similar. Whether it is a spiked siren or a thorn siren, it amounts to the same thing. Su Qingfeng casually redirected the conversation. Do you want this artifact? Special price for friends. 5 billion. Special price for friends? What on earth is that? Shouldn't it be a friendship discount? Nangang Liyue couldn't help but chuckle at Su Qingfeng's antics. Based on her understanding of the market for such rare artifacts, she recognized that the 5 billion star coin price was not unreasonable. Siren clan treasures were inherently scarce. As long as their functionality was potent enough, there would be many affluent buyers vying for them. Furthermore, Su Qingfeng was actively offering her something. Even if Nangang Liyue had no need for this artifact, she would find a way to procure it. Unfortunately, she lacked the cash at present. I don't have that much money on hand right now. Nangang Liyue's brows knitted slightly, her tone somewhat awkward. She had just revealed that she only had 2 billion star coins in cash. At 17 years old, it was her first experience of the embarrassment of not having enough money. So this was what it felt like to be impoverished. Quite an awkward situation indeed. Chapter 047. Nangang Liyue's Gift. Nangang Liyue awakened her martial soul as a 9-tailed celestial fox, with an initial quality of an 8-star martial soul. With her mother Qin Yusin's unwavering support, she completed the legendary martial soul ascension ceremony, thus elevating the 9-tailed celestial fox to a 9-star divine martial soul. Not all martial souls could ascend in rank, which was why Nangang Liyue had previously chosen to forsake the seemingly stronger Crimson Scale giant python martial soul. The 9-tailed celestial fox martial soul had inherent distinctions between 8-star and 9-star tiers, offering her a chance for ascension. Prior to awakening her martial soul, her mother had instilled relevant knowledge in her and prepared her psychologically for the ascension. This was the advantage of wealth. While ordinary individuals were still grappling with the nuances of martial soul strengths, Nangong Liyue had leveraged her financial means to elevate her martial soul's rank. The most prominent feature of the nine-tailed celestial fox martial soul lay in its extraordinary charm ability. This charm was not a mere mental interference. It could penetrate the depths of the soul, instantaneously influencing the enemy's perception. Even opponents with formidable willpower could not entirely resist it. As for her soul skills, the first soul skill of the nine-tailed celestial fox was called Foxfire. When employing this skill, Nangong Liyue could command a flame of exceptionally high temperature. This flame carried an assault on the spiritual level. Once it made contact, even high-ranking soul masters could not defend against it. The agony of the burning sensation would persist until Nangong Liyue voluntarily relinquished her attack. Her second soul skill was known as the Celestial Fox Enchantment Domain. When activated, she would create a small domain centered around herself. Within this domain, all enemies would be subjected to a powerful charm effect and soul power suppression, embodying both offense and defense. Undoubtedly, the nine-tailed celestial fox martial soul possessed extraordinary innate talents and soul skills. However, it was evident that these soul skills leaned heavily towards the mystical arts. Moreover, the enhancement brought to Nangong Liyue's physical form by the nine-tailed celestial fox martial soul is not particularly significant. Her current martial soul fusion degree has already surpassed 10, yet her combat power level stands only at 500. In other words, Nangong Liyue's ability to protect herself is not exceptionally strong. This bronze little bell artifact is precisely the life-saving equipment she requires. Although Nangong Liyue cannot produce cash, it does not imply that she lacks the means to purchase this treasure. After all, she is a major shareholder of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce, ranked 12th in their hierarchy. By merely pledging some shares, she could easily access hundreds of billions of star coins. The process may be somewhat tedious, however, to Su Qingfeng, such a remarkable artifact. Are you not keeping it for yourself? Nangong Liyue, concerned that Su Qingfeng is offering her the artifact with reluctance, inquired. Or is it that you are in urgent need of cash? I am not lacking in funds. This artifact is of no use to me. Selling it to you is merely a way to make use of waste. Su Qingfeng replied casually, stating that between them, there is no need for excessive calculation. Take the item first, and you can pay me later when you have a means. The 2 billion spending limit on this black card is essentially a prepayment from you to me. Su Qingfeng did not wish to engage in meticulous calculations with Nangong Liyue, yet he understood that without such words, she would certainly refuse to accept the artifact. This is unacceptable. Nangong Liyue vehemently resisted, feeling that the notion of credit was utterly humiliating. If I say it is acceptable, then it is, Su Qingfeng interjected, producing a medium Great Spirit stone he had purchased earlier and placing it before Nangong Liyue. Let us first test the artifact. Upon witnessing that Su Qingfeng seemed a bit displeased, Nangong Liyue refrained from further protest. She picked up a medium Great Spirit stone and placed it into the bronze little bell. Soon, Nangong Liyue distinctly sensed an invisible energy shield surrounding her, centered on her body. It appears to have taken effect. Nangong Liyue was overjoyed, her eyes sparkling like they contained a galaxy of stars. This method of use is quite simple. Su Qingfeng attempted to reach out to touch Nangong Liyue's face, but as he approached within half a meter, he began to feel a gel-like force field obstructing his hand. The protective capability is rather formidable. Take your time to explore and master its usage. In the future, it may enhance your ability to survive. Su Qingfeng recalled the spiked sea demon from earlier, which had managed to withstand his full-force attacks several times thanks to this bronze little bell. Quite an impressive feat, thank you, Nangong Liyue said. Her cheeks flushed. Subsequently, she suddenly removed a delicate storage ring from her finger and shyly handed it to Su Qingfeng, saying, I have a gift for you. Is this a ring being given already? This progression seems a bit too swift, does it not? Su Qingfeng accepted the ring, his expression somewhat peculiar. Generally, when exchanging rings, it signifies a declaration of love. That is not my intention. Nangong Liyue instantly blushed crimson. hurriedly explaining in a flustered tone. The gift is within this storage ring. It is simply too heavy for me to retrieve. After hearing Nangong Liyue's explanation, Su Qingfeng realized that she was aware of his rapid enhancement in physical strength and had specially prepared a weapon composed of white dwarf matter. Weighing over 300 tons, with Nangong Liyue's physical prowess, she could not possibly move such a heavy weapon. She could only store in the ring for him to collect. So, did I overthink this? Su Qingfeng, holding the ring, pretended to look deeply hurt. Despite her cool demeanor, Nangong Liu was at her core, an innocent girl yet to experience love. Engaging in conversation with such a girl, regardless of the topic, proved to be quite enjoyable. Nangong Liu felt somewhat flustered by Su Qingfeng's words. Although she did harbor some feelings for him, they were merely ordinary friends. She was unsure of what she had said wrong. Could it be that he truly desires this storage ring? Nangong Liu fell into contemplation, pondering whether she should bestow upon Su Qingfeng this ring, which contained most of her wealth. That I was merely joking. Why not introduce the weapon you have prepared? Su Qingfeng, noticing the increasing seriousness in Nangong Liyue's expression, deemed it inappropriate to tease her further. The weapon is called the Meteor Staff, compared to blunt weapons. Its design is more intricate, and it is slightly shorter in length. I wonder if that will affect your usage. Nangong Liu inquired curiously. Not a problem. Even if I wield a mere rock, I can still crush my enemies. Su Qingfeng dismissed the concern entirely. That is good. This meteor staff contains a considerable proportion of white dwarf matter, and the weapon itself possesses strong high-energy radiation. Thus it must be encased in a lead box. It is said that to use it normally, one's combat power level must exceed 5,000. Nangong Liu looked at Su Qingfeng with some trepidation. For an ordinary soul master to reach such a combat power level, they would have to be a fully fused 8-star soul master. Su Qingfeng had only awakened a few days prior. Could his combat power truly be that high? It is well known that males are most susceptible to the effects of high-energy radiation on their reproductive capabilities. Nangong Liu certainly did not wish to gift a weapon that would render Su Qingfeng impotent. Coincidentally, I completely meet the usage requirements. Su Qingfeng's nearly 50,000 combat power level is no exaggeration. Not only is this minuscule high-energy radiation inconsequential, but even if he were thrown into a nuclear reactor, he would perceive it as a mere sauna experience, without even a hint of redness on his skin. This also explains why Su Qingfeng does not require the God Protection Bell artifact. He simply does not need it. After speaking, Su Qingfeng began to explore the contents of Nangong Liyue's storage ring. Soon, he was astonished by the vast space within. The capacity of Nangong Liyue's storage ring exceeded even 1 million cubic meters. In contrast, the elementary Shumi ring Su Qingfeng used could only hold 10 cubic meters. Moreover, this spacious storage area appeared to be brimming with various treasures. A multitude of weapons, shimmering with peculiar radiance, were neatly arranged. Some sword blades flowed with patterns that sparkled like stars, clearly indicating their status as extraordinary divine weapons. Additionally, several armors emitted a chilling metallic luster, with engraved runes that seemed to narrate ancient and mysterious powers. Aside from weaponry, numerous rare materials were piled in the corners, their alluring glow unable to be concealed even in this storage space. Revealing their precious nature, as Su Qingfeng peered deeper, he was astonished to find numerous vials containing potions of various colors, presumably for healing or enhancing one's strength. As for consumables, they were simply countless. This is no ordinary storage ring. It is akin to a treasure trove of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce. Su Qingfeng could not help but silently marvel. This girl truly places her trust in him. The treasures within this ring must be worth several 100 billion star coins, and she had the audacity to casually place the storage ring in his hands. It is important to note that not everyone can withstand such temptation. Have you not found it yet? The meteor staff is located in a gray rectangular box in the corner. Or are you unable to retrieve it? Nangong Liu, believing Su Qingfeng encountered difficulties, offered a reminder. I've seen it long ago. Su Qingfeng teased with a smile, stating that he was merely restraining his impulse to rob her. Upon hearing this, Nangong Liyue's face flushed once more. She understood that Su Qingfeng was joking. Yet an unexpectedly playful thought crossed her mind. Do you wish to rob me of wealth or of my virtue? This notion made Nangong Liue feel quite bashful. She did not want to admit that this was indeed a reflection of her innermost thoughts. So I am this mischievous. Nangong Liue gently bit her lip. Silently reflecting, Su Qingfeng remained oblivious to Nangong Liue's demeanor. In the midst of their conversation, he successfully retrieved the long rectangular lead box she had mentioned. The moment he held the box, the high-strength alloy chair beneath him emitted a cracking sound. He had forgotten that this chair lacked sufficient load-bearing capacity. Su Qingfeng hastily cradled the box and stood up, ensuring he did not inadvertently sit down heavily. Chapter 048. The Crimes of the Human Race's Scoundrels. Just as Nangong Liu had described, the lead box in Su Qingfeng's hands was remarkably heavy. Merely holding it caused the floor beneath his feet to tremble slightly. It is worth noting that the buildings in the Silver Moon Commercial Plaza were newly constructed high-end structures, boasting exceptional load-bearing capabilities. Yet with Su Qingfeng's 300 to 400 tons of weight concentrated on just 2 points, the pressure was akin to that of a functioning hydraulic pile driver, were it not for Su Qingfeng's efforts to increase the area of force distribution. His feet might have easily penetrated through the floor. To think he could lift it so effortlessly. You are impressive. Nangong Liue could not help but exclaim in admiration. Although she had indirectly learned of Su Qingfeng's formidable physique through shopping information, witnessing him casually lift a weapon weighing several hundred tons was still somewhat astonishing. It is known that throughout the entire human alliance, those capable of wielding such heavy weaponry are truly rare. What remarkable origins does Su Qingfeng's awakened Monkey King martial soul possess, enabling him to become so powerful? Nangong Liue began to realize that her previous assumptions had been misguided. The reason martial arts universities exhibited such severe discrimination against martial soul quality was primarily to swiftly filter out talent. This does not imply that unknown martial souls are inherently weak. Perhaps there are other soul masters with awakened unknown martial spirits, possessing terrifying combat power akin to Su Qingfeng. What is there to be surprised about? It's merely a routine occurrence. Su Qingfeng opened a small crack in the lead box and cast a glance at the weapon within. There, the meteor staff lay quietly in the lead box, as if it were gathering the starlight of the entire universe. It radiated a blinding brilliance akin to the scorching sun, each inch of its surface seemingly embedded with countless tiny yet extraordinarily brilliant diamonds. As the light danced, flames appeared to leap, exuding a searing aura. Its texture appeared indestructible, resembling an eternal entity that even the passage of time could not erode. Just a glance was enough to feel its cold, formidable hardness, bringing a sense of JOY.TO prevent excessive high-energy radiation from leaking. Su Qingfeng swiftly closed the lead box. For an ordinary person who is not awakened, this meteor staff will be akin to a high-risk poison that should not be approached. Even someone like Nangong Liue, a newly awakened soul master with a high-tier martial spirit, could not casually touch the meteor staff. This weapon must be quite expensive, right? Su Qingfeng feigned ignorance. The celestial staff he had previously used was also a white dwarf material weapon, weighing 150 tons, with an original price of 1.8 billion star coins. And this meteor staff, weighing over 300 tons, was estimated to sell for at least 4 billion star coins, even though Su Qingfeng was a black card VIP and could enjoy a 30% discount. The final price would still be 1.2 billion star coins. It's all good. I simply retrieved it from the warehouse. Nangong Liue said nonchalantly, as if no price was required. Su Qingfeng knew that this was impossible. The Nangong Merchant Association was a colossal enterprise with a highly refined management system. Even though Nangong Liue was a shareholder, she could not casually take such a precious item without payment. If she dared to act so recklessly, her shares would likely be entirely seized. How about this? You take the Guardian Bell, and I will use this meteor staff as an exchange gift, and we shall call it even. Su Qingfeng proposed, but you're at a loss. Nangong Liue calculated that if Su Qingfeng bought this weapon at a 30% discount, he wouldn't have to spend nearly that much. Being overly calculative takes away the fun. Su Qingfeng chuckled, saying, "Who says the Guardian Bell is necessarily worth that much?" Then, all right. Nangong Liue felt a surge of secret delight. IT that moment. She suddenly thought that being unclear was a good term. Just as Su Qingfeng was securing the weapon and preparing to finish his tea and snacks, he suddenly furrowed his brow. He had sensed a distinct aura of blood and death. It originated from somewhere above the Silver Moon commercial plaza. Moreover, that strange aura induced a profound discomfort in Su Qingfeng, causing his blood to surge and an uncontrollable urge to vent. What is wrong? Nangong Luiyue noticed Su Qingfeng's change in complexion and could not help but inquire. A murder has occurred nearby, and it is not an ordinary murder. I sensed it. Su Qingfeng spoke with a grave tone, warning Nangong Luiyue. It could be followers of the Starry Sky, 10,000 races conducting a blood sacrifice ritual. The blood sacrifice ritual is an evil ceremony deliberately propagated by the Starry Sky, 10,000 races, to disrupt humanity. Among humanity, there are many degenerate individuals who consider being human a disgrace. They worship the gods of the Starry Sky, 10,000 races, dreaming of shedding their human identities and evolving into members of the Starry Sky, 10,000 races. These followers can gain divine protection and become exceedingly powerful by completing killings and sacrificial ceremonies according to certain rituals. It is far easier than laboriously cultivating. Most astonishingly, followers who gain power through blood sacrifice can even break through the limitations of their martial spirits, becoming unimaginably strong. Upon hearing this, Nangong Luiyue's face displayed a look of concern. What should we do now? Shall I join you in finding those evildoers and stopping them? No, you call the Law Enforcement Bureau and report it. I will go find them myself. After making the call, you must leave this plaza immediately. Su Qingfeng rejected Nangong Luiyue's suggestion. It is important to note that those who dare betray humanity are not weaklings. Nangong Luiyue has awakened for too short time, given her combat level. It is indeed unsuitable for her to participate in such a battle. Nangong Luiyue grasped Su Qingfeng's sleeve, her eyes filled with fear. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Those followers are very insane. After all, she was merely a 17-year-old girl. Even though she possessed part of the power of a 9-star divine martial spirit, she had never engaged in actual combat, training, nor witnessed bloodshed. For her to directly confront the followers of the Starry Sky 10,000 races would be quite challenging. Su Qingfeng gently patted her hand, reassuring her. Rest assured, I will be fine. Do you not trust my strength? Just follow my instructions and leave promptly. After saying this, Su Qingfeng quietly departed the private room. Nangong Luiyue did not hesitate and immediately took out her phone, contacting the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau to report the potential blood sacrifice incident involving the Starry Sky 10,000 races at the Silver Moon Commercial Plaza and requested reinforcements before resolutely following after. She may not be particularly bold, but there are always certain matters in this world that compel her to act without regard for herself. As a 9-star divine soul master, Nangong Luiyue's perception ability may not match Su Qingfeng's. But she was not weak. While she might not be able to locate the malevolent followers, she could easily track Su Qingfeng's figure using her perception. As soon as Nangong Luiyue stepped out of the tea house, she saw Su Qingfeng riding the escalator up to the top floor of the Silver Moon Plaza. That location is the cinema, right? Could it be the villains are conducting the blood sacrifice ritual in the screening room? Upon realizing this, Nangong Luiyue's expression changed slightly. A typical movie lasts about 2 hours. During the premiere of a new film, a large screening room can accommodate 200 to 300 people, perfectly meeting the requirements for a blood sacrifice ritual. As long as the staff are eliminated beforehand, ordinary people would hardly notice any criminal activity occurring within the screening room. 2 hours would be ample time for those wicked followers to complete the blood sacrifice and leave leisurely. As Nangong Luiyue pieced together the reasoning, she couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Thankfully, Su Qingfeng's perception ability was sufficiently powerful. Nangong Luiyue surmised that the enemies, daring to conduct the blood sacrifice ritual so brazenly in the commercial plaza, would surely have several accomplices keeping watch. Therefore, her subsequent actions could not be overly abrupt, lest they alert the enemy. That it is essential to understand that those traitorous individuals could commit any heinous act. Once they realized their crimes were exposed, they might indiscriminately attack other patrons in the plaza and escape amid the chaos. Nangong Luiyue feigned indifference as she approached the elevator, discreetly observing the suspicious individuals around her. Upon entering the elevator, she pressed the button for the top floor, her heart involuntarily racing. Upon reaching the top floor, the cinema entrance appeared calm, with only a few individuals who seemed to be staff standing there. However, as Nangong Luiyue surveyed the scene, she keenly detected something amiss. The aura emanating from these individuals was exceedingly sinister, entirely unlike that of ordinary people. At that moment, Qingfeng appeared from nowhere, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, and cheerfully remarked, "Dear, why did you arrive so late? The movie has already started." With that, Qingfeng deliberately raised 2 movie tickets he had somehow acquired. Qingfeng's actions at that moment resembled those of a boyfriend in a passionate romance. His tone natural, devoid of any awkwardness. Moreover, his arm firmly encircled Nangong Liue's waist, offering no reservations. Having never experienced such intimate contact with another boy, Nangong Liue's body stiffened momentarily, and her ears flushed. She had not anticipated Qingfeng being so audacious, especially without any prior indication. However, Nangong Liuyue quickly recalled that she had secretly followed him without informing Qingfeng. Could it be that the enemies have already noticed something unusual about our appearance? Is Qingfeng pretending to be my boyfriend to facilitate our infiltration? Exclamation point. If so, I must cooperate with him. I can't let my shyness jeopardize his infiltration. That could endanger many lives. Qingfeng might even suffer because of me. Realizing this, Nangong Liuyue understood that she must not reveal any hints of her true feelings at this moment. After all, playing such a role wouldn't be too difficult. She merely needed to act naturally. With that thought, Nangong Liuyue felt her face heat up, her heart racing. She glanced at Qingfeng's handsome features, and in the next moment, leaned against his shoulder, softly saying, "I'm sorry, I lost track of time. You aren't angry with me, are you?" Qingfeng smiled, his words carrying a double meaning. "For this time, I shall let it slide, but if you dare do this again, it will be another matter. I have my principles." Qingfeng was referring to Nangong Liue's unannounced arrival. Upon hearing this, Nangong Liuyue felt a pang of anxiety, but also warmth. "Yes, I won't do it again." She tugged at Qingfeng's sleeve, raised her head, and naturally glanced towards the cinema, gently asking, "It seems the movie just started. We should still be able to enter, right?" Chapter 049. The Enchantment Domain of the Celestial Fox. Qingfeng was not taking advantage of the situation. He had arrived at the cinema a few minutes before Nangong Liuyue and quickly sensed that the crime scene was in the largest screening room. Room 1. Outside the screening room, several formidable adversaries lay in wait. Qingfeng, initially vacillating on whether to launch a direct assault to rescue the captives, was taken aback to discover that Nangong Liuyue had surprisingly followed him. On one hand, he was concerned for her safety. On the other, he hoped she could assist in creating a diversion, thereby momentarily disorienting their foes and allowing for a more unexpected intervention. With this strategy, they could potentially save even more lives. While Qingfeng harbored some doubts about Nangong Liuyue's ability to react swiftly, he was pleasantly surprised to find that this affluent young woman was more astute than he had imagined. She quickly grasped his intentions and began to coordinate seamlessly with him. The two of them walked in close proximity, resembling a genuine coupled AT that moment. Outside screening room 1, several followers of the cosmic multitude, disguised as staff, noticed the arrival of Qingfeng and Nangong Liuyue. Observing the pair of striking youths, each around 17 or 18 years of age and aesthetically matched, they harbored no suspicions regarding their identities. The primary duty of these followers was to guard the entrance, ensuring that no passers-by became aware of the sinister happenings within screening room 1. The fate of this young couple was of no concern to them. If only they possessed tickets for screening room 1 as well. Such a captivating duo surely deserved to be offered up in a blood sacrifice. The followers of the cosmic multitude darkly pondered. In their minds, the high priest presiding over the blood ritual within screening room 1 was an invincible presence. Should Qingfeng and Nangong Liuyue dare to breach the threshold, it would be tantamount to seeking their own demise. With no hope of escape, whether it was the efficacy of their prayers or mere misfortune befalling the young couple, the followers of the cosmic multitude were astonished to see the pair indeed approaching screening room 1. Truly, they were venturing down the path of heaven while recklessly trespassing into hell. A cruel smile crept across the faces of the cosmic multitude followers. At this juncture, Nangong Liue took the movie ticket from Su Qingfeng's hand and politely inquired, "Gentlemen, our tickets are for this screening room. The film has only just begun. Might we still be allowed entry?" Even standing at the entrance to screening room 1, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue could only hear the faint strains of the film's score emanating from within, with little else to indicate any disturbance. However, being a 9-star soul master, Nangong Liue possessed keen sensory abilities, and at such proximity, she could also detect the sanguine aura that Su Qingfeng had mentioned. It was evident that something was amiss inside screening room 1. The cosmic multitude followers exchanged glances. Then one of them stepped forward, feigning to inspect Nangong Liue's ticket. "Your ticket is for screening room 1. You may enter quietly, but do not disturb the others." The ticket inspector tore a portion of the ticket and offered a disingenuous warning. Nangong Liue recognized their ill intentions, but, in order to avoid alarming the adversaries, pretended to express her gratitude with feigned delight. Fortunately, her acting skills were commendable, as she didn't reveal any signs of suspicion. Thus, the cosmic multitude members, caught off guard, allowed Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue to pass by them, heading towards the entrance of screening room 1. Suddenly, all of them experienced a disorienting sensation, each perceiving the most exquisite vistas of life, their deepest aspirations, and the most coveted beauty. Consequently, they stood frozen in place. Clearly, this was the result of Nangong Liue's intervention. She had unleashed the second soul skill of her 9-tailed celestial fox martial spirit, Celestial Fox's enchantment domain. Upon deploying this soul skill, she created a small mental domain centered around herself. Within this domain, all adversaries would succumb to a powerful charm effect and soul power suppression. As long as the enemies were caught off guard and she approached them closely, she could easily take control. The duration of this control relied on the strength of the enemy's resistance. However, as long as Nangong Liue refrained from attacking her targets, maintaining control for 1 or 2 minutes was quite feasible. During this time, as long as the enemies were unharmed, they would typically remain oblivious. This duration was sufficient for her and Su Qingfeng to resolve the troubles within the screening room. Success, as Nangong Liue noticed the cosmic multitude followers standing vacantly with vacant stares. She quickly alerted Su Qingfeng. This was a straightforward tactic they had devised, to have Nangong Liue utilize her enchanting soul skill to control the sentinels outside, preventing them from alerting the targets within. This way, when they entered to rescue the captives, they could prevent the cosmic multitude followers from unleashing a massacre. "Well done," Su Qingfeng nodded approvingly. Then, without hesitation, he pushed open the door to screening room 1. Beyond the door lay a dimly lit corridor. Such large screening rooms typically featured tiered seating, and in order to avoid disrupting the viewing experience with frequent door openings, the doors were not aligned with the screen. Moreover, the lights would be turned off once the film commenced. Thus, when Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue stood at the entrance, they could see no signs of anomaly. This was also the reason why the cosmic multitude followers felt emboldened to permit their entry. Once Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue traversed the corridor and stepped into the screening room, their fates would be beyond their control. Of course, this scenario would only occur if Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue were entirely unaware and possessed insufficient strength. Now, Su Qingfeng grasped Nangong Liue's delicate hand and stepped inside. As he released her hand, the heavy soundproof door of the screening room slowly closed, plunging the interior into deeper darkness. Nangong Liue felt a surge of anxiety. She was uncertain of the scene that awaited her in the next moment and instinctively inched closer to Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng appeared nonchalant as he moved forward, yet he was meticulously discerning the identities of every living being within the screening room, using his formidable sensory abilities. At that moment, approximately 140 ordinary spectators occupied the screening room. All the viewers were ensnared in a bizarre state of paralysis. They could hear sounds and perceive their surroundings, yet they were utterly immobilized and unable to utter a word. It was akin to being prisoners under a binding spell, completely devoid of the ability to act. Among these spectators, the weakest possessed only 2 or 3 stars, while the more powerful boasted 5 or 6 stars. Regardless of their strength, they were wholly powerless against the peculiar binding force. The source of this binding power was a single follower of the cosmic multitude, alongside a bizarre three-eyed statue. Undoubtedly, this solitary follower of the cosmic multitude was the high priest overseeing the blood sacrifice. At this juncture, casualties had already begun to accumulate within the screening room. The current fatalities were primarily the cinema's original staff members. Their demises were gruesome. Each one lay bare, their bodies emaciated, as if all blood and moisture had been drained. Just then, Su Qingfeng's expression suddenly shifted. He sensed a familiar figure among the crowd. How could Njie be here? Upon realizing that the person who had cared for him for many years, Enroosu, was seated among the audience in this very screening room, Su Qingfeng nearly broke into a cold sweat. Before embarking on his rescue mission, he had hesitated, contemplating whether to involve himself further. The thought that a moment's indecision might have cost Enroosu her life filled him with dread. This fear swiftly transformed into an overwhelming fury directed at the villains. The followers of the cosmic multitude deserved to be punished. Meanwhile, Enroosu was engulfed in utter despair. She had come to the Silver Moon Commercial Plaza today for work, tasked with caring for a little girl who had no parents. Upon seeing Enroosu, the girl had begged her to accompany her to watch a movie. This sort of companionship did not violate war principles, and since Enroosu was also keen to see the newly released sci-fi romance film, she agreed to accompany the girl to the cinema. However, Enroosu never anticipated that their innocent desire to enjoy a movie would lead to their abduction by the followers of the cosmic multitude for the heinous crime of sacrificing hostages to an outer god. When a high priest, masquerading as a staff member, seized the moment when the lights flickered on to announce something, a mysterious force field ensnared everyone in place. Enroosu witnessed in horror as the high priest delivered several naked staff members to the eerie three-eyed statue. The statue seemed to pulse with life. With each breath, it effortlessly drained the essence from a living person. Furthermore, the mysterious force field binding the other hostages grew stronger with each life consumed. Initially, perhaps a soul master with a power level of 1,000 could break free from the constraints of the force field. However, as the three-eyed statue feasted on more lives, even a formidable soul master with a power level of 1,500 would struggle to escape. Enroosu had descended into complete hopelessness. The girl beside her, named Yun Xinyao, had already turned pale with fear. Teeth, just 14 years old. Yun Xinyao had yet to awaken her martial spirit and was merely an ordinary person. She had never witnessed such a terrifying scene. The most frightening aspect was that, despite her desperate efforts to struggle and scream, she could do nothing but wait helplessly for death. The sensation was utterly terrifying. What brought Yun Xinyao the deepest despair was that her lifeline, Enroosu, was also rendered incapable of action. In that moment, Yun Xinyao regretted suggesting they watch a movie more than anything that if she could turn back time. She vowed she would have stayed home, not ventured anywhere. Yet alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. At that moment, Enroosu and Yun Xinyao suddenly caught sight of two figures emerging from the adjacent entrance. Directly materializing before the screen, bathed in the dim flicker of the film, they could clearly discern that it was an extraordinarily attractive young man and woman. That's Xiaofeng and his classmate. How did they manage to stumble in here? Why must fate be so cruel? Upon recognizing the identities of the newcomers, Enroosu's heart shattered. More terrifying than facing death itself was the prospect of witnessing her beloved kin accompany her to the brink of oblivion. Chapter 050. Strength comparable to 9 stars? A single punch to obliterate. Enroosu frantically summoned her martial spirit, yearning to rise, and warned Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua. You must flee at once. Do not gaze upon that ominous statue. Yet, Enroosu had lost count of the number of attempts she had made. Her 5-star martial spirit, the wind spirit bird, felt as though it had vanished entirely, rendering her unable to activate it. What plunged her into despair was that Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua had already laid eyes upon the statue. In the next instant, the two appeared to be petrified, utterly frozen in place and incapable of movement. That moment, Enroosu felt as though she had descended into the depths of hell, in stark contrast to her desolation. the high priest in charge of the blood sacrifice ritual. Lung Yichen wore a look of delight. Just moments ago, he had been concerned that the selection of offerings for the ritual was insufficient. Yet here were two individuals who had intruded to meet their demise. Splendid. The three-eyed gods would surely remember your sacrifice. A maniacal and cruel smile spread across Lung Yichen's face as he approached Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue without a hint of caution. His gaze swept over Su Qingfeng but lingered on Nangong Liyue for several seconds. What an exquisite specimen! Surely, the divine would grant me greater power for such an offering. Lung Yichen mused with eager anticipation. Months prior, Lung Yichen had merely been a humble two-star soul master. However, after inadvertently acquiring the three-eyed divine statue and performing several blood sacrifices, his actual combat prowess had surged to nearly the full fusion level of an 8-star soul master. He anticipated that by the conclusion of this blood sacrifice event, his strength would rival that of a 9-star soul master. A 9-star soul master. Each one of them held dominion over nations, wielding unparalleled power. And Lung Yichen, through mere months of effort, had ascended to such formidable heights. How could he not revere the deities of the three-eyed clan? At that moment, Lung Yichen was startled to hear the male figure suddenly speak. "Can you move?" Stunned by these few succinct words, Lung Yichen was rendered momentarily speechless. How is this possible? That brat clearly saw the statue. I witnessed the divine power binding him. How can he still speak? Even more astonishingly, the extraordinarily beautiful girl also spoke. Though severely restricted, I still possess some degree of mobility. The one speaking was Nangong Liyue, relying on the protective charms of the guardian bell and other treasures. She barely managed to counteract a portion of the divine power. In an instant, Lung Yichen's expression shifted. He realized that this pair of young individuals might not be mere hapless intruders. They could very well be elite agents of a law enforcement bureau. Just as Lung Yichen contemplated launching a surprise attack while they remained transfixed by the statue, he was met with an ordinary fist hurtling towards him. It was Su Qingfeng, the remarkably handsome young man. Delivering the strike. This lad is truly delusional. With my divine power shielding me, why should I fear a desperate punch like yours? Lung Yichen scoffed internally. Even too indifferent to evade, in the next moment. He felt as though his head had been struck by a mountain of boulders. Boom! Lung Yichen's entire head exploded instantaneously, akin to a watermelon plummeting from the 10th floor, splattering red and white everywhere. Witnessing this scene, Nangong Liyue was left in shock. She was aware of Su Qingfeng's formidable physique, but never anticipated it to be this powerful. The high priest presiding over the blood sacrifice, whose strength was at least comparable to an 8-star soul master, had been obliterated in a single punch. Meanwhile, Enruo Su, who had been plunged into utter despair, was rendered speechless by the spectacle before her. She questioned whether her hopelessness had led her to hallucinate. Did Xiaofeng just explode that high priest's head with a single punch? How is that possible? Xiaofeng is not a 9-star soul master. Even if he were, he has only awakened a few days ago. I must have mistaken him for someone else. In contrast, Yin Xingyao's thoughts were far simpler. She cared not for the identities of the heroic duo. Upon witnessing the wicked high priest's head explode, she felt as though she had been saved. Despite losing his head, Lung Yichen did not perish immediately. His divine power shield had indeed preserved him. Even with his head shattered, he remained alive. Yet he could not comprehend how his head had disappeared. Lung Yichen's heart swelled with rage and resentment. In the next instant, a mass of writhing flesh and blood vessels emerged from his neck. And soon, a blood-red head without skin sprouted forth. Who are you? Why do you interfere with my sacrificial offerings to the great entity? You shall pay dearly for this. Lung Yichen bellowed furiously, his hands shimmering with light as a black wand materialized from thin air. Su Qingfeng, however, was taken aback. He had just obliterated this man's head, yet he could regrow it. These followers of the celestial races possess some remarkable abilities. Nevertheless, Su Qingfeng remained indifferent. If one attempt to kill him failed, he would simply try again. That he was eager to see just how many times his opponent could be revived. Unbeknownst to Lung Yichen, he had no inkling why Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue were immune to the statue's binding force. However, he believed he was making the wisest choice. After producing the wand, he wasted no time and darted behind the statue. Three-eyed statue. What kind of foolish follower are you? I grant you the gift of immortality. And in a critical moment, you retreat and use me as a shield? This three-eyed statue is not a mere inanimate object. It is a seed of flesh and blood, used by the deity of the three-eyed clan to gather sustenance. Referred to as a divine seed, the divine seed possesses sentience. Moreover, Lung Yichen's was largely under its control. Eliminate those two foes. The three-eyed statue commanded Lung Yichen with an order that could not be defied. In the next instant, Lung Yichen moved like an unwitting puppet, brandishing the wand as blood-colored soul power radiated from him, preparing to unleash soul techniques upon Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue. Su Qingfeng, witnessing this scene, did not hesitate for a moment. He swiftly charged forward and shattered the wand from Lung Yichen's grasp with a single punch. He could withstand 100 of his opponent's soul techniques without harm. However, the over 100 hostages in the screening room could not endure the aftermath of a battle at the level of an 8-star soul master. Fearless, are we? Unaware of your own mortality? Let's see just how many times you can come back. Su Qingfeng felt a surge of anger at Lung Yichen. This fool, fully aware he was outmatched, still contemplated bringing down house with him. A blatant affront to reason. Thus, he relentlessly pummeled Lung Yichen, reducing him to a pulpy mass of flesh that could merely twitch, devoid of the ability to speak. Lung Yichen yearned to protest, but sadly, no one was interested in his grievances at this juncture. Su Qingfeng turned his gaze towards the peculiar three-eyed statue. It must be noted that Su Qingfeng's apparent freedom of action was the result of immense effort expended to counteract the statue's divine power restraint. Had his combat prowess been weaker by over 40,000 levels, perhaps only at level 1,000, he might have been subdued by that strange force. How should this be dealt with? Su Qingfeng glanced at the hostages in the audience. Rendered completely immobile, his mind troubled on one hand, he worried that destroying the statue might inflict irreversible harm upon them. On the other hand, he feared that prolonged exposure to the divine force might lead to severe consequences. Just as Su Qingfeng pondered whether to smash the statue, it suddenly stirred. It seemed to spring to life. Its metallic neck turned with agility, fixing its gaze intently on Su Qingfeng. In the next instant, it erupted with a surge of blood-red, divine brilliance. Both Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue felt an overwhelming mental assault, akin to the might of a 9-star soul technique. Ordinary individuals would be utterly defenseless against such a formidable divine power. Instantly, over 100 hostages in the audience lost consciousness. If the statue's divine power output was not interrupted promptly, it would soon render these individuals mindless puppets. In comparison to the ordinary people, Nangong Liyue fared much better. After all, she was a 9-star soul master, her martial spirit being the 9-tailed celestial fox, adept in the realm of mental prowess, and could see the moment of the divine power's impact. She felt her entire body grow unbearably heavy, as if lead were weighing down her eyelids, rendering her unable to lift them. Her martial soul fusion degree is, after all, rather low. If Nangong Liyue's current martial soul fusion degree could reach 50, she might still retain some mobility in the face of such intense divine power. However, at present, she can only hope that Su Qingfeng can turn the tide. As it turns out, Su Qingfeng did not disappoint Nangong Liyue. Although he was the primary target of the peculiar statue, completely enveloped by a crimson divine radiance, Su Qingfeng's figure remained agile, seemingly unfettered by any constraints. This was due to his astonishing resistance attribute, which soared to 82,000. With such resilience, unless the true deity of the three-eyed god clan intervened personally, these divine seeds would be utterly incapable of restraining him. It is truly astonishing. A mere inanimate object can unleash such formidable divine brilliance. One can only imagine the countless human lives it has devoured. You truly deserve condemnation. Su Qingfeng fixed his gaze upon the statue, thoughts racing through his mind, his fist striking relentlessly. Bang! 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 with a series of powerful punches. He shattered the extraordinarily hard, three-eyed god statue. Unforgivable. Remember this, you human brat. We shall not let you escape. In the moment the statue shattered, Su Qingfeng faintly heard an ancient, hoarse voice cursing at him within his mind. Clearly, the voice belonged to the true essence of that statue, the mightiest deity of the three-eyed god clan. Most would be startled by such a warning from a deity, but Su Qingfeng merely smiled in response. Given his current rate of growth, when the day of their confrontation arrives, it remains uncertain who would prevail. What is there to fear? At this moment, Su Qingfeng turned to glance at the audience. Where the unconscious and Ruosa lay, unable to suppress a frown, sister, and going to be all right. Chapter 051. The Third Artifact of Humanity. The Reincarnation Tower. Meanwhile, at the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau's emergency call center. A few minutes prior, upon receiving a distress call from Nangong Liyue, the operator did not take it lightly and immediately activated the verification protocol. This was to account for the possibility of criminals making false reports to waste law enforcement resources. Thus, the Bureau required verification of at least 2 conditions before dispatching patrolling officers to investigate the scene. The first was to confirm the identity of the caller. The second was that the caller mentioned the possibility of the criminals being followers of the cosmic 10,000 races and that they were conducting a blood ritual. Whenever a case involves the faith of foreign deities, unusual divine power fluctuations typically manifest nearby. The Bureau is equipped with specialized devices to monitor such divine power fluctuations. They must ascertain the authenticity of the blood ritual incident before sending a significant number of law enforcement personnel to the scene. The operator swiftly verified the identity of the caller. Nangong Liyue, the granddaughter of Nangong Changye, the chairman of the Nangong Commerce Association, and a newly registered 8-star Soul Master who had received recommendation letters from both the Capital Martial University and the Cosmic Martial University. Without a doubt, the credibility of this caller's information was at least above 90. Consequently, the operator did not hesitate to sound the first-level combat alarm. In the next moment, the piercing alarm echoed throughout the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau. In the Lingzhou cafeteria, Pan Wujiao, the captain of the Special Operations Team, a full fusion 7-star Soul Master, was having lunch when the alarm rang. Upon recognizing its significance, he immediately threw his bowl aside. A first-level combat alarm indicates a situation that could jeopardize the entire city's safety. Regardless of whether he was eating or even undergoing surgery, he must return to his post immediately and follow orders. This is the responsibility of law enforcement personnel. Soon, Pan Wujiao learned of the reported situation through his personal device. Upon discovering that followers of the cosmic 10,000 races might be conducting a blood ritual in a bustling area like Silver Moon Square, he was momentarily stunned. This could lead to a major crisis. Pan Wujiao quickly steadied his mind and took out specialized equipment to monitor divine power from foreign deities, the third artifact of humanity. The Reincarnation Tower, replica. The third artifact, the Reincarnation Tower, possesses remarkably profound and powerful functions. First, it can monitor and suppress foreign divine power, acting as a radar and shackles against foreign deities for the human alliance. Second, the Reincarnation Tower can directly seal foreign deities, absorbing them to become martial souls that humans can awaken. In fact, many powerful martial souls above 7 stars have been captured and subdued by the Reincarnation Tower over thousands of years. Third, the Reincarnation Tower can assist ordinary humans in awakening as soul masters. The awakening arrays used in middle school campuses to help students awaken their martial souls are constructed using the power of the Reincarnation Tower. The aforementioned 3 functions are merely the conventional applications of the Reincarnation Tower. It is said that the Reincarnation Tower possesses an extremely mysterious and powerful ability, known only to the high-ranking officials of the Human Alliance government. Some speculate that the Reincarnation Tower can aid in bringing the dead back to life, but ordinary people cannot verify this. Naturally, the replica of the Reincarnation Tower used by the Special Operations Team of the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau lacks the overwhelming capabilities of the original artifact. In fact, the small silver spire in Pan Wujiao's hand possesses only one function: to quickly detect whether there are fluctuations of foreign divine power within a small area. If detected, it will provide a corresponding threat level. Due to the significant usage restrictions of this small spire, it consumes a considerable amount of soul power. Hence, it is typically not employed unless there is a clear emergency. This situation is clearly an exception, as Pan Wujiao unhesitatingly channeled his martial soul, inputting soul power into the small silver spire, aiming to scan the direction of Silver Moon Square several kilometers away. Before long, Pan Wujiao heard the small silver spire emit a cold, emotionless electronic voice, detected fluctuations of the three-eyed God Clan deity's power. Threat level 8. A threat level of 8 signifies that the enemy's strength is at least equivalent to that of a fully fused 8-star Soul Master. For the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau, this represents an exceptionally formidable adversary, one that cannot be handled single-handedly by the Bureau. Fortunately, the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau is not acting alone, in addition to seeking assistance from the local Salvation Army. Pan Wujiao has another option. Very few are aware that Lingzhou is actually the ancestral home of the Nangong Commerce Association chairman's family. The Nangong Commerce Association holds significant power in Lingzhou, with several 9-star level offerings under its command. Furthermore, the fact that the informant of this incident is Nangong Liue provides Pan Wujiao with ample reason to request assistance from the Nangong Commerce Association. Thus, after ordering all on-duty agents of the Special Operations Team to swiftly proceed to Silver Moon Square to handle the situation, Pan Wujiao unhesitatingly picked up his phone and dialed a number saved as Madame Nangong. Pan Wujiao sincerely felt that seeking assistance from the Madame Nangong, with whom he had crossed paths once, at this crucial moment would yield better results than notifying the Salvation Army. Before long, the call connected. Pan Wujiao, I know you. Why are you calling me? The voice of Qin Yusin, the Madame Nangong, was cold and impatient. Clearly, she was not in a good mood at that moment. However, given the gravity of the matter, Pan Wujiao set aside any concerns regarding Qin Yusin's feelings. Madame Nangong, there are followers of the cosmic 10,000 races causing chaos at Silver Moon Square, and your daughter is near the scene. Please dispatch your high-level offerings promptly to assist us in combating the enemy and rescuing people. Pan Wujiao succinctly outlined the situation and directly requested assistance. What? My daughter is at the scene? Qin Yusin's voice rose sharply, but she quickly regained her composure. Wait a moment, I will personally lead people over. All right, thank you. Just as Pan Wujiao breathed a sigh of relief, Qin Yusin spoke again, her tone serious. Captain Pan, you must ensure my daughter's safety. If anything happens to her, while I cannot guarantee anything else, your job will certainly be at stake. Pan Wujiao felt somewhat speechless. He had no doubt that Qin Yusin possessed such capability. However, he found her ire to be somewhat unjustified. Even if something were to happen to Nangong Liue, he was already exerting himself to rush to the scene to save her. It seemed unreasonable to place all the blame on him. Nevertheless, Pan Wujiao knew that reasoning with Qin Yusin at such a moment was futile. She was not only a major shareholder of the Nangong Commerce Association, but also a distressed single mother. All he could do was strive to ensure that Nangong Liue remained unharmed. If indeed something were to happen to her, he would have no choice but to accept his misfortune and bear the consequences. After all, he had chosen to trust in the power of private capital over the Salvation Army. Soon, several law enforcement vehicles from the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau swiftly arrived at the outskirts of Silver Moon Square. Nearby, patrolling agents approached Pan Wujiao to report the situation. Captain Pan, the situation is not looking good. The Silver Moon Commercial Square has recently opened, and the various entertainment facilities are exceptionally advanced. It is currently the peak business period. There are at least over 20,000 guests enjoying themselves in the commercial square. We are still unaware of the specific location of the followers of the cosmic 10,000 races. If we attempt to evacuate the crowd prematurely, we might inadvertently alert them, potentially triggering even more dreadful consequences. After listening to the patrol officer's report, Pan Wujiao furrowed his brows, but quickly issued an order. First, control the property management office of Silver Moon Commercial Square and inform the first-floor merchants that there will be a temporary power outage in 10 minutes, so they can discreetly assist in evacuating the crowd. Pan Wujiao could not possibly allow tens of thousands of people to await their fate on the brink of a battlefield where high-level soul masters were about to clash, even if there was a risk of alerting the enemy. He was determined to evacuate as many tourists as possible. Meanwhile, Pan Wujiao was skillfully manipulating the silver spire in his hand, striving to accurately pinpoint the exact location of the external divine power. Soon, a wave of joy surged within him as he discerned that the strongest fluctuations of divine power were emanating from the rooftop of Silver Moon Square. That very location housed the cinema. The cinema's enclosed environment indeed made it a precarious site, ripe for exploitation by the devotees of the Celestial Star clans. Pan Wujiao understood that, amidst this misfortune, there lay a glimmer of fortune. Those devotees still harbored a sense of dread and were even contemplating concealing their sins and retreating without resorting to a frenzied massacre. Upon receiving this information, Pan Wujiao immediately ordered his subordinates to expedite the evacuation and to access the surveillance center to retrieve all footage from outside the cinema. Shortly after issuing the orders, he sensed several powerful presences materializing beside him. The newcomers were the 7-star Soul Master Qin Yusin and 2 battle practitioners from the Nangong Merchant Association, both clad in black robes. Each of these battle practitioners was an 8-star Soul Master. Although Qin Yusin wished to summon a 9-star practitioner for assistance, the freedom enjoyed by such high-ranking beings meant they were currently engaged in activities far from the area and would not return promptly. Thus, she could only rely on the 2 8-star practitioners for support. Captain Pan, what is the situation? Where's my daughter? Qin Yusin confronted Pan Wujiao without preamble. Internally, Pan Wujiao lamented his ignorance regarding Nangong Liyue's precise whereabouts. However, he speculated that since she had sensed the nefarious activities of the Celestial Star devotees early on, she should have managed to evacuate in advance. Surely, that precious daughter of nobility would not recklessly charge into battle against the devotees to rescue hostages. Would she? Just then, an agent approached Pan Wujiao, holding a tablet. He spoke urgently. Captain Pan, there's indeed a situation at the cinema. Our surveillance has revealed that the entire staff has been replaced. Those Celestial Star devotees are likely hiding in the screening rooms, conducting a ritual that ate this moment. Qin Yusin's complexion turned ashen. From the tablet screen held by the agent, she caught sight of her daughter, Nangong Liyue. The video displayed Liyue and Su Qingfeng nestled together, laughing and walking into the cinema, which was suspected to be under the control of the Celestial Star devotees. In that instant, it felt as though the sky had collapsed for Qin Yusin. Liyue, my dear Liyue, you must not come to harm. Chapter 052. Why did the alarms suddenly cease? Pan Wujiao noticed that something was amiss with Qin Yusin's expression and quickly deduced, pointing to the beautiful figure on the tablet. Madame Nangong, is this lovely young lady your daughter? Of course, what do you think? What are you enforcement agents doing? Knowing my daughter has entered the crime scene, why aren't you making an immediate assault to rescue her? Qin Yusin's patience had completely frayed, showing no regard for Pan Wujiao's feelings. She was unconcerned with the potential loss of ordinary lives or the repercussions it might have on Pan Wujiao or even the Lingzhou Enforcement Bureau. All she desired was for Nangong Liyue to survive, and for that, she was willing to pay any price. Though Pan Wujiao was irked by Qin Yusin's outburst, he could empathize with her emotions. After all, even within the Human Alliance government, someone of Qin Yusin's immense wealth and status was a person of considerable influence. Not to mention in a small place like Lingzhou, it would be unusual for him to earn her regard. As for the 2 8-star practitioners, upon hearing Qin Yusin's fervent declarations, they exchanged glances with Pan Wujiao, recognizing the futility in intervening. Although they possessed command experience, they understood that the battlefield differed significantly from urban law enforcement, and thus they dared not overstep their bounds. Furthermore, their experience as commanders made them acutely aware that changing strategies at such a critical moment was a grave mistake. They assumed Qin Yusin was merely speaking out of desperation and chose not to heed her pleas. Nonetheless, they too were deeply concerned for Nangong Liyue's safety. Had Pan Wujiao permitted them to launch a direct assault on the cinema, they would have undoubtedly acted without hesitation to rescue their young mistress. Yet, Pan Wujiao did not take that course. In his view, the evacuation of the majority of ordinary people from the other floors of Silver Moon Square was his paramount responsibility. He had even prepared himself for the possibility of resigning after the fact. If Nangong Liyue were to perish, he doubted that even resigning would quell Madame Nangong's fury. However, he remained resolute and unrepentant IT that moment. Pan Wujiao was puzzled by one particular matter. IT was clear that Miss Nangong had been the first to detect the Celestial Star devotee's wrongdoing and had promptly reported it. Why, then, had she chosen to accompany her friend into the very scene of the crime? Could it be that she truly intended to risk everything to save others? With this thought, Pan Wujiao's emotions became even more tangled. If this were indeed the truth, he would find it even more difficult to forgive himself. Just then, the imitation of the reincarnation tower in Pan Wujiao's grasp emitted a piercing alarm. Warning. Warning! The intensity of the external divine power has significantly increased. Threat level raised to 9. Upon hearing this, Pan Wujiao's heart sank. That a level 9 threat signified that the enemy's combat prowess was comparable to that of a fully fused 9-star Soul Master. Such a formidable opponent could easily obliterate the entire Silver Moon commercial square with a single soul technique. This entity was powerful enough to sweep away all forces of the Lingzhou Enforcement Bureau. Nearby, Qin Yusin and the two 8-star Soul Masters also reacted to the alarm. Their expressions turned grave. Previously, upon seeing the video footage of Nangong Liyue and Su Qingfeng together, Qin Yusin had felt anxious but not despondent, as she recognized Su Qingfeng's capabilities. However, at this moment, hearing the warning of an increased threat level, she was truly alarmed. Like a drowning child grasping for a lifeline, she turned to the strongest of the 8-star Soul Masters. Mr. Long, you'll help me rescue Liyue 1Tu? Please act now. I want my daughter back. Just as Qin Yusin was engulfed in despair, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. The imitation of the reincarnation tower in Pan Wujiao's hand issued another announcement. External divine power has completely dissipated. Alarm deactivated. In the face of this sudden twist, Pan Wujiao, Qin Yusin, and the two 8-star practitioners stood frozen in place. What does it mean that the alarm has ceased? Could it be that the Celestial Star devotees have completed their blood sacrifice and fled? Or perhaps there was a malfunction in the warning system of this silver tower? Ultimately, Pan Wujiao chose to trust the judgment of the artifact in his possession. Madame Nangong, I will go find your daughter immediately, he declared before vanishing in a flash of black light, executing a teleportation technique. Without waiting for Qin Yusin to respond, the two 8-star Soul Masters swiftly followed suit. Regardless of what had transpired, they were determined to reach their young mistress without delay. Soon, Pan Wujiao and the two 8-star Soul Masters arrived at the entrance of the screening room where the incident had occurred. They quickly noticed that the 4 individuals dressed as cinema staff standing at the door were behaving suspiciously. These individuals exuded an ominous aura, entirely unlike that of good people, and appeared to be under a deep enchantment. Standing frozen in place, my young mistress S. Martial Soul is the 9-tailed celestial fox. She must have bewitched these individuals, explained Mr. Long. Pan Wujiao nodded, realizing from the surveillance footage that these individuals were indeed the Celestial Star devotees. Please assist me in subduing these suspects. I will enter to assess the situation, Pan Wujiao resolutely stated, gazing at the heavy door of screening room 1. I will accompany you. Old Lu can easily handle these individuals alone. Mr. Long replied, positioning himself beside Pan Wujiao. Pan Wujiao nodded and pushed open the heavy door. Inside, they found all the lights illuminated. The air was tinged with a faint metallic scent, but it was not overpowering. They cautiously made their way down the corridor, soon arriving before the screen of the auditorium. There, they beheld a stunningly attractive young couple standing beside a bizarrely disassembled idol. Seemingly inspecting something on the ground lay several corpses, drained of their life force, along with a mass of flesh that resembled sludge. As for the more than 100 audience members seated in the theater, they were all in a deep coma. Not a single one awake. Miss, are you all right? Mr. Long observed with astonishment that Nangong Liyue bore no traces of battle, nor any injuries. While he felt a surge of joy, an undercurrent of unease also stirred within him. Was this young woman still the same Miss Nangong he once knew? At this moment, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue turned simultaneously to glance at the righteous Pan Wujiao and the enigmatic Mr. Long clad in black, both letting out a sigh of relief. This elder must be from the Law Enforcement Bureau, right? The subsequent cleanup will be entrusted to you. That heap of mangled flesh was the high priest who instigated this blood ritual. I am uncertain of his exact identity, but he has accomplices outside whom you may interrogate. As for the fragments of the idols scattered on the ground, they were originally the high priest's magical artifacts. After his demise, they sought to unleash their power to devour the vitality of all present. I inadvertently dismantled them while attempting to contain their force. You and the Law Enforcement Bureau should take these shards back for identification. Perhaps you may uncover something significant. Su Qingfeng eloquently recounted the sequence of events in just a few sentences, while Nangong Liu nodded obediently by his side. The events were indeed straightforward, aside from initially assisting in subduing a few of the accomplices outside. She had merely been a passive observer throughout. Meanwhile, Su Qingfeng had dominated the scene, effortlessly leading her to victory. That if one were to liken this rescue operation to a secret realm, the details of their success would be summarized as follows. Su Qingfeng, damage output 100. Damage resistance 100, control 90. Nangong Liu, control 10. I could see this moment. Nangong Liu was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, grappling with both the terror of confronting the acolytes of the outer gods and the exhilaration of having saved lives. Yet, what thrilled her most was witnessing Su Qingfeng's terrifyingly formidable combat prowess. He had shattered the High Priest, comparable to an 8-star Soul Master, as well as that peculiar idol which had erupted with nearly 9-star Soul Master strength. All through sheer force of his fists, he was astonishingly powerful. Indeed, Su Qingfeng had refrained from utilizing the meteor staff, fearing it would cause irreversible harm to the hostages and the building itself, opting instead for unarmed combat throughout. Nonetheless, even under these constraints, he had effortlessly obliterated all adversaries. How could Nangong Liu not be excited? How could she not admire him? After hearing Su Qingfeng's account, Pan Wujiao and Mr. Long felt a sense of numbness wash over them. Compared to Su Qingfeng's assertion of easily dispatching the high priest and idol, they were more inclined to suspect that the two before them had been possessed by outer gods. They fell into a brief silence, both discreetly employing detection-type soul techniques to ascertain any potential traces of the outer gods on Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liu. As it turned out, there was nothing amiss. Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liu were utterly untainted, merely pure humans. Coupled with the absence of any warnings from the Reincarnation Tower replica in Pan Wujiao's possession, they finally accepted the reality that the chaotic acolytes of the starry sky had been vanquished by Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liu. I am Pan Wujiao, captain of the Special Operations Unit of the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau. May I inquire your name, young man? Pan Wujiao inquired with a cheerful grin, inching closer to Su Qingfeng. Were it not for the fact that Su Qingfeng appeared youthful, resembling a naive student, he might have even offered him a cigarette. Where did this savior spring from? Initially, Pan Wujiao had thought his career was doomed, fearing he would suffer a ruthless reprisal from Qin Yusin over Nangong Liu's demise, potentially losing his own life in the process. Yet the tides had turned dramatically, although this blood ritual incident had still resulted in a few unfortunate victims. Pan Wujiao felt that the current situation was a stroke of fortune compared to the dreadful consequences that could have transpired. Thus, he was filled with immense gratitude and curiosity towards Su Qingfeng, yearning to form a brotherly bond with him. Su Qingfeng, however, was oblivious to Pan Wujiao's previous experiences, perceiving instead that the captain's enthusiasm was somewhat excessive. They were merely meeting for the first time, and he was not a beauty. What could possibly be the reason for Pan Wujiao's fervent gaze? Su Qingfeng subtly stepped back, cleared his throat, and introduced himself. My name is Su Qingfeng, a student of Lingzhou No. 2 High School. Su Qingfeng proactively referenced his student status, signaling to Pan Wujiao to temper his enthusiasm. He bore no prejudice against certain unique individuals, provided they did not harass him. Should the situation escalate, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Upon seeing Su Qingfeng's wary and disdainful expression, Pan Wujiao was momentarily taken aback before quickly realizing, what the hell? What does this kid take me for? I have a wife and children. Pan Wujiao felt a twinge of irritation. However, he would not blame Su Qingfeng for such a minor misunderstanding at this moment, even if his own father appeared before him, and he had to choose between delivering a beating to his father or Su Qingfeng. His first instinct would be to hope his father could endure. Of course, another reason Pan Wujiao refrained from wanting to hit Su Qingfeng was the knowledge that he would not stand a chance. Su Qingfeng, my fellow student, you and Miss Nangong have displayed remarkable courage in this incident, indirectly saving the lives of tens of thousands. I shall promptly document the situation in my report and advocate for your commendation. Would you both require us to notify your school for a formal recognition of your deeds? Pan Wujiao glanced at Nangong Liyue as he posed the question. I would rather not have a formal recognition. Such a trivial act does not warrant any grand accolades. Su Qingfeng casually declined Pan Wujiao's proposal for recognition. However, he did not refuse the notion of commendation. Recognition within the law enforcement bureau system carries the same weight as military merit, which is always beneficial. At the very least, it could be exchanged for monetary compensation. Moreover, it was rightfully his, and thus, there was no reason to refuse. Nangong Liyue, however, decisively turned down Pan Wujiao's suggestion. Thank you for your kindness, Captain Pan, but I do not require formal recognition or commendation. All the credit belongs to Su Qingfeng. I nearly hindered him. Nangong Liyue earnestly addressed Su Qingfeng. Upon hearing this, Pan Wujiao and Mr. Long could not help but smile knowingly. They could see in Nangong Liyue's eyes and hear in her tone that the young girl had been captivated by Su Qingfeng. It is a good thing for youth to admire excellence. Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue were indeed a match made in heaven. Furthermore, Su Qingfeng's awe-inspiring strength was astonishing enough to shock the world. They complemented each other exceptionally well. If the two were to end up together, it would be a sight for Pan Wujiao and Mr. Long to behold. Su Qingfeng was somewhat taken aback by Nangong Liyue's response. He had intended to advocate on her behalf, but knowing that she despised being pressured, he opted to respect her wishes. Naturally, the report from Pan Wujiao would not be written arbitrarily. Whether or not Nangong Liyue deserved recognition, and what kind of merit she would receive, was not something she could dictate. The personnel managing the commendations would meticulously verify and corroborate the details of the contributions made before issuing any accolades. Of course, Pan Wujiao did not wish to dampen Nangong Liyue's spirits at this moment, so he feigned respect for her wishes. At this juncture, Su Qingfeng pointed towards the unconscious hostages in the audience, addressing Pan Wujiao. Captain Pan, those hostages are in poor condition. Please arrange for medical personnel to provide immediate assistance. I understand this. I have already notified the professionals to conduct emergency treatment. Pan Wujiao replied with a smile that if Su Qingfeng had been attentive enough, he would have noticed that he referred to them as professionals rather than mere medical personnel. Survivors of such blood ritual events require not only physical healing, but also psychological support to mend their emotional scars, as well as technical measures to obscure their memories of this period, preventing any recollections of the outer gods from impacting their lives in the future. Su Qingfeng did not pick up on the nuances of Pan Wujiao's response and instead posed another question. Among those hostages, there is a relative of mine. May I take her away separately to the hospital for treatment? That is not permissible. Before Pan Wujiao could respond, a cool female voice suddenly echoed from the entrance of the screening room. Everyone turned to see a spirited young woman in a white lab coat stride in. She moved with a light yet resolute gait, the white coat seemingly radiating a sacred glow, its hem gently swaying with her movements. Her long, lustrous black hair was neatly tied in a ponytail, with a few stray strands falling beside her porcelain-like cheek, adding an extra touch of grace. Tall and well-proportioned, her figure beneath the coat exuded both elegance and strength, emanating an aura of intellectual beauty and authority that compelled one to acknowledge her capabilities. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yilan, the chief military doctor stationed in Lingzhou for the Salvation Army, an 8-star soul master. After delivering this statement, the female doctor cast an irked glance at Pan Wujiao and stated solemnly, Captain Pan, although this blood ritual incident did not yield excessively severe consequences, you have been fortunate to evade repercussions. However, your overconfidence in handling the situation, failing to promptly seek assistance from the Salvation Army, nearly led to catastrophic outcomes for which you cannot escape responsibility. When the higher-ups verify your actions during this case, I will provide an honest account. Pan Wujiao could not help but furrow his brow upon hearing those words. This was not his first interaction with Yilan. He was well aware of her formidable personality and the enigmatic nature of her background, making her a force to be reckoned with. Furthermore, there was nothing inherently wrong with what she said. When he had previously detected a sudden surge of tremendous divine power comparable to a 9-star soul skill from the target's location through the replica of the Reincarnation Tower, he had nearly been paralyzed with fear. If the higher-ups were to strictly hold him accountable for his oversight, he would indeed have no justification. Thus, Pan Wuzhou chose to remain silent in response to Yi Lan's critique, since Chief Yi of the Salvation Army had arrived. He would leave the handling of these victims to her. I will conduct another thorough investigation in the vicinity and then return to draft my report. After making this statement, Pan Wuzhou strode away with a dark expression. In front of Yilan, the previously spirited Captain Pan appeared as timid as a mouse confronted by a cat. It was then that Yilan turned her gaze towards Su Qingfeng, her tone softening as she explained, "This student, your relative, requires not only medical treatment, but also a clear understanding of the influence of external divine power, in the entire Lingzhou region. I am the most qualified candidate to treat her. Will you entrust her to me?" Although Yilan exuded strength and capability, she was discerning in her approach. Faced with the civilian hero Su Qingfeng, who had indirectly saved countless lives, her demeanor was remarkably amiable. Given Yilan's assertion, Su Qingfeng naturally ceased to insist on taking the person away. "Can we leave now?" Su Qingfeng inquired, gesturing towards himself and Nangong Li. "Your mental states are evidently unaffected." "That is not my concern." Yilan shook her head, speaking nonchalantly. "However, the Law Enforcement Bureau may require you to provide a statement, and it would be prudent to inform Pan Wuzhou upon dissent." "Very well, thank you." Su Qingfeng glanced back at Enruosu, confirming her steady breathing despite her unconscious state, before departing the screening room alongside Nangong Liyue and Mr. Long. Indeed, they had barely stepped outside when they encountered Pan Wuzhou. "Young man, I need to ask you a few questions at AS for Miss Nangong. Your mother has been waiting for you downstairs for quite some time. You should return home with her, yes?" Pan Wuzhou cheerfully proposed what he believed to be a considerate arrangement. However, he was met with an immediate change in Nangong Liyue's expression. She looked at Mr. Long beside her, her tone laced with complexity. "Uncle Long, why didn't you tell me that my mother was downstairs?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Long could not help but cough lightly. "Well, miss, you never inquired, and I assumed you were already aware. After all, I have always been responsible for the lady's personal security." Nangong Liyue fell silent, her mood noticeably dampening. Previously, she had clashed with her mother, Qin Yusin, once more over her desire to go out. Now, with such a serious incident having transpired at Silvermoon Square, she felt certain that she would face her mother's reproach and criticism upon returning home. She was reluctant to confront these issues at this moment when her spirits were still relatively high. Pan Wuzhou, unaware of the underlying tension, discerned the sudden shift in Nangong Liyue's emotions and hastily looked towards Su Qingfeng, hoping for some guidance and assistance. Fortunately, this gesture proved effective. Su Qingfeng took a moment to comprehend Nangong Liyue's current sentiments. He then addressed Pan Wuzhou, suggesting, "Perhaps you should allow her to accompany me for the statement as well." "Yes, ideally. It should extend for a while, perhaps until tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Nangong Liyue's eyes brightened instantly. She felt that Su Qingfeng was incredibly astute, having discerned her desires so quickly. Pan Wuzhou was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had almost unwittingly exacerbated the situation. Had he known the two were so attached, he would have simply driven them both together. Fortunately, it was not too late. Pan Wuzhou glanced at Mr. Long, cleared his throat, and remarked, "Well, Miss Nangong should also remain for the statement. I would appreciate it if Mr. Long could speak kindly about the matter to the lady." Mr. Long found himself at a loss for words. So, they were all intent on being the good Samaritans, leaving him to bear the brunt of the consequences. Nevertheless, being a man of action with military experience, he was accustomed to taking the blame when necessary. "Very well, miss, you may proceed with the statement. However, it would be best not to stay out overnight. Otherwise, the lady will surely be furious." Mr. Long made this warning quite clear, as he did not wish for Nangong Liyue to spend the night away from home. What if something dire happened? Nangong Liyue's cheeks flushed, and after a nod, she expressed, "I understand. Thank you, Uncle Long." Chapter 054. Pure as water, naturally beautiful. What did you say? Pan Wuzhou forcibly brought my daughter back to the Law Enforcement Bureau for a statement. How dare he? At the entrance of Silver Moon Square, having finally awaited Mr. Long's return to report the situation, Qin Yusin, upon not seeing her daughter, erupted in fury. Witnessing her soul power surging chaotically, resembling someone who had consumed gunpowder. Mr. Long felt relieved that he had altered his narrative at the last moment, shifting the blame entirely onto Pan Wuzhou. Otherwise, he would have been unable to bear such wrath. My apologies, Captain Pan. It's not that I'm lacking in loyalty, but I cannot afford to lose my livelihood. Mr. Long silently mourned for Pan Wuzhou while also lamenting for himself that he was, after all, a dignified 8-star soul master. Had he not encountered these tribulations, he would not have found himself working for the Nangong Chamber of Commerce. Fortunately, the remuneration provided by the Nangong Chamber was adequate, and considering their age, both he and old Liu had chosen to remain in the Nangong household. Qin Yusin, still fuming, paced back and forth for a considerable time before finally restraining the urge to call for connections to retaliate against Pan Wuzhou. Regardless of the circumstances, from her perspective, Pan Wuzhou had at least demonstrated earnest efforts to rescue Nangong Liu. Even without merit, he had made a significant effort, and since Mr. Long had already confirmed that Nangong Liu was unharmed, Qin Yusin felt that Pan Wuzhou's transgressions were not unforgivable, allowing her to suppress her impulses. Little Liu must be terrified. Never mind, I will head home to prepare some calming soup for her, so she can have it upon her return. After muttering this to herself, Qin Yusin turned on her heel and departed. Mr. Long, upon hearing this, could not help but say, as Qin Yusin's personal bodyguard, he was somewhat aware of the dynamics between this mother and daughter duo. It was evident that Qin Yusin loved her outstanding daughter, Nangong Liu. However, as an ordinary person, she inevitably harbored a degree of selfishness. Moreover, having lost her husband early on, she lacked a buffer within the household to mediate, which had exacerbated the conflicts with Nangong Liu. This situation could not persist. Fortunately, the young lady would soon be attending the Starry Sky Marshall University. Perhaps this temporary separation would help ease the tension between them. Mr. Long pondered it on another note. Pan Wuzhou personally drove Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liu out of Silver Moon Square through a different exit, returning to the headquarters of the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau. What was initially a simple inquiry had transformed into a more formal affair, given their willingness to accompany him for a statement. Pan Wuzhou found an empty room, invited Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liu to take a seat, and somewhat reluctantly stated, "Very well, let us proceed with a formal inquiry." Before long, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liu experienced Pan Wuzhou's professionalism firsthand. He activated the recording function on his phone and, in a casual tone, began asking about the details of the incident. For instance, how they first detected the occurrence of the blood sacrifice, how they managed to infiltrate the scene, and the process by which Su Qingfeng defeated his adversary. Given that the Law Enforcement Bureau possessed detailed surveillance footage, coupled with Pan Wuzhou's awareness of many particulars, Su Qingfeng only needed to provide succinct responses. Thus, the exchange unfolded swiftly. Approximately 5 minutes later, Pan Wuzhou concluded the questioning, saved the recording file, and informed Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liu, "All done. My work is complete, and you two may leave. Would you like me to give you a ride?" Upon hearing they could leave immediately, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liu exchanged delighted glances. They should have anticipated this. Captain Pan never adhered to conventional protocols, and how could he possibly conduct a formal statement in a conventional manner? For him, merely having a recording file sufficed as a formal procedure. "Where shall you go next?" Su Qingfeng inquired of Nangong Liu. "Me. Anywhere, but home will suffice." Nangong Liu replied softly, her lips pursed. Previously, when she and Su Qingfeng had pretended to be a couple, she was unsure of his feelings, yet she had found it immensely enjoyable. Therefore, whatever she did next with Su Qingfeng would undoubtedly bring her joy. "Let's go to my home then," Su Qingfeng suggested casually. Having just endured the harrowing blood sacrifice incident, he longed to return to a comfortable and relaxed environment to unwind. He did not specifically intend to bring Nangong Liu home. He merely recognized that she had nowhere else to go and offered an invitation. "Home? Ah, all right. Nangong Liue appeared somewhat taken aback, uncertain whether Su Qingfeng's invitation bore an ulterior meaning. However, it didn't take long for her to come to a realization. Even if Su Qingfeng truly had that intention, what was there for her to fear? Observing Nangong Liue's acquiescence, Su Qingfeng promptly took her away to AS for Captain Pan, who had been eager to make amends. He had long since been overlooked. Ah, the joys of youth. Captain Pan chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his nose. Shortly thereafter, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue hailed a taxi and soon found themselves at the foot of his building. Nangong Liue curiously surveyed the various bustling shops below, a scene so foreign to her upbringing that she had never encountered such a vivid display of street life, whether it was the vendors at roadside stalls or the humble eateries. These were rare sights for her. Su Qingfeng noticed the expression on her face, but felt no sense of inferiority. This was simply the life of the common folk. It was merely that Nangong Liue's affluent background had rendered her somewhat unaccustomed to such earthly experiences. Not to mention, Su Qingfeng himself had been a privileged youth in his past life, and this complex background afforded him a robust psychological resilience, enabling him to adapt effortlessly to various social strata. Soon, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue ascended the building in the elevator. Arriving at his doorstep, he retrieved his keys and opened the door, producing a brand new pair of slippers from the shoe rack at the entrance, which he offered to Nangong Liue. Your shoes and clothes are likely tainted with the scent of blood. Why not take a shower at my place and change into something fresh? You must have spare clothes in your storage ring, correct? Ah, yes, I do. Nangong Liue's expression turned peculiar, taken aback by Su Qingfeng's rather bold suggestion. Was it customary to bathe at the home of someone one had just met? Such an action felt somewhat lacking in social decorum. Yet, Su Qingfeng was not wrong. Their garments were indeed foul, and to avoid soiling his home, it was prudent to wash up. With this thought in mind, Nangong Liue suppressed her embarrassment and began to remove her shoes. As she slowly slipped off her shoes, her delicate, fair feet were revealed. They were exquisitely small, the rosy hue of her skin arching elegantly. With toes as round and lustrous as pearls, Su Qingfeng inadvertently glanced over, feeling a flutter in his heart before quickly averting his gaze. Nangong Liue donned the slippers and stepped inside, her curiosity leading her to inspect her surroundings. Before long, her eyes fell upon a large photograph on the wall, showcasing Su Qingfeng's parents holding a young Su Qingfeng, alongside the corpse of a colossal dragon. In the image, Su Qingfeng's mother, Lin Fengming, radiated vitality and confidence, her beauty striking. Your mother is truly stunning, Nangong Liue exclaimed after gazing for a while. Not only was Lin Fengming beautiful, but her features also bore a resemblance to Su Qingfeng's. It is a well-known genetic trait that sons often inherit their mother's looks. Indeed, Su Qingfeng replied with a smile. But you are not lacking in beauty either. Nangong Liue's cheeks flushed at the compliment, her lips curving into a shy smile as she nodded. Thank you. Subsequently, Su Qingfeng guided Nangong Liue to the bathroom, providing her with a new towel and a brief introduction to the facilities. Nangong Liue, somewhat exasperated, replied, Su Qingfeng, I am not so sheltered that I have never seen a bathroom before. I've at least used the school facilities. Oh, is that so? Then make yourself at home. Su Qingfeng chuckled as he walked away, casually closing the door behind him. Moments later, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, and Su Qingfeng's expression turned slightly odd. This girl had begun her shower without even locking the door. Was it sheer trust in him, or perhaps a sense of security derived from her pampered upbringing, that left her without such caution? Su Qingfeng surmised it was likely the latter. Such a habit was not necessarily detrimental, but it could lead to significant risks in more perilous situations. He resolved to discuss this with her when the opportunity arose. As Nangong Liue showered, Su Qingfeng took the chance to change into clean clothes and headed to the kitchen to prepare a simple meal. While Nangong Liue had shown curiosity towards the local eateries, he decided it best not to introduce her to street food on their first outing. Instead, he opted for a bowl of noodles to tide them over before heading to a more upscale restaurant later. Before long, Nangong Liue emerged from the bathroom, her freshly washed hair still dotted with droplets, a few strands framing her face, adding to her relaxed demeanor. Her skin, smooth and radiant like a peeled egg, glowed softly with her cheeks blush from the warmth of the water, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms in March. Even clad in loose loungewear, her graceful figure was hard to conceal. Her slender waist was almost delicate, moving with the grace of a willow in the breeze. Su Qingfeng found himself momentarily captivated by this side of Nangong Liu, unable to tear his gaze away, feeling the weight of Su Qingfeng's stare. Nangong Liu grew both bashful and delighted. She couldn't help but smile and ask, "What are you looking at?" So entranced. Su Qingfeng chuckled. "I wasn't looking at you. I was admiring flowers." "Flowers? What flowers?" Nangong Liu glanced around, genuinely believing Su Qingfeng might be nurturing blossoms within his home. Su Qingfeng smiled and replied, "Of course, I was referring to the lotus that emerges from clear waters, unadorned and pure." Nangong Liu paused for a moment before realizing that Su Qingfeng's flowers were indeed a metaphor for her. At that instant, her face flushed a vibrant red. After a while, her curiosity got the better of her, and she asked, "Did you just compose those 2 lines of poetry? I've never heard them before." Nangong Liu had been quite taken by surprise. She wondered if Su Qingfeng had crafted those lines specifically to compliment her. It dawned on Su Qingfeng that, in this world, the legendary poet Li Bai did not exist. Listening to Nangong Liu's earnest inquiry, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but chuckle. This girl truly had faith in him. Though he considered his literary skills decent, he knew he was far from the caliber of the great poet Li Bai. Yet, with his memories of a past life, he possessed the ability to recite poetry, even if not compose it. "I have a friend who is a poet named Li Qinglian. Those are his works. He hails from my hometown, so it's normal that you haven't heard of his poetry." Su Qingfeng refrained from claiming ownership of the authorship. Not wanting to lie, he preferred to be honest from the outset, lest he accidentally slip up and tarnish Nangong Liu's impression of him. However, Nangong Liu had a different perspective. In her spare time, she was quite the literary enthusiast, harboring a fondness for classical literature. Including poetry, she suspected Su Qingfeng was being disingenuous. First, she knew that Su Qingfeng's hometown was Lingzhou. Second, if there truly existed a poet by the name of Li Qinglian, his work would hardly be obscure in the literary world. Third, even if a poet were lesser known, such exquisite classic lines would surely be celebrated and remembered. Considering these points, Nangong Liu had reason to believe that Li Qinglian might be Su Qingfeng's pseudonym. As for why Su Qingfeng didn't simply confess, she speculated that he preferred to remain low-key, akin to how he possessed strength surpassing even a 9-star soul master, yet refrained from boasting about it. Such an unassuming nature suited him well. With this in mind, Nangong Liu playfully probed Su Qingfeng. "I see. I actually enjoy poetry quite a bit. If you don't mind, I would like to meet your friend Li Qinglian." Su Qingfeng was taken aback by her request. That was a wish he could not fulfill. They were not even from the same world, and even if he could summon souls, how could he possibly bring forth the spirit of Li Bai? Ahem, not convenient this time. Perhaps we can discuss it later. Su Qingfeng awkwardly shifted the topic. "I've made some noodles. Shall we have a bite?" Seeing Su Qingfeng's reaction, Nangong Liu felt a surge of delight. "Hee, caught in my little trap. Yet you claim you are not Li Qinglian?" She relished the thought of uncovering another of Su Qingfeng's secrets, and as she glanced at the chicken noodle soup he had prepared, her appetite soared. From that point on, Nangong Liu enjoyed her noodles with ease, displaying no signs of discomfort. Though she had grown up in luxury, she was not the type to be disconnected from reality. Apart from her lack of understanding regarding wealth, she was quite approachable. Once they became familiar, Su Qingfeng would discover that Nangong Liu was not truly aloof. Her cool demeanor was merely an aspect of her aura. Once she chose to open her heart, she could be incredibly warm and enthusiastic. For a young man, such a girlfriend was nothing short of perfection. Aloof to outsiders, yet revealing 100% warmth and affection to the one she cherished. After finishing her simple bowl of noodles, Nangong Liu even drank the broth. She gently dabbed her lips with a tissue. She remarked, "It was delicious. Thank you for your hospitality. There's no need for such formality." Su Qingfeng replied, preparing to clear the dishes. However, Nangong Liu reached out to stop him. "Wait, I'll wash them." Nangong Liu wore a serious expression, her tone resolute. "You made the noodles, so I cannot allow you to wash the dishes." Why bother with such trivialities? You are a guest. After all, the Su Qingfeng, however, was indifferent. Let us make a fuss about it. Nangong Liu displayed a stubborn demeanor. All right, then, you can stay here while I go take a shower. Since it was merely a matter of convenience, Su Qingfeng decided not to press the issue further. Very well. Nangong Liu's face broke into a joyful smile. Su Qingfeng found himself perplexed. What was it about this girl that made her so eager to do household chores? Was washing dishes akin to discovering treasure? Yet, it was indeed rare to find a girl who would volunteer to wash dishes after consuming a bowl of noodles worth just a few coins. In his past life, he had never encountered such a girl. After his shower, Su Qingfeng discovered that Nangong Liu was still busy in the kitchen, just as he was beginning to wonder if Nangong Liu was incapable of washing dishes. He noticed that the entire kitchen had been transformed. She had not only washed the dishes, but also scrubbed the pot, wiped down the stove, and mopped the floor. That I noticed your kitchen seemed to have been neglected for quite some time. So I thought I would tidy up a bit, Nangong Liu explained, feeling somewhat guilty as she caught Su Qingfeng's astonished gaze. She was unsure whether he would mind her overstepping. Su Qingfeng chuckled and teased. You are quite impressive. Why not help me clean the entire house while you're at it? Nangong Liu's cheeks flushed at his words. Well, that might take an hour or two. Su Qingfeng couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. He never expected the usually aloof Nangong Liu to exhibit such endearing innocence. If he did not refuse her, would she truly clean the whole house? No, he thought. If his parents found out that she had come to visit and ended up doing all this, they would surely haunt him in his dreams to reprimand him. Su Qingfeng felt a twinge of fear. He gently pulled Nangong Liu away from the kitchen and into the living room, where they began to discuss serious matters. Earlier, you were impacted by the divine radiance from that outer deity statue. Are you feeling unwell in any way? Su Qingfeng inquired, aware that while Nangong Liu had no physical injuries, the statue's attacks were targeted at the mental level. Any spiritual trauma would not be readily apparent. I'm perfectly fine, Nangong Liu replied, showcasing the Guardian Bell artifact she had received from Su Qingfeng. Revealing the groove that housed the Spirit Stone, Su Qingfeng observed that the mid-grade Spirit Stone, which had only recently been placed, had already lost its luster, its spiritual energy diminished by at least half. This Guardian Bell shielded me from the majority of the Divine Radiance's impact, and with my 9-star Martial Soul's compatibility having surpassed 10, my exceptional resistance attributes ensure that I sustained minimal damage. Nangong Liu explained earnestly. From this, it was evident that the statue possessed considerable lethality. Wait, what? 9-star Martial Soul. Su Qingfeng immediately caught the crux of the matter. If he remembered correctly, Nangong Liu had awakened an 8-star Martial Soul. Indeed, I completed the Martial Soul Ascension ceremony, elevating its quality to 9-star. You guessed it last time, did you not? Nangong Liu blinked playfully, her expression mischievous. Su Qingfeng recalled their previous encounter and did indeed sense a significant transformation in her energy and spirit. However, he had no prior knowledge of the Martial Soul Ascension ceremony. It seemed that in any world, wealth could indeed pave the way to divinity, that if you think otherwise, it may simply be that your resources are insufficient. I see. Congratulations are in order, class leader. You are the first 9-star Soul Master in the history of Lingzhou No. 2 High School. Su Qingfeng remarked with a laugh. What a pity that our homeroom teacher, Mr. Wu, transferred so hastily. If he were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly regret it immensely. Nangong Liu's eyes sparkled with mischief as she quipped, when Mr. Wu witnesses your true strength, he will understand what genuine regret feels like. That one be necessary. After all, my awakening was still an unknown martial soul. He would merely find it embarrassing. Su Qingfeng retorted with utmost seriousness. Nangong Liu fell into a brief silence, feeling that Mr. Wu's abrupt transfer the day after the awakening ceremony was the true embarrassment. However, her good upbringing and modesty restrained her from voicing her thoughts too harshly. Regardless, Wu Tian had once been her teacher. The two continued to chat about various topics, and before they knew it, night had fallen outside. Nangong Liu seemed completely unconcerned, her thoughts not once drifting toward returning home, but knock at Su Qingfeng's door abruptly interrupted the moment. Madam has sent me to escort you. came the deep voice of Mr. Long, an 8-star devotee of the Nangong Commerce Association, from outside the door. With his connections and capabilities, locating Nangong Liyue in the small city of Lingzhou posed no challenge for him. At this moment, Mr. Long felt a twinge of annoyance. He had not anticipated that Nangong Liyue would return home with Su Qingfeng. Just how swiftly had their relationship progressed? Before today, he had not even discerned that his young lady had developed feelings for someone. Mr. Long surmised that if Madame were to discover this development, she would most certainly unleash her fury. He anticipated that he would need to take a leave of absence in the coming days. Leaving all the storms to his partner, old Lu. Inside the house, both Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue were taken aback by the unexpected knock. They had been so engrossed in their conversation that they had not noticed the uninvited guest outside. Mr. Long's personal visit meant that Nangong Liyue would have to face her mother, Qin Yusin. Although she still felt a psychological burden, it was not as overwhelming as before. Her time spent with Su Qingfeng had instilled her with newfound confidence. "I'm leaving now. Shall we talk again next time?" Nangong Liyue said softly, her lips pressed together. "Sure, if anything arises, just call me," Su Qingfeng replied thoughtfully, adding, "What I mean is if you encounter any troubles or adversaries, you can always seek my assistance. I won't be returning to the heavenly realm until tomorrow afternoon." "What?" Nangong Liyue was startled by Su Qingfeng's assertive tone. She was not venturing into a den of tigers. Regardless, that was still her mother. There remained a possibility for peaceful dialogue. Realizing this, she quickly responded, "Thank you, but it shouldn't be that serious. I'll call you later." Meanwhile, outside, Mr. Long had overheard Su Qingfeng's declaration in its entirety. He felt a surge of irritation. This young lad truly did not grasp the gravity of the situation. Even if he possessed some abilities, did he think he could single-handedly eradicate the dozens of 8-star or higher soul masters residing within the ancestral grounds of the Nangong Commerce Association? Among them were even 2 fully integrated 9-star soul masters. However, Mr. Long quickly dismissed the thought. Having been young himself, he understood that youthful arrogance was a common phenomenon. Once this boy experienced the broader world, he would come to realize that there were always greater beings beyond one's own understanding, and perhaps then he would comprehend the true essence of insignificance. Mr. Long reflected on this as he pondered whether the boy would still retain his confidence and arrogance by that time. Chapter 056. Did you not use the right unit? Nangong Liyue departed, leaving behind a lingering fragrance in the room. Once upon a time, Su Qingfeng believed he would never be ensnared by the charms of women. Yet now, he felt he had nearly succumbed. It was not that his brothers were inept. Rather, the enemy was far too cunning. How could she manage to render every detail and reaction so perfectly captivating? Su Qingfeng felt a sense of discomfort in his own home. As it was permeated with Nangong Liyue's essence, he recalled that his homeroom teacher, Pei Qingyu, had previously invited him to seek her out to learn about the martial examination. Su Qingfeng had initially regarded such studies as a waste of time, but since he no longer wished to remain at home, it would be a pleasant diversion to have a heart-to-heart with teacher Pei. Thus, he picked up his phone, and on the other end, Pei Qingyu had just finished her shower when she received Su Qingfeng's call. Glancing outside at the darkening sky, she incredulously asked, "Su Qingfeng, do you even know what time it is? After a long day of work, I finally have a moment to myself, and you expect me to work overtime. Forget it then. I also think this course is rather pointless. Teacher Pei, please enjoy your rest." Su Qingfeng noted Pei Qingyu's reluctance to go out and was prepared to end the conversation right there. After all, he had previously stated that he could handle the application process for the Qingfeng Martial University independently. Had she not invited him, he would not have bothered making this call. "Wait, what do you mean by that? The course I meticulously prepared for you is pointless." Pei Qingyu retorted, her tone indignant. "You may not respect me as a person, but you cannot disregard my expertise. I'll head downstairs now. Let's meet at the entrance of the Soul Master training ground." With that, she hung up the phone in a huff. Su Qingfeng paused, momentarily taken aback. It seemed that Teacher Pei had quite the fiery temper. He had not intended to provoke her. Why had she reacted so explosively? However, with the great sage martial soul at his side, Su Qingfeng was not particularly concerned that Pei Qingyu could pose any threat to him. Since she was willing to step out, Su Qingfeng decided to pay her a visit. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the Soul Master Training Ground at Lingzhou No. 2 Middle School. This training ground, aside from being the location of the teleportation array, was also an essential venue for many students to familiarize themselves with soul skills and hone their physical prowess. That IT was equipped with various facilities, and numerous teachers were on duty day and night to provide guidance. For ordinary students, this was indeed a favorable place to enhance their combat abilities. Shortly thereafter, Su Qingfeng spotted Pei Qingyu hurrying towards him. She was dressed in a simple sports outfit, her hair casually tied up, and without any makeup. Yet she exuded a unique charm. "Oh, you arrived quite promptly. It's commendable that you thought to come early and wait for the teacher." Pei Qingyu teased with a smile. Su Qingfeng's response, however, was rather blunt. "The teacher is mistaken. I merely did not expect you to reside in the school dormitory. That I rushed here from outside, and I'm the one waiting for you." Pei Qingyu felt a wave of embarrassment upon hearing this. Could she candidly admit that after finishing the call with Su Qingfeng, she had treated herself to a facial mask? It was common knowledge that when a girl said she would leave immediately, it meant at least half an hour of delay. This fellow did not even grasp that. No wonder he had no girlfriend. But wait, what had he said earlier about meeting a wealthy lady? Reflecting on Su Qingfeng's grandiose claims, and then seeing his expression of being forsaken, she suddenly felt enlightened. "I say, why did you call me in the middle of the night? Were you abandoned by your little wealthy lady?" Feeling dejected and seeking guidance from the teacher, Su Qingfeng was puzzled, not understanding Pei Qingyu's line of thought. Had he ever mentioned Nangong Liyue? Moreover, when had he ever been abandoned? What a joke! His romantic affairs were not something the teacher needed to concern herself with. "I get along splendidly with her," Su Qingfeng retorted casually. "Humph, stubborn." Pei Qingyu was utterly unconvinced. By the way, Pei teacher, how can you, a university graduate, still be without a boyfriend, yet dare to advise me? Su Qingfeng decided to retaliate. So you're here to argue with me late at night, are you?" Pei Qingyu replied with a cold smile, playfully shaking her small fist at Su Qingfeng. "Watch out, or the teacher might give you a beating." Su Qingfeng merely smiled in silence, too apathetic to comment. Pei Qingyu was a 5-star soul master. In Su Qingfeng's eyes, the difference between a 5-star soul master and an ordinary person who had not awakened their martial soul was negligible. With such limited combat prowess, how could she possibly threaten him? What a farce! Let us not undermine each other's capabilities. Let us establish some ground rules and cherish this hard-won teacher-student relationship. Pei Qingyu, concerned about provoking Su Qingfeng's rebellious attitude, voluntarily retreated. Su Qingfeng was indifferent. He had come to see Pei Qingyu simply to avoid staying at home. "Let us get down to business. Regarding your intention to apply to the Starry Sky Martial University, the teacher has a few questions to ask you." Pei Qingyu's tone turned serious. She believed that Su Qingfeng had sought her out because he lacked confidence in his ability to gain admission and needed assistance. Therefore, she had to demonstrate sufficient professionalism. "Go ahead," Su Qingfeng said, genuinely curious about what Pei Qingyu wanted to ask. "What is the current fusion degree of your martial soul?" Pei Qingyu inquired casually. "Generally speaking, the higher the star rating of the martial soul, the slower the increase in fusion degree. However, there were exceptions, like Nangong Liyue, who possessed core technological prowess. As a 9-star soul master, she had elevated her fusion degree to 10 in just a few days, activating her second soul skill, achieving a remarkable growth rate. Even Su Qingfeng, who had wreaked havoc on the battlefield multiple times, could not match her fusion degree. Of course, this was also related to the immense strength of the great sage martial soul. Su Qingfeng's fusion degree was merely 8.1, yet his combat power level surpassed that of Nangong Liyue by several hundred times. 8. Su Qingfeng reported a rough figure to Pei Qingyu. So high. Pei Qingyu's expression turned peculiar. "You've only awakened for 2 days, and you've already reached 8? In 3 months, 1 TUB, at least 90? To be clear, in Pei Qingyu's impression, only martial souls below 3 stars could increase their fusion degree so rapidly. She instinctively felt that Su Qingfeng's awakened unknown martial soul might be somewhat weak. How could he even think of applying to Starry Sky Martial University? The chances seemed bleak. For a moment, Pei Qingyu's gaze towards Su Qingfeng shifted to one of sympathy. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng chuckled. Wasn't T this fantastic? If his fusion degree could rise so swiftly, he could directly unlock the 10 soul skills of the great sage martial soul, making him extraordinarily powerful. However, based on his previous experiences with the rate of decline, he knew this was unlikely. The great sage martial soul was simply too strong. Raising the fusion degree required an immense amount of soul power, growing exponentially. Even if he were to wreak havoc on the battlefield daily, he would not be able to achieve the progress Pei Qingyu had mentioned. Su Qingfeng estimated that before the martial examination, reaching a fusion degree of 30 and mastering 4 soul skills of the great sage martial soul would be quite commendable. Of course, if he didn't achieve that, it wouldn't matter. Even if he participated in the martial examination now, he could easily dominate the Lingzhou Martial Examination Challenge. Perhaps he might even contend for the top spot in the Blue Star Martial Examination, or even the title of champion in the Human Alliance Martial Examination. Although Su Qingfeng did not have a strong obsession with his ranking in the Martial Examination Challenge, securing the championship in the Human Alliance Martial Examination would grant him weapons, equipment, and cash rewards worth billions of star coins. Additionally, he would receive sponsorships and endorsement offers from various large trading companies, easily earning hundreds of billions of star coins within a year. Because of this, many 8-star Soul Masters and 9-star Soul Masters, who already had guaranteed admission to prestigious schools, would still participate in the Martial Examination Challenge, adding significant value to the event. Some shameless individuals even repeated grades and continuously entered the Martial Examination Challenge to earn rewards. Essentially treating it as a profession, Su Qingfeng felt a bit disdainful towards such behavior. These individuals disrupted the normal recruitment order of the martial examination for their selfish gains, causing many upper-middle-level candidates to miss their opportunities to aspire to prestigious schools. Yet, it was evident that history was told by the victors. No one cared about those unfortunate souls who were eliminated by the times. May the teacher's words come true. I also hope my fusion degree can swiftly reach 90. Su Qingfeng replied with a smile to Pei Qingyu. Pei Qingyu was somewhat speechless. She felt that Su Qingfeng should not be such a dull student. Could he not discern her insinuation? Let us move on to the next question. What is your current single-arm pulling force? Pei Qingyu scrutinized Su Qingfeng's relatively slender physique, increasingly skeptical. Although physique did not directly correlate with combat power level, this fellow seemed exceedingly thin. Could his pulling force surpass 1 ton? Well, my pulling force is quite high, Su Qingfeng said before turning the question back to her. Why does the teacher only inquire about single-arm pulling force as a basic attribute and not about combat power level? Pei Qingyu had initially intended to criticize Su Qingfeng for being too vague, but upon hearing his question, she could only patiently clarify. Combat power level is determined by 6 dimensions of data: life force, magical power, single-arm pulling force, reaction speed, perception ability, and anomaly resistance. Some individuals possess particularly unique martial souls that grant them strong perception abilities or exceptionally high anomaly resistance values, which can significantly elevate their combat power level, leading to a distorted perception of their true strength. Merely observing combat power level may give the impression of great strength, but their practical combat abilities might not even surpass those of an ordinary person. To accurately assess your combat power, I usually only inquire about single-arm pulling force, and at most consider your reaction speed. After all, participants in the martial examination are newly awakened soul masters, and other dimensional values have very little impact on combat power. Now, please tell the teacher your precise value for single-arm pulling force. Is at 1 ton. Su Qingfeng found Pei Qingyu's reasoning quite sound, so he honestly replied, 1,845 tons. Pei Qingyu erupted in a laughter upon hearing this. You meant to say 1845 kilograms. Right. How could you be so careless to mix up such vastly different units? You are the top scholar in this year's liberal arts ranking. Su Qingfeng remained silent, merely gazing at her. After a moment of laughter, Pei Qingyu's expression suddenly froze. Her eyes shifted to one of disbelief, astonishment, and shock. So, you mean you didn't mix up the units? Does the teacher think I'm a primary school student? I could make such a mistake with the units? Su Qingfeng sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. If his single-arm pulling force were only in the low thousands of kilograms, he wouldn't even think about applying to Starry Sky Martial University. He might as well go home and roast sweet potatoes. Pei Qingyu fell silent, gazing intently at Su Qingfeng. She could hardly believe the truth of the matter. The average single-arm pulling force for a one-star soul master with a fusion degree of 1 is about 200 kilograms. To reach a single-arm pulling force of 20 tons, one would need a fusion degree of 100. According to official statistics, it typically takes an average of 8 years for a one-star soul master to go from awakening to full fusion degree. The prestigious Starry Sky Wu University mandates that candidates must possess a combat strength level no less than 200 to be eligible for application. This stipulation implies that a one-arm pulling force of 40 tons is required to meet the standard. According to this criterion, even a 7-star spirit master would need to undergo rigorous training for at least 3 months to barely qualify. Su Qingfeng has only awakened a few days ago. Yet he claims his one-arm pulling force is an astounding 1845 tons. What kind of formidable strength will he possess after 3 months? This lad must be jesting with me. The doubts within Pei Qingyu's heart far outweighed her astonishment. Fortunately, she could easily verify whether Su Qingfeng was merely boasting. The Soul Master training facility behind us is equipped with a heavy-duty pulling machine capable of measuring up to 1,000 tons of force. Are you daring enough to take on the challenge? This is a testament to Pei Qingyu's high emotional intelligence. She inquires if Su Qingfeng dares to attempt it, rather than directly questioning his credibility. It is a remarkably pleasant way to phrase her inquiry. Let us proceed that Su Qingfeng understands that Pei Qingyu will not relent until she witnesses the truth with her own eyes, leading the way. Pei Qingyu swiftly guides Su Qingfeng into a spacious room exceeding 1,000 square meters. In the center of the room stands a heavy-duty pulling machine forged from steel. Above it hangs a conspicuous display panel indicating a measurement range from 0 to 1,000 tons. In front of the hydraulic machine, dozens of steel cables connect to a superalloy pulling ring, serving as the force exertion device for the tester. Pei Qingyu extends her hand, seizing the pulling ring, and tests her own one-arm pulling force. Soon, the display panel reveals that her one-arm pulling force stands at 12 tons, a 5-star spirit master with a fusion degree of 30. This figure is evidently below the average. However, given that most of Pei Qingyu's spirit skills are of the magical variety and her background in education, a slightly lower physical strength does not impede her significantly. The instrument is accurate and can be utilized normally. After stating this, Pei Qingyu turns her gaze towards Su Qingfeng. Would you care to give it a try? Su Qingfeng nods, approaches Pei Qingyu, and grasps the superalloy pulling ring without any visible effort. The dozens of steel cables instantly taut, emitting a piercing, resonant quiver. Clang! Pei Qingyu is left utterly astonished by this spectacle. Soon, an even more astonishing occurrence unfolds. The immense weights of the hydraulic pulling machine begin to creak ominously within a remarkably short span of time. This cumbersome and colossal apparatus trembles, as if it might suddenly spring to life. The display panel swiftly escalates to the maximum pulling force of 1,000 tons. Is this sufficient, Teacher Pei, if I exert myself further? This machine may very well be rendered inoperative. Su Qingfeng glances at Pei Qingyu. Grinning as he speaks, he has no intention of deliberately damaging the school's property. Pei Qingyu stands frozen in place, speechless for an extended moment, before suddenly regaining her composure. You truly did not deceive me. Pei Qingyu gazes at Su Qingfeng with a complex expression, murmuring to herself, "It is inconceivable. How could there exist such a powerful, unknown martial spirit? This one-arm pulling force surpasses that of many fully integrated 9-star spirit masters." Su Qingfeng remains silent, allowing Pei Qingyu ample time to process this revelation. That it is only because Pei Qingyu expresses him sufficient respect that he is willing to provide a slight demonstration of his capabilities. Had it been their former homeroom teacher, Wu Tian, Su Qingfeng would have simply dismissed him. At this moment, Pei Qingyu queries again. Su Qingfeng, do you possess only this remarkable one-arm pulling force, while your other attributes are considerably lower? Or might you have utilized a powerful spirit skill akin to innate divine strength? Su Qingfeng shakes his head, chuckling. Teacher Pei, this is not a spirit skill. All my foundational attributes are quite high. To be candid, my one-arm pulling force is the lowest among my six-dimensional attributes. Pei Qingyu is rendered utterly speechless. How fortunate must she be to have encountered such a genius student in Su Qingfeng. The thought of having cultivated an exceptional student capable of gaining admission to Starry Sky Wu University shortly after assuming the role of homeroom teacher nearly brings a smile to her face. Ironically, the former homeroom teacher, Wu Tian, deemed Su Qingfeng a disgrace to his career and resolutely opted to transfer schools. Teacher Pei, do we need to conduct any further tests? No need. What else is there to measure? Even if you secretly employed a spirit skill, there is no further necessity for testing. Pei Qingyu responds with a hint of irritation. She feels a twinge of resentment towards Su Qingfeng for not revealing his true abilities sooner, leaving her feeling like a fool. Yet, it seems Pei Qingyu has forgotten that Su Qingfeng had indeed disclosed his authentic figures, and it was she who doubted him, insisting on bringing him for a practical test. Shall we proceed to the martial examination guidance class? Su Qingfeng inquires with a change of subject. Not today. What is the point of wasting time on such a trivial course? After all, your admission to Starry Sky Wu University is merely a formality. Pei Qingyu dismisses the idea, unconcerned about any semblance of self-deprecation, that I will simply assist you in filling out your application and managing your records when the time comes. By the way, for the next few months, you must diligently visit the Tongtian realm and conquer the first 70 levels of the ascending divine staircase. Pei Qingyu recalls another requirement for admission to Starry Sky Wu University and reminds Su Qingfeng. I am aware of that. Is there anything else I should pay attention to? Su Qingfeng thinks to himself that he has already cleared the first 52 levels of the ascending divine staircase. No. Pei Qingyu's words trail off abruptly, and she quickly rephrases. If you have free time tomorrow morning, please return to school. The neighboring number 1 high school has organized 2 exemplary students who have awakened 9-star divine martial spirits to come share their insights on learning and cultivation with us. I hope you will be present to bolster the teacher's confidence. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng cannot help but furrow his brow. Are the leaders of Lingzhou number 1 high school so brazen? They would directly come to provoke us. Showing no regard for our number 2 high school, Pei Qingyu chuckles. You are unaware that number 1 and number 2 high schools have been engaged in a subtle rivalry for over a century. The actions of number 1's leadership are far from baseless. They intend to shatter the confidence of the students from number 2 with this approach. When a martial examination challenge occurs, encountering a student from No. 1 will instill trepidation and indirectly affect their performance. This is a cruel tactic, and they aim to leave no stone unturned. After all, they have produced 2 9-star spirit masters this year, while our school has yet to boast even one. Ironically, number 1 is so audacious now, and you bear some responsibility for that. Had you exhibited a bit more flair, they would not have dared to act so brazenly. Not to mention, for the sake of the ousted former principal, it would not be unreasonable for you to make a slight appearance, would it? Su Qingfeng yearns to counter Pei Qingyu, asserting that Nangong Liyue is indeed a 9-star spirit master. Yet he cannot casually divulge the private matters of the wealthy young lady and must temporarily concede to Pei Qingyu. Very well. I shall return tomorrow morning to assess the situation. Is there anything else? Teacher Pei. Pei Qingyu gazes intently at Su Qingfeng and suddenly inquires with a hint of curiosity. Is the young wealthy lady you often mention our class monitor? Nangong Liyue? Pei Qingyu is aware that Nangong Liyue comes from a prosperous family, being a veritable heiress. However, prior to witnessing Su Qingfeng's true capabilities, she never believed he could have the fortune to pursue someone like Nangong Liyue. Now, however, she considers that among their contemporaries, only Nangong Liyue would capture Su Qingfeng's interest, right? You can take a guess. Su Qingfeng provides an answer that leaves Pei Qingyu grinding her teeth in vexation. As Su Qingfeng mentions Nangong Liyue, she coincidentally arrives at her doorstep. Young lady, the madam is waiting for you in the living room. I shall not accompany you inside. Mr. Long clears his throat and addresses Nangong Liyue, adopting a serious demeanor as he stands guard outside the door. His true reason for not entering is simple. He wishes to avoid any collateral damage should Qin Yusin unleash her wrath. Nangong Liyue does not mind Mr. Long's abrupt withdrawal, as the matter concerning her and her mother, Qin Yusin, can only be resolved between them, with others merely serving as spectators. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Long. After expressing her gratitude, Nangong Liue pushes the door open. The door swings wide to reveal a resplendent hall. The floor, made of white jade, gleams as if each piece has been meticulously sculpted into a work of art. Adorned with intricate and elegant patterns, the massive crystal chandelier overhead resembles a cascade of stars, refracting a myriad of colors upon everything around it. The leather sofas, crafted from the hides of fearsome beasts from the Tianyuan battlefield, each bear a staggering value of millions of star coins. The walls are adorned with renowned oil paintings and exquisite artworks, exuding luxury without sacrificing taste. At the end of the living room stands a small fountain, with crystal-clear water cascading gently, while koi swim joyfully within. This moment, Nangong Liue's mother, donned in a sleep robe, sits gracefully on the sofa, perusing a printed book. Even without Nangong Liue deliberately peering, she effortlessly glimpses the title of her mother Qin Yusin's book, Child Education Psychology. Mother, reading such a book? This discovery leaves Nangong Liue feeling a tinge of surprise. Little Liue has returned. Qin Yusin seemed to have just realized that Nangong Liue had returned home. She casually set down the book in her hands, lifted her gaze to the outstanding and beautiful daughter before her, and inquired with a smile. However, her smile quickly froze, for she distinctly remembered that when Nangong Liue left, she was donned in a little white dress. Yet now, she was clad in a set of comfortable, loose-fitting loungewear. Furthermore, Qin Yusin was horrified to notice that a distinct scent of cheap detergent wafted from her daughter's attire. This indicated that not only had her daughter changed clothes while outside, but she had also taken a bath. What had she been doing that necessitated such a change? And where had she bathed? The cascade of questions left Qin Yusin nearly paralyzed with dread. Yet, as a mother, she felt compelled to inquire, I recall you were not wearing this outfit when you left? Qin Yusin struggled to maintain her composure, feigning calmness as she posed the question. Indeed, when I encountered the followers of the celestial races at Silvermoon Square, my clothes became soiled during the skirmish, so I changed, Nangong Liue replied, having anticipated her mother's inquiry and thus remaining unperturbed. Oh, is that so? Qin Yusin narrowed her eyes. Then, where did you bathe and change your clothes? At Su Qingfeng's house? The expression on Qin Yusin's face was anything but pleasant as she posed these two questions. Despite her best efforts to restrain herself, as a mother with a strong desire for control and a conservative disposition, she found it utterly intolerable that Nangong Liue exhibited such impropriety. To Qin Yusin, it was already excessive that her daughter had chosen to leave despite the discord between them, let alone encountering danger at Silvermoon Square, nearly losing her life. Most distressing for Qin Yusin was the realization that her daughter had even conspired with outsiders to deceive her. Mr. Long previously mentioned that your forced trip to the Enforcement Bureau by Pan Wujiao for a statement was a lie. Correct? You deceived him and me. In truth, you returned home with Su Qingfeng. Moreover, you were fully aware that I was just downstairs at Silvermoon Square, yet you chose not to come down to see me. Qin Yusin's heart ached, unable to believe that her precious daughter could act in such a manner. How terrified she had been for her daughter's safety, and yet this girl had deliberately avoided meeting her. I did indeed go to the Enforcement Bureau to give a statement. Nangong Liue felt somewhat rebellious after hearing her mother's recounting. Strangely, however, she felt little guilt. Instead, it felt as though she had willingly lanced a festering wound. Releasing the pus, painful yet liberating. Upon hearing this, Qin Yusin fell into a brief silence. She understood her daughter all too well. Faced with so many accusations, the fact that Nangong Liue only defended one point indicated that she had indeed committed the other acts, including the desire to avoid her and bathing at Su Qingfeng's house. You have indeed grown up. After uttering this, Qin Yusin appeared to age 10 years in an instant. Fine, from now on you shall carve your own path. I shall no longer arrange your life. I shall not concern myself with whether you desire to contend for the inheritance. As long as you are happy, that is sufficient. With that, she turned to leave for her room. However, as she departed, she caught sight of the glimmer of tears in Nangong Liue's eyes and could not help but sigh, explaining, Little Liu, you must understand, many of the things I do are beyond my control. This world is complex, far from the simplicity you perceive. Your father left too early. Do you think that by us not vying for the inheritance of the Chamber of Commerce, we can simply hold on to those shares and continue as shareholders? Impossible. We must grow stronger to secure our position within this family. Otherwise, they will descend upon us like wolves, devouring us whole. I admit that I've been too demanding of you in the past. That was because I knew I lacked the ability to support this family. I could only place my hopes upon you, but I did not anticipate your strong resistance, although your actions today were somewhat extreme. I must say this. Your classmate Su Qingfeng is indeed a promising talent. Regardless of the circumstances, you must maintain a good relationship with him. Compared to others, we possess far too little high-end combat capability. If Su Qingfeng is willing to assist you, at the very least, you will have some means of self-preservation. All right, I shall say no more. There is a bowl of calming herbal soup still warm in the kitchen. You should drink it. With that, Qin Yusin departed without hesitation. As Nangong Liue gazed at the empty hall, she felt for the first time the weight of reality beginning to settle upon her shoulders. For her, the silver lining amidst the misfortune was that even after her excessive behavior today, her mother, Qin Yusin, had not prohibited her from continuing her association with Su Qingfeng. This indicated that her mother was indeed under immense pressure. More importantly, Su Qingfeng's considerable potential had garnered her mother's acknowledgement. This was the sole bright spot. Furthermore, after witnessing the vulnerability and sorrow in her mother-esque expression, Nangong Liue felt a twinge of guilt within. She lingered in the living room for quite some time before recalling her mother's mention of the soup still being warm in the kitchen, even though she believed she did not require a mere bowl of soup for calmness. She nonetheless made her way to the kitchen and drank the warm broth. Meanwhile, in her room, Qin Yusin, tossing and turning restlessly, sensed this action and finally breathed a sigh of relief before drifting into a peaceful slumber. When Nangong Liue returned to her room, intending to contact Su Qingfeng as per their agreement, she discovered it was already past 2 in the morning. She suppressed the urge to call him. It was late, and Su Qingfeng was surely asleep. She did not wish to disturb his rest. At 3 in the morning, and Ruo Su awoke from an endless nightmare, letting out a piercing scream. She had dreamt that she was being drained of flesh and blood by a bizarre idol, transforming into a withered corpse. She had also envisioned Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue meeting a tragic end before her eyes. Blood everywhere. In the end, Ruo Su was horrified to discover that she had become part of a grotesque mass, the size of a planet. Before she could contemplate further, a cold, efficient female voice resonated beside her. Enough. You are safe now. There is no need to scream. Turning her head, Ruo Su beheld a capable and attractive young woman dressed in a white coat, her hair tied in a high ponytail. Hands tucked into her pockets, gazing down at her with impatience. Observing her surroundings, everything was adorned in white, and the air was infused with the scent of disinfectant. Clearly, she was in a hospital. I've been saved? What about Xiao Feng and his friends? And that little girl, Yin Xiao? And Ruo Su murmured, a look of concern etched upon her features. Allow me to briefly explain the situation, the woman in the white coat began indifferently. This is the military hospital stationed in Lingzhou under the Salvation Army. I am the military doctor here, Yilan. The Su Qingfeng and his girlfriend you mentioned have returned home unharmed at AS for you and the girl named Yin Xinyao. Both of you were affected by the shockwave of external divine powers and will require isolation treatment in this hospital for the next few days at An Ruo Su. You are a public servant and a 5-star soul master. Thus you have been permitted to retain most of your memories. You likely understand what transpired, and I will not reiterate the details of the case. Next, I have some questions that require your assistance. And Ruo Su, still somewhat disoriented, took a moment to comprehend the situation. The most reassuring tidbit was Yilan's statement that Su Qingfeng and his girlfriend had returned home. Although the term girlfriend stung her slightly, she felt significantly relieved knowing they were safe. Reflecting on the moment before she lost consciousness, when that bizarre idol erupted with terrifying divine radiance, she had worried about Su Qingfeng being unable to withstand the harm. Yet, to her surprise, they had emerged unscathed, and Ruo Su could not help but wonder when Su Qingfeng had become so formidable. And what of his stunningly beautiful classmate, Nangong Liue? How had she become so powerful? Thank you, Dr. Yi. I understand now. What is it that you would like to ask? And Sue rubbed her forehead, her voice somewhat weak as she inquired. Please recount your entire experience from yesterday. What time did you leave home? Whom did you encounter along the way? And how did you ultimately come across the followers of the celestial races? How were those followers defeated? Share everything you know without any omissions. Yilan's gaze flickered as she asked in a hushed tone. Her primary concern was not the case itself, nor whether in Sue's mind had suffered severe trauma. From the outset, Yilan's curiosity was singular. What kind of individual was Su Qingfeng, who had single-handedly defeated a high priest comparable to an 8-star soul master and obliterated a bizarre 3-eyed idol with destructive power akin to a 9-star soul master? Why does he possess such formidable combat power? It is worth noting that Pan Wujiao's decision to forego seeking assistance from the Salvation Army nearly resulted in catastrophic consequences during the blood sacrifice incident involving the followers of the Outer Gods. When the Salvation Army detected the residual shock waves of the Outer Gods' power, comparable to the 9-star soul techniques, the garrison commander was nearly paralyzed with fear, although the casualties from the incident were not particularly severe. The Salvation Army was certainly eager to ascertain who had single-handedly averted disaster that Yilan had privately inquired with the captain of the Law Enforcement Bureau's Special Operations Team, Pan Wujiao, but the response she received left her in disbelief. Su Qingfeng, a mere high school student who had awakened as a soul master just 3 days prior, had single-handedly annihilated 2 formidable foes, thereby indirectly saving the lives of tens of thousands. Such a statement seemed utterly implausible. Prior to Enruosu's awakening, Yilan had already scrutinized Su Qingfeng's detailed dossier. She could not fathom how Su Qingfeng had grown so powerful. Hadn't he renounced the 9-star divine martial soul? Could it be that the potential for growth of that unknown martial soul surpassed that of the illustrious 9-star divine martial soul? Yilan was perplexed. Among all the victims, Enruosu shared the closest relationship with Su Qingfeng. Consequently, Yilan sought her out, specifically employing healing soul techniques to expedite Enruosu's recovery for questioning. This was also the reason why Enruosu, despite not having dispelled the effects of divine radiance or shielded her traumatic memories, could awaken so swiftly. Was this what Dr. Yi wanted to ask? Enruosu began to doubt her own hearing. She had expected Yilan to express concern for her health or inquire about her feelings following the impact of the Outer God's power. But instead, it was entirely different. She even questioned whether Yilan was truly a doctor. Was she perhaps a law enforcement bureau agent masquerading as a military physician? Was there a problem? In the face of such skepticism, Yilan remained composed and aloof. No problem. And suddenly felt a pang of guilt. She worried that Yilan might not be a benevolent individual. What if she pressed her too hard and suddenly silenced her? At that moment, Enruosu, devoid of any soul power, was no match for Yilan. Of course, had Enruosu known that Yilan was an 8-star soul master, she likely would have ceased her resistance long ago. Chapter 059. Where did this first-class merit come from? Just as Enruosu had surmised, in addition to being the chief military physician of the Salvation Army's Lingzhou garrison, Yilan held a special identity. The Human Alliance government had a secret organization dedicated to countering the infiltration of the myriad celestial races, known as the Jing'an Division. Yilan was a member of the Jing'an Division. This was also the reason she, though merely a military doctor, frequently appeared at the forefront of case investigations. Furthermore, her inquiry into Su Qingfeng was not mere meddling, but rather a matter of duty. Yilan had assumed that Enruosu, being closely associated with Su Qingfeng, would possess insights into secrets unknown to outsiders. However, she miscalculated. Enruosu, like her, was utterly unaware of the reasons behind Su Qingfeng's drastic transformation. When Yilan heard Enruosu recount the life-and-death crisis she faced in that cinema, her first reaction upon seeing the sudden entrance of Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue was one of despair and fear, which left Yilan feeling quite disheartened. It seemed she would need to speak with that young man personally. Leaving Enruosu's hospital room, Yilan toyed with a replica of the reincarnation tower, her brow slightly furrowed. If Su Qingfeng had chosen the 9-star divine martial soul during the awakening ceremony, even if his current power seemed somewhat exaggerated, Yilan could reluctantly accept it. Yet now, She harbored concerns that Su Qingfeng might be a more deeply hidden follower of the Outer Gods. Was the incident at Silver Moon Square merely a ruse orchestrated by Su Qingfeng? Was his true intention to accumulate military merit, paving the way for future infiltration into the Human Alliance government? Yilan was unsure if she was being overly paranoid, but at the very least, she needed to eliminate this most perilous possibility. Meanwhile, Su Qingfeng had already bid farewell to Pei Qingyu and returned home to sleep. Throughout the night, he had kept his phone's ringer on, lest he inadvertently miss an important call. Unfortunately, until dawn broke, his phone remained silent. At 6 o'clock sharp, he was abruptly awakened by the sound of ringing. Glancing at the caller ID, he discovered it was Pan Wujiao, the captain of the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau's Special Operations Team. "Captain Pan, why are you calling so early? Did you stay up all night?" Su Qingfeng answered the call, casually inquiring that, "Oh, how did you guess that? You rascal." Pan Wujiao chuckled, his tone devoid of fatigue. "All the elites in our bureau are high-ranking soul masters. We can go 10 days and nights without sleep. We just take turns resting. We finally managed to capture a few living followers of the celestial races yesterday, so we need to interrogate them overnight and wrap this matter up as quickly as possible." Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but ask, "Did you obtain any results?" "Ah, don't mention it. They're all small fry." Pan Wujiao sighed, his tone quite deflated. "That yesterday's commotion had my brothers and me all excited. We thought we could reel in a big fish, but it turns out this little gang consists of only 5 people, with the leader being the high priest you obliterated yesterday, named Lung Yichen. They were merely street thugs in Lingzhou City, and it was only after Lung Yichen stumbled upon that outer god statue in the antique street and inadvertently grasped the blood sacrifice method that they rapidly gained strength. Unfortunately, being mere thugs, they had no idea that conducting such blood sacrifices in a bustling area would attract significant attention. They thought they could quietly complete the job and then escape to another city to enjoy themselves." After listening to this, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but ask, "Have you looked into the seller from the antique street? It sounds like someone intentionally spread the outer god statue that we have." The seller is a second-hand antique shop owner with a clean background. He acquired that outer god statue as a replica for resale that, of course, we will continue to pursue leads on the previous seller. However, the key point is that Lung Yichen's little gang has no further connections. For you and Nangong Liyue, the biggest impact will be on your merit evaluation. We completed the report overnight, and the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau's Merit Evaluation Department has already assessed your contributions, issuing you both medals, certificates, and bonuses. Before Su Qingfeng could inquire further, Pan Wujiao proactively explained, "The Merit Evaluation Department has awarded you a first-class merit, with a cash reward of 1 million star coins. Nangong Liyue was awarded a second-class merit, with a cash reward of 800,000 star coins. That I know the bonuses seem a bit meager, but this is already the maximum limit set by regulations. I hope you won't find it lacking." Su Qingfeng felt indifferent upon hearing this, that he had previously received a first-class merit for his actions during the Sea Demon incident in the 52nd layer of the Divine Ascension Staircase, and he had not acted with the intention of accumulating merit. This was merely icing on the cake. As for the 1 million star coins, it was hardly more than enough for him to purchase a few mana recovery potions. "I won't find it lacking." As for Nangong Liyue, she likely won't mind either. Su Qingfeng, believing he understood the young heiress well enough, casually voiced his thoughts on her behalf. That's good to hear. Do you both have time later? I could drop by to present your bonuses and certificates. If you wish, we can also contact the school to arrange a more formal award ceremony." Pan Wujiao had not given up on the idea of boosting his own reputation through this opportunity. However, it was evident that Su Qingfeng was not inclined to indulge him, and "Oh, need. I'll contact Nangong Liyue first and give you a call later. We can meet somewhere off campus," Su Qingfeng replied casually. "All right then." Pan Wujiao sounded somewhat disappointed at the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau. After hanging up the phone, Pan Wujiao instructed his female secretary, "Prepare the certificates and bonuses for Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue, and also promptly add their merit documentation to their electronic files. These 2 students are in their final year. Having this merit documentation may benefit them in their college applications." "Understood, Captain Pan. I'm on it," the female secretary replied, rubbing her tired face. After a while, Pan Wujiao suddenly heard the female secretary exclaim in surprise. Captain Pan, come take a look. Why does Su Qingfeng's electronic file indicate that he already possesses a first-class merit? I haven't even recorded the merit documentation here yet. Is that so? Could it be that you're too fatigued and made a mistake? Pan Wujiao speculated. Captain Pan, are you serious? You were clearly watching. How could I have made an error without you noticing? The female secretary replied, looking aggrieved, I was wondering if the Salvation Army reported Su Qingfeng's merit as well, causing a duplication. The systems for reporting merits differ between the Law Enforcement Bureau and the Salvation Army. However, if the same individual received 2 first-class merits for the same achievement, it would certainly constitute a management mishap. First-class merits are not so easily obtained. How many brave soldiers of the Salvation Army have sacrificed their lives, ultimately only to be awarded a first-class merit? Even though Su Qingfeng has made significant contributions this time, there should be no instance of duplicate merit applications. Moreover, this case has been entirely managed by our Law Enforcement Bureau. How could the Salvation Army submit a merit application on behalf of Su Qingfeng? With such doubts in mind, Pan Wujiao began to meticulously examine Su Qingfeng's electronic file. Soon, he identified the crux of the issue. To his astonishment, the source of Su Qingfeng's existing first-class merit was the spirit of the Tower of Babel. Indeed, as the foremost of the 3 sacred artifacts of humanity, the spirit of the tower possesses extraordinary intelligence and serves as the bedrock of human society. The spirit of the tower also holds the authority to bestow merits, and it is the highest authority. Its judgments are marked by impartiality, and the criteria for merit are stringent. Typically, only the most elite warriors of humanity are deemed worthy of receiving challenging combat missions assigned by the spirit of the tower, thereby earning the most prestigious military honors. Su Qingfeng's receipt of this military merit indicates not only his formidable strength, but also his unblemished integrity, truly deserving of being a martyr's descendant. Pan Wujiao wished to delve deeper into the details of Su Qingfeng's achievements, but was soon reminded, access denied due to insufficient clearance for classified documents. Insufficient clearance? Pan Wujiao felt a pang of discontent, yet curiosity gnawed at him. What perilous tasks had Su Qingfeng undertaken to warrant such stringent protection from the spirit of the tower? Such classified files are likely accessible to no more than 5 individuals within the entirety of the human alliance. Further validating the significance of Su Qingfeng's prior first-class merit, I have verified. It is not your oversight, Pan Wujiao said with a smile to his female secretary. It turns out Su Qingfeng already holds a first-class merit. We simply were unaware. Please continue inputting the merit documents. The secretary was taken aback by this revelation. An 18-year-old youth, still a high school student, carrying 2 first-class merits? What a jest! If such a talent were to join the Salvation Army, wouldn't their promotion speed be akin to a rocket? This individual is truly a future commander-level talent. Quite astonishing indeed. I share your surprise. However, considering that young man's abilities, it is hardly surprising that he has achieved such recognition. As Pan Wujiao spoke, he couldn't help but chuckle enviously. Alas, I have toiled diligently in the Law Enforcement Bureau for 30 years, and have only amassed a few second-class merits. It's infuriating how disparities among people can be so stark. Meanwhile, Su Qingfeng, having found a legitimate reason to contact Nangong Liu, no longer waited for her to reach out and directly dialed her number. The phone rang twice before it was answered. Hello, is this Su Qingfeng? I didn't mean to avoid contacting you last night. As soon as the call connected, Nangong Liu expressed her chagrin. Oh, it's nothing. I was fast asleep last night. Su Qingfeng chuckled lightly. How is your relationship with your mother? Upon hearing this question, Nangong Liu fell into a prolonged silence. Chapter 060. You have no right to doubt him. How is Nangong Liu's relationship with her mother? Qin Yusin, this question requires nuanced consideration. Nangong Liu's long-desired autonomy has seemingly been secured. From this perspective, her thoughts have become freer, potentially reducing her resentment towards her mother and fostering a better rapport between them. However, the freedom Nangong Liu has strived for was achieved through a near self-destructive means, forcibly disrupting the original family dynamic. In the short term, Qin Yusin undoubtedly harbors considerable grievances, which may linger in her heart. Even if Nangong Liyue wishes to comfort her mother, she is at a loss on how to face her. Confronted with such complex emotional conflicts, the relatively naive and innocent Nangong Liyue is utterly unsure how to manage the situation. She is even uncertain how to respond to Su Qingfeng's inquiry. Observing this predicament, Su Qingfeng discerned that there was a significant issue between Nangong Liyue and her mother. It is possible that the girl had a heated confrontation with her mother yesterday. With this thought, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh. Since we can't clarify matters over the phone, let's discuss it face to face. Captain Pan of the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau just instructed me to contact you regarding the issuance of the Meritorious Conduct Award and Merit Certificate in person. Hearing this, Nangong Liyue felt a wave of apprehension. Didn't I tell him before that I didn't need any merit on my behalf? Besides, I hardly did anything. How could I possibly accept credit for your accomplishments? Yet, Su Qingfeng dismissed her concerns. Do you think the evaluation and issuance of merits are solely under Captain Pan's purview? His reports cannot be fabricated. The merit assessment is handled by the Merit Assessment Office. Furthermore, even if you refuse to accept the merit and award, it won't diminish my reward by even a fraction. Just come over to discuss it. Well, all right. Nangong Liyue replied meekly. Su Qingfeng arranged to meet Nangong Liyue and Pan Wujiu at a CAF outside Lingzhou. To high school. Su Qingfeng ordered sodas for himself and Pan Wujiu, and a milk tea for Nangong Liyue. Indeed, these were beverages not available at the CF. He had instructed the staff to procure them from other establishments. Initially, the staff had been quite displeased with Su Qingfeng's actions, perceiving it as an affront to their CAF's reputation. However, the generous tip of 1,000 star coins he provided revealed to them that this was not an insult, but rather a mark of unique taste and sophistication. Before long, Nangong Liyue and Pan Wujiu arrived at the CAF in succession. Here are the military merit badges, certificates, and the bank card containing the award funds. The bank card is an anonymous account established at a bank under the Nangong Chamber of Commerce. Such anonymous accounts have significant usage restrictions. To avoid complications, it would be prudent for you to transfer the funds promptly. Pan Wujiu handed the two file folders to Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue, harboring a sense of regret. He felt that, given the occasion was the awarding ceremony for first-class merit, it should not be so subdued and low-key. However, neither Su Qingfeng nor Nangong Liyue seemed to mind. After receiving the folders, they merely expressed polite thanks. Without haste to open them and inspect the contents, their indifference left Pan Wujiu with an indescribable discomfort. The supreme honor he pursued with his life and fervor appeared to be a mere trifle in the eyes of these young individuals. Pan Wujiu contemplated reminding Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue to show a modicum of respect for their honors. Yet he reconsidered. Given their immense potential, as long as they continued to thrive, opportunities for merit would abound in the future. Thus, why should they overly concern themselves with such minor accolades? It merely underscores the disparities that exist among individuals. With this thought, Pan Wujiu felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, and he took a hearty swig of his soda. Meanwhile, upon exchanging glances, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue instinctively sought a quiet place for a private conversation. Consequently, they excused themselves. Pan Wujiu had initially planned to finish his soda before leaving. However, shortly after Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue departed, a poised figure unexpectedly appeared beside him. The woman who suddenly materialized next to Pan Wujiu was Yilan. After taking her seat, she simply furrowed her brow and stared at Pan Wujiu in silence. Lost in thought, startled by Yilan's sudden presence, Pan Wujiu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Chief Yi? Why are you not at the military hospital attending to patients, but instead seeking me out? I have not provoked your Jingen division." Pan Wujiu was aware of Yilan's concealed identity, knowing only that she was a spy for the Jingen division, but not her specific duties. This deduction stemmed from a previous collaboration where Pan Wujiu had pieced together her unusual behavior. Why Yilan had never openly disclosed her hidden identity. "I don't recall ever sharing that information with you." Yilan narrowed her eyes, gazing at Pan Wujiu with mild dissatisfaction, and spoke in a low voice. "Captain Pan's investigative skills are quite impressive, aren't they?" "Ha ha! Chief Yi, you jest. It is rather evident. whenever cases involving the invasion of the starry sky and myriad races arise. The Salvation Army invariably dispatches you, the chief military physician, to handle them. Anyone with a modicum of sense could deduce that Chief Yi is affiliated with the Jing'an division. In truth, Pan Wuzhou had previously found dealings with Yi Lan to be rather cumbersome. Hence, when addressing the recent incident at Silver Moon Square involving the blood sacrifice of foreign god worshippers, he sought urgent assistance from Qin Yusen instead. However, he had not anticipated that even after such measures, Yi Lan would seek him out once more. Feeling that Yi Lan had come to cause him trouble, Pan Wuzhou's irritation manifested in his words. Upon hearing this, Yi Lan fell into a brief silence, refraining from responding. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke coolly. I did not come here to see you. Therefore, you need not be so agitated. Pan Wuzhou was taken aback by her statement, and after a moment, he awkwardly asked, Not specifically targeting me, then? Yi Lan nodded. Oh, you should have said so sooner. Pan Wuzhou let out a sigh of relief, accompanied by a smile. Chief Yi, is there anything you need my assistance with? I am open and forthcoming. Come, let us share a soda. He offered Su Qingfeng's leftover drink to Yi Lan as long as the other party wasn't there to trouble him. He was amenable to anything. Yi Lan rolled her eyes, inwardly cursing Pan Wuzhou for being such a miser, even reluctant to treat her to a cup of coffee. However, Pan Wuzhou feigned ignorance to her eye roll, expecting him to foot the bill. What a joke! Yi Lan was an 8-star soul master, the chief physician of the military hospital, and a spy for the Jing'an Bureau. Her remuneration was at least tenfold his own. Not to mention, Pan Wuzhou had a family to support. In Yi Lan's presence, he was but a pauper. Treating her was out of the question, an impossibility for this lifetime. Let us get to the point that I am here to find Su Qingfeng, Yi Lan stated, gazing intently into Pan Wuzhou's eyes, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. The evaluation department of your law enforcement bureau. So careless. Su Qingfeng has only just awakened a few days ago and possesses an unknown martial spirit. Did you not find it inappropriate when he effortlessly shattered a statue of an outer god, comparable to a 9-star soul master, right before your eyes? What kind of individual can so swiftly elevate their abilities? Is Su Qingfeng a hero of righteousness, or a potential infiltrator of the Human Alliance government disguised as an outer god cultist? You just awarded him military commendations and certificates without a second thought. Pan Wuzhou was taken aback by Yi Lan's words. He had not anticipated that she would suspect Su Qingfeng of being an outer god cultist. Such an accusation was outrageous. It was worth noting that Pan Wuzhou had meticulously reviewed Su Qingfeng's merit records. Moreover, on the day of the incident, he had employed a replica of the Reincarnation Tower to investigate both Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liu. He was 100% certain that Su Qingfeng was innocent. Yi Lan's suspicion was not only baseless, but also appeared to be an intentional provocation. With this thought, Pan Wuzhou's expression shifted dramatically, becoming quite confrontational. Chief Yi, do you truly consider yourself a detective? How old are you this year? How many cases have you cracked? On what grounds do you question the professionalism of the evaluation department? What evidence do you have to suggest that Su Qingfeng is an outer god cultist? After this tirade, Pan Wuzhou added, Forgive my candor, but you have no right to doubt him. Yi Lan was stunned by the barrage of questions from Pan Wuzhou. She never expected that the previously amicable Captain Pan would suddenly transform, daring to mock her face to face, especially knowing she was an operative of the Jing'an Bureau. The self-proclaimed professional and capable Yi Lan found herself somewhat rattled. Pan Wuzhou, mind your tone. Do you truly believe I reached this position solely through connections? Yi Lan's face turned pale with indignation, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Well, that was your own admission. I never said it. Pan Wuzhou shrugged, wearing an expression of innocence that, in truth, Yi Lan was being overly sensitive. Pan Wuzhou did not care whether she had connections or not. After all, Yi Lan possessed considerable personal strength. Even without any background, her ascent to her current position was entirely reasonable. After all, an 8-star soul master was undoubtedly an elite in any department. Yet, Yi Lan's defensive outburst led Pan Wuzhou to question, could this woman truly be an utterly incompetent connection-based figure? If that were the case, her peculiar reasoning would make sense. Isn't a useless connection just a bizarre creature that only knows how to create chaos and vie for credit. Exclamation point. With these thoughts in mind, Pan Wujiu lost interest in continuing their verbal sparring. He revealed his trump card. In Su Qingfeng's merit dossier, there is an A-grade commendation awarded by the spirit of the Tower of Heaven. You should be aware of the value of such an honor. Or do you doubt even the judgment of a divine artifact spirit? You still insist on believing Su Qingfeng is a deeply concealed outer god cultist. Yilan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Pan Wujiu. Su Qingfeng had received an A-grade military commendation from the spirit of the Tower of Heaven. Such a revelation was astounding. The Tower of Heaven spirit was, in essence, a super-artificial intelligence that IT could not only directly access all files from the Human Alliance government, but also scan all human physical data within the realm of heaven. There was no conceivable way for an outer god cultist to disguise their identity and deceive the spirit of the Tower of Heaven. If Pan Wujiu was not lying, it meant that Yilan had indeed misjudged the situation. Previously, when Yilan reviewed Su Qingfeng's records, she believed he was merely a middle school student and thus could not possibly have any military achievements, which is why she did not delve into his merit dossier. Now confronted with Pan Wujiu's assertions, Yilan quickly accessed Su Qingfeng's records again, meticulously examining his merit information. Indeed, 2 A-grade military commendations were glaringly evident. One of the commendations was issued by the Evaluation Department of the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau. Summarizing Su Qingfeng's act of valor in slaying an outer god cultist and destroying the outer god statue, AS for the other commendation, it was indeed awarded by the spirit of the Tower of Heaven. However, the details of the merit process? Apologies, but it was classified information beyond her access rights. As an operative of the Jing'an Bureau, Yilan's authority surpassed Pan Wujiu's by several ranks, yet she still could not view the specifics of Su Qingfeng's achievements. Naturally, even without seeing the detailed content, Yilan knew Pan Wujiu was correct. With the spirit of the Tower of Heaven endorsing Su Qingfeng, she truly had no grounds to question his identity. Thank goodness I did not approach Su Qingfeng directly, but chose to inquire with Pan Wujiu instead. Otherwise, I would have offended that young, hot-headed lad, and the situation would have been even harder to manage. Now, I have merely embarrassed myself in front of Pan Wujiu. With these thoughts swirling, Yilan regarded Pan Wujiu with a complex expression. Pan Wujiu looked quite pleased with himself. So, Chief Yi, I was not mistaken, was I? Yilan nodded, then parted her lips gracefully to speak. Captain Pan, the conversation we just had is a matter of great confidentiality discussed in my capacity as an operative of the Jing'an Bureau. You must not disclose a single word of our discussion today. Otherwise, I will pursue your liability for leaking confidential information according to the law. Yilan understood that Pan Wujiu had never looked favorably upon her. To avoid any potential damage to her reputation, she would rather offend him entirely than allow him to gossip recklessly. How dare you? Pan Wujiu was left speechless. He had not anticipated that Yilan would resort to such a tactic. To prevent him from exposing her embarrassing moments, she had classified her blunders as confidential. The most absurd part was that Yilan indeed had the authority to do so, since she had formally declared herself an operative of the Jing'an Bureau. In principle, as long as Pan Wujiu had no intentions of betraying the Human Alliance government, he was bound to keep the contents of their conversation confidential. Just a friendly reminder, my mother is a 9-star Divine Soul Master, and also serves the Jing'an Bureau. Yilan stated expressionlessly, determined to leverage her authority to silence Pan Wujiu. Pan Wujiu. Fine. You Yilan are impressive. Your entire family is impressive. I concede. Though Pan Wujiu was seething with anger, he could only mutter. I will adhere to the principles of confidentiality and will not disclose the content of today's conversation. Hearing this, Yilan nodded in satisfaction and departed with an air of confidence, while she still wished to uncover the secret behind Su Qingfeng's formidable strength. That was merely a matter of curiosity. Thus, Yilan would not rush to approach Su Qingfeng. She had a sense that given Su Qingfeng's current prowess and the speed at which he was accumulating military merit, he might soon become a member of the Salvation Army, standing alongside her as a comrade in arms. Moreover, within Ruosu, who was closely associated with Su Qingfeng, currently her patient, finding an excuse to meet Su Qingfeng would be rather simple. Meanwhile, after leaving the CF, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue headed straight for the campus of Lingzhou No. 2 High School. The campus was vast, equipped with numerous outdoor facilities for students to hone their physical bodies and test their soul techniques. Su Qingfeng sought a relatively secluded spot to have a heart-to-heart with Nangong Liue as they traversed a dense thicket. They had just settled in a pavilion when they suddenly heard a somewhat familiar voice from the other side of the woods. Wei Ge, you need not be so hard on yourself. Everyone knows Su Qingfeng awakened a trash martial spirit, and his future is bleak. Even if his martial arts are commendable now. So what? Once you elevate your martial spirit integration rate to 10 and master the second soul technique of the 7-star martial spirit. Poison Toe Dragon. Crushing that lad will be a piece of cake. By then, our class leader, Nangong Liue, will surely harbor feelings for you, perhaps even pursue you actively. Wei Ge, you are wasting your energy honing your physique. It is a case of losing sight of the main goal. As the speaker simultaneously mentioned the names Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue, it became evident to them that their interlocutor was a classmate. The Wei Ge referred to was undoubtedly their vice-class leader, Yang Wei. Although Nangong Liue had not noticed the earlier provocation when Yang Wei had been kicked away by Su Qingfeng, she soon learned of it from a female classmate. At that time, upon hearing that Su Qingfeng had quarreled with Yang Wei out of jealousy for her sake, she felt a twinge of secret delight. Yet, despite Yang Wei's seemingly feeble demeanor before Su Qingfeng, he was a well-known rich second-generation heir in Lingzhou, having awakened a 7-star martial soul and surrounded by numerous sycophants. It was unclear which lackey, in a bid to curry favor with Yang Wei, had concocted such a harsh plan. Without waiting for Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue to react, Yang Wei's voice could be heard cursing loudly. Damn it, Chun Kai, why do you have so much to say about being a martial arts sparring partner? You consume my resources and yet whine when asked to work? I spend 8 hours a day in the secret realm of Tongtian, and now I want to practice my fists and kicks. What's wrong with that? Come here and stand still. At this moment, Su Qingfeng learned the name of the lackey. However, he had little impression of this person. Chun Kai had awakened a 5-star martial soul. Nangong Liue glanced at Su Qingfeng and quietly reminded him. As the class leader, she usually did not intervene much, but in certain matters, she was quite responsible. For instance, she was well-versed in the martial soul awakening status of all her classmates, even remembering those who had withdrawn from school early. To have a 5-star soul master serve as a sparring partner for a 7-star soul master, if Yang Wei were to strike with any seriousness, Chun Kai would likely be severely injured. Upon learning that Chun Kai was indeed a 5-star soul master, Su Qingfeng realized that Yang Wei was merely seeking an excuse to vent his frustrations. That it was no wonder Chun Kai had been desperately advising Yang Wei not to waste time practicing combat skills. He was likely trying to avoid a beating. Nonetheless, Su Qingfeng thought that based on Chun Kai's earlier remarks, he still deserved a good thrashing. Thus, he held back Nangong Liue, who had intended to intervene and stop Yang Wei, and chose to remain an onlooker. Before long, the sounds of heavy physical collisions and Chun Kai's the soul predicament lies in Yang Wei's reluctance to engage in combat with Nangong Liue. After all, she has been his idol for many years. How could he possibly bring himself to strike her? Yet, Nangong Liue harbored no such reservations. Once Su Qingfeng had convinced her that employing force to teach Yang Wei a lesson was a righteous act. Devoid of any repercussions, she wasted no time in launching her attack. The first soul skill of the 9-tailed celestial fox martial soul, Demon Fox Fire. With a mere thought, the true form of her 9-tailed celestial fox martial soul flickered and vanished behind her. In the next instant, 2 orbs of ethereal blue flames erupted from her eyes, hurtling towards Yang Wei with unimaginable speed. This was indeed the genuine soul skill of a 9-star divine martial soul. Even if Nangong Liue unleashed less than 1,000th of its power, it was beyond Yang Wei's capacity to withstand. In the blink of an eye, Yang Wei collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. The Demon Fox Fire was not an ordinary magical attack. It bore with it a formidable psychological torment. Once struck, even a 7-star soul master like Yang Wei would be seared with excruciating pain, rendering him utterly incapable of standing. That a closer inspection would reveal that both his skin and hair were enveloped in a ghostly blue flame. Strangely, despite its apparent ferocity, The blue flames did not harm his clothing in the slightest. Within mere seconds, Yang Wei had expended a significant amount of vitality, curling into a ball in a state hardly better than the gravely injured Chun Kai. Su Qingfeng, is this sufficient? If it continues, I fear he may perish. Nangong Liue turned to Su Qingfeng with a serious inquiry. It's not so easy to die. He's secretly consuming recovery potions. Su Qingfeng nonchalantly exposed Yang Wei's little tricks. It turned out that Yang Wei possessed a storage ring and had prepared an ample supply of healing potions to restore his vitality. He had not anticipated the overwhelming power of Nangong Liue's soul skill, which made him feel as though he were on the brink of death. In such a desperate situation, Yang Wei resorted to any potion at his disposal. Those potent recovery potions were remarkably effective. While they could not help him escape the burning of the demon foxfire, they could temporarily preserve his life. Su Qingfeng recognized this and reassured Nangong Liue not to be anxious. I'll go have a word with him. With that, Su Qingfeng approached Yang Wei, pinning him down with his foot, and asked, Vice Class Leader, do you realize your mistake now? Yang Wei remained silent, fixing Su Qingfeng with a venomous glare. Even though he was being tormented by Nangong Liue, he still attributed the blame to Su Qingfeng, that he believed that had it not been for Su Qingfeng's encouragement, Nangong Liue would never have resorted to such crude actions. It seems you're still unconvinced. Well then, let's continue this slow simmering for a while. I'm in no rush. Whenever you're ready to admit your mistake, feel free to call for me. Su Qingfeng chuckled, releasing his foot and allowing Yang Wei to continue writhing. Nangong Liue felt a twinge of concern that this might be too harsh. However, seeing Su Qingfeng exude confidence, she chose to trust him. Just as the situation seemed to reach a stalemate, a somewhat abrupt and piercing male voice suddenly echoed from afar. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. The principal sent me to the second high school for an exchange, and I initially thought it was a waste of time. Who would have imagined that I would witness such a splendid performance on the campus of Lingzhou Second High School? This trip has truly been worthwhile. Bai Ningbing, what do you think? Upon hearing the name Bai Ningbing, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. He had heard of this name. The girl from Lingzhou First High School who awakened a 9-star divine martial soul was indeed Bai Ningbing. Thus, the sarcastic young man speaking must be Zhang Yang, another newly minted 9-star soul master from Lingzhou First High School. Su Qingfeng turned to look and, sure enough, he saw 2 young individuals in Lingzhou First High School uniforms. Curiously observing the scene from several dozen meters away, they had arrived quite early, and apparently, they were free to roam. There were no other people around. Zhang Yang was tall and handsome, exuding confidence, while Bai Ningbing, true to her name, wore an expressionless visage, her demeanor cold and in stark contrast to Zhang Yang's casual self-assurance. Bai Ningbing appeared quite solemn. In response to Zhang Yang's greeting, she merely shook her head and replied indifferently. Boring. It turned out that the exchange team from Lingzhou First High School, mentioned by Pei Qingyu, had arrived at Lingzhou Second High School early in the morning, under the guidance of Principal Han Tang of Lingzhou First High School. Student representatives led by Zhang Yang and Bai Ningbing were taking this opportunity to observe the teaching environment of Lingzhou Second High School. Their primary objective was to ascertain whether the third-year students at Lingzhou Second High School were concealing any hidden talents that could potentially disrupt Lingzhou First High School's ambition to dominate the top 10 of this year's martial arts examination challenge. However, Zhang Yang and Bai Ningbing had not anticipated that shortly after their arrival, they would witness such a dramatic spectacle. Vice Class Leader Yang Wei was venting his frustrations by assaulting his junior, while Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue were in no hurry to intervene, instead opting to further torment Yang Wei in an attempt to reform him through physical means. Without a doubt, the academic atmosphere of Lingzhou Second High School was refreshingly unpretentious. It was simply a matter of the strongest having the most say. Zhang Yang and Bai Ningbing were undeniably taken aback by the scene before them. In comparison, the clearly delineated social hierarchy and peaceful coexistence model of Lingzhou First High School seemed utterly lackluster. Zhang Yang, having encountered a setback, felt no embarrassment. Rather, he continued to smile and remarked, "Not boring at all. From what we can see, Lingzhou Second High School is undoubtedly a place of unity, friendship, and mutual tolerance." Such scenes of students grappling with one another are quite rare at our school. Ha! Faced with the sudden appearance of these two prodigies from another school, Nangong Liue felt somewhat awkward, while Su Qingfeng maintained a calm demeanor. It's fine. They're not from our school. Whatever they say outside will go unheeded. Others will merely think they're trying to slander us. Su Qingfeng reassured Nangong Liue. Upon hearing this, Nangong Liue felt somewhat speechless. She couldn't shake the feeling that Su Qingfeng's tone was increasingly reminiscent of a villain. Of course, even if Su Qingfeng were a villain, she would be complicit. No matter what they faced, she would not shy away. Meanwhile, upon hearing Su Qingfeng's words, Zhang Yang's smile froze in place, that he couldn't help but concede that Su Qingfeng had made a valid point. Why not learn from that fellow and record a video as evidence? At that moment, Bai Ningbing suddenly spoke up. 9-star soul skill, what? Zhang Yang momentarily failed to grasp her meaning and instinctively turned to look at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's gaze was fixed intently on the fallen Yang Wei, and she earnestly explained, the blue flames enveloping that individual possess extraordinary power. They're undoubtedly a 9-star soul skill. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang was taken aback. If Bai Ningbing's assertion held true, then the extraordinarily beautiful girl nearby was, in fact, a 9-star soul master. Wasn't there a new 9-star soul master at Lingzhou's second high school? Goodness, this school truly is remarkable. Chapter 63. The Mighty Perception of the Divine Beast Martial Soul. Bai Ningbing's awakened 9-star divine martial soul is rather unique. It is a divine beast known as the Listener. The innate abilities and soul skills of the Listener martial soul are primarily designed to enhance detection and perception capabilities. Therefore, compared to other 9-star soul masters, Bai Ningbing's combat prowess is not particularly strong. In a one-on-one duel, she might even be outmatched by many formidable 8-star soul masters. This is also why Bai Ningbing maintains a much lower profile than Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's awakened 9-star martial soul, the Feathered Serpent God, is a bona fide, combat-oriented martial soul. With his naturally flamboyant personality, coupled with such a powerful high-star martial soul, he approaches everything with supreme confidence and nonchalance. However, Zhang Yang is not without intellect. Upon Bai Ningbing's identification of Nangong Liue's Demon Foxfire as a 9-star soul skill, Zhang Yang underwent a swift transformation. His casual demeanor vanished, replaced by seriousness, composure, and calmness. Thus, that girl must be Nangong Liue. Did she conceal her martial soul's star rank from the outset, or did she pay to upgrade it? Zhang Yang's gaze locked onto Nangong Liue, his mind racing with speculation. Soon, he arrived at a conclusion. The awakening of martial souls for middle school students is typically conducted with the assistance of officials dispatched by the education department, making it improbable for Nangong Liue to hide her martial soul's true star rank. In contrast, the possibility of Nangong Liue having financed the upgrade of her martial soul seemed much more plausible. However, to elevate an 8-star martial soul would require a sum of at least several billion star coins, a sum that ordinary families could scarcely afford. Contemplating this, Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed. So, the Nangong family must be associated with the Nangong Merchant Association. Such financial prowess is truly astounding. On the other hand, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue were quite intrigued by Ningbing's formidable perception abilities. That girl could discern the 9-star soul skill you unleashed in an instant. What remarkable perceptive skills she possesses. Su Qingfeng remarked with a casual sigh. For him, the foxfire wielded by Nangong Liue, whether it be an 8-star soul skill or a 9-star soul skill, possessed negligible lethality. Thus, he had not previously scrutinized the distinctive qualities of those azure flames. Had Su Qingfeng made a diligent effort to discern, his formidable perceptual abilities as a great sage martial soul user would have revealed that the flames originated from a 9-star soul skill. However, the fact that Bai Ningbing, from such a distance, could swiftly identify the tier of Nangong Liue as soul skill was indeed astonishing. It was said that Bai Ningbing had awakened a martial soul named Listening, a divine beast endowed with exceptional perceptual abilities. If this information were accurate, then Bai Ningbing would undoubtedly be one of the rare 9-star soul masters renowned for her perceptual prowess. Nangong Liue shared her intelligence with Su Qingfeng. Listening, the divine beast? That perception ability is certainly extraordinary. Upon hearing this name, Su Qingfeng's thoughts stirred. Wasn't he that the steed of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? With the emergence of listening, one might wonder if Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva exists in this world. At that moment, Bai Ningbing suddenly fixed her gaze upon Su Qingfeng, her eyes flickering with a look of bewilderment as she muttered, "How can he be so powerful?" It turned out that Bai Ningbing had just attempted to sense Su Qingfeng's strength and was left utterly astounded. Su Qingfeng's physique appeared unremarkable, resembling an ordinary youth lacking in physical training. Yet the strength of his body completely surpassed Bai Ningbing's imagination. Faced with Su Qingfeng's remarkably powerful physique, four words flashed through Bai Ningbing's mind: indestructible diamond. Furthermore, the slight aura of his martial soul that Su Qingfeng allowed to surface made Bai Ningbing acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated their abilities. Her confusion stemmed from her inability to comprehend the star grade of Su Qingfeng's awakened martial soul. Bai Ningbing felt that even the legendary 10-star soul masters could not replicate the immense shock that Su Qingfeng had instilled in her. What? Zhang Yang, not having listened closely, mistakenly believed that Bai Ningbing was lamenting the strength of Nangong Liyue's soul skill, and thus began to boast about himself. Bai Ningbing, you may not know, but my feather serpent martial soul skill is undoubtedly more formidable. Do not bolster the confidence of others at the expense of your own prestige. Even if Nangong Liyue is a 9-star soul master, it cannot change the overall dismal state of our second school. Bai Ningbing could hardly be bothered to respond to Zhang Yang. Instead, she walked directly up to Su Qingfeng and inquired, "Excuse me, I am Bai Ningbing from Lingzhou No. 1 High School. May I know your name? It would be a pleasure to make your acquaintance as a predominantly auxiliary 9-star soul master." Bai Ningbing possessed an exceptionally clear understanding of her own positioning. In truth, she was not particularly fond of combat. If she were ever compelled to take the battlefield, she would either vie for the role of commander or choose to cling to the strongest ally. In the past, Bai Ningbing had believed Zhang Yang to be such a robust ally, which was why she had tolerated his flamboyant behavior and sought friendship with him. Now, having encountered Su Qingfeng, she unhesitatingly chose to abandon Zhang Yang and actively engage Su Qingfeng in conversation. It is worth noting that although Zhang Yang and Bai Ningbing appear to still be students of Lingzhou No. 1 High School, they were in fact both already guaranteed admission to Qingfeng Martial University. Bai Ningbing's current choice effectively determined her future companions and teammates at Qingfeng Martial University. She was unaware of Su Qingfeng's specific identity, but she knew that he would undoubtedly gain admission to Qingfeng Martial University with ease. Establishing a good rapport now would facilitate future alliances. This was Bai Ningbing's simple rationale. Zhang Yang was taken aback by Bai Ningbing's actions. He had no inkling of Su Qingfeng's formidable martial soul and strength in his eyes. Bai Ningbing's eagerness to approach Su Qingfeng could only stem from one reason. Su Qingfeng was handsome. Could it be that Bai Ningbing is a shallow admirer of looks? This is impossible. Zhang Yang's face was a portrait of disbelief, even though he felt no particular romantic inclination toward Bai Ningbing. Witnessing a companion abandon him to ally with an opponent left him feeling quite displeased. Meanwhile, both Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue were slightly astonished by Bai Ningbing's actions, particularly Nangong Liyue, whose first instinct was to question whether her beauty held no sway at all. Standing right next to Su Qingfeng, how could another girl dare to bypass her to strike up a conversation with him? Was Bai Ningbing perhaps overestimating her own charm? Yet soon, Nangong Liyue realized something amiss. She discerned that there was no trace of admiration or appreciation in Bai Ningbing's gaze directed at Su Qingfeng. In fact, Bai Ningbing's eyes revealed no emotions whatsoever. It was as if her greeting to Su Qingfeng was merely a matter of necessity. As for her attitude toward this act, or Su Qingfeng himself, there was no discernible sentiment. This girl is quite peculiar. Since Nangong Liyue felt no threat from Bai Ningbing, she decided to observe the situation. Su Qingfeng, having glanced at Nangong Liyue and noticing her lack of displeasure, addressed Bai Ningbing, saying, "I am Su Qingfeng, and this is Nangong." As for these two on the ground, they require no introduction. They are both our classmates. What brings you to me? So you're Su Qingfeng. Bai Ningbing recalled the rumor she had previously heard, her face displaying a dawning realization at that moment. Yang Wei, still writhing in pain from the flames engulfing him, was crying out in agony. Bai Ningbing suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She questioned whether she had acted a bit too impulsively. Based on previous observations, Su Qingfeng was far from a benevolent individual. If he could conspire with Nangong Liyue to torment their classmates, would he also bully his teammates in the future? With this thought, Bai Ningbing's initial impulse to affiliate with Su Qingfeng cooled considerably. Yet, she maintained a facade of politeness. Addressing Su Qingfeng, "If I am not mistaken, we shall be alumni of Qingfeng Martial University in the future. I am an incoming freshman at the Command Academy, and I hope to keep in touch with you, Su Qingfeng, and maintain our interactions." Bai Ningbing spoke solely to Su Qingfeng, omitting any mention of Nangong Liyue's name. Had it been another emotionally astute girl, she would surely have engaged in light-hearted banter at this juncture, not only greeting Nangong Liyue, but also extolling her and Su Qingfeng as a match made in heaven, a perfect pair. However, Bai Ningbing did none of this. Nevertheless, Nangong Liyue instinctively felt that Bai Ningbing's disregard for her was not born of jealousy. A possibility dawned on Nangong Liyue. Bai Ningbing might simply wish to be Su Qingfeng's teammate. It is essential to understand that elite martial schools within the Human Alliance, particularly prestigious ones, are designed to cultivate combat soul masters. The training of combat soul masters encompasses various aspects, besides individual abilities. There is also a need to develop battlefield command skills and team combat capabilities. Although Bai Ningbing had chosen the Command Academy, it did not imply she would eschew other forms of training. In terms of individual ability, Bai Ningbing naturally could not rely on others. However, when it came to the cultivation of team combat skills, the situation differed. Advanced martial schools arranged students with different specialties into teams to engage in prolonged practical training, fostering teamwork on the battlefield. For instance, there are soul masters like Su Qingfeng, who excel in close combat, and others like Nangong Liyue, who are adept at crowd control and mental attacks. Once they form fixed teams and undergo years of practical drills, they learn to complement each other's weaknesses and maximize their strengths, ultimately evolving into formidable forces on the battlefield. Bai Ningbing might have sensed Su Qingfeng's extraordinary potential and wished to secure a position as a teammate. After all, with the Divine Beast Listening's powerful perception, achieving this would not be surprising. Upon realizing this, Nangong Liyue began to understand Bai Ningbing's odd behavior. Given the rapid advancement of her relationship with Su Qingfeng, she had already internally bound herself to him. In other words, she would inevitably join the combat team that Su Qingfeng would establish as for Bai Ningbing. Regardless of her combat prowess, she was still a relatively rare 9-star soul master. Even if her combat abilities were not robust, she still held unique value. Ultimately, Nangong Liyue did not oppose the addition of such a teammate. However, discussing these matters felt premature. Nangong Liyue did not wish to interfere with Su Qingfeng's judgment, so she remained silent, simply observing. Chapter 064. Even divine artifacts cannot discern the source of his strength. After listening to Bai Ningbing's words, Su Qingfeng understood her intentions, that he was genuinely intrigued by Bai Ningbing's talent and soul skills. As for forming a combat team with Bai Ningbing, Su Qingfeng had no such thoughts at the moment. That it was not that he looked down upon Bai Ningbing's combat prowess. Rather, he had grown accustomed to being a lone wolf. Previously, when Nangong Liyue invited him to practice together, Su Qingfeng had resolutely declined that if, after entering Qingfeng Martial University, he was required to establish a combat team for mission execution. The only candidate currently on Su Qingfeng's mind was Nangong Liyue. As for Bai Ningbing, apologies, but they were still strangers. It is important to note that Bai Ningbing was still an outstanding student representative of Lingzhou No. 1 High School. Undoubtedly, she was also utilizing her formidable perceptual abilities to gather intelligence on Lingzhou No. 2 High School. Currently, they were still competitors, so it would be rather odd to hastily discuss friendship. Of course, with Bai Ningbing being so proactive, Su Qingfeng did not feel appropriate to respond harshly. That could wait until after he was admitted to Qingfeng Martial University, Su Qingfeng casually remarked, providing Bai Ningbing with no definitive answer. You still intend to take the examination personally? Bai Ningbing was taken aback by Su Qingfeng's words. She felt that Su Qingfeng's decision to personally participate in the martial examination was somewhat oppressive. It was akin to a 10-star soul master rampaging through a kindergarten. There's nothing I can do. My awakened martial soul is unknown. As you should be aware, Su Qingfeng responded with a smile. Bai Ningbing found herself at a loss for words. For others, an unknown martial soul typically referred to as subpar and worthless one. Yet, Su Qingfeng's unknown martial soul was likely so formidable that even the divine artifact reincarnation tower could not discern its origins, right? Although Su Qingfeng had outright refused her request, Bai Ningbing felt neither embarrassed nor humiliated. Without further ado, she turned and walked away, returning to her classmate Zhang Yang's side. Zhang Yang observed Bai Ningbing's return, but his heart was not filled with joy. So, I am merely a backup, he thought. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, Bai Ningbing, why did you take the initiative to approach Su Qingfeng? Does he meet your aesthetic standards? Bai Ningbing shot him a peculiar glance and retorted, Zhang Yang. Do you have feelings for me? Huh. Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected Bai Ningbing to be so forthright. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, Zhang Yang was, in fact, a diligent and serious individual. Especially after awakening his 9-star divine martial soul, he had secretly resolved not to waste time on women until his martial soul fusion reached 90. AS for why not aim for 100. It was simply because achieving full fusion as a 9-star soul master was exceedingly challenging. Zhang Yang might spend his entire life striving for it, and when the time came to marry, he would have to do so regardless. Feeling somewhat awkward, Zhang Yang clarified, No, I was merely concerned about you. I don't require your concern, Bai Ningbing replied curtly before walking away. For most girls, being rejected so bluntly by Zhang Yang could be a significant blow. However, Bai Ningbing seemed immune to such negative emotions. She left simply because she did not wish to linger any longer. Observing Bai Ningbing's sudden departure, Zhang Yang feared that his bluntness had hurt her feelings, prompting him to hastily pursue her for an explanation. Soon, only Su Qingfeng, Nangong Liyue, and the 2 injured individuals remained in the small grove. Help! Save me! I don't want to die. It hurts so much. Yang Wei was now on the brink of collapse, tormented by the demon fox flames. Although he had recovery potions to sustain him, the dual toll on his body and spirit left him utterly defenseless. His primary emotion towards Su Qingfeng had shifted from resentment to fear. He desperately wished to escape this endless agony. Deputy Class Leader, it seems you are reconsidering your stance. Su Qingfeng approached Yang Wei with a smile that I was wrong. I beg you. Save me. I will treat Qingkai and apologize. Yang Wei resembled a pitiful stray dog, pleading for mercy from a passerby amidst the cold, drizzling rain. It was important to note that Qingkai had always been Yang Wei's loyal subordinate. Had he not lost his temper earlier, he would never have intended to harm Qingkai. Now, being thoroughly beaten and devoid of spirit, Yang Wei naturally had no objections to treating Qingkai. He even regretted his earlier bravado. What had he gained from enduring all this suffering? See, if you had said this sooner. Su Qingfeng nodded slightly, thinking to himself that reasoning was indeed effective that moment. Nangong Liyue felt a sense of relief, and asked Su Qingfeng, May I extinguish the demon fire on him now? Not yet. Su Qingfeng shook his head, explaining to Nangong Liyue, he has only agreed to treat Qingkai. He hasn't yet consented to compensate for emotional damages or the specifics of the compensation amount. Let me discuss it with him a bit more. Nangong Liyue was left speechless after hearing this. She suspected that Su Qingfeng truly intended to make Yang Wei suffer through her hands. How cruel! Yang Wei was also taken aback by Su Qingfeng's words. Damn it, in this state, I can barely cling to life. Do I have the strength to haggle over details? I agree. I fully agree. Whatever compensation is required, I will provide. Furthermore, I absolutely will not disclose today's events. I won't bring trouble upon you. Yang Wei finally wised up, uttering a few phrases that completely assuaged Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue's concerns, preventing them from seeking further justifications to torment him. Su Qingfeng gave a thumbs up to Nangong Liyue and remarked, See, I told you the deputy class leader is reasonable. Nangong Liyue merely saw what it meant to be coerced into submission. After today, Yang Wei would likely develop a lasting psychological shadow regarding Su Qingfeng. However, Nangong Liue had to admit that Su Qingfeng's methods were quite effective, allowing her to experience the joy of upholding justice. All right, now we can lift the spell on him, Su Qingfeng finally stated. Yang Wei was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Following Su Qingfeng's command, Nangong Liue dispelled the demon fox flames enveloping Yang Wei. She then returned to stand quietly behind Su Qingfeng, awaiting his next words. Once the demon fox flames vanished, Yang Wei exhibited the robust vitality of a 7-star soul master. After consuming several bottles of high-grade recovery potions, his injuries healed significantly. This was precisely why Su Qingfeng felt confident allowing Nangong Liue to torment Yang Wei without restraint. As long as no fatalities occurred, it could merely be considered sparring. After instinctively treating his wounds, Yang Wei found himself devoid of evidence to report them. Soon, Yang Wei rose from the ground, casting a cold glance at Su Qingfeng before striding directly toward Shan Kai to carry him away. Yang Wei had been deeply wounded by Nangong Liue, to the extent that he did not wish to spare her a second glance. That it was as if he believed that looking at her would only amplify his inner pain. It seemed that another formidable figure, indifferent to women and naturally gifted in martial prowess, was about to emerge in this world. Su Qingfeng watched Yang Wei depart with a smile, teasing, it seems my words have struck a chord. Nangong Liue found Su Qingfeng's remark rather peculiar, as if he were accusing her of hindering his training progress. What I mean is, starting today, Yang Wei will see through the superficialities of life and will no longer pursue you. He will transform all his sorrow and anguish into motivation for advancement. Perhaps humanity will soon gain another great warrior. Is that not a good thing? Su Qingfeng explained with a smile that I have no interest in him. Nangong Liue replied, her expression slightly shy as she regarded Su Qingfeng, that I was asking you. Do you think the same? Indifferent to women, naturally gifted in martial prowess? How could it be the same? Su Qingfeng shook his head. Adopting a serious tone, I wield a staff. I take pleasure in the company of women. Upon hearing this, Nangong Liue's cheeks flushed crimson. Su Qingfeng's words were innocuous enough, yet she perceived an underlying implication. Unsure whether the issue lay with herself or with Su Qingfeng, she asked, so, do you feel better now? Can you share what transpired last night? Su Qingfeng, observing Nangong Liue's flustered expression, smiled and inquired. From the outset of encouraging her to confront Yang Wei, he had been devising ways to help her release her pent-up negative emotions. Now, it seemed that Nangong Liue was entirely free from the earlier bad mood and could discuss serious matters. Upon hearing this, Nangong Liue realized that Su Qingfeng had been making an effort to cheer her up all along. Recognizing this, she felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude. That moment, she longed to give Su Qingfeng a big hug. However, considering their location within the school, surrounded by classmates, alumni, and teachers engaged in morning exercises, Nangong Liue worried about the potential repercussions and suppressed her desire. Yet, the gaze she directed at Su Qingfeng now radiated an unmistakable admiration and affection. All right, I will tell you everything. Nangong Liue entwined her hands behind her back, speaking somewhat bashfully. After Su Qingfeng listened to her narrative, he realized that Nangong Liue had quarreled with her mother. This was no trivial matter. It was no wonder the young heiress had looked so glum that morning. Actually, I think I understand what my mother truly desires. I can sense that seeing me become so independent and assertive brings her some comfort. Nangong Liue said, looking at Su Qingfeng and tentatively asking, all I need to do is strive to grow stronger, find ways to protect my mother, and safeguard myself amidst the family power struggles. Correct? Is that how you see it? Su Qingfeng chuckled and shook his head, saying, you might be underestimating your mother's ambition. She is not so easily satisfied. After all, her decision to confront you was merely part of her plan. Upon hearing this, Nangong Liue froze in place, rendered speechless. The nature of one's character is far more difficult to change than the landscape itself. Su Qingfeng does not believe that Qin Yusin would relinquish her control over Nangong Liue so easily. Before delving into the analysis of the mother-daughter relationship between Nangong Liue and her mother, Qin Yusin, one must first ponder a crucial question. Who, between Nangong Liue and Qin Yusin, possesses greater maturity of thought and a wider array of tactics? There is no doubt that the answer is Qin Yusin. Nangong Liyue's attitude towards Qin Yusin is predominantly one of dependence, yet she yearns to resist the psychological control that causes her discomfort. Qin Yusin is acutely aware of Nangong Liyue's reliance on her. This recent rift, rather than being a mere fracture in their maternal bond, can be interpreted as a carefully orchestrated performance by Qin Yusin, exploiting her daughter's dependence. After their quarrel, she returned to rest without a second thought. Meanwhile, Nangong Liyue, who had never contemplated severing ties with her mother, found herself lost and bewildered for several hours. Ultimately, her reflection led her to conclude that she must now shoulder familial responsibilities and care for her mother. Clearly, this naive version of Nangong Liyue is precisely what Qin Yusin desires, perhaps even something she had meticulously planned from the start. Henceforth, Qin Yusin need only continue to play the role of a disheartened mother, patiently awaiting her daughter's efforts to reap the most delectable fruits of their dynamic, all while soothing her with affection. Su Qingfeng harbors no doubts about Qin Yusin's maternal love for Nangong Liyue. However, the methods she employs to manipulate her daughter are undeniably reprehensible, but he believes that the pinnacle of parental care lies not in possession and control, but in granting offspring independence and the freedom to think for themselves. Nangong Liyue possesses a profound understanding of her mother Qin Yusin's character, and after receiving Su Qingfeng's insights, she has come to realize that he is correct. The supposed mother-daughter rift is merely a fade. Her feelings of sadness, confusion, and despair from the previous night were merely a scenario crafted intentionally by her mother, aimed at compelling her to soften and ultimately seek her mother's love by compromising her own desires. Otherwise, the two could have easily resolved their conflicts through effective communication. Upon this realization, Nangong Liyue felt a profound discomfort within this juncture. I must interject a rather sardonic remark. Su Qingfeng stated, "In truth, your mother has surpassed many. At the very least, she is quite willing to spend money on you, is she not?" Nangong Liyue gazed blankly at Su Qingfeng, replying softly, "The money my mother spends comes from the shares left by my father. Theoretically speaking, both of us are spending my father's money. Moreover, her willingness to spend is merely because she considers me a worthy investment. It is crucial to note that neither Nangong Liyue nor Qin Yusin actually possesses shares. Their status as shareholders in the Nangong Chamber of Commerce stems solely from inheriting shares belonging to Nangong Liyue's father, who went missing on the battlefield of Tianyuan. It seems you have come to a realization. This is indeed a positive development," Su Qingfeng acknowledged, understanding that Nangong Liyue is currently in a state of mental detachment. She must discard her past reliance on her mother and reconstruct her worldview. Henceforth, while they remain mother and daughter, Nangong Liyue must first identify herself as Nangong Liyue, rather than merely as Qin Yusin's daughter. This distinction is of utmost importance to Su Qingfeng. Nangong Liyue gazed at him intently. Her curiosity piqued. "How is it that you possess such remarkable insight? You seem exceptionally well-versed in psychology. I simply have a penchant for reading extensively." Su Qingfeng chuckled, deftly sidestepping the topic. He would never divulge to Nangong Liyue that in his previous life, he had even taken the time to become a certified psychological counselor to better attract women. Meanwhile, as Su Qingfeng endeavored to console Nangong Liyue, Zhang Yang and Bai Ningbing had already returned to the side of Principal Han Tang. The location of their gathering was the conference room of Lingzhou No. 2 High School's guest house. In addition to Principal Han Tang, several other exceptional students had accompanied him for the exchange. Among them, the weakest had awakened a 7-star martial soul, undeniably the new generation elite of Lingzhou No. 1 High School. Upon seeing Zhang Yang and Bai Ningbing return, the seemingly stern and serious Han Tang rose with a warm smile to greet them. Zhang Yang, Bai Ningbing, come, take a moment to rest and enjoy some warm tea. For ordinary students, Han Tang's actions were undoubtedly an act of lowering himself to their level as dignified 6-star soul master and a principal poised to ascend to a leadership position within the education department. It was astonishing to see him treating 2 young students with such courtesy. This is a testament to Han Tang's deep understanding of the situation. Both Zhang Yang and Bai Ningbing are exceedingly rare 9-star soul masters, having also been specially recruited by Qingfeng Martial University. Even if they have yet to reach their full potential, they're not individuals to be trifled with. Furthermore, in the upcoming martial examination challenge, Han Tang is counting on these two gifted students to personally secure excellent results for Lingzhou No. 1 High School. Han Tang's ultimate goal is for the outstanding students of Lingzhou No. 1 High School to dominate the top 10 in the Lingzhou Martial Examination Challenge. At the very least, he aims to secure the top 3 positions. In doing so, Han Tang would significantly enhance his educational accomplishments, and his political achievements and reputation would reach new heights, possibly leading to an unorthodox promotion to the position of director of the Lingzhou Education Department. Han Tang's aspirations were grand, but Bai Ningbing's single statement jolted him back to reality. "Principal, I must inform you of something. I intend to withdraw from the Martial Examination Challenge," Bai Ningbing calmly declared, leaving all present in stunned silence. Withdraw? What has transpired? Why would Bai Ningbing, a 9-star soul master, suddenly express the desire to withdraw? The first to voice a question was not Han Tang, but Zhang Yang. That he looked at Bai Ningbing in disbelief, speculating that perhaps she had developed feelings for Su Qingfeng. Could it be that she was willing to forego her commitment to the school to avoid hindering his application to Qingfeng Martial University? If this were the case, Bai Ningbing would be crossing a line. Originally, Bai Ningbing, Zhang Yang, and another student who had awakened an 8-star martial soul had all received guaranteed admission to Qingfeng Martial University, allowing them to skip the martial examination and focus solely on their training until the university's opening. It was Han Tang who had approached them, enticing them with generous conditions to continue participating in the Martial Examination Challenge, aiming to thwart the students of Lingzhou No. 2 High School from competing for a spot at Qingfeng Martial University. It is worth noting that Han Tang is quite willing to invest significant funds, and with several students eager to repay their alma mater, they agreed to cooperate. This visit was part of Han Tang's larger plan to gather intelligence, while utilizing 2 newly minted 9-star soul masters to undermine the confidence of the exceptional students at Lingzhou No. 2 High School. Bai Ningbing was a critical component of this intimidation strategy. Yet, Han Tang never anticipated that after a brief outing, Bai Ningbing would suddenly inform him of her desire to withdraw. What could possibly be the reason? Confused, Han Tang looked at Bai Ningbing. Ignoring Zhang Yang's inquiry, Bai Ningbing addressed Han Tang directly. "I lack confidence and do not wish to waste my time." Upon hearing Bai Ningbing utter the words "lack confidence," Han Tang couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing that a 9-star soul master participating in a municipal martial examination challenge claiming to lack confidence. Even if Bai Ningbing's awakened 9-star martial soul is somewhat unique, rendering her combat capabilities average, surely that cannot be the case. Bai Ningbing remained silent, believing she had sufficiently clarified her position. To elaborate further would be a waste of breath. At this moment, Zhang Yang furrowed his brow and spoke up. "Principal, we just encountered Nangong Liue. Her martial soul, the 9-tailed celestial fox, has ascended in rank, and she is now a 9-star soul master." "What? Her martial soul has ascended?" Han Tang's expression shifted to one of shock upon receiving this news. He had initially thought that there were no newly minted 9-star soul masters among Lingzhou No. 2 High School's ranks, making them easy to manipulate. How could this unexpected turn of events occur? Han Tang had heard of the martial soul ascension ceremony, but the costs involved, often amounting to tens or even hundreds of millions, are not something an ordinary family can afford. As for Nangong Liue, wait, could it be that she is a descendant of the president of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce? If that is the case, then it all makes sense. A look of realization crossed Han Tang's face. At this juncture, he was reluctant to abandon his efforts to persuade Bai Ningbing to continue with the agreement. Bai Ningbing, in reality, Nangong Liue may not necessarily participate in the martial examination challenge. Even if she does, there is no guarantee that you will face her. Therefore, you need not feel so anxious. Exactly. Zhang Yang chimed in. "I'll handle Nangong Liue, and the rest of the students will be easy pickings for you." Bai Ningbing found their comments rather peculiar. Had she ever mentioned Nangong Liue's name? Why did both the principal and Zhang Yang assume that she was afraid of Nangong Liue? The truth is, Bai Ningbing's true apprehension lies with Su Qingfeng. Moreover, she is 100% certain that Su Qingfeng, having not secured a spot at Qingfeng Martial University, will undoubtedly participate in the martial examination challenge. The moment she steps onto the stage, there's a considerable probability that she will be matched against Su Qingfeng. Bai Ningbing certainly does not wish to be left with a psychological scar inflicted by Su Qingfeng. At this moment, while Bai Ningbing intended to explain Su Qingfeng's exceptional prowess, she reconsidered. Why should she risk offending Su Qingfeng by revealing his secrets? Furthermore, what advantage would disclosing Su Qingfeng's private matters bring her? Bai Ningbing found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, she merely shook her head and spoke softly. I apologize, Principal, but I have already made my decision. There is no need for further persuasion. Upon hearing this, Han Tang could not help but feel a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure. With over 2 months remaining until the martial arts examination, there might still be room for negotiation. It would be unwise to hastily sever ties with Bai Ningbing at this juncture. At that moment, Han Tang glanced at Zhang Yang and curiously inquired, Zhang Yang, you just left with Bai Ningbing. Aside from encountering Nangong Liue, whom else did you see? And what else transpired? Please share. Han Tang was concerned that Bai Ningbing might have been deceived. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang felt a sense of relief. The principal had finally taken the initiative to inquire about the matter. He deemed it necessary to inform the principal that Bai Ningbing appeared to be infatuated with that fellow named Su Qingfeng. The Charming Youth, Chapter 066. Is this truly the second high school, or a demon sect? Principal, I must first express that our optimistic assessment of the overall strength of Lingzhou Second High School is gravely flawed. The interactions among students at this institution perfectly embody the jungle law that might makes right. I believe that students raised in such an environment are filled with vigor and are not easily subdued. Zhang Yang expressed his thoughts before detailing his first-hand account of Yang Wei assaulting Chen Kai, followed by Yang Wei being repeatedly tormented by Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liue employing the 9-star soul technique. Those present, including Han Tang, felt a chill in their hearts upon hearing this description. Is this what life is like at Lingzhou Second High School? Students resolve all disputes among themselves, entirely bypassing teachers and school leaders. Is reasoning only a matter of physical prowess? Is this truly the second high school, or is it a den of demons? However, if the academic atmosphere at Lingzhou Second High School is indeed this primal, then the exceptional students there should not be underestimated. After all, each individual is a creature at the top of the food chain. It is precisely for this reason that Han Tang could not concur with Zhang Yang's assessment. Otherwise, would it not be tantamount to bolstering others' ambitions while undermining his own prestige? With this thought in mind, Han Tang waved his hand decisively and stated solemnly, Zhang Yang, do not hastily label the entire student body of Lingzhou Second High School. Perhaps there are only a few psychologically disturbed students, and you merely happen to encounter them. Perhaps the other students at the second high school are all as docile as lambs. Zhang Yang nodded but did not retort against Han Tang. Instead, he continued, I am rather curious about what Bai Ningbing sees in Su Qingfeng. She actually took the initiative to approach him and engage in conversation, only to return and announce her withdrawal from the martial arts selection competition. Even if I find it hard to believe that she would withdraw solely for Su Qingfeng, the facts are undeniable that I must request Bai Ningbing to clarify her position. Upon hearing this, Han Tang was momentarily taken aback. Although Bai Ningbing was not the type of breathtaking beauty that could captivate the masses, she was certainly an attractive young woman of considerable charm. Surely, a girl like her would not be so desperate for affection as to forsake immense benefits and honor for the sake of a boy she had only met once. Was that student named Su Qingfeng truly so remarkable? Wait, that name sounds somewhat familiar. Han Tang's expression turned peculiar as he looked at Zhang Yang and asked, Zhang Yang, is the Su Qingfeng you just mentioned the exceptional student representative from Lingzhou Second High School who caused quite a stir during the awakening ceremony by renouncing the 9-star divine martial soul, even leading to the principal's forced resignation? It was evident that Han Tang was aware of Su Qingfeng's heroic exploits and felt fortunate that such a maverick did not exist in their own school. Who else could it be? Zhang Yang sighed and said, I must admit that Su Qingfeng is indeed quite handsome, even a bit more so than I am. Han Tang directly ignored Zhang Yang's self-praise and, with a worried expression, turned to Bai Ningbing and asked, Bai Ningbing, is this the truth? Did you truly choose to withdraw because of Su Qingfeng? Bai Ningbing initially thought that Zhang Yang's misunderstanding was rather absurd. Yet, when Han Tang inquired, she felt there was no harm in answering. After all, such a response would save her some effort. Yes, Bai Ningbing lifted her gaze and confidently replied, I am not participating in the martial arts selection competition because of Su Qingfeng. This revelation caused Han Tang's expression to darken significantly. What terrible luck today! He had brought an elite team to Lingzhou's second high school to create challenges for its students, only to find that he had lost a key player without even getting a chance to act. The colleagues at Lingzhou's second high school were indeed no simple characters. They had executed the beauty trap with remarkable finesse. Han Tang took a deep breath, suppressing his discontent, and tried to keep his tone as calm as possible. Bai Ningbing, I advise you not to act too impulsively. Firstly, the resources provided by the school are crucial for you. Secondly, betraying the school for the sake of a boy you have just met could impact your reputation. Please reconsider your decision. There is no need to rush your response. Han Tang, unwilling to use harsh words to criticize Bai Ningbing, attempted to de-escalate the situation and was ready to move past the topic. Since he had brought students to Lingzhou's second high school, he still needed to accomplish his objectives. After all, Bai Ningbing had only stated her intention to withdraw from the competition months later. Not from today's activities. With this in mind, Han Tang felt his confidence return like tea that moment. The sound of hurried footsteps approached from outside the conference room. Clearly, the reception team from Lingzhou's second high school had begun their preparations. Shortly thereafter, the door to the conference room was pushed open and a tall, slender man with dark skin entered first. Wearing a smile on his face, he walked directly to Han Tang and greeted him. I had no idea Principal Han and his entourage would arrive so early. My apologies for the lack of proper hospitality. This tall, slender man was none other than Lu Yongdao, the current acting principal of Lingzhou's second high school and a 5-star soul master. Behind Lu Yongdao were the academic director and several teachers representing the third year. Among them was Pei Qingyu, the acting homeroom teacher of Class 1, Year 3.9-star soul master Zhang Yang. 9-star soul master Bai Ningbing, 8-star soul master Yin Ruyu. Lingzhou First High School is truly bringing out its elite. Pei Qingyu mentally counted the exceptional students from other schools and felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. As a teacher, she felt this way even without a direct competitive relationship with these students. One can only imagine how the students would feel upon encountering such a formidable opponent. Pei Qingyu was reluctant to admit that Lingzhou First High School was likely to achieve a resounding victory this time. Even though she had uncovered an extraordinary talent in Su Qingfeng, it might not be enough to compensate for the morale damage. What a pity it was that if only Nangong Liyue had awakened a 9-star divine martial soul. Pei Qingyu sighed inwardly. In that case, even if Lingzhou's second high school's overall momentum might not match that of Lingzhou First High School, at least they would have the qualifications to stand on equal footing. The ordinary students at Lingzhou's second high school could retain a glimmer of confidence in overcoming formidable foes. If Su Qingfeng could hear Pei Qingyu's thoughts, he would surely give her a thumbs up in admiration. Teacher Pei, how did you know that Nangong Liyue's martial soul had already reached 9 stars? Meanwhile, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue lingered in the small grove for another half an hour, until after 9 o'clock in the morning. Before they jointly returned to Class 1, Year 3. Su Qingfeng had promised Pei Qingyu that he would return to maintain order. As for Nangong Liyue, she had initially planned to continue her training in the Tongtian realm. However, recalling Bai Ningbing's previous enthusiastic demeanor towards Su Qingfeng, she had a change of heart. Nangong Liyue decided to stay and assist Su Qingfeng in helping Pei Qingyu maintain order. The students in the class observed this scene with peculiar expressions. It was already a miracle that Nangong Liyue, who had secured a direct admission qualification to the Starry Sky Martial University, would suddenly return to class. But what intrigued them even more was how Nangong Liyue had appeared alongside Su Qingfeng. Could it be that the two had truly developed a romantic connection? This was rather outrageous. Neither Nangong Liyue nor Su Qingfeng cared for idle gossip. They did not shy away from any insinuations as they walked side by side into the classroom. Returning to their respective seats, and no sooner had Nangong Liyue settled down than several of her close female friends surrounded her, chattering excitedly about her budding relationship with Su Qingfeng. They bombarded her with questions about when they had started dating, how far things had progressed, whether they had held hands, kissed, or even cohabited. Nangong Liue, who had initially thought herself immune to such scrutiny, soon found herself overwhelmed. Each of these girls was more unabashed than the last, and their inquiries grew increasingly brazen. Although Nangong Liue and Su Qingfeng had not engaged in any typical couple interactions, the fact that she had bathed at Su Qingfeng's home was bound to stir up quite a scandal if it got out. It is precisely for this reason that Nangong Liue refrained from casually interjecting a S for Su Qingfeng. Ever since he had last dealt a blow to Yang Wei, most classmates dared not approach him for a chat. His desk mate, Luo Ping, seemed to have long accepted the reality, refraining from inquiring about the progress of his relationship with Nangong Liue. After calling out to him, Brother Feng, Luo Ping had since been engrossed in his phone. Su Qingfeng casually glanced at Luo Ping's screen, only to be surprised to discover that this fellow was repeatedly watching the second video he had recently released. Su Qingfeng took a moment to check the video's title and view statistics. Video title: 6-minute speedrun of the 51st level of the Ascendant Long Staircase, Purgatory Difficulty. Video stats: 1 billion likes, 10 billion views, 2 billion comments. To Su Qingfeng's astonishment, within just one day, the view count of the second video was nearly catching up to the data of his first video, which had gone viral for slaying the lizardmen. Based on statistics, this second video should also generate over 100 million star coins in revenue. Being a content creator was indeed lucrative. Su Qingfeng felt a surge of delight. Moreover, he noticed that the comment count on this second video was even higher than that of the first. What could account for this? After observing Luo Ping for a while, Su Qingfeng understood. Perhaps the immense popularity of his videos had sparked jealousy among many viewers. A slew of trolls had begun to flood the comment section with scathing remarks. Consequently, Su Qingfeng's fans had started to engage in heated exchanges with them. At that moment, Luo Ping was right in the thick of it. For instance, one comment read, "This video is clearly fake. It's just a special effects video created by artificial intelligence." To which Luo Ping retorted, "I see you're also fake. A digital entity. Why not post a picture of yourself to prove otherwise?" Another comment stated, "This content creator just craves attention. With such formidable soul techniques, why not head to the Tianyuan battlefield to slay enemies? What is the point of setting records in the Ascendant Long Staircase? It's utterly boring." Luo Ping passionately replied, "Your existence is already boring enough. Why not just end it? With such an exhilarating video to enjoy. You still aren't satisfied?" Typical of a keyboard warrior, Su Qingfeng had not anticipated that Luo Ping was such a devoted fan of his video account, taking the time to spar with trolls daily. Furthermore, this guy had formidable argumentative skills, holding his ground against a multitude of critics, and when he couldn't win the debate, he would simply block them with a composed demeanor. A true warrior. Chapter 067. Why does Su Qingfeng deserve to be the team leader? Old Luo Ping, still engaged in online battles, suddenly heard Su Qingfeng call his nickname. "What is up, Brother Feng?" Luo Ping quickly turned, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "What are you up to?" Su Qingfeng glanced at Luo Ping's phone. Feigning ignorance. "Oh, you're asking about this, Brother Feng." Luo Ping proudly displayed his phone screen, explaining with a smile, "I can't stand people slandering my idol, the Revealer, so I'm currently battling these trolls with my sensitive word library." What a ridiculous battle over a sensitive word library. Is it a contest to see which side can use more expletives? Su Qingfeng chuckled, then inquired further. "So, have you figured out what the Revealer looks like? Have you accepted him as your idol without knowing?" Su Qingfeng was meticulous with his video uploads, ensuring no clear shots of his face to prevent his identity from being prematurely revealed. The footage consisted solely of wide-angle shots, making it nearly impossible to discern his true appearance. Luo Ping likely had no idea that the account belonged to Su Qingfeng. "Brother Feng, that's where you're mistaken. We're all men here, not those starry-eyed girls. The appearance of my idol doesn't matter. What counts is his strength and prowess. A powerhouse like the Revealer, who could dominate the heavens and earth with his soul techniques, is undoubtedly my number one idol." Su Qingfeng was taken aback by Luo Ping's unwavering loyalty. He could only wonder how Luo Ping would react upon discovering the truth, whether he would feel disillusioned or elated beyond measure. Nevertheless, these considerations were secondary. Observing Luo Ping reveling in his online confrontations, Su Qingfeng contemplated a fitting career for him, managing a video account. Although Su Qingfeng's video account was quite profitable, with both videos earning over 100 million star coins, the income paled in comparison to his primary venture of profiting from wars.to illustrate. During his last mission in the Sea Witch's Chaos Realm, he had acquired a bronze bell artifact and components for the Sea Witch's interstellar teleportation array, yielding nearly 7 billion star coins in paper profits. Additionally, Su Qingfeng found the tasks of filming, editing videos, managing a video account, and maintaining a vast fan base to be exceedingly cumbersome. To provide a simple example, since opening his account, Su Qingfeng had hardly checked the private messages in the account's backend, which had accumulated millions of unread messages. It wasn't due to a lack of curiosity, but rather a complete lack of time and energy to sift through them. The best solution would be to find a trustworthy individual to assist in managing the video account. Without a doubt, Luo Ping was an ideal candidate. Firstly, he possessed ample enthusiasm for work and would not slack off. Secondly, during their trials together, it was evident that Luo Ping was trustworthy and would not betray him. Thirdly, Su Qingfeng valued having a genuine friend who treated him sincerely, wishing to seize this opportunity. Luo Ping was a 5-star soul master with an average martial soul and moderate strength, making it unlikely for him to gain admission to a prestigious martial university in the future. For Luo Ping, enlisting in the military wasn't an ideal path either. Regardless, he would likely end up working after graduation, so why not start working for himself now and avoid unnecessary detours? At the very least, by working with Su Qingfeng, he wouldn't have to worry about cultivating resources that AS for attending a higher martial school for further studies. He could do so whenever he wished, without it interfering with his work. With this in mind, Su Qingfeng spoke up. "Old Luo, do you know how to edit videos? Would you like to manage a video account?" Huh. Luo Ping was momentarily taken back, struggling to comprehend Su Qingfeng's intent. "Brother Feng, are you also considering becoming a video creator?" "Yes. Don't you think being a video creator is quite profitable?" Su Qingfeng pointed to Luo Ping's phone screen. Chuckling, "Your idol is about to amass 1.5 billion followers. A single video could easily start with several 100 million views." "Brother Feng, it's not the same," Luo Ping replied with utmost seriousness. "The revealer's videos are explosive and of high quality, combined with his exceptional soul techniques and impressive visual effects. If we were to film and edit videos, we certainly wouldn't achieve that level of quality." Su Qingfeng listened with amusement. Had he not been the one editing the videos himself, he might have believed Luo Ping. "Let us not digress. I'm simply asking if you can make videos. Brother Feng, you underestimate me. With today's advanced artificial intelligence technology, editing videos is a breeze. I mastered it a decade ago." "That's splendid. So, what are your thoughts?" Su Qingfeng asked with curiosity. "Of course. Let us do it." Luo Ping replied cheerfully, "I believe with your intelligence, Brother Feng, any entrepreneurial project you embark upon will be a success, so why not? However, I don't have much savings. I can only contribute 100,000 star coins as investment. Do you think that is sufficient? Investment? Just work for me. I want to shortchange you." Su Qingfeng was aware of Luo Ping's modest family circumstances, and asking him to contribute 100,000 star coins was a significant burden. Furthermore, he preferred not to delve into issues of equity with his good friend. It was simpler to just hire him. After all, the salary would be at least 100 or 80 times higher than industry standards. "All right then, I can accept that. Thank you, Brother Feng." Luo Ping responded earnestly. He assumed Su Qingfeng's entrepreneurial project was merely a theoretical discussion that would only commence after the martial examination. So he didn't take it too seriously. "We have a deal then." Su Qingfeng patted Luo Ping on the shoulder, playfully teasing. "No backing out. Brother Feng, you think too little of me. Backing out would make me a puppy." Luo Ping nearly swore an oath to the heavens. Just then, the class teacher, Pei Qingyu, hurriedly burst into the classroom, her eyes scanning the room with an expression of urgency, finally landing on Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue. In the next moment, Pei Qingyu's anxious demeanor visibly softened, replaced by unmistakable delight. "Wonderful, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue. I'm thrilled to see you both at school today. I hope you two will perform splendidly and bring honor to our school." Upon saying this, Pei Qingyu began to explain the situation. "I believe many of you have heard the news. Today, the principal of Lingzhou No. 1 High School, along with several outstanding students, will be visiting our school to share their insights. Vice Principal Liu has already agreed with Principal Han to send a few exceptional students from our Class 3 to form a combat team, representing Lingzhou No. 2 High School in a competitive Secret Realm challenge against a team from Lingzhou No. 1 High School within the Tongtian Realm. The plan is for our class to have Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liu serve as the team leader and vice leader, respectively. Su Qingfeng and Nangong. Do you have any objections? Pei Qingyu's remarks, though delivered with a sense of inevitability, caused many students to furrow their brows. They acknowledged that Nangong Liu, having awakened an 8-star martial soul, possessed superior strength. However, did Su Qingfeng, who had chosen a worthless, unknown martial soul, truly have the qualifications to be the team leader? Many students have expressed their disdain towards this matter, although a group from Lingzhou No. 1 High School has come over with questionable motives. Their strength is undeniably formidable. The so-called battle team organized by Pei Qingyu is likely to serve as mere cannon fodder. Moreover, Pei Qingyu's nepotism in appointing Su Qingfeng as the team leader has led many students to completely lose interest in participating in the activities. I simply do not wish to embarrass myself on stage. Those who want to join this battle team can do so, although not explicitly stated. The majority of students harbored similar sentiments. Su Qingfeng keenly sensed this, yet he remained unfazed. His sole concern was whether Nangong Liu would be willing to support Pei Qingyu. If Nangong Liu was also reluctant to intervene, he would find a way to handle it himself. Upon glancing at Nangong Liu, Su Qingfeng noticed her resolute nodding towards him. This indicated her intention to personally participate in the competition. With Nangong Liu's involvement, Su Qingfeng's battle team was effortlessly established. The two members could indeed form a team. Subsequently, Su Qingfeng declared, "Teacher Pei, I have no objections." "Neither do I," Nangong Liu added. Pei Qingyu clearly perceived the exchange of glances between Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liu. A smirk tugging at her lips. "Well done, Su Qingfeng. You've certainly entangled yourself with a wealthy Nangong Liu. No wonder you were so arrogant before, daring to mock me for not having a boyfriend." Pei Qingyu's attitude towards the budding relationship between Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liu was neutral yet supportive. What exceptional students they were! If they could indeed transition from school uniforms to wedding gowns, it would surely be a beautiful tale. However, a sudden wave of anxiety washed over Pei Qingyu. The talented students from Lingzhou No. 1 High School were genuinely formidable. She could not help but wonder if Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liu could turn the tide. If they were to falter and suffer humiliation, Pei Qingyu would feel immensely guilty. After all, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liu had come to participate solely to honor her. The best outcome, of course, would be for Su Qingfeng to showcase his utmost prowess, leading the team to vanquish all opponents. Yet achieving that was no small feat. Just as Pei Qingyu pondered this, a discordant voice emerged from the audience. "Teacher Pei, I am unconvinced. Su Qingfeng has awakened an unknown martial soul. At best, he is merely a 1-star soul master. Why should he serve as the leader of the battle team? If you continue to be so unjust, I absolutely refuse to participate in this event. I believe other students share my sentiments." Pei Qingyu furrowed her brow and turned towards the source of the voice, discovering that it was a boy in the class who had awakened a 7-star martial soul. A newly minted 7-star soul master. He was more than qualified to be a key player in the battle team for both the senior class and even Lingzhou No. 2 High School. Previously, Pei Qingyu might have felt anxious and uneasy upon hearing such a threat. Losing this individual would significantly diminish the team's strength. However, with Su Qingfeng present, the loss of a newly awakened 7-star soul master was hardly a concern. Thus, in response to this outspoken student as brazen ultimatum, Pei Qingyu merely smiled and said, "You seem to misunderstand. Dear student, I have not mandated everyone to participate in this event. Those who do not wish to take part may enjoy the spectacle or leave the classroom, allowing the opportunity to be extended to those who need it." Chapter 068. The 6th-tier Secret Realm. The Maze of the Gods. The student who had initiated the challenge was evidently taken aback by Pei Qingyu's resolute stance. It seemed that, in her eyes, the absolute core of this battle team was solely Su Qingfeng. Even Nangong Liue appeared to be just a filler. How biased is that? I am, after all, a distinguished 7-star soul master. A genius with the potential to enter the prestigious Starry Sky Marshall University. Why does Pei Qingyu so underestimate me? The student was filled with frustration, yet found himself without grounds to retaliate. He had attempted to leverage his reluctance to participate as a means to intimidate Pei Qingyu. Yet, with her assurance of freedom to come and go, what face did he have left to speak? I shall witness how this highly regarded Su Qingfeng brings glory to our school. The student muttered under his breath, brimming with discontent. Pei Qingyu remained unfazed. She understood that many outcomes were subject to chance. Allowing Su Qingfeng to lead the battle team in the Secret Realm Challenge did not guarantee a favorable result. However, she also recognized that if even Su Qingfeng, capable of pulling over 1,800 tons with one arm, were to fail, the situation for the others would undoubtedly be far worse. Therefore, Pei Qingyu staunchly supported Su Qingfeng, devoid of any internal conflict. Students, please prepare. We shall now collectively proceed to the Soul Master Training Ground, and then take the teleportation array to the event site in the Celestial Realm. With Pei Qingyu's brief address concluded, all students from the senior class were the first to leave the classroom, heading towards the teleportation array at the Soul Master Training Ground. Subsequently, other classes followed suit, gradually teleporting to the Celestial Realm. As for the representatives from Lingzhou No. 1 High School, they had long been awaiting at the event site in the Celestial Realm. It was a colossal outdoor stadium capable of accommodating 1 million spectators. For such private exchange events, whether renting the venue or utilizing the secret realm space for competition, additional fees were required. As the initiator of this event, Principal Han Tang generously covered all expenses. At this moment, Han Tang stood on the podium at the event site, looking down at the senior students of Lingzhou No. 2 High School who were continuously appearing through the teleportation array. Unable to suppress a smile, Lu Yongdao, the acting principal of Lingzhou No. 2, is truly a remarkable individual. He seems entirely oblivious to my intentions of deliberately undermining the morale of his students. When I requested that all senior students come to observe, he readily agreed. And judging by the turnout, it seems all the senior class students from Lingzhou No. 2 are here, poor, naive young souls who genuinely believe they can glean insights from the experiences of the 9-star soul masters. This is, of course, impossible. They will only come to understand just how formidable the 2 newly awakened 9-star soul masters from Lingzhou No. 1 are. The genuine fear and helplessness they will feel in the presence of 9-star soul masters will accompany them for life. Just as Han Tang began to envision his comfortable life after being promoted to the education department, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Principal Han, are you certain about allowing the students from both schools to participate in the high-difficulty secret realm known as the Maze of the Gods? I believe this matter warrants further discussion. After all, the Maze of the Gods is a legitimate 6-tier secret realm, with a recommended entrance threshold of combat power exceeding 200. A 6-tier secret realm signifies that the strongest monsters within can be as powerful as fully integrated 6-star soul masters. Moreover, the Maze of the Gods is notorious for its complex pathways, vast number of monsters, and astonishing difficulty in clearing the challenges. Lu Yongdao even worried that the battle team sent by Lingzhou No. 2 might lack the capability to navigate this secret realm. In such a case, discussing competition and comparing efficiency in clearing the realm would be futile if the representative team from Lingzhou No. 1 can successfully clear the secret realm. It would signify an overwhelming victory over Lingzhou No. 2. This outcome is not what Lu Yongdao wishes to see. He proposed switching to a project of slightly lower difficulty, ensuring that the young representatives from Lingzhou No. 2 could successfully clear it. We cannot afford to make the situation too embarrassing, can we? However, Lu Yongdao was unaware that creating an embarrassing situation for Lingzhou No. 2 was precisely Han Tang's plan. Thus, how could he possibly acquiesce to Lu Yongdao's request? Vice Principal Lu, your suggestion is rather insulting. Choosing the 6-tier secret realm was a unanimous decision that I have not provided any special treatment to my students. You express concern that your school's representatives may not be able to navigate the Maze of the Gods. We share the same worries, do we not? However, As school leaders, we must sometimes trust in the capabilities of these exceptional students. After all, the school cannot always shield them from the storm. Sometimes, letting go is a form of love. Han Tang not only rejected Lu Yongdao's request to change the competition's secret realm, but also took the opportunity to educate Lu Yongdao. Leveraging his higher administrative position, this outcome left Lu Yongdao feeling quite overwhelmed. Even though Lu Yongdao felt stifled, he found no grounds to persuade Han Tang. Unless he were to directly overturn the table and command all teachers from Lingzhou No. 2 to withdraw with their students, but doing so would undoubtedly render Lingzhou No. 2's entire faculty and student body a laughingstock. Once labeled as cowards, they would wear that cap forever. This was a price Lu Yongdao could not afford. In contrast, allowing the event to proceed would only burden the few students from Lingzhou No. 2 who were participating in the activities. Lu Yongdao pondered deeply, ultimately resolving to prioritize the greater good. Since the situation was irretrievable, he decided to take things one step at a time. Meanwhile, at the temporary assembly point for Class 1 of the senior year at Lingzhou No. 2 High School, Pei Qingyu, Su Qingfeng, and Nangong Liue were deliberating on the configuration of their team. The principal of the first high school was indeed a formidable individual, having expended substantial resources to rent the rights to 2 divine labyrinths as the venue for their event. The rental fee for a 6-tier labyrinth was no trifling matter. Pei Qingyu gazed at the 2 enormous labyrinth entrances at the center of the venue and exclaimed, "This is a high-difficulty labyrinth that requires a combat power level of 200. Nangong Liue glanced at Su Qingfeng and gently remarked, "The students in our class were already reluctant to participate in the event. Now, they have even more reason to declare their withdrawal." Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng merely smiled, saying, "It's fine. For this type of team challenge, the minimum requirement is just a duo. We already have a team, and as long as we can enter the labyrinth, that's what matters." Nangong Liue nodded in agreement. Having witnessed Su Qingfeng's terrifying combat prowess at the Silver Moon Square, she had no doubt about his confidence. "Is there anyone else who wishes to participate in this event? This is the final opportunity for registration. Don't miss it." Pei Qingyu called out, slightly channeling her soul power to amplify her voice. The students of Class 1, however, displayed an air of indifference if there were even a sliver of a chance for victory. They would not be so quick to abandon hope. The reality was that there was none. Their opponents were a team of prodigies led by 2 9-star soul masters. In contrast, the leader from Lingzhou No. 2 High School, Su Qingfeng, possessed an unknown martial soul, while the only 8-star soul master, Nangong Liue, was a delicate beauty. How could they possibly compete? It would be more fitting for a beauty contest. As for the challenge itself, it was a 6th-tier divine labyrinth that would daunt even newly promoted 8-star soul masters. With such a significant disparity in strength, could this even be called a competition? It was akin to courting disaster. The students of Class 1 were unwilling to suffer humiliation. "Seems like there's no one left." Pei Qingyu's expression grew somewhat grim. She forced a strained smile at Su Qingfeng and said, "Well then, Su Qingfeng, I must trouble you to take Nangong Liue." Just then a robust male voice interjected, "Wait, Teacher Pei, if you don't mind my limited strength, I would like to participate in this event to represent Lingzhou No. 2 High School." Pei Qingyu turned towards the voice and quickly recognized the speaker as Luo Ping, Su Qingfeng's deskmate and a newly promoted 5-star soul master. Observing the resolute glint in Luo Ping's eyes, Pei Qingyu couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. He truly was a good kid, but alas, his strength was a bit lacking. What could a mere 5-star soul master accomplish? Just as Pei Qingyu contemplated dissuading Luo Ping, Su Qingfeng cheerfully interjected, "Teacher Pei, let Luo Ping join us. I want to give him a taste of the world." Pei Qingyu was taken aback by this response. She hadn't anticipated Su Qingfeng to be so relaxed. Clearly, they had yet to form the required 5-member team. Yet Su Qingfeng seemed unfazed. He even wanted to bring along an additional burden. This lad was truly confident. After a moment's thought, Pei Qingyu acquiesced. "All right then, since you insist, we'll include Luo Ping. After all, we are in the celestial realm, so even if Luo Ping encounters danger in the labyrinth, his life won't be in real jeopardy. If it were a competition in the outside world, I wouldn't dare let someone clearly lacking in strength like Luo Ping face potential death. But in the celestial realm, It's of little concern. The Celestial Realm Spirit will ensure the safety of every student. Thus, the participating team from Lingzhou No. 2 High School was finalized with Luo Ping's addition. The sheer strength and absurd configuration of this team nearly made Principal Han Tang of the first high school burst into laughter. I told you, Lingzhou No. 2 High School is nothing to fear. Even if Nangong Liue secretly elevated her martial soul star level, the situation remains slightly disadvantageous. They can't even muster a 5-member team capable of challenging a 6th-tier labyrinth. Zhang Yang, what do you think? Zhang Yang, standing nearby, nodded and gave a thumbs up, saying the principal is wise. I had previously overestimated our opponents. It now appears that No. 2 High School is utterly incompetent and not worth a mention. Indeed, Han Tang nodded in agreement, then turned to another newly promoted 9-star Soul Master, Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, for today's challenge in the Divine Labyrinth, you are not required to face Lingzhou No. 2 High School directly. You should be able to take the stage, right? Upon hearing this, Bai Ningbing couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows. Chapter 069. Why is he the record holder again? With her powerful perception, gifted by the divine, listening beast martial soul, Bai Ningbing was acutely aware of the terrifying strength concealed within Su Qingfeng's seemingly ordinary physique. It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as a humanoid monster. If she were to confront Su Qingfeng directly, she would certainly be unwilling. However, now that it was merely 2 teams vying to conquer the same labyrinth, with the outcome determined by comparing completion times, moreover, considering the labyrinth's numerous puzzle-solving challenges, Bai Ningbing could fully leverage her perceptive abilities. Perhaps I could give it a try. Bai Ningbing also wished to ascertain whether Su Qingfeng was indeed as formidable as she imagined. With this thought in mind, Bai Ningbing addressed Han Tang. If you permit me to be the team leader, I will participate in this event. Of course, I have no objections to that, Han Tang chuckled. Then turned to another 9-star Soul Master, Zhang Yang. What do you think, Zhang Yang? Bai Ningbing's perceptive skills are exceptional, and her strategic vision is commendable. I have no objections to her leading. Zhang Yang shrugged. Appearing nonchalant that he was self-aware, were it a purely lethal labyrinth, he would not easily relinquish command. Yet, this was a maze labyrinth, and Zhang Yang particularly disliked maps that hindered his full combat potential. Very well. Han Tang chuckled again, adding, considering that No. 2 High School can't even muster a 5-member team, let us not be too ruthless. Bai Ningbing, Zhang Yang, and Yin Ryu will form a team and attempt to challenge this 6th-tier labyrinth. Does that pose any issues? Han Tang's words appeared generous. Yet in reality, he was dispatching the strongest elite from Lingzhou No. 1 High School. 2 9-star Soul Masters, accompanied by an 8-star Soul Master. Although their numbers matched those of Lingzhou No. 2 High School's representative team, their paper strength was utterly overwhelming. At that moment, however, Bai Ningbing frowned and said, Principal, I believe this arrangement is inappropriate. I have heard of the difficulty level of the Divine Labyrinth. Its maps are exceedingly intricate, filled with countless branching paths, and as it is a time-limited challenge, it requires a large number of participants to continuously trial and error. A 5-member team lacking sufficient experience would find it quite challenging to conquer this labyrinth. A 3-member team simply won't suffice. I do not wish for the principal's desire for face to lead to the annihilation of my team. Han Tang had not anticipated Bai Ningbing to be so forthright, directly undermining his authority. However, he recognized the truth in her words. For high school students who had only recently awakened their powers, a 6th-tier labyrinth posed a considerable challenge. The ragtag team from Lingzhou No. 2 High School had virtually no hope of clearing it. Since Lingzhou No. 1 High School could muster a complete 5-member team, they ought not to act recklessly. What if they fell short by just those 2 trial-and-error participants, leading to a failed labyrinth challenge? At that point, who would be responsible? Han Tang pondered this and couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly, saying, Bai Ningbing is right. I was too presumptuous in my guidance. How about this? Since Bai Ningbing is now the team leader, please select 2 more students to join you as teammates. Bai Ningbing wasted no time in following Han Tang's directive, promptly recruiting 2 well-performing 7-star Soul Masters to serve as her teammates. Meanwhile, Pei Qingyu stood before Su Qingfeng, straightening his collar while whispering, Su Qingfeng, I genuinely thank you for this. You have truly saved the teacher's life. As for Nangong, I will leave it to you to convey my gratitude. You must have a good relationship to bring her along to support me, right? Pei Qingyu was unsure whether Su Qingfeng would succeed in this contest, but her mood was already remarkably serene, embodying a sense of acceptance regarding fate. Teacher Pei, I had thought you would be different from the other girls since you are a teacher. I didn't expect you to be so gossipy. I'm quite disappointed in you. Su Qingfeng gazed at Pei Qingyu, who was winking at him, and sighed inwardly. Who said teachers couldn't be gossipy? Furthermore, who was it that constantly boasted about having a wealthy little lady before the teacher? Pei Qingyu playfully teased Su Qingfeng, but before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by a fit of violent coughing from Su Qingfeng. Cough, cough, cough. Teacher Pei, be cautious with your words. What kind of occasion is this? Please refrain from making such strange remarks. It could tarnish my reputation. Su Qingfeng felt that Pei Qingyu displayed a remarkable lack of vigilance, although there was no one else within a few meters of them. The vicinity harbored more than just 1 or 2 9-star spirit masters. Walls have ears. It was only now that she realized the gravity of the situation. Pei Qingyu gently twirled a strand of hair and smiled as she said, "Once we enter the Divine May's secret realm, please do your utmost to find a way to clear it. If you manage to defeat the team from Class 1, the teachers will reward you handsomely." Su Qingfeng merely nodded in response to her words. Remaining silent, he held no expectations for the so-called generous reward Pei Qingyu mentioned. Given Su Qingfeng's current status and perspective, could anything worth less than 1 billion or 800 million truly be considered a substantial gift? At this point, both teams had gathered. Next, it was the turn of Principals Han Tang and Lu Yongdao to deliver their speeches. Both principals spoke from a lofty standpoint, elaborating on the positive significance of this inter-school exchange event, affirming the profound friendship between the two institutions and expressing hopes for future collaborations. For the audience present, the speeches held considerable depth, thoughtfulness, and educational value, only marginally better than complete silence. Finally, at 11 o'clock sharp in the morning, the trio composed of Su Qingfeng, Nangong Liue, and Luo Ping approached the entrance of the Divine May's secret realm. Positioned to the right of the venue, to the left stood the fully staffed 5-member team from Lingzhou No. 1 High School. Upon witnessing this scene, the students from Lingzhou No. 2 High School felt a wave of despair wash over them. What on earth? How could our school's representative team consist of only 3 members? This is a 5-person secret realm. Is it possible that Class 3, Grade 12, cannot even muster a 5-member group? Isn't this a blatant admission of defeat? Perhaps they refrained from signing up precisely because they knew they were destined to lose. The combat prowess of the Class 1 representative team is simply dazzling. 2 7-stars, 1 8-star, and 2 9-star spirit masters. They are bound to crush us. What is there to even watch? The students from Lingzhou No. 2 High School murmured among themselves, their faces awash with pessimism. Meanwhile, the audience from Lingzhou No. 1 High School, having compared the paper strength of the 2 representative teams at the secret realm entrance, were all smiles and brimming with joy. They felt certain of victory. As Han Tang issued the command, both teams stepped forward simultaneously, entering the secret realm. Han Tang and Lu Yongdao simultaneously pressed the stopwatches they held. They intended to record the completion times of both teams. Naturally, not every team could successfully navigate such a challenging secret realm. It was possible that one of the stopwatches might never have the chance to be stopped. A few moments later, Su Qingfeng, Nangong Liue, and Luo Ping found themselves within the confines of the Divine May's secret realm. Upon entering, they were met with an overwhelming stench, enveloping them entirely and leaving no escape. They stood within a vast sealed space, perfectly cubic, covering an area of approximately 10,000 square meters. Towering walls, reaching a height of 100 meters, surrounded them, adorned with mysterious runes that pulsed with light. Each time a rune illuminated, a strange ranged attack would shoot forth from the depths of the walls. It could be a fireball or a radiant magical arrow, cold and perilous. The atmosphere was exceedingly oppressive and grim. Even without sighting any monsters, Su Qingfeng, Nangong Liue, and Luo Ping could feel a formidable pressure. Among the 3, Luo Ping was the weakest, and at that moment he began to regret his earlier impulsiveness. "Brother Feng, am I dragging you both down?" Luo Ping asked with a bitter smile. Having witnessed Su Qingfeng effortlessly kick Yang Wei away, He knew Su Qingfeng's strength was not to be underestimated. As for Nangong Liu, being an 8-star spirit master, her power was undeniably formidable. Luo Ping pondered whether he should now consider leaving to avoid becoming a burden to Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liu. After all, he had already fulfilled his duty by accompanying them into this realm. Old Luo, hold your tongue for now. I'm checking the secret realm information. Su Qingfeng dismissed Luo Ping's concerns, firmly grasping his shoulder. Regardless of what the lad intended to do, Su Qingfeng would not allow him to act recklessly. At that moment, Su Qingfeng indeed beheld the current secret realm information. Secret realm name: Divine Maze difficulty level, Hellish recommended level, 200 monster quantity, infinite proliferation background information. In the year 290X of the Star Sea era of the Human Alliance, a certain reconnaissance team from the Salvation Army inadvertently stumbled into a biological weapon research facility of the Three-Eyed Divine Clan. During their exploration, they discovered that this facility was teeming with bizarre monsters. It turned out that the Three-Eyed Divine Clan employed malevolent divine techniques rather than technology to alter species. This revelation astounded the reconnaissance team, who prepared to escape and divulge the secret. However, the malevolent deity's minions had already detected the presence of this human team. Ultimately, the minions unleashed their domain, the Divine Maze. Now, endeavor to escape this labyrinth. Failure to escape within 2 hours or the annihilation of the team will be deemed a challenge failure. Current fastest completion record: 10 minutes 08 seconds. Record holder: Luo Pinghai. After reviewing the secret realm information, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Why is the record holder again Luo Pinghai? Is the commander-in-chief truly this idol?" Nangong Liu, slightly perplexed by Su Qingfeng's comment, gently clarified, "It has been documented that the commander's highest record is maintaining the completion records of 388 high-difficulty secret realms simultaneously. This includes the completion record of the first 99 levels of the Divine Ascension secret realm treated as a single entity. It is said that this was due to the commander's humble beginnings. In his youth, he sought to accumulate more cultivation resources by continuously researching the completion techniques of various secret realms, thus earning substantial rewards and amassing original capital to become today's commander-in-chief." Chapter 070. The Secret Realm Demolition Office begins its work. The information shared by Nangong Liu was not mere hearsay, but had been published in numerous military reports. Luo Pinghai himself would not mind being discussed regarding his past. After all, a hero does not question his origins. Indeed, Luo Pinghai's family background was quite ordinary during his youth, and since he earned rewards through this legitimate means, showcasing his strength, what was there to fear from scrutiny? Su Qingfeng was well aware of this anecdote. He held no grievances against Luo Pinghai himself. It was merely a casual remark. Additionally, Su Qingfeng wanted to add, "Old military god, I graciously accept your record for this dungeon." At this point, Su Qingfeng turned to Luo Ping, smiling teasingly. "Old Luo, what is the matter with you? Earlier, when I didn't let you join, you volunteered to come in. Now that you've finally made it, you're rethinking of backing out, aren't you?" Luo Ping's face turned crimson from Su Qingfeng's jest, and he stubbornly explained, "Brother Feng, I just don't want to be a burden to you." "What burden? This is a maze dungeon. With so many branching paths, we need someone like you, a sturdy pawn, to set off the traps," Su Qingfeng quipped. Luo Ping was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. So this was Brother Feng's reason for wanting him to stay? Even if the difficulty of this secret realm far exceeded his capabilities, he still held some value. As this thought crossed his mind, Luo Ping felt a surge of excitement. "Fantastic! At least I am not utterly useless. All right, Brother Feng, whatever needs leading the charge, just leave it to me. Although I can't predict how long I'll survive in this secret realm, I will do my utmost to open as many viable paths as possible for you." Luo Ping's words were filled with passionate determination, yet tinged with tragedy. Nangong Liu couldn't help but glance at him. She hadn't anticipated that Su Qingfeng's deskmate would be so loyal. However, given her understanding of Su Qingfeng, she was well aware that Luo Ping would likely prove completely ineffectual today, as the saying goes. He might wish for death, but find it elusive. Haha, good. We shall see. Su Qingfeng patted Luo Ping's shoulder, laughing heartily. Luo Ping was not offended by Su Qingfeng's seemingly cold words after deciding to stay. He grew curious about another matter. Brother Feng, why does Teacher Pei trust you so much? She would rather offend so many top students in the class than insist you be the group leader. Are you truly superior to everyone else? Luo Ping inquired with curiosity, trailing behind Su Qingfeng. You will soon discover the answer to that question. Su Qingfeng did not elaborate, instead proceeding directly toward the wall ahead. Luo Ping felt utterly baffled, having no idea what Su Qingfeng intended to do. Nangong Liue observed this scene with a peculiar expression. Was Su Qingfeng planning to smash the wall? Would that even work? Nangong Liue's guess was indeed correct. Su Qingfeng's method for breaking through this divine maze was simply encapsulated in 4 words. Brute force over cunning. He had no intention of methodically searching for clues. Solving puzzles, defeating specific monsters to find keys, and then repeating levels until encountering the most powerful monster boss to complete the challenge, as it was their first time in this maze's secret realm. If they were to follow the standard protocol, even if they ultimately managed to clear it, it would take at least half an hour. This consideration takes into account Su Qingfeng's overwhelming strength against the monsters, which allows for the significant reduction of the time spent on monster elimination. Su Qingfeng is not inclined to prolong the process. It's crucial to recognize that if their pace slows even slightly, they risk being overtaken by the team from Lingzhou No. 1 High School. Would that not be a disservice to Pei Qingyu's expectations? Su Qingfeng is eager to discover the sumptuous gift that Teacher Pei has prepared. With such thoughts in mind, Su Qingfeng ultimately arrives before an imposing wall, towering at least 100 meters high and seemingly immensely solid. He then raises his unremarkable fist. Luo Ping still cannot comprehend why Su Qingfeng would recklessly choose to strike the wall with his hand, as if he believed it would not hurt. In the next moment, Su Qingfeng delivers a powerful punch, summoning wind and thunder. Boom! A deafening roar reverberates. Luo Ping observes as the scene around Su Qingfeng shudders violently. In the next instant, the massive wall struck by Su Qingfeng quakes fiercely, radiating dazzling runic light, while countless arrows and magical attacks swirl chaotically like a frenzied swarm, ultimately transforming into a sky filled with luminous fireflies. Brother Feng, Luo Ping is astounded by Su Qingfeng's terrifying destructive power. He instinctively covers his ears, calling out Su Qingfeng's name like a T that moment. Luo Ping even questions whether the Su Qingfeng standing before him is truly human or has transcended to the realm of the divine. What new soul master could possibly wield such terrifying strength? Not only Luo Ping, but even Nangong Liue, who has witnessed Su Qingfeng's prowess firsthand, is astonished by the might of his punch. That wall must weigh several tens of thousands of tons. And yet with a single blow, Su Qingfeng nearly brought it crashing down. Although the wall remains standing, its internal magical mechanisms have been completely destroyed, rendering it devoid of any threat. Can they proceed further now? Nangong Liue initially believed Su Qingfeng would be satisfied and cease his assault, only to see him suddenly produce a familiar long lead box. Is that the meteoric staff? Nangong Liue is momentarily taken aback, realizing that Su Qingfeng is about to employ a weapon. Nangong, keep your distance and watch out for Luo Ping. Su Qingfeng instructs before opening the lead box to reveal the meteoric staff, which weighs over 300 tons. Though his earlier punch did not topple the wall, Su Qingfeng has sensed the wall's limit of endurance. Once he employs his weapon, it will undoubtedly be unable to withstand the impact. Now, the secret realm demolition team is about to commence. Su Qingfeng grips the meteoric staff with both hands, gathers a bit of power, and then thrusts it forward with tremendous force. As expected, that absurdly large wall shatters, creating a sizable opening several meters high. On the other side of the opening, numerous bizarre creatures stand dumbfounded. They clearly did not anticipate that this round of secret realm challengers would arrive with such swiftness. Before the creatures have a chance to react, Su Qingfeng sweeps the meteoric staff, cleaving through countless monsters with ease. Hurry up, Su Qingfeng urges the slightly dazed Nangong Liue and Luo Ping, then continues his rapid extermination of the monsters. So, this is the proper way to conquer a 6-tier secret realm? Luo Ping snaps back to reality, his face displaying a look of sudden enlightenment. Nangong Liue, on the other hand, is utterly speechless. Su Qingfeng's combat prowess is simply too formidable, leading Luo Ping astray. If one were to classify this as a strategic approach to clearing the realm, it is a unique skill exclusive to Su Qingfeng, one that cannot be replicated by others. Subsequently, Nangong Liue and Luo Ping follow Su Qingfeng as though they were leisurely strolling through a market, watching him continuously break through walls, seek out monsters, and annihilate them with breathtaking efficiency, their expressions growing somewhat numb. Although Luo Ping is still unaware of the full extent of Su Qingfeng's strength, witnessing the monster leader, a grotesque being akin to a mountain of flesh, whose combat power rivals that of a fully fused six-star soul master, being shattered by Su Qingfeng's staff, gives him a clearer understanding. Brother Feng remains the top-ranked student in the entire grade. This is simply astonishing. As Su Qingfeng approaches the conclusion of the Goddess Maze on the side of Lingzhou No. 1 High School, Bai Ningbing continues to diligently fulfill her role as captain. Utilizing her exceptional sensory abilities, she effortlessly uncovers critical information upon entering each room of the maze, directing her teammates to efficiently dispatch the required task monsters and obtain clues or items leading to the next room. Their progress is remarkably swift. Zhang Yang cannot help but feel grateful that he relinquished command. Otherwise, had Bai Ningbing faltered, they would never achieve such high efficiency in clearing the realm at their current pace. It seems they might complete this 6-tier secret realm in just 1 hour. This is our first venture into the Goddess Maze. Such efficiency is astonishing. Bai Ningbing, I admit I spoke too loudly to you earlier. Zhang Yang feels a mix of joy and embarrassment, acknowledging that Bai Ningbing is generally a good classmate, if only she were not so enchanted by Su Qingfeng. In response to Zhang Yang's softened attitude, Bai Ningbing remains aloof. She is acutely aware that Lingzhou No. 1 High School's clearing speed has yet to reach its limits. Firstly, she has not exerted her full strength, nor has she summoned her martial soul's true form. Secondly, this is her first collaboration with several team members, and they are all unfamiliar with each other's abilities, leading to numerous oversights. Under these circumstances, Bai Ningbing does not believe that the team from Lingzhou No. 1 High School can outpace Su Qingfeng. Yet at the same time, she is curious about the methods Su Qingfeng is employing to secure victory in the competition. Alternatively, could it be that even with Su Qingfeng's immense power, he is unable to fully unleash his capabilities within such a maze-like secret realm, merely watching as the fruits of victory are snatched away from him? If that were the case, Bai Ningbing would be quite disappointed in Su Qingfeng. A strong contender like him cannot afford to falter in such a trivial scenario. With these thoughts in mind, Bai Ningbing becomes even more focused on directing her team's advance outside the 2 major maze secret realm entrances. Principal Han Tang of No. 1 High School and acting Principal Lu Yongdao of No. 2 High School stand several meters apart, facing each other. Principal Lu, how confident do you feel about your team's chances of winning? Han Tang inquires amiably, his tone exceedingly courteous. He understands the principle of speaking sweetly while ensuring no harm is done, even though he is deliberately undermining the morale of Lingzhou No. 2 High School's graduating class. He would never express any harsh words toward them openly. This is the principle of leaving a line for others, ensuring future encounters are amicable. Chances of winning. Lu Yongdao feels a wave of bitterness rise within him upon hearing Han Tang's question. He cannot fathom how, in the face of such formidable opponents and the high difficulty of a 6-tier secret realm, the team from Lingzhou No. 2 High School could even hope to advance, let alone win. Principal Han is indeed quite the joker, Lu Yongdao sighs, replying dejectedly. If those kids can last for 2 hours in the secret realm until its duration ends and come out alive, that would be remarkable. I would dare to hope for their victory. Chapter 071. The staff emerges invincible, unstoppable. Haha, Principal Lu, there's no need to be so modest. Regardless, your team does have a 9-star soul master. Don They, Han Tang observes Lu Yongdao's downcast demeanor with satisfaction, though he feigns consolation. A 9-star soul master? Is that true? Who is it? Lu Yongdao looks at Han Tang in shock, repeatedly asking in disbelief. TSK, Principal Lu, You're being rather ungracious. At this point, do you still wish to keep it from me? Thankfully, I have my own sources of information, so you can't deceive me. Han Tang smirks, saying, I am already aware that Nangong Liyue has ascended to a 9-star martial soul. Ah, Nangong Liyue is a 9-star soul master. Lu Yongdao is left utterly bewildered. This news is entirely new to him. Instinctively, Lu Yongdao turns to look at Nangong Liyue's homeroom teacher, Pei Qingyu, and asks loudly, Teacher Pei, I heard that your student Nangong Liyue's martial soul has ascended. Is that true? Pei Qingyu is momentarily taken aback by this question. Nangong Liyue originally awakened an 8-star martial soul, and if it has indeed ascended, then she is now a 9-star soul master? Pei Qingyu genuinely had no idea that one of her students had become a 9-star soul master. If Pei Qingyu was unaware, then it goes without saying that others were as well. However, due to Lu Yongdao's loud inquiry, everyone present has now learned this secret. What? Nangong Liyue's martial soul has ascended. An 8-star martial soul can still ascend. Though it sounds incredulous, there are few things that wealth cannot achieve. The reason we haven't heard of it is simply due to lack of funds. I've heard of the martial soul ascension ceremony, and it seems that it requires several fully fused 9-star soul masters to preside over it. This isn't merely a matter of wealth. It necessitates substantial connections as well. Is Nangong's background really that formidable? Oh, I just remembered that Lingzhou is the ancestral land of the Nangong Merchant Association. The Nangong School Beauty might just be the daughter of the Nangong Merchant Association. It's quite possible. It's rare for ordinary families to raise such an exceptional girl. What a top-tier heiress. Marrying her could save you 30 years of hard work. Be bolder. It could even save you 30 generations of effort. The Nangong Merchant Association recently secured a resource star. Their financial might is beyond what you can imagine. In an instant, the identity of Nangong Liyue and the total assets of the Nangong Merchant Association became the focal point of all present. Yet amidst this fervor, a pivotal character seemed to have been entirely overlooked at that moment. No one was willing to mention Su Qingfeng, who had been inseparably by Nangong Liyue's side, as if they collectively felt he ought not to exist. However, such sentiments could only be a figment of their imagination at this very moment. Within the secret realm of the Maze of the Gods, Nangong Liyue not only trailed closely behind Su Qingfeng, but her gaze had never strayed from him. In her eyes, Su Qingfeng, in a state of combat, exuded an intoxicating beauty of violence with every move he made, as if each strike was a work of art. Indomitable, unassailable, she found herself utterly entranced, unable to extricate herself from the admiration. When Su Qingfeng effortlessly dispatched the final monster, the abomination of the evil god, and uncovered a safe passage from beneath its lifeless form, the entire secret realm succumbed to a momentary stasis due to the completion of the challenge. Yet, Nangong Liyue felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment, as if time had flown by too swiftly. If given the choice, she would willingly spend an entire day with Su Qingfeng within this labyrinth. But that was, of course, an impossibility. Esteemed Challenger Team, congratulations on conquering the hellish Level 6 secret realm, the Maze of the Gods. The duration of your completion was 3 minutes and 8 seconds. You have shattered the highest difficulty record of this realm. Your score is rated SSS. You have received a cash reward of 3 million star coins. The current distribution mode for secret realm items is equal allocation. Thus, each of you shall receive 1 million star coins. The team leader may choose to announce this news or remain anonymous. Should you choose anonymity, the news of the record being broken will only be communicated to the previous record holder. As the details of the completion materialized, Luo Ping found himself in a state of bewilderment. Although he had felt as though he were dreaming since witnessing Su Qingfeng's prowess, the revelation of the completion details compelled him to exclaim, "This is utterly absurd." He had merely accompanied Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liyue for a few minutes, and yet he had reaped an SSS rating along with a share of the record-breaking bonus of 1 million star coins. He would never have dared to dream so boldly. If this were not an illusion, I would eat my words. With that thought, Luo Ping slapped himself hard across the face. Smack! The sound echoed, and his cheek burned with pain. His eyes widened in disbelief. Was this really reality? Had I truly been lifted by Brother Feng? Su Qingfeng turned to glance at the self-slapper Luo Ping and chuckled. Old Luo still cannot accept reality. Brother Feng, I'm so embarrassed. I made quite the fool of myself. Luo Ping felt ill at ease under Su Qingfeng's teasing. He recalled how he had previously tried to persuade Su Qingfeng to train together, and the awkwardness of that moment struck him as both embarrassing and humorous. Brother Feng must have nearly laughed himself to tears. Let us not speak of such trivialities, Su Qingfeng reassured Luo Ping calmly. Do you remember what I mentioned earlier? We'll chat privately later. All right, Brother Feng, I'm waiting for you anytime. Luo Ping understood that Su Qingfeng was referring to their potential collaboration on a video account. Initially, he had not taken it too seriously, but now, having witnessed Su Qingfeng's formidable abilities, he felt a surge of excitement. With Brother Feng's strength and their combined intellect, if they planned meticulously, they might indeed create a video account with over 100 million fans. As for surpassing the exclusive revelations of his idol, Luo Ping would not dare to let his ambitions swell to such heights. Su Qingfeng nodded and turned to the now flushed Nangong Liu, who appeared as though she had engaged in some vigorous activity, and casually remarked, "The secret realm has been cleared. Let us proceed." All right. Nangong Liu, still somewhat dazed, quickly masked her confusion, reverting to her usual aloof demeanor. Su Qingfeng pondered whether he had been overly considerate of his teammates. This was undeniably a real combat environment, yet Nangong Liu had remained distracted throughout. This would not do. She needed to be properly instructed. Should an unforeseen event arise, she might not react in time, which could jeopardize her life. With such thoughts in mind, Su Qingfeng stepped forward, leading the way out of the secret realm.